Emerging from the spatial rift of Hokage Rock, I inadvertently stirred a commotion among all the ninjas of Konoha. Not only were they compelled to honor me as the hero of the village on the night of the Nine-Tails, but even the third Hokage, Sarutobi, wept and insisted on abdicating his position to allow me to ascend as the fifth Hokage. This was due to my identity as the direct disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had been lost to the annals of time for over 2 decades while I researched space-time. Ninjutsu. Despite being trapped in an alternate realm, I did not succumb to despair or idleness. Instead, I honed my water release techniques to their pinnacle and mastered all the forbidden jutsu imparted by my mentor, Tobirama. I had resigned myself to the belief that I would never return. However, during a serendipitous moment while experimenting with space-time ninjutsu, I unexpectedly broke through the dimensional barrier and found myself back once more. Yet, before I could relish the memories and express my exhilaration, a furious, beastly roar pierced the air, accompanied by a tailed beast ball hurtling towards me from Hokage. Rocked as the sphere approached with alarming speed, I remained eerily calm. Swiftly, I formed hand seals, and an enigmatic pattern materialized in the air before me. When the gigantic tailed beast ball collided with it, instead of exploding, it halted abruptly in midair. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, I widened my eyes in astonishment as the tailed beast ball vanished before me. The next instant, a tremendous explosion resonated from a distant forest far from Konoha. Fortunately, the markings I left in this world remained intact otherwise. That strike would have been perilous indeed. I shook my head lightly, but the next moment, a dark expression overtook my face. Just as I returned, I was targeted by that little fox with the tailed beast ball. This was intolerable. As I prepared to unleash my wrath upon the Nine-Tails, a sudden voice echoed from behind me. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared instantaneously, his visage marked with vigilance. In this precarious time, the emergence of another capable of using the flying thunder god technique in Konoha was far from auspicious. However, instead of responding to Minato's inquiry, I flicked my wrist, hurling a kunai imbued with lightning directly at him. Startled, Minato instinctively prepared to defend himself, ready to activate the flying thunder god technique. Yet at that very moment, a peculiar vortex materialized behind him, and a masked figure began to emerge. Before he could launch an attack, he was struck by the lightning-infused kunai I had thrown, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. With my arms crossed, I scoffed, "You are far too inexperienced to attempt a sneak attack before me." Realizing my intervention was to thwart the masked man's assault, Minato expressed his gratitude softly. Then without hesitation, he grasped his kunai and lunged toward the masked figure. Little did he anticipate. His attack had yet to land on the adversary when that eerie vortex reappeared. Observing that the opponent had already fled, although Watergate was filled with indignation, he did not squander any time, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to. With his hands moving swiftly to form seals, he suddenly struck the ground with force. As the words wind bell technique fell from his lips, a colossal toad plummeted from the sky, instantly subduing the Nine-Tails that was wreaking havoc in the village of Konoha. Simultaneously, the body of Wave Wind Water Gate vanished along with the Nine-Tails and the toad, utilizing the flying thunder god technique and body flicker technique with remarkable proficiency, perhaps even surpassing that of his teacher. I nodded in satisfaction, for the emergence of such a brilliant young talent in Konoha filled me with joy. Yet, I had no intention of rushing to his aid, as I had just sensed a familiar presence. It seemed I needed to pay an old friend a visit. With that thought, I flung a kunai, and my figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the village, the toad Bunta was restraining the Nine-Tails, while Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, leading others in subduing the beast. However, the Nine-Tails had just broken free from its seal and was in a frenzied, bloodthirsty state. Despite the valiant efforts of numerous Konoha ninjas, the casualties were staggering. At that moment, a kunai suddenly struck the Nine-Tails' head. As the beast roared in fury, a figure materialized above it. "Yuan Fei, you've aged considerably," came a voice, recognizing the distinctive kunai on the Nine-Tails and that familiar sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen, grasping the Rui Jingu Bang, began to tremble violently. Memories flooded his mind like smoke, and tears welled up in the eyes of this elder. "It's you, Tianga. How is it that you still look so youthful? Where have you been all these years?" Observing Hiruzen's flustered demeanor, I merely chuckled softly. Yet, in the next moment, my expression shifted abruptly. "We would reminisce later. For now, we needed to deal with this beast," Upon my return, I wish to inquire about the Hokage and the current ambient what on earth are they doing? Upon hearing my insinuation, Hiruzen realized that a thorough reform within Konoha was imminent, and a pained expression crossed his face. Tiangu, you remain as you always were. Noticing the expression on their Hokage's face, the nearby ninjas, perplexed, whispered amongst themselves, Lord Third Hokage. Who is he? Why doesn't he even wear a forehead protector? Is he a spy? Should we apprehend him? Upon hearing his subordinate suggestions, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly. Shaking his head, he then turned his gaze toward me, who was currently engaged in a relentless battle, flickering around the Nine-Tails. He is my elder brother, the most esteemed disciple of teacher Fei Jian, the hero of the Second Shinobi War, Xiao Tian de Ise, the esteemed Lord Xiao Tian, the hero who single-handedly shielded the retreat of the main forces during the Second Shinobi World War. My heavens! Was he not of the same era as the Third Hokage? How can he appear so youthful? Meanwhile, over there I'm still locked in a struggle with the Nine-Tails. The Third Hokage hastily called for restraint, and once again, everyone surged forward, wielding their Rui Jingu Bang, to support Brother Xiao Tian. However, what they did not anticipate was that, at that moment, I suddenly erected wall after wall of water before all present. To be precise, I had ensnared the Nine-Tails within. Observing a lone ninja daring to confront it, the Nine-Tails instantly erupted with fury. In the blink of an eye, its Nine-Tails lunged towards me. Yet, I merely responded with a cold smirk, swiftly forming hand seals with my hands. Water release. Super water, severing wave multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, I split into 99 clones in midair, and all of them opened their mouths to unleash torrents of high-pressure water, cascading down towards the Nine-Tails below. In an instant, nearly 100 colossal water blades rained down, engulfing the Nine-Tails form completely. Faced with the onslaught of water blades bearing down from above, the Nine-Tails found itself compelled to shift from offense to defense, as the ominous aura emitted from those water blades was overwhelmingly potent. In response to the Nine-Tails' enraged roars, I remained unfazed, my eyes widening as I uttered the words super strength. Instantly, my entire being was enveloped in a rich, light blue chakra. The Nine-Tails sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from me, causing its previously restless body to still in unison. Simultaneously, the water walls that had obstructed the advance of Yuan Fei Ryzen and the others suddenly collapsed. Upon witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Ryzen comprehended my intention, but before they could rush in to provide assistance, I furrowed my brow and turned my gaze towards a distant forest. That ominous presence that had just emerged seemed reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Without hesitation, I rapidly formed hand seals once more, summoning two fearsome, gigantic water dragons that surged downwards to strike the Nine-Tails with tremendous force. Apologies, but I am pressed for time, so I suggest you comply promptly. With a resounding crash, the area within a radius of several hundred meters around the Nine-Tails transformed into a vast chasm. I cast a fleeting glance at the Nine-Tails, now incapacitated by my earnest strike, before employing the body flicker technique to vanish. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Ryzen, though uncertain of what I had discovered, understood that the most pressing concern was the Nine-Tails. Just as they exerted their utmost efforts to suppress it, I found myself perched on a branch, observing the masked man dashing through the forest not far away. I've gone to great lengths to arrive here. Do you not wish to return to Konoha and exchange a few words with me? The masked man, upon hearing my voice, turned to look at me, momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes brimmed with wariness, as he discerned that the individual before him was absent from his intelligence reports. He cautiously inquired, "You lack the forehead protector of a Konoha ninja. You must not be one of them, correct? If you can cease your actions, perhaps we could become allies." However, upon hearing the term partner from the masked man, I merely chuckled and shook my head. In the blink of an eye, I had positioned myself behind him, launching a merciless strike with my kunai. The masked man, sensing the lethal intent behind him, displayed no hesitation. He rendered his back intangible and swiftly countered. The kunai in both our hands clashed repeatedly, producing a series of sharp sounds. Following yet another fierce confrontation, both of us retreated several steps. At that moment, I spoke. "You claim I am not a ninja from Konoha, yet your disreputable appearance suggests otherwise." Upon hearing this, the masked man's eyes narrowed sharply. "Who are you? Mind your own business." Ever since this individual had intervened in the conflict, a profound sense of unease had settled within the masked man's heart. He realized that if the battle continued, it could very well lead to his downfall. Just as the masked man contemplated retreating, I charged forward once more, declaring, "Don't even think about escaping." Accompanying my words, I flung 3 kunai from my sleeves. The masked man's expression turned cold as he attempted to deflect them with his blade. Yet, just as I was about to close the distance, the blood-red eye of the masked man widened in shock. "Don't think you can escape." As my words echoed, an eerie vortex inexplicably materialized before him, its terrifying pull aimed at drawing me in. However, I merely smiled, and in the next instant, my form erupted into a cloud of white smoke. Simultaneously, one of the kunai fell helplessly to the ground behind the masked man. Witnessing this scene, the masked man felt a surge of dread. But just as the kunai struck the earth, a voice rang out, alerting him to the impending danger. He immediately realized something was amiss and attempted to phase out of existence, but it was already too late. With a resounding boom, I unleashed a massive jet of water from my mouth, striking the masked man squarely in the back and propelling him through the air until he crashed into 25 trees before collapsing to the ground. I approached him. I remarked, "It's merely the spatial abilities of a kaleidoscope, nothing extraordinary." Struggling to rise from the ground, the masked man's expression stiffened as he understood that the person before him was not one he could contend with. In a desperate bid to buy himself time to escape, he curiously asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I don't recall anyone like you from Konoha." Just as I was about to reveal my identity, a furious roar filled with resentment suddenly erupted, causing the very earth to tremble. In that moment, my attention was diverted by the commotion, and the masked man was once again engulfed by that strange vortex. Even if I were to react immediately, it would be futile to prevent him from departing once more. Although he managed to escape, I have inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark upon him. As long as he enters my sphere of perception, I possess the means to subdue him completely. When we meet again, I shall ensure that you do not elude me. With those words, I utilized the pre-established mark to instantaneously return to my previous position near Minato Namikaze. However, upon witnessing the scene before me, I felt a throbbing headache and instinctively pressed my hand to my forehead. Before me stood none other than the legendary 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, currently forming the hand seals for the Shiki Fujina forbidden sealing technique that demands the sacrifice of one's own life. Beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh after observing Minato's actions, shaking his head in resignation. Yet he showed no intention of intervening. Unable to bear the sight any longer, I could not help but inquire, "Your name is Minato, is it not?" "That is the sequence for the Shiki Fujin. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" Before I could finish my sentence, Minato interjected, "Doing this will cost me my life." Yet, in the next moment, a look of serene satisfaction graced his features. I never imagined that I, Minato Namikaze, would be able to witness the legendary Lord Xiao with my own eyes just before my demise. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light ignited in my eyes. "Minato, before you meet your end, I wish to discuss something with you." "Lord Xiao, please go ahead." Minato readily assented, for he was on the brink of death and had no reason to hesitate. Meanwhile, Hiruzen stood in bewilderment, uncertain of our intentions. However, the words that followed sent a shiver down the spine of everyone present. What Xiao Tian uttered next sent a tremor through everyone present. "Watergate, I wish to take that young lad as my first disciple. What are your thoughts?" "What?" "Lord Xiao Tian. I am willing, and I believe Naruto and Kushina would undoubtedly agree as well." "Impossible. Xiao Tian. The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails must be strictly guarded by the Umbu. There can be no mistakes." At that moment, having just reached an agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly interjected, "Calm down." As soon as Sarutobi spoke, a ferocious water dragon surged forth from behind Xiao Tian, its cold gaze fixated on the recently spoken Sarutobi. "Sarutobi, it seems my prolonged absence has allowed you to become rather audacious. Do you truly believe you can thwart my intentions?" Yet, this situation was genuinely. Faced with the menacing water dragon behind Xiao Tian and its piercing gaze, Sarutobi found himself in a predicament. If he acquiesced, how could he justify this to others upon his return? Yet, if he refused, he certainly did not believe he could contend with Xiao Tian. Understanding Sarutobi's internal conflict, Xiao Tian swiftly added, "You need only agree to my request now. There is no need for you to concern yourself with those individuals in Konoha. Should they prove uncooperative, I will summon Master Tobirama through Edo Tensei. If there are any issues, you may address them directly with him." Initially hesitant, Sarutobi's demeanor shifted upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. He quickly attempted to dissuade him. Master? No, no, that won't be necessary. I am certain no one will object. If such words had come from anyone else, Sarutobi would have been skeptical, perhaps deeming them mad. Yet, coming from Xiao Tian, he held an unwavering belief. This individual had a history of acting on whims. Even resurrecting the dead through Edo Tensei, such acts were not beyond his capabilities. Furthermore, his master, Tobirama, had always admired Xiao Tian's talents and strategies. With all these factors considered, Sarutobi found himself devoid of any rationale to refuse, ultimately acquiescing to Xiao Tian's wish to accept Naruto as his disciple. Observing Sarutobi fall silent, Xiao Tian then turned his attention to the now feeble Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki. Watergate, you may rest easy. In this world, no one shall dare to bully my disciple, I assure you. That is reassuring. Thank you, Lord Xiao Tian. Chapter 8. Willing to be deceived for the sake of life's disciples. Upon witnessing Xiao Tian's agreement, and after imparting his final words, Minato Namikaze, along with Kushina Izumaki, bowed their heads in unison, both descending into oblivion. Observing this poignant scene, Xiao Tian paused momentarily in silence, yet ultimately approached and gently lifted the lifeless form of Naruto from the altar. Meanwhile, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the assembled ANBU members dared not act recklessly, remaining still as they watched. After all, the individual before them was not only a figure of immense status, but also possessed strength formidable enough to vanquish everyone present. However, as these thoughts occupied their minds, Xiao Tian suddenly vanished with Naruto in his embrace. Sarutobi, gather everyone. We shall convene in the Hokage office. This impetuous youth remains as headstrong as ever, sighing inwardly. Despite feeling a sense of helplessness at Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only summon the ANBU to return to the village. Everyone follow me. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen organized the battlefield and led the ninjas of Konoha back in a dilapidated room within the village, Xiao Tian sat on the rooftop cradling the infant in his arms, a hint of exasperation etched upon his face. Although he had indeed promised Minato to nurture this child, upon reflection, he couldn't shake the feeling that Sarutobi Hiruzen had intentionally acquiesced to his request. The man outwardly expressed reluctance, yet inwardly sought to utilize this child to secure his presence in the village. Xiao Tian's demeanor towards his adversaries was undeniably shrewd and cold-hearted. However, he remained steadfast in his loyalty to his own. As long as the other party did not encroach upon his boundaries, he would not resort to deceit. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of this principle. Thus, when he observed Xiao Tian's determination to take Naruto as his disciple, he deftly seized the opportunity to agree to his request. In this way, Xiao Tian found himself indebted to Hiruzen, a favor that could be employed to ensure his continued presence in Konoha. With Xiao Tian among them, the safety of the village would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Ah, Sarutobi. It has been many years since we last met. While you may have aged, your heart remains as tainted as ever. Reflecting on this, Xiao Tian reached out to gently tap Naruto's cherubic face, chuckling with a mix of affection and resignation. You must behave well as you grow, or I shall not hesitate to reprimand you in a most unpleasant manner. Clearly, Xiao Tian paid little heed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's machinations. The ultimate goal of his counterpart was to ensure his stay, to have him alongside and safeguarding the village, fearful of his potential departure once more. As a resident of Konoha, having returned after a prolonged absence, Xiao Tian was resolute in his commitment to remain. He felt no need for further persuasion. He would protect the village with unwavering resolve. Any foe daring to threaten Konoha would face his wrath without mercy, for he is Xiao Tian, the inheritor of the will of fire. As for Naruto's deceased father, Minato Namikaze, it is not that he cannot be resurrected. Rather, the moment is simply not yet ripe. When Naruto truly stands on his own, Xiao Tian will naturally facilitate Minato's return. After all, he is Xiao Tian and now possesses a system, making the complete resurrection of the dead a possibility not beyond reach. As Xiao Tian pondered, a shadow approached him, gripping a pipe, taking deliberate steps forward. I knew you would be here. Put the pipe away. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the peacefully sleeping Naruto and, with a hint of resignation, tucked the pipe away, clearing his throat. Let the child sleep for now. Come, walk with me. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Rest assured, I have not sent anyone to take the child away. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement, Xiao Tian merely cast a deep glance in his direction before leaving a mark on Naruto. He then proceeded to settle him in this very house, a place where he once resided. Very well. Chapter 9. Hokage? I'm afraid I shall not take that role. Outside the house, feel free to express whatever is on your mind. Xiao Tian, with his arms crossed over his chest, gazed calmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This demeanor elicited a sense of nostalgia from Hiruzen. Before Xiao Tian's sudden disappearance, he had merely been a genin of Konoha. Yet he had led the village's ninjas in resisting external threats for a time, earning the admiration of all as a true hero, the embodiment of the people's will. To put it simply, had Xiao Tian not vanished without a trace, it was beyond doubt that the third Hokage of Konoha would not have been Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Xiao Tian himself? Alas, you remain unchanged. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, reflecting wistfully. Xiao Tian, what are your intentions now? Although he had restrained Xiao Tian within Konoha through the bond with that child, he still remained uncertain about his senior's thoughts and sought to clarify. After all, throughout the years, Xiao Tian had always been an enigma. Me? Is my current situation not satisfactory? Indeed. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's response, Hiruzen shook his head in resignation and tentatively continued. Well, Xiao Tian, with Minato now having sacrificed himself and the village's elite forces significantly diminished, Konoha cannot remain without a Hokage for long. You were originally the most esteemed disciple of Tobirama Sensei. Thus I believe I do not wish for your beliefs. I seek my own. Before Hiruzen could finish his sentence, Xiao Tian waved his hand to interrupt. You wish for me to become the fifth Hokage? Spare me that thought. Back when Tobirama Sensei chased me down to beat me, I refused, let alone now. Moreover, should I assume the role of the fifth Hokage while you remain the third? That would place me 2 generations beneath you. What a joke. Becoming the fifth Hokage is out of the question. Are you suggesting you will remain a genin for life? Hiruzen expressed his frustration. Being a genin entails undertaking missions. Yet, as he spoke, he noticed Xiao Tian regarding him with an amused smile. Wait. It seems that even if Xiao Tian were to refrain from missions, he would still be beyond Hiruzen's control. No, at present. The entire village of Konoha is beyond anyone's grasp. What do you propose then? Perhaps you could serve as acting Hokage until a suitable candidate emerges water release. Before Hiruzen could finish his thought, a faint blue chakra began to emanate around Xiao Tian. Witnessing this, Hiruzen quickly interjected, All right. I shall devise a plan regarding the Hokage position. Just contain that chakra for now. It appeared that Xiao Tian had already anticipated whom Hiruzen would ultimately choose as Hokage. He turned his gaze towards Naruto, who was soundly asleep, and sighed. I can join the Elder Council. As long as you refrain from reckless actions, I will naturally lend my assistance when needed. Truly. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly extinguished his pipe and locked his gaze onto the individual before him. Xiao Tian's prowess was formidable. With his addition, the security of Konoha would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. When have I ever jested? Very well, given your qualifications and standing. I surmise that joining the Elder Council should pose no substantial issues. After all, even if you aspired to become Hokage, that would be enough. I shall never assume such a role, and the one who would meet their demise in such an endeavor would certainly be you. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shake his head and bid him farewell. The purpose of Sarutobi's visit was to firmly anchor Xiao Tian within Konoha, preventing him from wandering aimlessly. Now that he had achieved his objective, there was no longer a need to linger. Moreover, with Xiao Tian's return, he would need to facilitate certain procedures for him, as well as convene the meeting he mentioned. Let us set this matter aside for now. I shall return to gather the previous members and summon the Elder Council. You should join us shortly. We will finalize your induction then. Xiao Tian merely nodded in response. This fellow is in such haste. Could it be that he fears I might abscond again? In the past, I could indeed have fled, as I was never fond of the trivialities beyond combat. Yet now, Xiao Tian turned his gaze towards Naruto, who lay soundly asleep, a hint of resignation gracing his features. With a disciple here, alas, escape is not an option. Chapter 10. The Hokage Conference. Danzo's challenge. Tiangu? Is it really you, Tiangu? Tiangu. Ah, it has been quite some time. Shortly after Sarutobi Hiruzen's departure, Mito Gate Inn and Tirun Koha arrived together to welcome Xiao Tian. Naturally, Xiao Tian was elated to reunite with old friends. However, upon learning from their conversation that Danzo had completely seized control of Root, and that his dear friend Uchiha Kagami had passed away, he fell into a profound silence. It appeared that when the Nine-Tails broke free from its seal, the Uchiha clan had not been present, and one could only speculate that Danzo was involved in their absence. Furthermore, the death of Kagami weighed heavily on him. After all, Root wielded immense power within Konoha. What the Umbu, directly under the Hokage, could not eliminate, Root could pursue with impunity, and Danzo could oversee. Preemptive strikes followed by justifications. This was the essence of Root. This was the authority Danzo now commanded. Who are you? Xiao Tian, along with his companions, had just entered the Hokage's office when Danzo, who had intended to take a seat, involuntarily began to tremble. Even instinctively taking a step back. It was fear, a primal fear. How could this madman have returned? Damn it, if he is back. It means another obstacle in my plans. Yet, Danzo quickly recognized that he was no longer the same as before, even if this former lunatic returned. He was confident he could handle the situation. For now, he had control over Root. If he could not eliminate Xiao Tian himself, he would employ Root's assassins. He doubted Xiao Tian could withstand the onslaught of all Root's killers. With that thought, Danzo feigned calmness and sat down, greeting Xiao Tian with a casual demeanor. It has been a long time. You seem to be the same as ever. Witnessing Danzo's duplicitous facade, Xiao Tian's expression turned cold, compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen's current demeanor, which was characterized by an eagerness to appease and a tendency to retreat. Xiao Tian found himself harboring a deeper disdain for the ambitious Danzo before him. Though his strength was not formidable, his heart was filled with treachery. Had it not been for the presence of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. During their time in the bodyguard unit, this malignant presence would have been eradicated on the battlefield long ago. Hee. It seems your life has been quite prosperous since my departure. In response to Xiao Tian's scornful laughter, Danzo retorted, still that irritatingly proud demeanor. The two men. As Xiao Tian had just entered and begun to argue with Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office could not help but cover his forehead with his hand, feeling an immense headache. He had summoned Xiao Tian here to appoint him as a member of the Elder Council, not to engage in disputes with Danzo. With that thought, Hiruzen turned his attention to the figures of a large and small silhouette just arriving at the door. Come in, both of you. Bang. The first to enter was a relatively small boy. As soon as he stepped into the room, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head with a loud proclamation. The third-generation adults, Uchiha Shursui, await your commands. Behind him followed Akimichi Choza, his form round and ample. Yet, compared to the once resolute glimmer in his eyes, there now lingered a sense of bitterness and despondency. Uchiha Shursui? The nefarious members of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing Uchiha Shursui's appearance at this moment, Danzo, who had just taken his seat, slammed his hands on the table and stood up, glaring furiously at Sarutobi Hiruzen. His demeanor one of accusation. In a meeting of the Hokage's elite, the presence of a wicked Uchiha clan member, along with this mere genin who had been missing for years, surely disqualified them from participating, right? Sarutobi, what are you truly attempting to achieve? Chapter 11. Why should I need your approval for my actions? The incessant inquiries from Danzo rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance somewhat displeased, his brows furrowing slightly. Nevertheless, he resolved to mitigate the situation as best as he could, striving to dissolve the discord and avert conflict. Such was the nature of his approach. Ahem, Danzo. It is not inappropriate for Xiao Tian to partake in this matter. He is no outsider. As for Shursui and Kif, well, it would indeed be somewhat improper to involve them in the Hokage meeting. Given this, Kif, please escort Shursui away. We are about to commence the meeting. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had intended to seize this opportunity to reconvene their bodyguard assembly. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that such a gathering would be unfeasible and could only be postponed for another day. Yes, in response to Hiruzen's directive, Akimichi Kif complied without hesitation, though he cast an awkward, sheepish smile towards Xiao Tian. Well then, we shall take our leave. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Tian recognized that this former subordinate had not forgotten his elder brother. Very well, let us leave it at that for now. You two refrain from squabbling. You are not children anymore. Seeing Hiruzen's resolution, Danzo merely snorted derisively before shifting his gaze to Xiao Tian. It was indeed ironic to allow a mere genin to attend the Hokage meeting. Danzo's expression was one of discontent, his eyes brimming with sarcasm. No matter how illustrious your past as the leader of the bodyguard team or a hero of Konoha, what does it matter? After such an extended absence, you, Xiao Tian, have become a relic of time, a forsaken soul. As of now, you are but a trifling genin, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Yet, just as Danzo reveled in his petty triumph, and Kif was about to escort Uchiha Shursui away, Xiao Tian spoke up at that moment. Kif, please wait a moment. Brother Tian. What is it? Kif, who had nearly reached the doorway with Shursui, paused, scratching the back of his head, uncertain of Xiao Tian's intentions. Step outside and wait. I shall join you shortly. As for Uchiha Shursui, let him remain here. After all, he is the descendant of Kagami. He can stay in place of Kagami. Is that so? Very well. Tentatively gauging Hiruzen's reaction, and upon seeing no objection, Kif left Shursui behind and departed alone. With Kif's exit and the presence of this unfamiliar youth, Uchiha Shursui found himself enveloped in confusion. Who was this person, daring to act so audaciously before the third Hokage and the leader of Root, Danzo? Come here, young one. Uchiha Shursui cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and upon seeing no objections from the latter, he obediently approached Xiao Tian, who promptly ruffled his hair. Ah, what a good child, indeed reminiscent of Kagami. Your name is Shursui, correct? Quite splendid. However, just as Xiao Tian appraised Uchiha Shursui, Danzo, seated nearby, suddenly slammed his hand on the table, expressing his discontent. Xiao Tian, if you wish to shamelessly remain here, I can temporarily overlook this matter. Yet, should you intend to keep the nefarious Uchiha clan in this place, I, Danzo, shall certainly not acquiesce. Acquiesce? At Danzo's words, a cold smirk crept across Xiao Tian's face. Simultaneously, an overwhelming azure chakra began to surge forth from within him. In an instant, a formidable pressure swept toward Danzo, forcing the words that had risen in his throat back down. Such an intimidating aura, Danzo thought. Realizing that after such a long absence, this individual had not only maintained his strength but had indeed refined it further. Danzo, have you misunderstood something? When have I, Xiao Tian, ever required your consent to act? You, a mere waste, could ever hope to contend with me? Now sit quietly. Chapter 12. Picking at the Bones. Danzo strikes again Xiao Tian you. Damn it. How is it that this guy's strength has not only not diminished but has instead grown even more formidable? Upon witnessing the immense power exuding from Xiao Tian, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with surprise. Clearly, Xiao Tian had just emerged from a fierce battle, and regardless of his inherent strength, his energy could not possibly be at its peak. Yet here he was, radiating such potent chakra. Just how terrifying was his true power? With an unfathomable strength complemented by the strategies praised by his former mentor, the second Hokage, Danzo's previous attempts to undermine him now appeared utterly repugnant. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stood up to articulate the primary purpose for gathering everyone. I have already conferred with Xiao Tian. From now on, he shall serve as a special advisor and become a member of the Elder Council. You, Sarutobi. Upon hearing Hiruzen's declaration, Danzo's right hand slammed onto the table. His face contorted with cold displeasure. Had he been informed of this decision sooner, he would have never risked completely alienating Xiao Tian. For Danzo was acutely aware of the esteemed position Xiao Tian held in the hearts of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitarashi Anko, and Tikakuro. As long as he refrained from sabotaging Xiao Tian, there would be no obstacle to his ascension to the Elder Council. However, now that the confrontation had escalated, retreat was not an option. Very well. Since you have stated this, I shall acknowledge his membership in the Elder Council. But that will have to wait until the matter of the Nine-Tails is resolved. The return of our former captain, Xiao Tian, brings me great joy, but I shall not lose sight of the paramount issues at hand. At this juncture, Danzo's expression turned grave, his gaze fixed intently on Hiruzen. Moreover, Sarutobi, do not forget what era we are in. The Nine-Tails crisis is only just behind us. I trust you comprehend what our most pressing task is. Does the former captain of the guard, Xiao Tian, not make this clear to you? Hiruzen, confronted repeatedly by Danzo's inquiries, furrowed his brow. Yet he found himself lacking a compelling argument to counter the latter's statements. It is worth noting that while Danzo's remarks could be perceived as nitpicking, they were not without merit when viewed from a broader perspective. Is he truly a new member of the Elder Council? It seems he is quite familiar with the third Hokage and the other esteemed figures. As Xiao Tian gently ruffled his hair, Uchiha Shursui, who witnessed the entire scene, was filled with curiosity, scrutinizing the figure before him. Wait, hadn't Danzo and the third Hokage just referred to this individual as Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian, the legendary figure from the Second Shinobi War. Upon recalling Xiao Tian's illustrious past, Uchiha Shursui's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had often heard his elders speak of Xiao Tian's remarkable feats, yet he never imagined he would one day behold him in person. Moreover, he appeared strikingly youthful, Just as Uchiha Shursui was lost in admiration and exhilaration, Xiao Tian casually chose a spot to sit, placing his hands together in front of him. I must say, Sarutobi, your tenure as Hokage is rather pitiful. Chapter 13, Xiao Tian's deadly 3 questions in your current state. How can you aspire to become Hokage? If our esteemed teacher were still alive, he would undoubtedly be quite displeased. Caught in Xiao Tian's relentless critique, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, since they were all comrades, even Uchiha Shursui, a descendant of Kakashi, he chose not to dwell on it. Moreover, he understood that Xiao Tian harbored no ulterior motives, so he decided to let it slide. Yet, his indifference did not imply that Danzo would also overlook such insolence. Xiao Tian, the role of Hokage is not one that a mere genin like you can dictate. The fact that you are allowed to remain here and voice your opinions is a testament to our past camaraderie. Do not overstep your bounds. Humph, young one. I cannot permit you to undermine the authority of the Hokage. Otherwise, when I ascend to the position, must I then negotiate with everyone else? Within the confines of Konoha, the Hokage is a position that only Danzo can oppose. Oh, is that so? Then I must inquire of our esteemed root leader, Danzo-sama. Why I sense a chakra from you that does not belong to you? What is going on here? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, everyone in the Hokage's office, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned their gaze toward Danzo. They all understood that while Xiao Tian appeared arrogant and reckless, devoid of any strategy, those who truly knew him recognized that the most meticulous individual was, in fact, this seemingly unruly character. Given Xiao Tian's assertion, it was likely that there was some truth to it. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Danzo, awaiting a plausible explanation. Is this not a meeting? Why has the focus suddenly shifted to me? Xiao Tian, do not intentionally divert attention, Danzo stammered, feeling the cold sweat trickling down his back. He never anticipated that the secret he had concealed for years would be so readily discerned by this recently returned individual. Moreover, he questioned whether Xiao Tian merely sensed something amiss or had already uncovered the truth regarding his eyes and arm. Nevertheless, Danzo was no longer the insignificant member of the guard team who could only look up at Xiao Tian's back. He had transformed significantly since those days. Xiao Tian, I understand that you harbor resentment due to our ascension to the upper echelons of Konoha while you remain merely a lowly genin. However, this does not grant you the right to speak recklessly in the Hokage's office. Upon hearing Danzo's resolute declaration and considering the power he wielded within the root, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to yield further. Xiao Tian, perhaps. Hiruzen began, but Xiao Tian interrupted him, launching into another weighty revelation. Why do I sense a trace of Uchiha Kageme's essence emanating from your right eye? Moreover, your arm. Do I sense the presence of Lord Hashirama? Boom. At that moment, the entire Hokage office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always sought to uphold Danzo's interests and maintain order, found his expression weighed down by gravity. If Danzo had indeed committed such an egregious act of treachery, he would undoubtedly need to be brought to justice. Seemingly aware of the unsettling atmosphere, Danzo's mind raced to divert the conversation. Xiao Tian, do not overreach your bounds. I am the head of Konoha's root. While you are merely a lowly genin, what gives you the right to question me? By the norms of hierarchy, a genin indeed lacked the authority to challenge the head of Konoha's root. Such insubordination warranted severe punishment. Hehehe. Xiao Tian merely chuckled coldly in silence, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others observed Danzo with calm demeanor, maintaining their own silence. Their expressions suggested that should they ascertain the situation was truly amiss, they would act without hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Danzo could only grit his teeth and finally speak in a low voice. Very well. In light of Sarutobi and the others present, and out of respect for our past camaraderie, I shall acknowledge your membership in the Elder Council today. Are you satisfied with that? Chapter 14. I can kill you at any moment. Are you satisfied with this? Danzo spoke with unwavering determination, his face a mask of indignation. He appeared as though he were the victim, being coerced by Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian paid no heed to Danzo's words. Instead, he pressed on. Since you have acknowledged me as an elder of the council, do I not now have the right to request that you remove the bandages from your body? You, don't push your luck. Bang. Seeing that he had already conceded by allowing Xiao Tian to attain the status of elder, Danzo's expression darkened as he realized the other party was still unwilling to back down. In a fit of rage, he swept the cup off the table. His demeanor clearly indicated his agitation. Moreover, his hand, which had unknowingly found its way to his lap, was now poised to form a hand seal. Should Xiao Tian dare to provoke him, he would unleash the full extent of his power to inflict injury, not seeking to kill, but rather to wound. In the nighttime of Konoha, this was Danzo's territory. Attempting to assassinate an injured individual would be a trivial task for him, just as Danzo prepared to strike. Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated for a moment before reluctantly speaking. Well, Xiao Tian, since you have now become an elder of the council, let us conclude today's meeting here. As for the handling of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, we shall leave that to you. Does anyone have any objections? In response to Hiruzen's proposal, Xiao Tian and the other two offered no dissent, thus tacitly agreeing to his words. Danzo, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Realizing he had narrowly escaped the crisis, he was unconcerned about the Jinchuriki Naruto's guardianship being granted to the others. He did not believe they could remain by the Jinchuriki's side at all times. Should Xiao Tian show any sign of laxity, he could easily reclaim the Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails of Konoha would undoubtedly serve his purposes. Thus, he saw no need to further antagonize Xiao Tian. What mattered most to him now was to depart swiftly from this place. With that thought in mind, he turned to Xiao Tian, feigning a tone of earnestness. Yet, deep within his eyes, there flickered a fierce anger and a palpable intent to kill. Humph. Elder Xiao, if you wish to leverage my reputation to bolster your own authority, there is no need for such theatrics, for we all understand just how crucial Konoha is to ourselves. This sentiment was wholeheartedly echoed by Hiruzen and the others. All were striving for the future of Konoha, and there was no need to undermine others for the sake of self-assertion. Such actions would benefit no one. Therefore, I ask that you refrain from casting doubt on your comrades, Elder Xiao. Otherwise you shall bear the consequences. With those words, Danzo rose. A look of satisfaction on his face as he prepared to leave, leaning upon his cane. The meeting has concluded, and thus, there is no longer any necessity for him to remain here. Such an act would yield him no advantages. Rather, it would only serve to expose the nature of his gathering. He must devise a means to curtail this situation. In the absence of Xiao Tian, meetings could be conducted at will without consequence. After all, they posed no threat to him. However, now that Xiao Tian has returned, the dynamics have shifted significantly. Ha ha ha, the consequences shall be borne by you? Just as Danzo was about to reach the door, Xiao Tian's chilling laughter unexpectedly echoed throughout the room. Upon hearing this sound, a tremor coursed through the hearts of all present, as if they had come to a profound realization. For now, Xiao Tian was enveloped in a faint blue chakra. Moreover, whoosh, the moment Danzo uttered a single word, his throat was seized, and he was hoisted off the ground. Do not attempt to challenge my limits. If I desire to eliminate you, I can do so at any moment. Chapter 15. The Ambition of a Wolf, Deathless and Unyielding. Get out. Danzo had intended to say more, but Xiao Tian abruptly raised his foot, delivering a knee strike that sent Danzo crashing through the window. Simultaneously, a distant voice lingered in the air. Danzo, if one wishes to remain undiscovered, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Take care of yourself. After this, Xiao Tian nonchalantly brushed off his hands and casually seated himself, as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others felt a profound headache, realizing that future Hokage meetings would undoubtedly become quite entertaining. After all, the individual before them was not one to remain quiet. He would certainly continue to stir up trouble. Hiruzen had not anticipated Xiao Tian's sudden outburst, particularly in the context of a Hokage meeting. With a sense of resignation, Hiruzen finally spoke. Well, let us conclude today's Hokage meeting here. Everyone may disperse. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, everyone except him and Xiao Tian departed. Even Uchiha Shursui was temporarily entrusted to a Kimichi Choza outside. Feeling somewhat awkward, Hiruzen turned to Xiao Tian. Brother Tian, you need not have gone to such lengths. Even if Danzo is greedy, he would not disrupt the peace of Konoha. Your actions were unnecessary. Do you believe I was jesting? Xiao Tian gazed at Hiruzen with a profound intensity, causing the latter to feel a twinge of unease. Perhaps, Hiruzen, one may know a person's face but not their heart. There are some individuals for whom one must always remain vigilant. Tell me, when the Nine-Tails invaded, the Uchiha clan's absence from battle was likely due to your orders, was it not? It was my command, Hiruzen replied decisively. For this was not a secret among those in his position. Indeed, it was your command, but can you assert that Danzo's influence did not play a role? Did he not propose a 24-hour surveillance of the Uchiha clan to prevent their potential descent into extremism driven by a thirst for power? At this, Hiruzen remained noncommittal, merely nodding slightly. Danzo had indeed suggested a constant watch over the Uchiha clan, and this arrangement for them to guard Konoha had originated from him. However, he was aware that Danzo had acted unilaterally, implementing the plan before informing him. In the interest of maintaining internal peace within Konoha, Hiruzen had no choice but to compromise, tacitly agreeing to the first point and personally presenting the second to the Uchiha clan. It seems that the situation aligns precisely with my suspicions. Danzo's actions were designed to keep the Uchiha clan perpetually under immense pressure, ultimately forcing them into a corner amidst both internal strife and external threats, leading to an inevitable rebellion. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into silence. The possibility he spoke of was indeed plausible. However, one must ponder. Why would Danzo engage in such actions? Even if he were to succeed in the end, what benefit would it yield for him? As Sarutobi contemplated this, Xiao Tian shook his head, rising from his chair and leisurely making his way towards the door of the Hokage conference room. Benefits? Ha ha ha, Sarutobi. Do you still not comprehend? Danzo has been coveting your position all along. Inciting internal discord is merely the beginning of his quest to usurp the title of Hokage. A wolf's ambition knows no bounds. It will not cease until it has devoured everything. Sarutobi, compassion will only embolden the wolf's greed. You are truly regressing in your wisdom. Chapter 16. Uchiha, I will save you. Upon witnessing Xiao Tian emerge from the Hokage's office, Xiao Feng, who had been waiting nearby, broke into a light jog accompanied by Uchiha Shui. The sight of Xiao Feng in such high spirits elicited a gentle chuckle from Xiao Feng. This fellow, unchanged as ever. Chu Feng, it has been quite a while. How about I come over to your home for a visit? My home? You are most welcome. Absolutely welcome. Chu Feng exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically and laughing heartily as he led Xiao Tian and Uchiha Shui into the territory of the Dao clan. His exuberant demeanor left the clan members along the way in a state of astonishment. However, Chu Feng paid them no mind. Once inside his room, he personally served tea to his guests. After accepting the tea, Xiao Feng cast a glance around the dilapidated clan grounds and remarked, Chu Feng, it appears that after my departure, life has not treated you well. In response, Chu Feng casually waved his hand, displaying an unconcerned expression. I have no desire to join the Elder Council or engage in their power struggles, and with my prolonged absence from missions, I naturally cannot compare to others. Chu Feng, you harbor worries. Boss, Xiao Tian placed his teacup down and regarded his old friend and subordinate with a calm demeanor. Speak freely. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's smile faded, and the spark in his eyes dimmed to a mere flicker. This was the true essence of the current Chu Feng. Boss, the Konoha of today is no longer the Konoha we once knew. After your departure, Danzo assumed your position, commanding the entirety of Root, effectively standing above all others in Konoha. Moreover, at this point, Chu Feng glanced at Uchiha Shui beside him, pausing momentarily. You imply that the death of Shui's friend, Uchiha Kagami, might be linked to this incident, all orchestrated by Danzo, am I correct? Xiao Tian's ability to swiftly discern his thoughts left Chu Feng momentarily stunned, yet he soon nodded gently. After all, this was his boss, capable of understanding his thoughts, nothing strange about that. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shui's expression shifted, and he trembled slightly. The death of Uchiha Kagami was not an accident. Shui. Lord Xiao Tian. Uchiha Shui stands ready to obey your command. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's call, Uchiha Shui quickly knelt on one knee, his demeanor tense. Given the implications of what Xiao Tian had just said, it was clear that the Uchiha clan was in grave danger, especially with Danzo as their adversary. The fact that he was being allowed to witness everything meant there was something significant he needed to accomplish. For the sake of the Uchiha clan and Konoha Village, he must remain composed. What a considerate child, so thoughtful it tugs at one's heartstrings. But fret not, for I shall assist you. Xiao Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head, before reaching out to ruffle Uchiha Shui's hair, lifting his body effortlessly. You truly will help us? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Shui's eyes widened with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of his statement. In response, Xiao Tian merely nodded gently and calmly gestured for him to return. You may head back now. Oh, and tell Xiao to prepare my favorite tea. I shall visit him later. Understood. Uchiha Shui quickly acquiesced, turning to depart from the Akimichi clan's territory. Yet, an odd sensation lingered in his heart. Xiao, what is the meaning of this? That lad is likely still reeling from the 3 words uttered by the leader. As Uchiha Shursui left, Akimichi Takafumi took a sip of tea and sighed. In those days, we too were. Do not dwell on the past. Everything will improve. While Akimichi Takafumi reminisced, Xiao Tian gently patted his shoulder. Before my return, I could not intervene in the way Danzo treated you. But now that I am back, I shall not allow him to wield unchecked power. Leader, hearing Xiao Tian's declaration, Akimichi Takafumi grew anxious, fearing impulsive actions. Clearly, he remained unaware of the events that transpired within the Hokage's office. Do not worry, I am Xiao Tian, your leader. Had it not been for the desire to utterly ruin him in the current tumultuous times, I would have already taken his life in the Hokage conference room. At this point, Xiao Tian dramatically swirled his cloak and strode toward the gates of the Akimichi clan. I shall protect Konoha, uphold my teacher's will of fire, assist the Akimichi clan, and rescue the Uchiha clan. What I, Xiao Tian, aspire to achieve, Danzo is unworthy to obstruct. Chapter 17. This is also known as the Sharingan. You two really are lacking. The leader remains unchanged, as expected. Watching Xiao Tian depart, Qiu Daoqi Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Meanwhile, within the depths of his dim eyes, a spectrum of colors began to emerge. Although I am reluctant to involve the Qiu Dao clan, yearning for a life of tranquility, now that the leader has returned, I must prepare myself. Since he is unwilling to intervene in internal strife, and it appears Xiao Tian won't allow him to take action, he must begin to assess the enemy situation outside Konoha. Despite Qiu Daoqi Feng being in his twilight years, should he be provoked, he could very well drag several adversaries down with him. After all, he was once a member of the Second Hokage Senju Tobirama's elite guard, a figure recognized by Xiao Tian. None among them are weak. While Qiu Daoqi Feng began his preparations, Xiao Tian was unaware. At this moment, he had already activated the Flying Thunder God technique and stood at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's residence. TSK, it has truly become more grand and imposing. It seems Little Yu has managed things quite well. Xiao Tian murmured to himself at the Uchiha gate, causing the two guards stationed there to pause in surprise, completely unaware of when this individual had appeared before them. Who are you? What business do you have at the Uchiha clan's residence at this hour? If you do not cease your actions, we will have to detain you as per protocol, they demanded. What is the meaning of this? Standing at the entrance and behaving so arrogantly? Xiao Tian chuckled lightly and shook his head, harboring no animosity towards them. After all, the Uchiha clan is currently under intense scrutiny, and considering he has not returned for many years, their heightened vigilance is entirely understandable. Not speaking? Without a forehead protector. Could you be a spy sent from the other side? Regardless, we shall subdue you and leave your fate to the clan leader. Sighing, Xiao Tian resolved to test the current strength of the Uchiha. With that thought, he suddenly surged forward, not employing the Flying Thunder God technique, but relying solely on his physical prowess. Even so, he was far beyond the capabilities of these two guards. With a swift advance, he turned and unleashed a series of elbow strikes, effortlessly bringing them both down. Your reactions are rather sluggish. It seems your Sharingan is underdeveloped, otherwise you wouldn't have struggled to perceive such simple movements. Ah, it appears you possess only the single Tomo. You are weaker than the Uchiha guards of old. Damn it, no one shall underestimate the Uchiha clan. Hearing an intruder belittle their Sharingan ignited a fiery rage within the two guards, who immediately rose to charge at him once more. Just as the two were about to make their move, two shadowy figures rushed forth from the adjacent forest, kneeling on one knee before Xiao Tian. Uchiha Shursui, greetings to Lord Xiao Tian. Uchiha Itachi, greetings to Lord Xiao Tian. Upon seeing these two individuals, Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction, remarking, not bad, little ones, your speed is commendable. Indeed. His playful engagement with the two guards was merely a means to await the arrival of Uchiha Shursui. It was a test of their capabilities, for he had already developed a protective sentiment towards the descendants of this mirror. With Naruto as his disciple, he had no qualms about accepting another. However, in his waiting, it appeared that he had encountered an unexpected surprise. Uchiha Itachi? Their rapport seemed quite strong. Otherwise, Shursui would not have divulged his matters to Itachi. My lord? Shursui Itachi. Who exactly is this person? The reactions of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi left the two guards momentarily stunned. What was the current situation? This is the newly appointed elder, Lord Xiao Tian. What? An elder? Upon hearing Shursui's words, the two guards hastily knelt in apology. My lord, we were just. To their apologies, Xiao Tian merely nodded, not placing much significance on their actions. Their previous conduct was simply a matter of duty, devoid of any impropriety. You. Who can take me to see Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao. You? At the mention of this name, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Father? Uchiha Itachi wore a perplexed expression and then spoke up. My lord, let Itachi escort you there. What a clever child. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. I never expected that after so many years, even Xiao Xiaoyu's child has grown so much. Again, this new elder. What connection did he have to the clan leader to refer to him in such a manner? Chapter 18. Little Yu has grown up in the chamber of Uchiha Fugaku. He gazed at his trusted subordinate, arms crossed over his chest, and spoke with an air of indifference. You mean to say that the grievances within the clan are escalating? Indeed, esteemed clan leader, our Uchiha clan, which has long overseen the Konoha Guard, has refrained from engaging in the recent Nine-Tails incident, leading many in the village to harbor suspicion and aversion towards us. The execution of various matters has been significantly hindered. Clan leader, it is evident that the third Hokage ordered us to remain passive, yet he has failed to disclose this fact post-conflict. What course of action should we take now? I am aware. In stark contrast to the evident dissatisfaction of his subordinate, Uchiha Fugaku remained remarkably composed. Despite his own simmering resentment, the subordinate could only bow his head in silence, for no one within the Uchiha clan dared to defy this man. Uchiha Fugaku was their clan's sole pillar of strength and spirit. Sarutobi, you seek to corner the Uchiha clan into a dire predicament, he mused. If this continues, it will not be long before Konoha descends into turmoil once more. War is imminent. Clack, clack, clack. Father. As Uchiha Fugaku pondered the strategies to address the current predicament, the voice of Uchiha Itachi suddenly resonated from outside the room. Upon hearing his son's voice, the once formidable expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face softened into a rare smile. Itachi, you have arrived. It seems that my most cherished child has brightened this oppressive atmosphere. Itachi, you have returned. How have your recent days at school been? At his father's inquiry, Uchiha Itachi unexpectedly turned his head away, feeling a wave of awkwardness. Unsure of how to respond, Uchiha Fugaku, perceptive as ever, sensed this change in demeanor. Father, a newly appointed elder wishes to see you. A newly appointed elder? Fugaku's brow furrowed at Itachi's words, as a flurry of thoughts regarding various individuals raced through his mind. It was peculiar. Given the current situation in Konoha, who could have risen to the position of elder at such a crucial juncture? Nevertheless, Uchiha Fugaku understood that Itachi never spoke frivolously. So, what exactly was the situation? To think that after so many years, Little Yu has ascended to the position of clan leader. Remarkable indeed. Little Yu? Upon hearing this unexpected remark and the shadow that loomed behind Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he had returned? Noticing Fugaku's stillness, the trusted subordinate beside him activated his Sharingan, charging toward Xiao Tian. Even the elders must show respect to the leader of the Uchiha clan. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku hastily intervened. No, do not act. Simultaneously, he rushed outside. There, he beheld the head of his subordinate, now rendered unconscious by a single strike from Xiao Tian, collapsing on the spot, were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest. Both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi might have believed that he had been swiftly eliminated by Xiao Tian. This, with one hand, he incapacitated the loyal aide of his father, who had activated the Sharingan. The newly appointed elder that Shursui spoke of possesses formidable strength. Xiao Tian cast a brief glance at Uchiha Fugaku before smiling and nodding. You seem quite spirited, little Fugaku. It has been a while. However, just as Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly bowed deeply to Xiao Tian, his entire body trembling. Master, you have finally returned. Chapter 19. The once mighty Fugaku has vanished teacher. Upon hearing the words spoken by his father, Uchiha Itachi found himself momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that this newly appointed young elder of Konoha would be his father's former mentor. Would this mean that the elder could assist the Uchiha clan in their time of dire need? Itachi, quickly fetch the finest tea. Understood, father. Responding to Uchiha Fugaku's insistence, Itachi hurriedly withdrew. Observing Fugaku's reaction, Xiao Tian could not help but shake his head. You are now a parent. It seems a bit inappropriate to continue addressing you as little Fugaku. Teacher, you jest. Before you, Fugaku shall forever remain a child. And you may call me as you wish. However, upon uttering these words, Uchiha Fugaku fell silent, his smile fading. From the moment they began speaking until now, he had felt as though everything unfolding before him was somewhat surreal. In the entirety of Konoha, there was but one person who truly regarded the Uchiha clan as kin and was willing to treat them with equality, besides the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It was this very man before him, his teacher, Xiao Tian. Now, as this figure returned unexpectedly during the Uchiha clan's gravest crisis, how could Fugaku not feel a surge of excitement and disbelief? Would this return ensure salvation for the Uchiha clan? You seem rather unwell. Has life been unsatisfactory of late? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku offered a wry smile and nodded, exhaling deeply. Even if Fugaku refrained from speaking, it would not be long before his teacher, now an elder, would come to know the truth. The Konoha of today, the various clans residing within it, had long since transformed from the time when his teacher departed. Xiao Tian could not deny this. It was the second time he had encountered such sentiments today. Subduing Danzo. Your weakness and insatiable ambition will obliterate the vital forces that uphold the peace of the Hokage. Internal strife within the Uchiha clan was intensifying, while other clans in Konoha persistently excluded them, and even the third Hokage was reluctant to stand up and vindicate their name. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku's expression grew increasingly grave. The situation for his disciples and the Uchiha clan within Konoha had become exceedingly precarious. Hearing the words of his former disciple, Xiao Tian merely nodded, his demeanor calm as he spoke. I am already aware of all this. However, Fugaku, I am more interested in your personal perspective on the matter. Xiao Tian yearned to understand what had become of his disciple in light of the weakening of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the growing malevolence of Danzo's ambitions, and the despondency of figures like Akimichi Choza. What had this disciple transformed into now? Do you still firmly hold on to the initial resolve to uphold Konoha, to preserve the will of fire, and for the sake of my teacher, Fugaku, even in death, holds no regrets? Uchiha Fugaku was acutely aware that his forthcoming response would represent a pivotal juncture in his life, one that could profoundly influence Xiao Tian's subsequent approach to the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, even so, Uchiha Fugaku had no intention of resorting to deceit to gain Xiao Tian's trust, for he understood one indisputable truth before his esteemed teacher. He could not employ any subtle scheming. The moment he uttered a falsehood, it would inevitably be detected. In essence, he had no choice but to speak candidly. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Fugaku exhaled a long, deep breath, and then, with a solemn expression, he spoke. Teacher, Konoha is no longer the Konoha of yore, and I am no longer the Fugaku of the past. I am not merely your disciple. I am also the leader of the Uchiha clan, and I must take responsibility for my entire lineage. This is my mission. Upon observing that Xiao Tian remained silent, Uchiha Fugaku hesitated briefly before summoning his courage to continue. However, should the current situation persist, it is likely that the Uchiha clan will face complete disintegration, potentially driving us to betray Konoha. At that juncture, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, I would have no choice but to lead my people. Chapter 20. As long as I, Xiao Tian, am present, the Uchiha clan shall not rebel. Rebellion? Xiao Tian spoke calmly, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. Witnessing this, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, the light in his eyes beginning to flicker wildly. Yet ultimately, he gritted his teeth, resolutely bowing down. Should the teacher choose to rescue the Uchiha clan, Fugaku would exert every effort to alleviate the internal strife. This, he vowed, was the utmost promise he could offer to his teacher. Indeed, he would strive to mend the discord. This was Uchiha Fugaku, now capable of making the grandest commitment to Xiao Tian. As for rebellion, when cornered with no avenue of escape, even the most righteous souls may succumb to despair and distortion. Was not Uchiha Madara a prime example? He had faith in Senju Hashirama, in his kin, yet what transpired thereafter? Those he trusted abandoned him, and his most cherished brother, Senju Hashirama, became his fiercest adversary, resulting in mutual devastation. Such is the fate of the strongest within the Uchiha belief. How could Uchiha Fugaku be any different? Well, you still have the courage to speak thus, which brings me solace, Xiao Tian remarked, nodding gently. Power is an intoxicating allure for all, yet the true path to survival lies in the ability to grasp it and relinquish it. This is the path a true warrior should tread. Fugaku, rise. Fugaku complied. Lifting his head slightly, the weight upon his brow had lessened somewhat, yet a shade of helplessness lingered. The concept of grasping and relinquishing may sound simple to articulate, but its execution is fraught with difficulty. It seems Fugaku still has much to learn from his teacher. However, now that the teacher has returned, The aspiration of the Uchiha clan to restore its former glory seems a distant dream. Xiao Tian did not dispute Fugaku's words, for they reflected reality. As long as he is present in Konoha, even if the Uchiha clan dared to rebel, they would not stir significant turbulence. For he is Xiao Tian, captain of the Second Hokage's Guard, a legendary hero of the Second Ninja War. Now, he stands as a master of the most profound water techniques, embodying a synthesis of perfect forbidden arts. As Xiao Tian conversed with Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi approached with a tray of tea. Observing this, Xiao Tian gently placed his hand on the boy's head. This gesture caused Uchiha Itachi's muscles to tense involuntarily. Even Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of concern for his most proud offspring. What are you so anxious about? Xiao Tian chuckled lightly at Fugaku's demeanor. He then withdrew his hand, taking a sip from his teacup. This child indeed possesses remarkable potential and could become a pillar for your Uchiha clan in the future. However, his shortcomings are also quite evident. His physical abilities are lacking to an excessive degree. Let him come to my residence tomorrow. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Tian placed the teacup back in front of Uchiha Itachi. Master, what do you mean? Is something amiss? I have some free time now and wish to impart knowledge to my young disciple. Do you have any objections? None. Absolutely none. Hearing that Xiao Tian intended to mentor his child, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly pulled Uchiha Itachi and bowed deeply to Xiao Tian. Itachi, do not delay in expressing your gratitude to your grandmaster. Itachi, thank your grandmaster. Chapter 21. As long as I, Xiao Tian, exist, no one from the Uchiha clan can be extinguished. Little Itachi, let us conclude for today. Tomorrow, you shall request a week's leave from the Ninja Academy, or even a semester if you so choose. This decision rests in your hands. Little Itachi, Master Ancestor, is this how you prefer to address your disciples? In a week's leave from the Ninja Academy? A semester, perhaps? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a brief moment. Under normal circumstances, the most prudent choice would be to take a week off. After all, the Ninja Academy is a requisite for any aspiring ninja eager to advance and hone their skills. However, the individual before him is his father's master, his ancestral teacher. If he were to impart his wisdom, the training would undoubtedly surpass that of the academy. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Itachi respectfully bowed deeply before Xiao Tian. Master Ancestor, Itachi understands. I shall request a semester's leave tomorrow. This young man. Observing Itachi's reaction, Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction. Fujimoto, you have raised an exceptional son. The praise from my master is truly commendable. Yet such excellence is a reflection of your lineage. Xiao Tian paid little heed to his flattery of Uchiha Fugaku. For one must possess a modicum of skill to attain the position of clan leader. Very well, let us leave it at that for now, little Itachi. You may return to rest. Fugaku, let us take a stroll outside. Indeed, Master Ancestor. Yes, Master. After a brief moment, Xiao Tian and Uchiha Fugaku made their way to the inner courtyard of the Uchiha clan. The green leaves, stirred by the night breeze, cascaded gently to the ground. Fugaku, I have a question for you. Who do you believe is the true mastermind targeting your Uchiha clan? This upon hearing Xiao Tian's sudden inquiry. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent. Who could it be? It is evident that it is the third Hokage, supported by Danzo. This is something any Uchiha can discern. Xiao Tian had already anticipated Fugaku's reaction. The third Hokage, is it? You wish to convey that while he has ordered you not to act, he has refrained from publicly acknowledging that it was his decree, and that Danzo obstructs you at every turn, rendering your clan nearly powerless within the village, correct? Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, yet remained mute. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were once part of the Second Hokage's Guard, and thus allies of Xiao Tian. To voice such sentiments directly might provoke unwarranted anger. He is no longer the straightforward Uchiha Fugaku of yore. He has learned to contemplate the implications of his words, weighing their advantages and disadvantages. Xiao Tian merely smiled at Fugaku's silence. Monsters are the progeny of monsters, and the roots of chaos invariably lie in the insatiable thirst for power and the distortions of human nature. Fugaku Uchiha. The true force seeking to bring ruin upon your clan is not Sarutobi, but rather Danzo. All the turmoil stems from that old man's machinations. What? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Fugaku Uchiha was momentarily shaken, yet he swiftly regained his composure and fell into deep contemplation. For if it were indeed that individual, the likelihood becomes alarmingly high. If reality aligns with what my mentor has stated, then the Uchiha clan is perilously close to catastrophe. Should it merely be Sarutobi Hiruzen, there would still exist a sliver of hope for the Uchiha to fight valiantly. However, if Danzo is instigating and Sarutobi is yielding, then with both forces combined, even the Uchiha, renowned as a clan of natural warriors, would inevitably face annihilation. Observing the growing pallor on Fugaku Uchiha's face, Xiao Tian, who had been walking ahead, suddenly halted and calmly uttered a statement. As long as I am here, Konoha shall not be besieged by external foes. With my presence, no one can extinguish the Uchiha clan. Chapter 22. Let the counterattack of the Uchiha clan begin, teacher. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku was engulfed in excitement, his body trembling slightly. This sentiment was reminiscent of a time long past when similar words had been uttered. Back then, Xiao Tian, despite his formidable strength, had been reluctant to undertake missions, often acting according to his own whims. In exasperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to resort to persistent persuasion, ultimately convincing him to lead a team. Uchiha Fugaku was one of the 3 students under Xiao Tian's tutelage at that time. Regrettably, on the battlefield, save for Uchiha Fugaku, the other 2 had perished in combat. When Xiao Tian rushed to the scene, he found Uchiha Fugaku gravely injured, yet chose not to abandon him. Instead, he charged into the encirclement, carrying Fugaku on his back, single-handedly confronting hundreds of enemy ninjas. At that moment, Xiao Tian had proclaimed, "As long as I am here, Konoha shall not fall to foreign invaders. As long as I am here, no one shall harm my students in my presence." That day, Xiao Tian single-handedly pursued 100 enemy ninjas, achieving the legendary status of a war hero, akin to Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama, an indomitable force in the realm of ninjas, known as Konoha Xiao Tian. On that fateful day, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan had experienced significant enhancement, laying the groundwork for his eventual ascent to the position of clan leader. However, the breakthrough of Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan was not solely attributed to the despair and sorrow stemming from the loss of his 2 comrades who had sacrificed themselves for his protection. More significantly, it was inspired by the selfless act of his teacher, who disregarded military orders and bravely infiltrated the enemy's ranks to rescue him, enabling Fugaku to exact vengeance. It can be said that without that day, there would be no Uchiha Fugaku, the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Bang! Teacher! Uchiha Fugaku suddenly knelt, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tian felt a surge of emotions. Had it not been for his unexpected journey to another world, where he healed his own sorrow, he might have remained in despair, following in his teacher's footsteps, delving deeply into the study of ninjutsu. After all, losing a student he had mentored for several years would be a heavy burden for anyone to bear. Fugaku rise. No, my teacher has treated me with unwavering kindness. Yet I place my family's interests above all else. I even allowed Shursui to bring Itachi before you, deliberately issuing orders to test her strength, regardless of who might come tonight. Uchiha Fugaku lamented, "I am unworthy of my teacher." Tears welled in Fugaku's eyes, cascading down as he lost count of how many years had passed since he last wept. Years spent avoiding facing his own innocent heart and the guilt he felt towards his teacher. Seeing this, Xiao Tian could not help but let out a deep sigh. Who claims that the Uchiha clan is an evil and dark lineage? In his view, the emotions within the Uchiha clan run deeper and are more sincere and profound than those of any other. Moments later, Xiao Tian observed that Uchiha Fugaku's emotions had stabilized somewhat. Once he returned to being the head of the Uchiha clan, Xiao Tian continued to speak. "Enough, Fugaku. The sorrowful past should remain etched in your bones and kept in your heart. Do not allow it to dictate any of your present decisions." "Yes, master, I understand," Fugaku replied. Xiao Tian then retrieved a letter from his pocket. "By the way, deliver this letter to Hinata Hizashi of the Hyuga clan. As for whether she accepts it or acts upon its contents, that is entirely up to her." Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku paused for a moment, but still accepted the envelope. "Master, is this an attempt to enlist the assistance of those Byakugan wolves for the Uchiha? Yet, could such a thing truly be possible? It is time for the Uchiha clan to prepare for their counterattack. I shall return and await your news. It is best to avoid running from household to household." A counterattack? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been troubled by the Hyuga clan, now harbored some suspicions, yet he dared not voice them. To this, Xiao Tian merely chuckled softly before employing the Flying Thunder God technique and vanishing from sight. "Fugaku, my stance towards the Uchiha clan remains unchanged, as steadfast as ever." Chapter 23. The Alliance of Two Great Families, Xiao Tian's plan in the stillness of the night. Within the confines of the room, Xiao Tian gazed at Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku, whose eyes were laden with wariness. A faint expression of helplessness crossed his face. Hadn't these two once shared a bond of camaraderie? Were it not for the presence of my master, I, Hinata Hizashi, would never deign to share the same space with a cowardly Uchiha stained with the blood of the fallen. If it were not for the master's insistence, I, Uchiha Fugaku, would certainly refuse to sit alongside the treacherous wolf of the Hyuga clan. Cough, cough, cough. I must interject, enough of this. I am still among the living. Do not disregard my presence. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's cough, both Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata Hizashi jolted in unison, instinctively silencing themselves. Their demeanor resembled that of children caught in wrongdoing. Observing this scene, Xiao Tian gently shook his head and turned his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. I ask you, Fugaku, do you still not comprehend that Hizashi has also been deceived by Danzo? Master, I. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head in shame. Indeed, his earlier emotions had been clouded by preconceived notions, swayed by personal biases. And you, Hizashi, having perused that letter, do you still perceive the Uchiha as malevolent? Or is it that you do not trust me? Was it not you who once stated that should Uchiha Fugaku perish in battle, the duty of guarding the front lines would fall to you, Hinata Hizashi? Am I mistaken in recalling that? Master, that was because. Hizashi began to speak, but fell silent, rendered speechless. The truth in Xiao Tian's words was undeniable. Hizashi, confront your own heart. Discern what is right and who is worthy of trust. Do you truly remain unaware? There are no others here. You need not continue this charade. Fugaku is a student personally trained by Xiao Tian, his sole remaining disciple. In contrast, Hinata Hizashi was saved by Xiao Tian during the Second Shinobi War, thereafter adopting a humble demeanor, closely following Xiao Tian to learn martial arts and the ways of recuperation. Moreover, one could argue that the Hyuga clan's continued existence, free from the suspicions of Konoha's higher-ups and their quiet rise in strength, owes much to the teachings of recuperation imparted by Xiao Tian. A towering tree invites the winds. Thus, it must learn to be temperate. In simpler terms, feigning ignorance is essential. If Konoha's leadership views a matter favorably, the Hyuga clan will wholeheartedly agree. Conversely, should they deem it unfavorable, the Hyuga clan will dissent. It is precisely this stance that has allowed the Hyuga clan to grow in strength while evading the scrutiny and targeting of Konoha's elite. For Konoha's leadership, the Hyuga clan stands as the most reliable ally, a steadfast shield for the village, unlike the Uchiha clan, which persistently seeks to restore its former glory, unceasingly vying for power within Konoha, driven by ambition. In an instant, the two individuals who had been at odds with one another fell into a profound silence. Observing the reactions of Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi, Xiao Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It seemed that his words still held some weight with these two young men. As for why he had gathered them today, it was undoubtedly to ensure that Danzo would be utterly disgraced within Konoha. I do not intend to engage in further pleasantries today. Fugaku, since you wish for me to save the Uchiha clan, you must attentively heed my plan. Hizashi, if you desire for the Hyuga clan to flourish for decades to come, pay close attention to every word I utter. After so many years, it is evidently impossible to expect these two disciples to unconditionally and wholeheartedly support him. As their teacher, Xiao Tian must present sufficiently compelling incentives to sway their hearts, offering them what they most fervently desire as leverage. Fortunately, he possesses all that they seek. Yes, master. Indeed. Teacher Xiao. Chapter 24. Sleepless Night. Under currents, the night was deep as Xiao Tian, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hizashi engaged in a time-absorbing discussion regarding their plan to eliminate Danzo. Ultimately, it concluded with Xiao Tian handing a farewell message to Hyuga Hizashi, intended for Oil Woman Shimi. As he watched the two figures gradually merge into the encroaching darkness, Xiao Tian felt no apprehension regarding the possibility of them being followed or assassinated. With their formidable prowess, the number of individuals capable of tracking them within the current confines of Konoha was exceedingly limited. As for the route, unless Danzo himself intervened, there was no way they could gain an advantage. It seemed that this time, the favor owed by Oil Woman Shimi would indeed be utilized. Crack. Just as Xiao Tian's words echoed, his right hand, which had stealthily reached behind him, swiftly crushed the throat of a lurking ninja. To think such scum would attempt to trail me? Danzo, have you truly grown senile, losing your wits as well? Meanwhile, as discussions concluded on Xiao Tian's side, in the darkest chamber of the route, a tense atmosphere prevailed. Is there still no way to infiltrate? Yes, my lord. The kneeling assassin before Danzo felt a cold sweat beat on his forehead upon hearing the inquiry. The Uchiha clan was now under full alert. Any suspicious figures encountered would be met with lethal force from its members. As for the Hyuga clan, their status was far too exalted, leaving us with no viable entry point. Regarding the Oil Woman clan, they had completely aligned themselves with the Hokage and established an agreement with us, thus further complicating our efforts. What about the situation with Xiao Tian? There has been no news. It seems, as you surmised, my lord, he has likely dealt with the matter himself. Before the assassin could finish his report, Danzo swiftly severed his head with a blade. Drip, drip. Blood cascaded from the blade, illuminating Danzo's face, twisted with irony and madness. The destruction of the Uchiha clan had become a foregone conclusion. The Hyuga clan would not act recklessly, and the Oil Woman clan was merely a minor family, insignificant in the grand scheme, especially since a significant portion of their strength resided within the umbu and root. With that thought, Danzo rose from the ground, flipping the blade before embedding it into the corpse's head. The crimson of his right eye appeared unervingly vivid in the darkness. Xiao Tian, oh Xiao Tian. Despite the passage of years, you remain oblivious to the allure and significance of power. You reject the position of Hokage, opting instead for the powerless role of an elder. If that is your choice, then once I have dealt with the Uchiha clan, next will be you, Xiao Tian. As Danzo's ominous declaration lingered in the air, the chamber fell silent once more. Yet, this was merely the calm before the storm. Bloodshed was imminent. 3 days later, within Konoha. Oh, my child. My dear child, it is that wretched fox spirit who has brought about your demise. Cursed fox demon, it is you who has brought ruin upon my family. And that wicked Uchiha. Had they intervened at that time, how could the 4th Hokage and Lady Kushina have met such a fate? How could the village possibly suffer such grievous losses? Calm down. Everyone, remain composed. In the streets, the post-war relief efforts are fervently underway, yet despite this, the villagers' animosity towards the fox demon continues to intensify. Furthermore, the members of the Uchiha clan, tasked with vigilance, have tirelessly patrolled day and night for the past 3 days. However, the inhabitants of Konoha bestow upon them nothing but scornful glares. It is evident that the news of the deaths of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki has spread like wildfire. In the eyes of the villagers, the Uchiha clan is no longer merely a family vying for power, but rather a band of cowardly souls, terrified for their lives and derelict in their duties. Uchiha Fugaku had long anticipated this sentiment, yet his expression remained remarkably serene. He even commanded all members of the Uchiha clan to maintain their composure and restraint. In contrast, he, as the clan leader, intends to provide all Uchiha members with a satisfactory resolution this very night. Chapter 25. A Night of Dark Winds and Murder. The plan commences at the residence of Xiao Tian. A swift figure, a ninja, suddenly infiltrated through the window, kneeling on one knee behind Xiao Tian. Bowing his head respectfully as he spoke, Lord Xiao Tian, the 3rd Hokage, has communicated your induction into the Elder Council throughout the village. Currently, the 3rd Hokage is... Izumi, do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because your face is concealed? Found out. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Izumi felt a twinge of embarrassment but dutifully continued. Since the message has been conveyed, I shall take my leave, Lord Xiao Tian. Wait a moment. What do you think you're doing? Before Izumi could turn to depart, Xiao Tian seized him effortlessly, positioning him beside himself. Tonight, you will remain by my side. Do you understand? But the 3rd Hokage? Do you truly believe Sarutobi can best me? Besides, if he ever dares to bully you, come to me. I shall teach him a lesson. Perhaps it's best to avoid such matters. Xiao Tian merely smiled at Izumi's reaction and turned his gaze toward the moon hanging high in the sky, gradually obscured by dark clouds. This night would undoubtedly be one of unrest, a night of dark winds and murder. Thus, having Uchiha Izumi by his side would ensure his absolute safety. After all, Izumi was the descendant of his former friend, Uchiha Kagami, and Xiao Tian felt a sense of responsibility to look after him. By the way, Lord Xiao Tian, are you also heading to the cemetery for the 4th Hokage's funeral? At this, Uchiha Izumi glanced at the young Naruto cradled in Xiao Tian's arms. Had it not been for Xiao Tian's intervention, this little one would likely be under the stringent surveillance of the umbu or root, living a life shrouded in darkness. After all, the fate of most Jinchuriki, barring a few, seldom ends well. Such is the destiny of a Jinchuriki. Do not fret for the little one. He is the child of a hero. This child will undoubtedly astonish everyone in Konoha in the future. Now, let us proceed to Minato's funeral. Understood, Lord Xiao Tian. Then we shall. With Xiao Tian's words, the two vanished from the room, reappearing outside the cemetery. Have we arrived? Uchiha Izumi gazed at the cemetery before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. The might of the man beside him seemed even more formidable than he had imagined, particularly with his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. How he yearned to learn it. At that moment, as Uchiha Izumi remained lost in thought over Xiao Tian's extraordinary technique, another member of the Uchiha clan suddenly materialized behind them. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shursui instinctively propelled his shuriken, ready to confront the intruder. Who dares to show such disrespect to an elder? Step forward. Yet, before his shuriken could be launched, it was abruptly halted between two fingers. Lord Xiao Tian, young Shursui, do not panic. This is one of our own. One of our own? Upon hearing Lord Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Shursui realized that the figure who had unexpectedly appeared behind them was indeed one of the trusted personal guards of their clan leader. This individual was an absolute confidant of the clan leader. How could he have suddenly materialized here? You are not. Ignoring Uchiha Shursui's astonishment, Uchiha Fugaku's trusted aide reported the current situation to Lord Xiao Tian with an expression of indifference, his eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. My lord, the clan leader has arrived at the designated location as planned. We now await your next command. Are the two of them prepared? Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Xiao Tian's face. Simultaneously, the pale blue chakra within him began to emanate a formidable aura, radiating outward. In that case, let us commence their actions. Yes, my lord. The previously skeptical ninja now gazed at Xiao Tian with eyes aglow with intense admiration. The clan leader had not deceived them. This Lord Xiao Tian's power was indeed formidable. With such a powerful ally, the Uchiha clan had no reason to fear being targeted. The Uchiha clan had every hope of restoring its former glory. Chapter 26. Should you harbor intentions of murder against me, then prepare for your demise. As Xiao Tian unleashed his chakra, outside the headquarters of the Root organization, a multitude of crimson eyes converged upon the man at the forefront. The leader signaled, everyone, heed my command. First team, second team, proceed along the predetermined route. The rest, follow me. I, esteemed clan leader. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's orders, the members of the Uchiha clan participating in this operation felt an overwhelming surge of tension and battle fervor in their scarlet eyes. This conflict determined the very survival of their clan. Therefore, they could only succeed. Failure was not an option. Simultaneously, as Uchiha Fugaku led his clan into action, Hinata Hizashi, accompanied by Yamanaka Shurtake, also took decisive measures. Everyone act. Remember, we must not allow any member of the Root to escape this place. We must eradicate the Roots to prevent any resurgence. Understood, clan leader. Although the Hinata clan currently appeared to be basking in glory, with no genuine external foes, internal threats loomed ominously. This was something Hizashi, as the clan leader, was acutely aware of. Thus, he brought all his trusted confidants along, aiming to satisfy Xiao Tian and thoroughly eliminate the Root organization. Everything was for the sake of ensuring the Hinata clan's continued prosperity for decades to come. As the leader of the Hinata family, he bore the responsibility for its future. While the Uchiha and Hinata clans, alongside the Yamanaka clan, commenced their assault on the Root, Xiao Tian, accompanied by Uchiha Shursui and young Naruto, made his way to the cemetery to attend the funeral of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. However, is that not the accursed fox spirit? Damn it, do not restrain me. I must go and slay it. If it were not for him, my child would still be alive. Indeed, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. In response to this, Uchiha Shursui instinctively drew closer to Xiao Tian, and Naruto shrank back. In stark contrast to the two, Xiao Tian, cradling Naruto, maintained an unusual calmness, his gaze fixating on an individual in the cemetery. This person, with one eye and an arm wrapped in bandages, was currently speaking to him. I knew you would bring the Jinchuriki. So I have already made public the fact that the Nine-Tails is sealed within that little one. At this pivotal moment, as all were engulfed in hatred, Danzo's revelation of the Nine-Tails seal within Naruto undoubtedly shifted the weight of animosity onto him. As for Xiao Tian, given his disposition, having accepted the Jinchuriki, he would never abandon it midway. Indeed, he might even provoke discord with the entire village for the sake of one Jinchuriki. Xiao Tian would undoubtedly never betray his village. However, He possesses the cunning ability to fabricate the illusion of treachery. As long as the villagers perceive Xiao Tian as a traitor, their endeavors will become significantly easier to execute. Xiao Tian, you are still too inexperienced to challenge me. Power, after all, is replete with wonders beyond your imagination. Inexperienced? Heh. Let us await the unfolding of events together. Observing Danzo's triumphant expression, Xiao Tian merely chuckled softly, and with a mere blink, accompanied by Uchiha Shui and young Naruto, he materialized before Danzo. You! Xiao Tian suddenly charged forth, causing Danzo to stiffen in place, an overwhelming discomfort washing over him. What do you intend to do? The Hokage, the elders, and the villagers are all present. Do not act recklessly. Standing less than a meter away from Xiao Tian, Danzo felt a genuine sense of panic. He feared that this individual before him might disregard all consequences and strike him down. Should that occur, the situation would undoubtedly transform into something entirely different. After all, even if he successfully redirected the villagers' animosity toward Xiao Tian, if the latter were to perish, he would never ascend to the position of Hokage. What then would be the significance of it all? Yet, just as beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Danzo's back, Xiao Tian leaned slightly forward, whispering calmly in his ear. No one can take this child from my grasp. This is my promise to Minato. As for you, having crossed my bottom line and harbored intentions of murder against me, today, prepare for your annihilation. The god of death, Xiao Tian, always fulfills his words. Chapter 27. Sarutobi, leave the ensuing matters to me. Gurgle, gurgle, you rascal. Xiao Tian's sudden proclamation left Danzo feeling inexplicably uneasy. However, amidst their standoff, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. This evening marks the funeral of Minato and Kushina. You two ought to restrain yourselves. Even if you choose to disregard my authority as Hokage, at least show some respect for the deceased. Danzo, harboring 1,000 grievances against the mediator Sarutobi, let out a cold snort and turned his head away. Heh. I have no issue here. I only fear that certain individuals may deliberately stir trouble. Observing that Danzo had finally quieted down, Sarutobi turned his gaze toward Xiao Tian. He believed that as long as Danzo refrained from causing further disruptions, Xiao Tian would not strike at his dignity. Hopefully, with measured steps. Xiao Tian cradled little Naruto and advanced a few paces, under the watchful eyes of Sarutobi and Danzo. Uchiha Shui, not forgetting Xiao Tian's prior instructions, promptly followed suit. Stay close to me. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Sarutobi inquired, puzzled. The funeral is about to commence. What is his intention? Clearing his throat, Xiao Tian spoke up with clarity. Ahem, I am Xiao Tian, a newly appointed elder of the Elder Council. I believe some of you may remember me, while others might have forgotten my existence. However, I stand before you today to declare to all of Konoha that this little one shall henceforth be my disciple, and he will be under my absolute protection. No one shall harm him. Hee. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's declaration, Danzo, who had initially been concerned, now wore a cold smirk. Xiao Tian, oh Xiao Tian, you truly have a penchant for humor. At such a critical moment, you dare to publicly proclaim your guardianship over the Jinchuriki. From this day forth, even if you are an elder of the council, you will be met with universal disdain. If I stoke the flames further, you, elder, must pay with your life. In contrast to Danzo's mocking demeanor, a flicker of intrigue passed through Sarutobi's eyes. Though Xiao Tian's actions were often impulsive, they were not without depth, recklessness intertwined with strategy. In essence, the current statement might conceal ulterior motives. For instance, the words he had dropped at the conclusion of the Hokage meeting. Ambitious wolves, relentless until death. Sarutobi, you truly are becoming increasingly feeble. Meanwhile, on the other side, the villagers attending the funeral erupted in fury. What? You dare to protect that fox demon, you wretched elder? Indeed. Even the elders have no justification to shield the fox demon. A person like you is utterly unworthy of being a ninja, let alone an elder. Together, the crowd shouted. Xiao Tian, come down. Yes, come down. In response to this uproar, Xiao Tian merely cast a cold glance, seemingly indifferent, as the villagers of Konoha continued their fervent cries. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain his composure and stepped forward to whisper to Xiao Tian, what are you attempting to do? If this turmoil continues, the funeral of Minato and Kushina may well become a farce. Indeed, you, scoundrel, do not continue this madness. As Sarutobi began to speak, Danzo interjected with a sharp rebuke, unwilling to miss any opportunity to undermine Xiao Tian. To this, Xiao Tian merely responded with a cold smile. He discerned that Sarutobi's inquiry was not an attempt to thwart him, but rather an acknowledgement of his actions. Ah, Sarutobi. Although age has rendered you overly cautious and weakened your resolve, at least your vision remains unclouded. Allow me to handle the matters here from this point onward. Chapter 28. He is not a fox demon. He is the heir of a hero, Xiao Tian. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet ultimately chose silence. Observing this, Danzo crossed his arms and coldly watched the unfolding drama. Xiao Tian, I am curious to see how you plan to alter the current predicament. Am I unworthy? How amusing indeed. Tell me, do you ignorant fools believe you deserve to remain here? At that moment, as Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo were left in uncertainty about Xiao Tian's intentions, his tone suddenly turned frigid. Even without the release of chakra, his presence enveloped the villagers below, plunging them into an icy abyss. This abrupt shift left the villagers stunned, unable to fathom that this newly appointed elder would dare to act so recklessly against them. After subduing them, Xiao Tian abruptly raised the small Naruto in his arms and proclaimed once more, "This child is not the offspring of a fox demon. He is the child of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Izumaki. This child is the heir of a hero. Disdaining the heir of a hero and insulting the will of the deceased, what right do you have to remain here? What right do you have to point fingers?" Boom. Xiao Tian's words echoed like crashing waves, stirring a profound reaction among the crowd. What? That child is indeed the offspring of the fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina. This cannot be true. Surely this newly appointed elder is fabricating such claims to elevate himself. Well, that is indeed a possibility. However, it seems that Lady Kushina was truly giving birth when the fourth Hokage engaged in battle. Could he be speaking the truth? In that moment, the villagers who had just moments ago demanded Xiao Tian to leave were now engulfed in confusion. Witnessing the scene before him, Xiao Tian let out a cold laugh and added, "At that time, your third Hokage was also present. If you do not believe my words, listen to what he has to say." Casually dropping this statement, Xiao Tian turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, it is your turn." Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. The Jinchuriki, a vital strategic asset for every ninja village, was theoretically meant to be kept under strict secrecy. Moreover, should Naruto's identity be revealed, it would undoubtedly attract the wrath of those who bore animosity towards Minato. Such exposure would be detrimental to Naruto's growth. Xiao Tian, are you truly intending to reveal the identity of the Jinchuriki to the public? What on earth are you doing? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could voice his concerns, Danzo interjected angrily. What nonsense! If the identity of the Jinchuriki becomes common knowledge, how will I continue to utilize him for my own purposes? The recently born Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails is undoubtedly a formidable asset for achieving great accomplishments. He possesses the means to cultivate him into the most cold-blooded and terrifying weapon imaginable. Therefore, it is imperative that he halts Xiao Tian's actions. Yet, just as Dan's finished speaking, Xiao Tian interjected with an icy remark. The pale blue chakra within him began to emanate gently outward. "Dans, if you truly wish to provoke me into eliminating you here and now, feel free to continue your tirade." Faced with Xiao Tian's warning, even Dans felt a twinge of trepidation. This madman dares to make an attempt on my life in front of everyone. However, upon reflecting on Xiao Tian's recent actions, Dans resigned himself to the situation. A person who would casually exert pressure on villagers is indeed capable of attacking him openly in front of all. After subduing Dans, Xiao Tian turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "You need only to reveal the truth to everyone. As for this boy's safety, you can entrust that to me. Do not forget what I was known as in the ninja world, the god of death." Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi understood that he had no other options left. Moreover, disclosing the truth now seemed to pose no issues. He had sought to conceal Naruto's identity to keep the Nine-Tails in Konoha and prevent the enemies of Minato from seeking revenge. However, with Xiao Tian's return, all these problems were effortlessly resolved. With Xiao Tian here to protect Naruto, what else was there to worry about? Very well, I shall speak. Chapter 29. The Return of Sarutobi. The truth revealed. Behold, the third Hokage has emerged. At last, the truth shall come to light. Just watch. How could that fox demon possibly be the child of the fourth Hokage and Kushina? Surely it is that new elder who is concocting this farce. As Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forth, the villagers of Konoha began to murmur once more. To this, Sarutobi merely cleared his throat and, with a sense of resignation, stated, Elder Xiao is not mistaken. That child is indeed the offspring of the fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. Instantly, the matter was laid bare, leading the villagers to fall into stunned silence. Xiao Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction at this scene. Everything was within his control. However, this revelation left Danzo fuming with rage. You fool. Sarutobi, have you truly revealed the identity of the Jinchuriki to the public? Do you understand the calamity this will bring upon Konoha? You will be remembered as a historical villain. It was evident that Danzo, unable to confront Xiao Tian, redirected his ire towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, for the first time, Sarutobi did not retreat as he had in the past. Instead, he coldly rebuked Danzo. This left Danzo perplexed, momentarily at a loss. What has come over this old man? Why has he suddenly grown so resolute? In truth, not only Danzo, but even Xiao Tian was taken aback. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse the Sarutobi Hiruzen of yore, the one who had shed blood for Konoha through mastery of all forms of ninjutsu and summoning techniques. Though it lasted but an instant, it was sufficient. For if Sarutobi were to openly support him, Xiao Tian's plans could proceed with greater speed. That old man, Danzo, who had always held the upper hand over Sarutobi, now found his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He began to realize that the tides had shifted. Leave. We must depart swiftly. Otherwise, I may very well meet my end here today. However, just as Danzo contemplated his escape, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and Aburame Shibi suddenly appeared. Though they merely stood silently, Danzo felt an overwhelming sense of being encircled. Damn it, do these fools intend to? The thought struck him, causing his expression to darken as he turned to flee. Remaining here would yield him no advantage. Just as he took a step forward, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly blocked his path. Danzo, the funeral has yet to conclude. Where do you think you are going? My body feels unwell. I must take my leave. Before the conclusion of the funeral, none may depart prematurely, including Danzo. The last two words uttered by Sarutobi Hiruzen were enunciated with deliberate gravity, laden with a palpable threat. The implication was crystal clear. Should Danzo attempt to leave forcefully, he would undoubtedly intervene to prevent it. This realization caused Danzo's expression to darken significantly. He understood all too well that the reason Sarutobi had consistently yielded to him over the years was due to his advancing age and the waning of his former vigor, a reluctance to engage in further conflict. Otherwise, Danzo would never have dared to maintain such dominance over the Hokage. Yet now, the opponent exhibited an unexpected firmness. With measured steps, Xiao Tian paid little heed to Danzo's thoughts, simply advancing 2 paces forward. For no matter how the other party acted today, it could not alter the predetermined outcome that had been arranged well in advance. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is now revealed. Do you still believe I am merely engaging in theatrics? Or is there anything further you wish to articulate? Chapter 30. Words that pierce the heart. Mastering the situation as we listened to Xiao Tian's series of probing questions, the expressions of the villagers from Konoha below were exceedingly grim. Observing this, a cold smile unfurled across Xiao Tian's face. Do you comprehend the anguish that resided in Minato and Kushina's hearts when they sealed the Nine-Tails within this innocent child? He is but a newborn, yet he must endure suffering far beyond his tender years. What do you think motivates his actions? It is none other than to save Konoha. To protect you ungrateful wretches. At this juncture, the pale blue chakra within Xiao Tian erupted, unleashing a formidable aura that swept through the vicinity. In that moment, aside from Uchiha Shursui and Naruto, everyone around him was forcefully pushed back by his overwhelming presence. This is the prowess of the Konoha god of death. Xiao Tian, an authority not to be questioned. Begone. All of you get out. You, the treacherous wolves, are unworthy to call yourselves citizens of Konoha. You lack the right to stand in the presence of a hero. The title of 4th Hokage is beyond your reach. You are not entitled to judge those who have risen above. Xiao Tian's words compelled the already shame-ridden villagers of Konoha to bow their heads in humility. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other high-ranking officials from Konoha were profoundly shaken by his statements. They were acutely aware that, while Xiao Tian's rhetoric might have been extreme, it bore an undeniable truth. Those still living indeed owed an immense debt to the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, and they felt a deep sense of guilt towards their son, Naruto. In an instant, the atmosphere within the graveyard grew unbearably heavy. However, Xiao Tian had no intention of allowing this somber mood to linger. After rallying the emotions of the crowd, it was imperative to elevate their fervor further, otherwise, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. With this thought in mind, Xiao Tian cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku below. Recognizing the cue, Fugaku wasted no time and knelt on one knee. The Uchiha clan, burdened by guilt towards the legacy of the hero, now sought to atone before the deceased hero and their heir. As Fugaku's voice resonated, all members of the Uchiha clan present followed suit, kneeling in unison. Damn the Uchiha clan! Witnessing this scene, Danzo, blocked by Hiruzen, found his countenance darkening further. Little did he know that this was not the end, but merely the beginning. The Hyuga clan, burdened with the shame of the hero's descendants. The Aburame clan, similarly weighed down by the legacy of the hero's progeny. As Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha clan in repentance, the Hyuga and Aburame clans, under the guidance of Hinata Hayashi and Aburame Shibi, knelt on one knee. Witnessing the three prominent clans bow in submission, the other villagers of Konoha could no longer remain standing, and they followed suit, kneeling in unison. We are unworthy of the heroes, unworthy of the hero's descendants. At that moment, Danzo's expression froze in disbelief. For as those individuals knelt, Xiao Tian turned his gaze towards him, a mocking smile gracing his features. This is bad. This fellow is about to make his move against me. Yet, even though Danzo had discerned Xiao Tian's impending intentions, it was too late to intervene. For this was the tide of destiny. Chapter 31, Public Accusation. He is the culprit, ladies and gentlemen. Having come to a profound understanding of your transgressions and subsequently engaged in sincere repentance, I firmly believe that the late heroes, the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki, along with their legacy, would choose to forgive you. However, upon hearing the first half of Xiao Tian's statement, the villagers kneeling on one knee felt a sense of relief. Yet, the latter half of his declaration tightened the hearts of all present, leaving them in a state of confusion. What is this newly appointed elder attempting to accomplish? The mastermind who has blinded us, sought to fracture Konoha, and instigated chaos leading to the demise of the Hokage cannot, under any circumstances, be forgiven. A sinner must face judgment. Oh no. As Xiao Tian spoke these words, Danzo's chakra was already primed to erupt, ready to ambush Xiao Tian with preemptive force. Although such an action would leave him struggling to justify his motives to the others and would require him to bow his head to Sarutobi for an extended period, he deemed this cost acceptable when weighed against the catastrophic outcome of complete disgrace and the irrevocable loss of the Hokage title. Yet, just as Danzo formulated this thought, the heads of the three major clans, who had been kneeling, rose simultaneously. Their chakra surged, clearly signaling their stance and intentions. The moment Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hisashi, and Aburame Shibi stood, Danzo's forehead throbbed with veins as he turned to glare at Xiao Tian. The shuriken he had concealed within his sleeve, poised for action should the situation turn dire, was now a choice he was compelled to abandon. After all, in a one-on-one confrontation, even if the odds of success were slim, there remained a glimmer of possibility. However, now with Xiao Tian, the two strongest clans of Konoha, and the leader of the Aburame clan standing alongside him, not to mention the ever-ambiguous Sarutobi Hiruzen potentially siding with Xiao Tian, the odds had shifted to 5 against 1. Such a battle would be unwinnable for him. This scoundrel, what extensive preparations has he made to undermine me this evening? He is merely a relic of the past. How could he wield such formidable influence? Unperturbed by Danzo's actions, Xiao Tian had no need to concern himself with them. In the next moment, he turned and pointed directly at Danzo. The true culprit is none other than him. Root, Danzo. Xiao Tian you. Witnessing Xiao Tian openly confront Danzo in front of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite having harbored suspicions, found himself in a quandary upon witnessing it firsthand. He weighed the pros and cons of the situation. This is a contest between the root leader and the elders of the council. As the Hokage, if he intervenes to assist one side, the opposing faction will undoubtedly face utter defeat after today. After all, fracturing Konoha and inciting chaos that leads to the demise of the Hokage are accusations that would irreparably tarnish one's reputation. Under normal circumstances, he should assume the role of a mediator. However, one of the parties involved is none other than Xiao Tian. This individual is utterly unpredictable, coupled with an immensely formidable strength. He cannot prevent this contest. At best, he can only clean up the aftermath for both parties. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Yet, a notion began to form in his mind. What if Xiao Tian were to replace Danzo as the leader of Root? What would the situation in Konoha become? Absurd. In response to Xiao Tian's remarks, Danzo waved his hand and coldly dismissed them. What a joke. To think he would confess. Such a thing is utterly impossible. Chapter 32. Danzo's trepidation. Crimes exposed in succession, Regarding Danzo's current reaction, Xiao Tian had evidently anticipated it, thus preparing his countermeasures. In the next moment, Xiao Tian smirked. Nonsense? Danzo, do you genuinely believe that the deeds you have committed are flawless? What exactly are you trying to convey? Observing the smile on Xiao Tian's face, an inexplicable sense of panic enveloped Danzo. Could it be that this fellow had truly uncovered something? Danzo, you have inscribed cursed seals upon the root members, compelling them to commit heinous acts of murder. Can you dare to deny this? The cursed seals still linger upon them. You. How could I be unaware of such matters? Danzo, oblivious to how Xiao Tian had come to know this, knew that his only recourse was to refute every word spoken. Yet, how could Xiao Tian allow him such a luxury? What? Are you still unwilling to admit it? If that is the case, allow me to unveil your transgressions against Konoha to the world today. Danzo, you colluded with Hanzo of the Salamander to eliminate your comrades. Can you claim that this is untrue? You caused the demise of your own ally, Uchiha Kagami, extracting his eyes to affix them to yourself. Then concealing the truth with bandages, can you assert that this is false? To balance the power within you and mitigate the overwhelming influence of the Sharingan. You even colluded with Orochimaru to have him implant the first Hokage's cells into your arm. Can you deny this? Upon hearing that Xiao Tian was indeed aware of all his past deeds, Danzo faltered, his composure slipping away. This man had vanished for so many years. Could it be that he had been in pursuit of these truths? But that did not make sense. If that were the case, as long as he remained in Konoha, he need not have acted against Uchiha Kagami, nor could he have possibly grasped the significance of the root as a vital force within Konoha. After all, in the eyes of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Xiao Tian was unquestionably more suited to lead the root. A multitude of questions raced through Danzo's mind, and he began to contemplate a means of escape. There was no chance he would sit idly by and await his demise. Noticing Danzo's silence, Xiao Tian was not inclined to grant him any respite, striding purposefully towards him. Why the silence? I merely disdain to engage in a debate with someone like you. I am the leader of the root. How could I stoop to such actions? Oh? Then do you dare to remove the bandages from your eyes and hands? You. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's demand, Danzo's countenance instantly soured, his entire being stiffening. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes, and he vanished from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already brushed past Danzo and stood behind him. In Xiao Tian's hand, a bandage had unexpectedly materialized. This place bore the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique, which he had previously inscribed. As the bandage was snatched away, Danzo's crimson Sharingan, long concealed, was finally exposed to everyone's gaze. Danzo, do you have anything to say now? Xiao Tian remained turned away, his back to Danzo, his face adorned with a cold, mocking expression. Danzo clenched his teeth tightly, attempting to shield his Sharingan with his hand. Yet, at that very moment, Uchiha Shursui flashed past him, taking with him the bandage wrapped around his arm. That Uchiha brat. Danzo seethed with rage upon realizing that his arm, implanted with Hashirama Senju's cells, had been exposed due to Uchiha's interference. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he drew a shuakin from his sleeve and advanced menacingly toward Uchiha Shursui. Disrespecting your superiors, insolent brat, you shall pay for this. However, just as Danzo's attack was about to land on Shursui, a figure suddenly appeared before him. You killed Uchiha Kagami, and now you wish to harm his descendants? Step aside. Chapter 33. A cornered dog barks. Danzo takes action with a sudden gasp. Cough, cough. You rascal. Danzo's eyes widened in alarm. Fixated on the figure of Xiao Tian before him, his gaze rife with fear and resentment. He was utterly oblivious to the moment when his opponent had appeared at his side and sent him flying with a single kick. Danzo was certain that Xiao Tian's speed now surpassed the terrifying velocity he had possessed when he first departed. In fact, it might even have eclipsed that of the legendary Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. What Danzo failed to comprehend was that, at the instant the bandages were stripped from him, numerous marks of the Flying Thunder God technique had been inscribed upon his body. Thus, for Xiao Tian, as long as he so desired, he could instantaneously appear beside Danzo at any moment. It could be stated without hesitation that from the moment he left his marks on Danzo, the latter's demise had already been sealed. With measured steps, Xiao Tian paid no heed to the intense resentment emanating from Danzo. Instead, he turned to face Uchiha Shursui, gently ruffling his hair. No doubt, you are indeed the descendant of Kagami. You performed admirably just now. From this point forward, you shall accompany me. But I. Uchiha Shirsue's heart swelled with gratitude, yet the weight of his role in the Umbu, under the purview of the Hokage, compelled him to decline. However, in the next moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke in a grave tone. Shirsue, you shall follow Xiao Tian from now on. Yes, Lord Hokage. Shirsue responded, unwavering. Sarutobi offered no further comment. His gaze now fixated on the disheveled figure of Danzo before him. Kagami, was it truly you who orchestrated this? Answer me, Danzo. Sarutobi pressed, his voice heavy with urgency. Yet Danzo remained silent, his eyes flickering with defiance, seemingly reluctant to surrender. Witnessing this, Xiao Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Taking Shirsue's hand in one of his own while cradling young Naruto in the other, advancing toward Danzo step by step. Do you truly believe that remaining silent will absolve you of your transgressions? Danzo, you schemed against the Uchiha clan, inciting discord between them and the villagers. When the Nine-Tails broke free from its seal, you urged the third Hokage to command the Uchiha to refrain from battle, further exacerbating the rift between them and Konoha. The third Hokage stands before you. Dare you deny your actions? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the villagers of Konoha turned their gazes toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, who could only nod in silent acknowledgement, unable to feign denial. This prompted a hushed murmur among the crowd below. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku's body began to tremble violently as he observed the unfolding scene. His own teachers had not deceived him. At this moment, the Uchiha clan was finally vindicated. Danzo, speak. Was it you who allowed the Nine-Tails to break free from its seal? What? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's accusation, which implicated him in the Nine-Tails' escape, Danzo's expression darkened instantly. The animosity harbored by the villagers towards the Nine-Tails far exceeded any other atrocities he had committed. In essence, this individual before him was indeed ready to condemn himself as an eternal villain, rendering himself irredeemable. You speak nonsense. You speak nonsense. Whoosh. No sooner had Danzo's words left his lips than Xiao Tian charged at him once more. Simultaneously, he began to weave hand signs. The newly appointed elder, Xiao Tian, spouted drivel and attempted to sow discord within Konoha. I, Danzo, shall bring you to justice immediately. For the honor of Konoha's higher echelons. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Danzo. Witnessing Danzo's intent to strike at Xiao Tian with lethal precision, targeting multiple vital points, Sarutobi Hiruzen was incensed. However, Xiao Tian merely smiled faintly. Sarutobi, have you forgotten the outcome of the battle between me and this young man? Chapter 34. Before me, you cannot even form a seal boom. The resounding explosion reverberated at that moment, as dust engulfed Xiao Tian, Uchiha Shirsue, and Naruto, consuming them entirely. However, below, Uchiha Fugaku and his companions, alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed upon the scene with cold indifference. Observing this, Danzo seemed to realize something. The chakra within him began to circulate in a peculiar manner. Yet, before Danzo could successfully execute his technique, Xiao Tian reappeared behind him, accompanied by a mocking laugh. Oh, do you wish to activate the Sharingan to attack me? Danzo, you truly are aging, your mind failing you. You. Bang. Danzo was once again kicked away by Xiao Tian, tumbling through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground not far off. Xiao Tian approached him silently. The 666th battle, Xiao Tian emerged victorious. You intend to use the power of the mirror against me? Do not forget, I am more aware of the relationship between myself and the mirror, as well as its capabilities, than anyone else. Before me, should I so choose, you will not even have the time to form the seals. Damn it. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Danzo finally relinquished the idea of attacking him, for the disparity between them was insurmountable. However, if he could successfully return to the root headquarters, he would possess leverage against everyone. At that point, he could claim that the Sharingan he bore was entrusted to him by Uchiha Kagami before his demise. As for the Senju Hashirama cells, he could easily concoct a justification for that as well. After all, as long as he could firmly grasp the formidable power of root in his hands, he could threaten Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sealing order. The allure of power is indeed exquisite. Attack. Swish, swish, swish. With Danzo's furious command, 3 root members, previously positioned here, suddenly erupted from the shadows. Protect the Lord. However, as soon as these 3 root members emerged, Hinata Hizashi and Yamanaka Inoichi charged forward simultaneously. You think you can escape? Witnessing this, Danzo's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Given the current situation, it seemed exceedingly difficult for him to retreat to the root headquarters unless he could first capture a hostage. With this thought, Danzo spotted Uchiha Shursui, who was at a distance from Xiao Tian. How dare this little wretch from the Uchiha clan thwart my plans? I shall obliterate you. Yet, before Danzo could rush forth, a figure that had been observing the scene for quite some time suddenly positioned itself before Uchiha Shursui. Obliterate? Danzo, do you believe you are worthy? What was that voice? Upon encountering the figure obstructing his path, Danzo's eyes revealed a glimmer of madness. The individual was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. Upon witnessing Uchiha Fugaku suddenly standing before him, Uchiha Shursui's expression flickered with excitement. Nevertheless, even with the clan leader of the Uchiha standing in his way, Danzo was resolute in his intention to capture Uchiha Shursui today. For this time, failure was not an option. I have stated that as long as I wish it, you shall not even have the chance to strike. Just as Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku were about to clash, Xiao Tian's figure abruptly appeared in front of Danzo, his right hand pressing against Danzo's abdomen. Reverse 4-symbol seal. Danzo could scarcely fathom that even this final opportunity had been stripped from him. After successfully executing the sealing technique, Xiao Tian pivoted and delivered another kick, sending Danzo flying once more. Get lost. Hinata Hizashi and Yamanaka Shimi, those accomplices behind the chaos of the Nine-Tails, are utterly despicable. Show no mercy, strike to kill. Xiao Tian harbored no intention of showing leniency towards Danzo's henchmen. With a roar, upon hearing Xiao Tian's command, Hinata Hizashi and Yamanaka Shimi swiftly subdued the 3 root ninjas. Witnessing this scene before him, Danzo, who had just regained his footing, staggered and collapsed to the ground. The light in his eyes dimmed to an abyssal gloom. He understood it was over for him, utterly and irrevocably. Chapter 35. The scorn of thousands and the fall of Danzo seated on the ground like a lost dog. Danzo garnered no interest from Xiao Tian, who silently turned to approach Uchiha Shursui. The villagers, initially caught off guard by their swift actions, had begun to voice their condemnation of Danzo. A robust vitality permeated the air. Was this truly the essence of the first Hokage's cells, as Elder Xiao had claimed? Look, that singular eye, indeed, it resembles the eyes of Uchiha Kagami. It appears that Elder Xiao's assertions were not mere fabrications. This wretched creature had betrayed his comrades for his own selfish desires. Furthermore, the Nine-Tails breach of its seal was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. Kill him! Kill him! In that moment, a cacophony of curses erupted as villagers hurled eggs, vegetable scraps, and stones towards Danzo. In response, Danzo refrained from defending himself. Fully aware that his arguments would fall on deaf ears, he was irrevocably implicated in the calamity of the Nine-Tails escape. His fate was sealed. Today marked the end for Danzo. As the villagers continued their tirade against him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, approached slowly. Danzo, why? Why would you resort to such actions? Hiruzen could hardly fathom that Danzo would go to such lengths for power and influence. However, upon hearing Hiruzen's inquiry, Danzo, whose eyes had previously lost all luster, suddenly lifted his head and laughed maniacally. Why? Hiruzen, you dare ask why? Haha, you are far too weak. If I were in your position, if I were to become the Hokage of Konoha, I would surpass you in every way. Only I, Danzo, am worthy of the title of Hokage. Understanding Danzo's words, Hiruzen realized that no amount of persuasion would sway him back to reason. Xiao Tian, let me handle this. I shall ensure he receives the punishment he deserves. Hearing this, Xiao Tian furrowed his brow, for he recognized that Hiruzen was still reluctant to eliminate Danzo decisively. Hiruzen, have you not learned from this experience? Individuals like Danzo, who will stop at nothing for their own gain, are not worth sparing. Yet, he was once our comrade. Seeing that Hiruzen truly had no intention of erasing him from existence, the now deranged Danzo erupted in fury. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian, did you expect otherwise? This is the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a feeble and incompetent fool. And do not think that by sealing away my powers and confining me, you have secured victory. In my grasp lies the very essence of the root. It will not be long before they embark on their destined path. And you shall come to know what true darkness and despair entail. Danzo, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had initially contemplated sparing his life, was instantly consumed by rage, wishing nothing more than to strike him down with a single blow. Konoha has recently endured the calamity of the Nine-Tails and is in dire need of recuperation. Yet this wretched individual seeks to plunge Konoha back into chaos. What a despicable scoundrel. However, this time, Sarutobi's hand was stayed by Xiao Tian, leaving him perplexed. Hadn't Xiao Tian just sought to eliminate this traitor of Konoha? Why now intervene to halt his actions? In response to the confusion etched on Sarutobi's face, Xiao Tian merely offered a mysterious smile before turning his gaze toward a certain direction, given his unwavering confidence in his subordinates. Let us await together the unfolding of the events at the root and discern what fate ultimately awaits them. Chapter 36, A Chaotic Fist. Evil receives its due, this fellow. Upon hearing the words spoken by Xiao Tian, Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily froze, uncertain of what he had done to provoke such a response. Particularly, Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Xiao Tian. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous premonition hanging in the air. Whoosh! Just then, a Kimichi Chozo rushed in from afar, casting a disdainful glance at Danzo before addressing Xiao Tian in a solemn tone. Brother Tian, the traitor Danzo from Konoha has been apprehended along with his entire base by the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Yamanaka clan. They are now in custody, awaiting your command. Although Chozo was reluctant to involve his clan in the internal strife of Konoha, he was resolute in standing up for this individual. For the sake of his brother Tian, for the shared ideals they once vowed to uphold, Chozo would risk his life without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Tian, you uffed. Upon hearing Chozo's words, Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that Xiao Tian possessed such a trump card. It's over. It's all over. With this, he had lost even the opportunity to lie low and make a comeback. Everything was gone. It was evident that he had been infuriated by Xiao Tian. In contrast, Xiao Tian merely snorted disdainfully, casting one last glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen before turning to leave. Uchiha Shursui, witnessing this, hurried after him. Lord Xiao Tian, wait for me. Are you not going to kill him? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his confusion regarding Xiao Tian's actions. Just moments ago, had not Xiao Tian intended to execute Danzo on the spot? Why the sudden silence and departure now? Tap, tap. Hearing this, Xiao Tian paused. Kill him? I fear I would soil my hands. Moreover, I trust the villagers will take it upon themselves to exact vengeance for me, to avenge Minato and Kushina, and to seek retribution for little Naruto. At this juncture, Xiao Tian's tone darkened. Foolish people, if you truly wish to atone for your past mistakes, do not let the fallen heroes down. Do not disappoint those who came after them. That sinner, you may deal with him as you see fit. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, refraining from further obstruction. His gaze was fixed upon Danzo, who was being mercilessly beaten and kicked by the villagers of Konoha. Elder Xiao has spoken. This sinner is ours to handle. Let us all join forces. Let us rid ourselves of this wretched man. Indeed, let us end him. If it were not for him, the Nine-Tails would not have broken free, and my child would still be alive. Had it not been for him, my arm would not have been left in this state. And little hero, if it were not for this sinner, he would not have lost his parents at such a tender age. The loss of the fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina. In an instant, the air was filled with curses, scorn, roars, the sound of bones shattering, and blood gushing forth. Amidst the crowd, Danzo was engulfed by the fury of the villagers of Konoha, departing this world amidst the echoes of his final wails. In response, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, then turned his gaze toward a certain direction in Konoha, the very place where the three of them once honored the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Danzo, had you foreseen this day? Would you have acted differently? The words of my teacher and the heavens ring true. Your ambition was too great and ultimately led to your own destruction, harming both yourself and others. With a resolute step, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose not to dwell on the somber expressions of the surrounding ninjas and the two elders. He turned away, silently making his way to the Hokage's office. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. It was time for the roots to welcome their new leader. The long-decayed Konoha was ready to embrace the roaring flames of rebirth. Chapter 37. The Elder's Concerns Bang. Sarutobi, at this juncture, do you have nothing to say? Speak up. How shall we address the matter concerning Xiao Tian? Indeed, although Xiao Tian holds the position of an elder in the council, he has brazenly mobilized the leaders of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Yamanaka clans to serve as instruments of his vengeance. Such actions are decidedly out of line. Moreover, Sarutobi, let us not forget that Xiao Tian has been missing for many years. His sudden return and the imposition of the Nine-Tails blame upon Danzo to establish his own authority is deeply troubling. Are you not the least bit concerned about this? Within the confines of the Hokage's office, Mito Gate In and T-Rune Kamatsu slammed their hands upon the table, their gazes fixed upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, their expressions fraught with anxiety. They were fearful of becoming the next Danzo, disposed of by Xiao Tian through similar means. After all, to a certain extent, Danzo's years of nefarious deeds had transpired with their tacit approval, even if they did not directly assist him. Thus, the death of Danzo instilled a sense of trepidation within Minato and T-Rune Komatsu, a fear of being the next to face Xiao Tian's public execution. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared remarkably composed. He understood all too well the concerns haunting his two old comrades, once they had somewhat regained their composure. Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke and spoke in a somber tone. Danzo's demise marks a conclusion to the Nine-Tails affair. Pursuing Xiao Tian further is now devoid of purpose. As for his enlistment of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Yamanaka clans to confront Danzo, this should not serve as a basis for your reproach. While there are no explicit regulations preventing an elder from mobilizing the strengths of the clans within Konoha, neither are there stipulations forbidding such actions. At this point, Sarutobi paid no heed to the increasingly troubled expressions of Minato and T-Rune Komatsu, continuing his discourse. Furthermore, the fourth Hokage is Minato, and as of yet, we have received no word from the daimyo of the Fire Country. I am merely acting as a temporary Hokage, lacking the authority to manage Xiao Tian's affairs. As for his 2-decade-long disappearance, I trust that Xiao Tian will elucidate this matter in due course. Upon hearing Sarutobi's remarks, Minato and T-Rune Komatsu, despite harboring dissent within, could only remain silent. After all, without Sarutobi's intervention, they stood no chance of restraining Xiao Tian. Contemplating this, a sense of despondency washed over them. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian has now effectively rallied both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the two strongest families remaining in Konoha, alongside several others. Sarutobi, are you not fearful that one day, Xiao Tian may incite a rebellion, becoming a second Danzo, and seize the position of Hokage through force? Minato and Tsurujani Kohara spoke once more, their tones laden with melancholy. Clearly, both were venting their discontent regarding the current situation. After all, at this moment, Xiao Tian was at Konoha, basking in the zenith of his power, exuding an overwhelming dominance. However, as soon as Tsurujani Kohara finished her statement, the normally composed Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling both of his companions. Sarutobi, you. Sarutobi Hizashi set down his pipe, clasped his hands before him, and spoke with gravity. Minyan, Koharu, such words should never cross your lips again. The notion of Xiao Tian betraying Konoha is utterly inconceivable, regardless of the circumstances. As for the position of Hokage, I have already broached the subject with Xiao Tian, yet a chuckle escaped him. Upon hearing that Sarutobi Hizashi had indeed inquired whether Xiao Tian would consider becoming Hokage, Minato and Tsurujani Kohara's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What was his response? Did he perhaps agree? Is it possible that his recent actions against Danzo were a condition you proposed for him to assume the title of Hokage? Upon hearing the remarks of his two comrades, Sarutobi Hizashi gently shook his head, gazing out at the moon through the window with a resigned sigh. How should I put it? Much like in the past, he declined, and he did so with unwavering decisiveness. Chapter 38, The Candidates for the Fifth Hokage. Xiao Tian is deceived. Refused? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, both Minato and T-Rune Komatsu fell into a profound silence. It turned out that their earlier speculations had been misguided. Xiao Tian's elimination of Danzo was either driven by a desire for vengeance for his dear friend Uchiha Kagami or a quest to eradicate a menace threatening Konoha. As for the position of Hokage, it appeared he had given it little thought. Alas, it seems our perspectives were rather myopic. By the way, Hiruzen, since Xiao Tian has declined the role of fifth Hokage, who do you believe would be a more suitable candidate for the position? This time, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who fell silent. He pondered deeply, searching for the most fitting individual, someone whose qualifications and capabilities would be sufficient to assume the mantle of Hokage. Ideally, this person should possess the ability to restrain Xiao Tian in certain aspects. Hiruzen was not apprehensive of Xiao Tian betraying Konoha. However, every individual is susceptible to error, which is an inevitability. Moreover, his selection of Hokage was also aimed at reassuring the two esteemed elders of Konoha and the various clans. After all, following this incident, Xiao Tian's reputation within the village had soared to unprecedented heights. He was practically at the zenith of his influence. A modicum of restraint was undoubtedly necessary. What about Jiraiya? T-Rune Komatsu inquired. Jiraiya indeed possesses the requisite qualifications and abilities. However, it is worth noting that he does not seem particularly inclined to take on the role of Hokage. Upon hearing Hiruzen's remark, Minato and T-Rune Komatsu were rendered speechless. This is the Hokage, the leader of Konoha. Why is it that none of these individuals seem willing to accept the position? Just as Mito Gate-in and T-Rune Komatsu exchanged exasperated glances, a glimmer of insight suddenly sparkled in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Wait, it seems we have overlooked another candidate. Who? Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Do you think Tsunade would consider returning to take on the role of Hokage? The impacts of Xiao Tian's disappearance and SH Mitsu's death were profoundly distressing for her. In response to Mito Gaten's objections, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely smiled and continued. However, now that Xiao Tian has returned, and with her presence, it is likely that Xiao Tian will not act too recklessly in the future. After all, the matters concerning the two of them were sanctioned by both the first and second Hokage. Furthermore, when it comes to devising ways to trouble Xiao Tian, there is perhaps no one more adept than Tsunade in the entire village. Wait, are you suggesting? Suddenly realizing something, Mito Gate-in and T-Rune Komatsu exchanged knowing smiles. In the past, their bond had been quite amicable, often enjoying outings together due to the fraternal ties between Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, particularly when visiting the casino. Tsunade, who invariably loses at gambling, encountered Xiao Tian, a person who triumphs every time. This unfortunate circumstance left Tsunade consistently discontented upon her return, leading her to relentlessly pursue Xiao Tian in a fit of frustration. The number of houses in Konoha that the two have demolished together has reached a staggering 3-digit figure amidst their daily brawls. Coupled with Xiao Tian's formidable strength and his reputation as the Konoha god of death within the ninja world, Tsunade found herself harboring feelings of affection for him. Had it not been for Xiao Tian's abrupt disappearance, it is likely that the two might have even started a family by now. In essence, Xiao Tian is not merely the most favored disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, but also the childhood companion of Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Yet, it is this childhood companion who possesses a rather irritable temperament. Upon reflecting on this, Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Sasuke exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Let Tsunade be the one, they decided. Very well, I shall instruct my men to release the lad who has returned to the village, informing him that Tsunade is on his mind and he longs to see her soon. I am confident that once Tsunade receives the news, she will hasten back without delay. The young man is no longer a child. It is high time he addresses his lifelong commitments. With this matter finally settled, a faint smile crept across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. The long quiet village of Konoha was about to welcome back the two notorious demolition experts once more. Chapter 39. You are still too young to play this game. With the teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions were plotting against themselves. A notion that did not cross Xiao Tian's mind. At this very moment, he was at the Uchiha clan's residence, imparting knowledge to his two disciples. As for Akimichi Torike's, after a brief discussion regarding the treatment of the detained members of the root, he hurriedly departed. Clearly, the previously dispirited Akimichi Torike's, who had lost all motivation due to the increasingly dark atmosphere within Konoha and Xiao Tian's departure, had finally regained his vigor. It seemed that the return of their master had reignited Torike's once fervent spirit. Indeed, with the return of a teacher, no problem would remain insurmountable. The prospect of swiftly resolving the issues surrounding Danzo and vindicating the Uchiha clan brought immense joy. Uchiha Fugaku drained his cup of tea, a smile gracing his face that had long been absent. Hinata Hizashi, seated beside him, made no objections, observing his disciple emerge from a significant low point in life. Xiao Tian gently sipped from his cup and inquired, Fugaku, how fares the Uchiha clan now? Much better, indeed, Fugaku replied. Ever since you clarified the reasons behind our avoidance of conflict during the Nine-Tails incident, the villagers' attitude toward us has significantly improved compared to before. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly suppressed his smile, adopting a solemn expression as he bowed deeply before Xiao Tian. On behalf of all the Uchiha clan members, I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to you, Master. Such matters are trivial. There is no need for concern, Xiao Tian responded. Nay, your assistance has been akin to a rebirth for Fugaku and the Uchiha clan. Should you ever require anything from us in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Fugaku declared. The Uchiha clan will always stand by you, Master. Your word shall be our command. This fellow, observing Uchiha Fugaku's actions, Xiao Tian merely chuckled lightly before setting his cup down. Even Hinata Hizashi's eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. Uchiha Fugaku certainly knew how to play his cards well. Making such a declaration at this moment, his words seemed to bind him and the Uchiha clan in a debt of gratitude to Xiao Tian, potentially rendering them subject to his whims in the future. However, After such a request, many within Konoha would likely perceive Xiao Tian as firmly allied with the Uchiha clan. Consequently, how many would dare to contest the Uchiha for power within the village? Uchiha Fugaku. It appears you are not yet prepared to relinquish your pursuit of power within Konoha. Nevertheless, while Hisashi contemplated these implications, he refrained from voicing any of his thoughts. Convinced that Uchiha Fugaku's subtle intentions could hardly escape Xiao Tian's keen perception. Indeed, after Uchiha Fugaku made his promise, Xiao Tian gently shook his head. Fugaku, my dear pupil. He began, you must understand that the stability of the Uchiha clan is beneficial not only for you, but also for the village of Konoha. What you need to focus on now is to foster harmonious relations with the villagers and diligently fulfill the responsibilities of your security department. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted subtly, for he realized that his ulterior motives had been discerned by his mentor. The deliberate slowness with which the last three words were articulated struck him particularly hard. Alas, it seems that the Uchiha clan's aspirations to reclaim their former glory, even to the slightest extent, are now rendered impossible. Noting the shadow of disappointment that clouded his disciple's countenance, Xiao Tian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and continued. However, Fugaku, do not be too quick to despair. Given time, if the circumstances align and you do not let me down, I shall certainly lend a hand to the Uchiha clan, granting you a place within the core of Konoha's power. The future of the Uchiha rests entirely upon the choices you, as their leader, will make. I hope you will not disappoint your teacher. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku refrained from further dialogue and once again bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. It was indeed reckless of me. Chapter 40. Xiao Tian's guidance on the continuation of family legacy. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for correction is commendable. Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction at Uchiha Fugaku's admission of fault, then turned his gaze towards Hinata Hisashi beside him. Fugaku. It would be wise for you to learn from Hisashi whenever you can. Remain humble and composed, avoiding unnecessary contention. This, indeed, is the assurance of a family's enduring prosperity. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, a hint of embarrassment washed over Uchiha Fugaku's face, though he could only manage a wry smile in response. He was determined not to be outdone by Hisashi in any regard. Meanwhile, Hisashi seized the moment to speak. Master Xiao, concerning the vacant position of the 5th Hokage in Konoha, whom do you believe will ascend to this role? After Hisashi posed the question, both he and Uchiha Fugaku's gazes converged on Xiao Tian, who was cradling little Naruto. They were acutely aware that Xiao Tian's esteem within Konoha was at its zenith. If he so desired, he could easily claim the Hokage title. However, Xiao Tian's response was clear. Hokage, whoever wishes to assume that role may do so. It is a position I shall never occupy. Why not? Hisashi and Fugaku were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Xiao Tian's apparent disdain for the Hokage title. It represented the pinnacle of power in Konoha. Why would he refuse it? If I had truly desired the position, I could have claimed it long ago, sparing myself the troubles associated with Sarutobi. I am accustomed to freedom and abhor the constraints imposed by regulations. Thus, Hokage, let others pursue it. Faced with Xiao Tian's candidness, both Hisashi and Fugaku, despite their reluctance, could only acquiesce. After all, the reality remained. If Xiao Tian chose to pursue the position, no one in Konoha could rival him for the title of 5th Hokage. Then, Master Xiao, could you provide Hisashi with some advice on how to ensure the Hyuga clan thrives for decades to come? Hisashi inquired. Recognizing that since they could not rely on Xiao Tian's support, they must learn to foster their family's legacy independently. Xiao Tian nodded thoughtfully. Advice? Quite simple, really. External stability. Internal peace. External stability, internal peace? Hisashi furrowed his brow, yet a flicker of insight shone in his eyes. Clearly, he was beginning to grasp the underlying principle. For a prominent clan to endure through the ages, it must first secure a favorable environment for development, something the Uchiha clan must endeavor to maintain. While they had achieved this to some extent, it required diligent upkeep. The next phase, which the Hyuga clan must now focus on, is to ensure internal stability, particularly concerning matters of succession. In the early stages, when the hearts of the people are not united, one can rely on external crises to alleviate tensions. However, in the absence of such crises, internal discord is likely to arise. Complacency leads to ruin. At this juncture, Xiao Tian abruptly rose. Turning his back to Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi, the course of action, whether to stabilize the hearts of the people before investing resources in nurturing a successor, or to adopt a method of fair competition, was a decision that they themselves must make. Very well, I am weary. You may take your leave, he declared. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi exchanged glances before bowing in unison and departing. Yet, shortly after their exit, Xiao Tian, who had been leisurely contemplating how to instruct Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi the following day, suddenly darkened in expression. It seemed he had stumbled upon a rather grave realization. The most suitable candidate for the position of the fifth Hokage appeared to be Tsunade. Chapter 41. The burden of the Nine-Tails and the scheme for the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The following noon, Xiao Tian cast a glance at the spirited Naruto beside him, who had kept him awake throughout the night, his eyes filled with exasperation. Although Minato Namikaze had managed to seal away half of the Nine-Tails' power using the Reaper Death Seal, the remaining half was still far beyond Naruto's capacity to endure. Had it not been for Xiao Tian exerting his chakra to suppress the Nine-Tails' strength throughout the night, Naruto would have surely spent the entire night in distress and agony. The Nine-Tails, it seems the time has come for me to acquire a pair of Sharingan. System, please reveal how many points are required to obtain the Sharingan with a single command. Indeed, system. Under normal circumstances, there are primarily two methods to ensure the entity within Naruto remains tranquil. The first is merely a temporary measure, using potent chakra to subdue the Nine-Tails' power, which is precisely what Xiao Tian employed the previous night. The second method, however, involves harnessing the power of the Sharingan to thoroughly suppress the Nine-Tails. Typically, the Sharingan can only be awakened by members of the Uchiha clan. Yet, Xiao Tian has never been one to adhere to conventional logic. Ding. The ability interface has been activated. Searching for Sharingan. Random Sharingan. Capabilities activated randomly. Requires 10,000 points. Perfect Sharingan. Capabilities activated based on the host's desires. Requires 30,000 points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Capabilities activated based on the host's desires. Requires 60,000 points. This is rather expensive. Observing that the random activation of a single Sharingan costs 10,000 points, it is evident that to genuinely assist, the perfect Sharingan, valued at 30,000 points, is necessary. As for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, it remains a distant aspiration for now. After all, apart from the initial 50,000 points he possessed, he also had the 1,000 points acquired from that masked man, totaling 51,000 points. This left Xiao Tian in a state of contemplation. Should he procure the perfect Sharingan first, or wait until he amassed 60,000 points to acquire the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Let it be the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Since I am to grant myself a pair of Sharingan, they must undoubtedly be the finest, thus sparing me the need to expend a significant amount of points later on when acquiring the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, it is quite the conundrum. Where shall I seek out new abilities, which I have never encountered, to earn points? Since I cannot temporarily find new abilities, I shall create them myself. Xiao Tian picked up the slumbering Naruto, a playful smile gracing his face as he gazed at the little fellow. Indeed, creation is the answer. The Uchiha clan has just taken in 2 disciples, yet one of them has yet to awaken his Sharingan. Xiao Tian is confident that if he lends his assistance to Uchiha Itachi in unlocking his eyes, the ultimate rewards and points will undoubtedly meet his expectations. Even if the points gained from aiding Itachi do not reach 9,000, there is no need for excessive concern. After all, for Xiao Tian, the solutions to problems will always outnumber the problems themselves. As for the fear of becoming destitute after spending 60,000 points, such thoughts do not trouble him in the slightest, since his primary objective upon returning is to fortify Konoha. Liberating it from internal strife and external threats is paramount. Thus, the latent danger posed by the Nine-Tails within Naruto must be eradicated entirely. Moreover, this is a promise he made to Minato Namikaze. Rest assured, Minato, I will resolve the Nine-Tails issue within Naruto, and I shall safeguard Konoha on your behalf. To achieve these goals, the Manjiki Sharingan is a necessity that Xiao Tian is determined to acquire. Just as he prepares to leave his room and head to the Uchiha compound to assist Itachi in awakening his eyes and offer guidance to the two, a flurry of shurikens suddenly materializes before him. Observing this scene, a smile replaces any anger on Xiao Tian's face as he swiftly forms a hand seal, conjuring a wall of water to intercept the incoming shurikens. Then, he vanishes in an instant, cradling Naruto in his arms. Old man, if you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. Chapter 42. It is not that I have grown old. but that you were too strong earth release. Just as Xiao Tian unleashed the water wall, a sudden earthen wall erupted beneath him, lifting him into the air. However, there was no trace of panic on Xiao Tian's visage. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. Bang! In that fleeting moment when the assailant charged forward, Xiao Tian's figure vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, it was already behind the shadow. I must say, Sarutobi, you have regressed. With those words, Xiao Tian delivered a decisive kick, shattering the earthen wall that had just arisen between him and Sarutobi Raijin. The latter, who was attempting to distance himself from Xiao Tian, was caught in the aftermath and stumbled back several paces. Cough, cough, cough. It is not that I am aging, but rather that you are exceedingly powerful. However, I am quite curious about your taijutsu. Sarutobi Raijin gazed down at his trembling hands, shaken by the force of the exploded wall, his eyes filled with gravity. Although Xiao Tian had once been hailed as the god of death of Konoha, his prowess was primarily attributed to the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. The explosive power of the Flying Thunder God slash, and an array of diverse water release techniques and forbidden arts. As for taijutsu, it seemed he was rather lacking. However, with the passage of years, it was plausible that Xiao Tian had made significant strides in that domain as well. Regarding Sarutobi Raijin's final remark, Xiao Tian offered no response. Merely a faint smile. How had he acquired such formidable taijutsu? Naturally, it was due to the system. Yet, he was not inclined to disclose the existence of this system to anyone, not even to his former comrades and allies, including Sarutobi Raijin. After all, unless one had personally experienced the phenomenon of a system, Xiao Tian believed that few would be willing to wholeheartedly accept its existence. Even if someone did believe, it was uncertain whether they could withstand the insatiable greed for power, avoiding enmity and treachery. Now, do tell, what brings you to me today? Xiao Tian inquired calmly, pinching Naruto's cheek. He did not believe that his visitor had come merely for a friendly spar. Sarutobi Raijin, accustomed to Xiao Tian's straightforwardness and lack of superfluous dialogue, adjusted his attire slightly before speaking awkwardly. I know you are not fond of meetings, but as an elder of the council, it is imperative that I inform you of this matter. It concerns the selection of the 5th Hokage. I, along with Minyan and Koharu, have deliberated and arrived at a candidate. That candidate is Tsunade, is it not? Before Sarutobi Raijin could finish, Xiao Tian interjected. Xiao Tian, you are no longer a child. Both Minyan and Xiao Chun believe it is time for you to. Sarutobi, I have recently devised some new techniques in my physical prowess. And since you are here today, why not seize the opportunity to practice together? Xiao Tian, I implore you don't. Several minutes later, Xiao Tian and the battered Sarutobi Hizashi sat indoors, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. In truth, having Tsunade return is quite favorable. Considering it has been such a long time since you two last met, I believe there is much to discuss between you. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, Xiao Tian paused momentarily as long-buried memories began to resurface. Tsunade? Indeed, it has been ages since they last reveled in the excitement of the casinos together, dismantled the structures of Konoha side by side, laughed, and acted foolishly together. Furthermore, he owed her a significant promise, a promise he had made to his childhood friend, Tsunade, many years ago. An exceedingly important promise. Chapter 43, reflecting on the current state of Konoha. Upon hearing the name Tsunade, Xiao Tian fell into a profound silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of satisfaction at this outcome. It appeared that utilizing Tsunade as a means to restrain Xiao Tian was indeed an effective strategy. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was contemplating this, Xiao Tian's expression suddenly turned icy. It has indeed been a considerable time since we last met. Yet, I suspect that your intention in appointing Tsunade as the 5th Hokage is not as straightforward as it seems, Sarutobi. Xiao Tian slowly enunciated the name. Witnessing Xiao Tian's reaction left Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily speechless. It was undeniable that a significant part of the rationale behind Tsunade's appointment as the 5th Hokage was to contain Xiao Tian, for he was overwhelmingly formidable. Mizunoto Minyan and Tsuji Harukaze do not harbor any grievances against you. We merely seek the stability of Konoha. Do you believe that Konoha was stable in my absence? Or do Minyan and Harukaze consider figures like Danzo to embody true stability? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, only to let out a deep sigh before attempting to explain. In truth, Minyan and Harukaze acted with good intentions, as your current prominence in Konoha is undeniably overwhelming. Sarutobi Hiruzen's persistence in his misguided beliefs elicited only a cold laugh from Xiao Tian, who then set down his teacup and rose to his feet. Sarutobi, return and inform Minyan and Hokage that the Elder Council, a relic of the past, should be dissolved. As for them, since they cannot maintain clarity of thought and fail to make sound judgments for the benefit of Konoha, it may be time for them to retire peacefully. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Xiao Tian's words. He had not anticipated that a mere message would provoke such discontent. The thought of dissolving the Elder Council was beyond his expectations. Xiao Tian, Minyan and Hokage have your best interests at heart. They harbor no ill will towards you. Please, do not act rashly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply apprehensive, fearing that Xiao Tian would employ the same tactics he used against Danzo against Minyan and Hokage. Is fostering internal suspicion and clinging to power without taking action truly for the good of Konoha? Is being externally weak and retreating at the first sign of trouble also for the good of Konoha? It seems the daring Sarutobi Hiruzen, who once fought alongside my teacher on the battlefield with tenacity and resolve, has completely vanished. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from further argument against Xiao Tian's statements. Over the years of Xiao Tian's absence, he, as the third Hokage, had endured too much, and his once sharp edges had been worn away. The desire to encompass everything while being unable to attend to all is exemplified by Danzo's affairs. Had it not been for the return of Xiao Tian, the Uchiha clan might have truly faced annihilation at his hands. The internal strife within Konoha would inevitably intensify. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but let out a rueful smile, draining the tea from his cup, his face reflecting a sense of self-mockery. It appears he has truly aged. Xiao Tian observed the expression on Sarutobi's face but refrained from offering consolation. For Konoha at present, striving to be all-encompassing and cater to everyone is an unattainable endeavor. It is time for Konoha to embrace transformation. It has slumbered for far too long and must awaken. Sarutobi, do you still remember how Konoha, under the leadership of the first Hokage and Tobirama sensei, once dominated the shinobi world? In those days, Konoha could rightfully be called the sovereign of the shinobi realm. Who dared to provoke it? At this juncture, Xiao Tian silently approached the door, his countenance shrouded in coldness. But what about now? After passing into your hands, what has Konoha ultimately become? Jiraiya's departure, Orochimaru's expulsion, Tsunade's absence, the escalating conflict within the Uchiha clan, and Tsukumo's tragic suicide, all these thoughts pierced Sarutobi's heart like a series of daggers, prompting a cascade of memories. And now, you still wish to constrain me? Sarutobi, do you intend to drive away all of Konoha's combat prowess until you are satisfied? If you truly do not welcome me, then I, Xiao Tian, shall take my leave. I will never again appear before you. Hearing this, Sarutobi hastily rose to dissuade him. No, Xiao Tian, please remain calm. Chapter 44, The Elder Council. It is time to disband, allowing Xiao Tian to depart? What a farcical notion. Such an occurrence is utterly unacceptable. With both Minato and Kushina deceased, and Jiraiya and Tsunade mysteriously absent, the village is left bereft of formidable combat prowess. As for the Uchiha clan, although they have ultimately survived, their current disposition suggests that they only heed Xiao Tian's commands. Should Xiao Tian take his leave, it would be implausible for anyone to compel their obedience. Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly believed that, given the Uchiha's insatiable thirst for power, once Xiao Tian vacated, no one would be able to restrain them within Konoha, and they would undoubtedly resume their internal power struggles. Contemplating this, Hiruzen felt compelled to express his concerns, fearing that Xiao Tian might genuinely depart. Even though he understood that, irrespective of Xiao Tian's departure, the latter would safeguard Konoha in a different manner beyond its borders. He recognized the multitude of missteps he had made in the past. Now, it was time to rectify some of those previous errors. Xiao Tian, let Min Yin and Xiao Chun take the positions of elders and disband the council. I can facilitate this for you. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Xiao Tian nodded slightly. Despite Hiruzen having lost some of his former vigor and spirit, he had not completely succumbed to decay. However, you must grant me some time to manage this matter, Hiruzen continued. After all, disbanding the Elder Council cannot be resolved merely through a few exchanged words. Agreed, but you must conclude this before Tsunade assumes the role of the fifth Hokage. That is not an issue, Hiruzen affirmed with a nod. Yet, a moment later, he seemed to recall something and cautiously inquired, Xiao Tian, you intend to eliminate all those who would obstruct her before Tsunade's inauguration, do you not? Is there any other option? In response to Hiruzen's question, A cold smirk surfaced on Xiao Tian's otherwise serene visage. Moreover, please inform Min Yin and Xiao Chun that if they dare to play their duplicitous games after Tsunade's ascension, I shall not hesitate to disregard our past camaraderie and treat them with the utmost severity. Must you articulate it so harshly, Xiao Tian? Hiruzen replied. Though he had anticipated this reaction and chose not to engage further, striding resolutely towards the exit. Only his indifferent voice echoed from afar. They have all become impediments. What face do they have to remain seated? Their audacity is remarkable. Those who occupy a position must fulfill the responsibilities that accompany it. If they are unwilling to do so, they should promptly retire to a life of leisure. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Izashi let out a sigh and subsequently departed from the location. As for where Xiao Tian intended to go next and what endeavors he would undertake, Sarutobi Izashi possessed a modicum of insight. Was he to journey to the Uchiha clan stronghold to impart knowledge to Uchiha Fugaku's sons, Uchiha Itachi and Shisui? I am well aware of Shisui's character. He would undoubtedly remain loyal to Konoha. As for Uchiha Itachi, I can only hope that he will not engage in actions that may jeopardize Konoha's safety. Alas, it truly is a tumultuous time. Chapter 45, Schemed Against, Obito's Plan. As Xiao Tian and Sarutobi Hizashi deliberated on the elder's final resolution, in a dark cave at that very moment, the masked man who had previously attacked Konoha casually removed his mask and cast it aside, his expression grave. If Minato Namikaze were alive and present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that the assailant responsible for the chaos wrought by the Nine-Tails was none other than his long-deceased disciple, Uchiha Obito. Such a formidable individual could never be an inconspicuous entity. Yet, why was there no mention of him in my intelligence reports? So young, capable of employing the flying thunder god technique, devoid of a hidden leaf headband, and donned in peculiar attire. Contemplating Obito's description, Kurosetsu pondered for a moment before finally uttering a name, Xiao Tian. That individual is the god of shinobi from Konoha. Xiao Tian? Impossible. It cannot be him. So many years have passed. How could he possibly retain the appearance of his youth? Upon hearing Kurosetsu's words, Uchiha Obito immediately dismissed the notion without a moment's hesitation. The title god of shinobi was all too familiar to him. After all, he had once been a resident of Konoha. Xiao Tian was a direct disciple of the Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the childhood companion of Tsunade. He was well-versed in water release and various forbidden techniques. A legendary figure who had once single-handedly repelled enemy forces. That man had been his greatest idol, the one he had sworn to surpass in his lifetime. Nonetheless, so many years had elapsed. Even the legendary god of shinobi should now resemble the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, Obito firmly believed that the young powerhouse he encountered could not possibly be the former god of shinobi, Xiao Tian. Not even if the individual could also perform the flying thunder god technique. Not even if he excelled in water release. Upon hearing Obito's assertion, Kurosetsu could only shake his head. I cannot speak to that. Just then, as Uchiha Obito and Kurosetsu contemplated and analyzed Xiao Tian's identity, Shirazetsu entered the cave. The latest news is that the one who thwarted your actions is indeed the Xiao Tian of old. He has ascended to the position of elder in Konoha and has even caused Danzo's demise. The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails is now by his side. What? That old fool Danzo is dead? Upon hearing Shirazetsu's words, incredulity washed over the faces of both Uchiha Obito and Kurosetsu. They were acutely aware of the formidable foundation Danzo had established within Konoha. Even they understood that eliminating him would require considerable effort. Yet, this returning god of shinobi had managed to eliminate him upon his return. It is unclear. All I know is that Danzo was ultimately beaten to death by the villagers of Konoha. And now the root organization is being held captive by the direct guardians of the Hokage, along with the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. The most critical point is that the entire village of Konoha seems to have recovered from the chaos of the Nine-Tails. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this from Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito merely paused for a moment. Then a faint smile graced his lips. You appear to be rather unconcerned. Could it be that you have devised a plan? In response to Black Zetsu's remark, Uchiha Obito nonchalantly waved his hand and replaced the mask upon his face. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. No, I have no further plans. However, if that individual truly is the god of shinobi from Konoha, he will undoubtedly advance our entire scheme, hastening the onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War. After all, his character is incomparable to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen or the cowardly Danzo. Anyone daring enough to covet the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will be ruthlessly suppressed by him. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu grinned widely. Hehehe, in that case, shall we not enjoy this grand spectacle from the sidelines? Precisely. Xiao Tian. Even if you are the god of shinobi or a legend of Konoha, it does not alter the inevitable demise of the village. This Konoha without Rin, this world devoid of Rin, shall embrace destruction. Chapter 46. Enlightening the Disciples, the Art of Darkness with Measured Steps. Xiao Tian approached the entrance of the Uchiha clan's stronghold, oblivious to the schemes that Uchiha Obito might be concocting against him. Upon his arrival, he encountered the same two guards as before, yet this time their demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, bordering on excessive enthusiasm. Greetings, Elder Xiao. It is a pleasure to see you. You must be here to see Shui and Itachi. Allow me to summon them for you. Please have a seat while I prepare some tea. The two guards, acutely aware of the significance of Xiao Tian's presence, were determined not to exhibit any negligence. Without their assistance, the Uchiha clan would still be mired in chaos and oppression. To them, Xiao Tian had become a beacon of hope. There is no need for such formalities. I can go on my own. Before the guards could fully comprehend his words, Xiao Tian had vanished in an instant. Truly remarkable speed, Elder Xiao. Indeed, we may never match such swiftness in our lifetimes. As the guards marveled at his prowess, Xiao Tian appeared before Uchiha Fugaku, who had just emerged to greet him, flanked by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shui. Without uttering a word, Uchiha Fugaku bowed respectfully to Xiao Tian. Master, Fugaku. You may leave now. I would like to borrow these two young men for a while. Understood, Master. Fugaku, without further ado, imparted a few words to Itachi and Shui before taking his leave. For these two, receiving guidance directly from Xiao Tian was an extraordinary opportunity. As prodigies of the Uchiha clan, one his child, the other his kin, Fugaku felt immense joy at the prospect of Xiao Tian taking them under his wing. He eagerly anticipated the heights that these two formidable talents of the Uchiha clan might achieve through Xiao Tian's tutelage. Perhaps, indeed, this could be the moment for the Uchiha clan to reclaim its former glory. Master, Ancestor. Once Fugaku departed, Itachi and Shui knelt before Xiao Tian without hesitation. Observing this scene, Xiao Tian gently shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Fugaku, have you forgotten that I am not fond of such formalities? Please rise. At his words, Itachi and Shui stood up without delay. However, just as they were about to receive Xiao Tian's guidance, he quietly brought his hands together in a gesture of contemplation. A chilling and merciless voice resonated simultaneously in the minds of Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi. Then, may you both perish. Dark technique. In the next instant, their surroundings were engulfed in an overwhelming darkness, as if they were submerged in an infinite abyss. Tick, tock. Is this blood? As he observed the crimson droplets cascading onto him, Uchiha Itachi's body tensed involuntarily. Meanwhile, a blood-soaked Uchiha Shui staggered from a distance, seizing Itachi and urging him to flee this ominous realm. Behind them, a shadow advanced with terrifying speed, exuding a palpable aura of death. Shui, what has transpired? Xiao Tian seeks to kill us. What? How could this be possible? I am uncertain. Perhaps he is not truly our instructor. Had I not reacted swiftly just now, I would have already met my demise. Simultaneously, a harrowing scene unfolded before Uchiha Shui. Uchiha Itachi, drenched in blood, lay not far from him, while an ominous figure approached, wielding a shuriken stained with crimson. Shui, run. Do not look back. Itachi, what has happened to you? This Xiao Tian is an impostor. He aims to eliminate us both. What? Flee. Do not concern yourself with me. Under the weight of fear and impending doom, time slipped away unnoticed. After approximately an hour, Xiao Tian finally dispelled the dark technique and his clone. Upon receiving the information relayed by the vanished clone, Xiao Tian turned his gaze toward the blood-red Sharingan of Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi. How do you fare, my little companions? Chapter 47. 2,500 points of accumulation. Xiao Tian's intentions, how does it feel? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, both Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi, drenched in sweat, found their expressions stiffening. This is the nature of their training? It felt utterly life-threatening. Although they had indeed perceived certain aspects after awakening their Sharingan and evolving their dojutsu, the overwhelming murderous intent that threatened to engulf them was all too real. It was as if the slightest distraction would lead to their complete annihilation by this killing intent. It appears that while some progress has been made, the outcomes are not particularly favorable. Before Xiao Tian stood Uchiha Shursui, whose previously awakened Sharingan had now evolved into the second Tomo. As for Uchiha Itachi, although he had awakened earlier, he remained at the single Tomo, without further advancement. The progress of both individuals yielded Xiao Tian a mere moderate gain in points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering a new Sharingan, earning 1,500 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering a new Sharingan, earning 1,000 points. This time, Xiao Tian accumulated a total of 2,500 points. Adding to his original 51,000 points, he now possessed 53,500 points, still 6,500 points shy of exchanging for the Manjuki Sharingan. Contemplating this, a trace of helplessness flickered in Xiao Tian's eyes, yet he felt no discouragement. It was clear that relying on Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi to awaken their Sharingan and gain 9,000 points in one go was an impossibility. As for employing the dark technique once more, he decided against it. Xiao Tian believed that such a tactic would yield minimal results for these two prodigies of the Uchiha clan. Assisting Uchiha members on a large scale to awaken their eyes was also best left untouched for now. Currently, the Uchiha were still in a relatively manageable state. Any mass awakening could ultimately exacerbate their rebellious ambitions. Should such a scenario arise, if he refrained from intervening, the chaos inflicted upon Konoha could rival that of the Nine-Tails incident. At that point, he might have to personally eliminate numerous elite members of the Uchiha clan to quell the turmoil. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Grandmaster. Grandmaster. It is our lack of aptitude that has disappointed you. While Xiao Tian was lost in thought, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi expressed their gratitude in unison. Upon hearing their words, Xiao Tian felt no displeasure. Instead, he smiled and replied, "No. Your ability to discern the flaws in my ninjutsu in such a short time is commendable, and I am quite satisfied. Today's lesson has given me some insight into you too, serving as a gift for our first meeting. Let today be the end of our encounter. Tomorrow morning, come to my residence to find me. I shall take my leave now." Indeed, as they watched Xiao Tian vanish using the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha, both drenched in sweat, exchanged bittersweet smiles, their eyes brimming with both sorrow and anticipation. Judging by the first lesson of the day, the forthcoming sessions are likely to be etched in their memories for a lifetime. At noon, when Uchiha Itachi returned home to reveal his Sharingan to Uchiha Fugaku, his father's face radiated with pride and exhilaration. At the tender age of 6, he had awakened the bloodline limit. This achievement, within the Uchiha clan, undoubtedly marks him as a prodigious talent, especially upon learning that Uchiha Shursui's eyes had also evolved into the double Tomo. Uchiha Fugaku could not help but feel a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had been decisive enough to present both Uchiha Shursui and his child to Xiao Tian. Otherwise, Itachi's awakening might have been postponed for a considerable time. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being a teacher. You managed to awaken your eyes in just the first lesson. Itachi, ensure that you and Shursui diligently learn from your master, and do not disappoint him. Father, Itachi nodded earnestly. Yet, within his heart, there lingered a sense of helplessness. Study diligently? That is certainly the case, for to lose focus in the presence of the ancestral teacher could mean perilous consequences. Chapter 48, The Dissolution of the Elder Council. The future begins with the young the following morning at the entrance of Xiao Tian's residence. There came a series of urgent knocks. Teacher, Uchiha Fugaku, has my authority waned so significantly? Xiao Tian, slightly vexed, opened the door to find Uchiha Fugaku standing before him. Behind him, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi waited respectfully, their small eyes gleaming with anticipation and anxiety. Not at all. Teacher, I have come to inform you of the favor that the third Hokage has done for you this morning. Oh, what has Sarutobi done now? Upon hearing Fugaku's words about the convoluted affairs of Konoha, a glimmer of understanding sparked in Xiao Tian's eyes as he began to deduce the morning's events. Teacher, I must tell you, this very morning, the third Hokage ordered the dissolution of the Elder Council, limiting its authority only until the fifth Hokage takes office. Just think, you have only just returned to your position as an elder, and yet, only a few days have passed before the third Hokage has disbanded the council. This is clearly an attempt to suppress you and the prominent clans of Konoha. As Fugaku anticipated an angry response from Xiao Tian, perhaps leading him to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was taken aback when Xiao Tian responded dismissively. Oh, is that what you mean? That was actually my request to Sarutobi. What? Teacher, why would you? Fugaku was left utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind Xiao Tian's actions. Xiao Tian merely waved his hand, gesturing for Shisui and Itachi to enter the courtyard. Without hesitation, the two young Uchiha stepped inside, and after they had crossed the threshold, Xiao Tian turned his back to Fugaku and silently walked towards the courtyard. To occupy such a high position yet contribute nothing, even obstructing the Hokage's duties, what purpose does the Elder Council serve under such circumstances? Fugaku, he mused. The moment one gains power, it also signifies the obligation to fulfill corresponding duties. If one cannot uphold these responsibilities, then it is better to refrain from coveting power and simply perform one's own role. This statement left Fugaku in profound silence, uncertain of how to respond. He understood that Xiao Tian's words were not solely directed at Sarutobi and the other elders, they were also a reflection of himself. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Fugaku sighed and turned to leave. Xiao Tian, having returned to the courtyard, paid no further attention to his retreating figure. He was acutely aware that relinquishing his position as an elder represented a significant loss for the Uchiha clan. However, little did Fugaku realize the true intentions that lay behind Xiao Tian's decision. In contrast to the struggle for power within the Leaf Village, Xiao Tian now faces matters of far greater significance. At present, Konoha finds itself in a state of impoverishment and weakness, a time of transition where the new generation has yet to rise. If power remains dispersed and fails to consolidate under a capable leader who can oversee all affairs, while also prioritizing the cultivation of the future, the very future of Konoha may spiral into peril. As Xiao Tian's voice echoed, he approached Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Shisui. Itachi, today's training will focus on physical conditioning. Understood, Sensei. Affirmative, Grandmaster. In that case, let us commence. As he gazed upon the Uchiha duo, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of his shadow clones, Xiao Tian had already formulated a plan in his mind. These two young Uchihas, along with Namikaze Minato's son, Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, would together herald the resurgence of Konoha's glory. Chapter 49, Pursuing Speed, Reluctant to Fail in the Courtyard. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi found themselves exhausted, leaning back against each other, panting heavily under the relentless onslaught of two shadow clones created by Xiao Tian. Sweat mingled with blood had thoroughly soaked their garments, yet Xiao Tian remained indifferent to their plight. After all, in the realm of practical training, sustaining a few injuries was quite normal. Observing the two during this time, Xiao Tian had begun to gain insight into their combat styles. Shisui was notably fixated on speed, while Itachi could be described as a well-rounded individual, continuously contemplating and employing various tactics to secure the most advantageous position during battle. However, his stamina seemed significantly inferior to Shisui's. With this thought in mind, Xiao Tian started to formulate training plans tailored for both of them. Shisui, do you have a passion for speed? Absolutely, exclaimed Uchiha Shisui, springing to his feet in excitement upon hearing Xiao Tian's inquiry. As long as my speed is sufficient, I can swiftly eliminate the enemy or protect my comrades. Very well, Xiao Tian responded, satisfied with Shisui's answer. As long as this earnest desire remained unchanged. When the time was right and given sufficient talent, he could indeed impart the techniques of body flicker and flying thunder god, which his teacher, Senju Tobirama, had once taught him. With this in mind, Xiao Tian turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi. And you, Itachi? Why do you employ various combat methods? Itachi began, lowering his head in contemplation for a moment before rising alongside Shisui. I am still uncertain about what I truly seek, but I know that I do not want to lose. Not wanting to fail is a reason in itself. Understood. For the time being, you may come to my place and directly engage with my shadow clones for your training, Xiao Tian instructed. As soon as his words fell, his two shadow clones once again launched an attack on Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Since you have both solidified your combat styles and motivations, let us commence the next phase of training. In unison, Shisui and Itachi charged toward their respective opponents, shouting, "Yes, teacher. Yes, Grandmaster." In the days that followed, Xiao Tian devoted his attention entirely to caring for little Naruto and training the two Uchihas, Shisui and Itachi. As for matters concerning Konoha, as long as the Uchiha clan remained stable and with Sarutobi Hiruzen in charge, the restoration after the war would simply be a matter of time. The Uchiha clan, under the leadership of their chief, need not fear chaos as long as there are no adversaries like Danzo targeting them. Thus, these days, Xiao Tian has enjoyed a serene and pleasant existence. However, Today appears to be slightly different. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? Xiao Tian reclined comfortably in his chair, observing the training of the two youngsters before him, and casually spoke without considering the identity of the visitor. It's me, Sarutobi. Oh, it's you. I'm currently occupied training these two little ones. Please come back at noon. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's response, Sarutobi Izashi seemed agitated. After a moment of determination, he leaped over the wall and burst into the room. This matter was too urgent to relay through the barrier of the wall. He feared that some would exploit the situation. The return of that individual is of paramount importance to Konoha and to Xiao Tian himself. Noticing Sarutobi Izashi's reckless entrance, Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow, summoning a wall of water to block his path. You have 3 seconds to convey your message. Otherwise, I shall have to escort you out. You rascal. Tsunade. Tsunade is on her way back. Chapter 50. Her message. A sleepless night. A pale blue chakra erupted from Xiao Tian's body, enveloping him entirely. Yet, despite this, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him compelled Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood closest, to retreat 2 or 3 steps, his expression growing increasingly grave. Such a dense chakra. This individual. Hiruzen was certain that had Xiao Tian not been deliberately suppressing it, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi would have likely fainted on the spot. Even he, the Hokage, would have suffered some injuries. What has this person gone through in these years? What has he experienced? Xiao Tian, remain calm. You mentioned she has returned? Xiao Tian silently retracted the chakra spilling from him, fixing a steady gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. His tranquil eyes inspired fear. Yes, cough, cough. Yes, Tsunade has returned. According to the intelligence received, she is expected to return to Konoha by tomorrow morning. Is that so? Tomorrow morning. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Xiao Tian softly murmured, simultaneously dismantling the water wall that had obstructed Hiruzen and the shadow clones training Shursui and Itachi. With a sudden movement, he leaped onto the tree in the courtyard, cradling little Naruto in his arms. Today's training concludes here. Also, you two will have a day off tomorrow. Yes, sensei. Yes, grandmaster. Although Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were immensely curious about Xiao Tian's current state, they ultimately departed at Hiruzen's gesture. As Itachi stepped through the doorway, he cast a backward glance at Xiao Tian, confusion evident in his eyes. His grandmaster seemed to be preoccupied with something. Just as they exited, Shursui initiated a conversation. Itachi, do you think Sensei's strong reaction is related to Lady Tsunade returning to assume the position of the 5th Hokage? Lady Tsunade, taking on the role of the 5th Hokage? What? You didn't know? Never mind, that matter is no longer significant. I must say, I suspect the relationship between Sensei and Lady Tsunade may be rather intimate. Intimate? Your mind is so sharp during training. Why do you seem dull now? What I mean is, Sensei and Lady Tsunade might. Shursui. It seems you have a penchant for gossip. As Shursui was speaking, he froze upon hearing Xiao Tian's remark. Without a backward glance, he grabbed Itachi and bolted away, hastily explaining, Sensei, I was just clearing my throat and didn't know what I was saying. Itachi, and I will head back now. Farewell, Sensei. Farewell, Grandmaster. Oh. These two youngsters observing the sight of Uchiha Shursui hastily fleeing alongside Uchiha Itachi, Xiao Tian gently shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly at this. They were two spirited young lads, reminiscent of our own youth, had it not been for. The remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken. And Xiao Tian chose not to pursue the topic. His mind was consumed solely by one name, Tsunade. Go ahead, Sarutobi. Let little Naruto stay with me. I wish for a moment of solitude. Well then, I shall take my leave, Sarutobi replied. Despite the myriad of words he yearned to share, he ultimately sighed and turned away, considering the bond between Xiao Tian and Tsunade. In an instant, the courtyard was left with only Xiao Tian and the wide-eyed, curious Naruto. You little rascal. Xiao Tian chuckled, shaking his head, before gazing towards the horizon beyond the village, his eyes filled with anticipation, complexity, and a tinge of guilt. Tomorrow? Will I be able to see you again? Tsunade, it has been such a long time. I wonder how you have fared over the years. This night was destined to be sleepless, yet it was imbued with a peculiar sense of comfort and expectation. Chapter 51. Tsunade's Return. Xiao Tian, you scoundrel Lord Third. Lady Tsunade has returned. Standing at the gates of Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face radiated joy as he observed Tsunade approaching from the distance. Although Konoha had gradually shed the oppressive emotions stemming from the Nine-Tails incident and the events surrounding Danzo, the return of one of his 3 disciples, Tsunade, The granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for both him and the village. Indeed, upon Tsunade's arrival, the villagers of Konoha, who had gathered behind him, were expressions of exhilaration. This esteemed lady was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Under her leadership, Konoha was bound to regain its former glory. However, amidst the villagers' excitement, Hiruzen's thoughts were occupied by another matter. It was peculiar. Where was Xiao Tian? Given his nature, he should have arrived much earlier. As Hiruzen pondered, Tsunade, weary from her journey, tossed her luggage to the side, directing her attention towards Hiruzen with a shout. Where is Xiao Tian? Where is that guy? You said he had returned. Witnessing Tsunade's furious demeanor, Hiruzen sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Even after all these years, his disciple had not changed a bit. He is not here. He should be at home. However, Tsunade, Konoha is currently at a critical juncture. And I hope you will accompany me to the Hokage's office for the transition of power. Transition? That scoundrel must be present for that. With a thud, Tsunade disregarded Hiruzen's suggestion, stomping past everyone in front of her and sprinting towards Xiao Tian's residence. Along the way, her curses were relentless. Xiao Tian, you scoundrel. You vanished without a trace, and now you suddenly appear, insisting on my return. Where on earth have you been all these years? The Umbu ninjas standing beside the third Hokage were taken aback by Tsunade's abrupt departure. They had never anticipated that the grand welcome for the third Hokage would culminate in Lady Tsunade simply running off. Lord Third, what shall we do now? Let us disperse the crowd. As for the remaining matters, we shall leave them to Xiao Tian. Understood. After issuing the order to disperse the villagers, Hiruzen glanced in the direction Tsunade had taken, sighed deeply, and shook his head as he departed. Those two must have much to discuss. Considering they had not seen each other in years, perhaps it is best that I refrain from intruding. I shall await them in the Hokage's office. At Xiao Tian's residence. Bang. Xiao Tian, come out here. Tsunade, with a fierce expression, shattered the door with a single punch and strode into the room, her eyes scanning her surroundings. Ultimately, her gaze fixed upon a tree in the courtyard, where a man cradled an infant. You dare not come to greet me, she exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. As she charged towards him, fist raised, Xiao Tian could only sigh in resignation, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to evade her onslaught. A resounding explosion echoed throughout the courtyard, and the tree that had once stood where he had been was now obliterated. Xiao Tian had anticipated this outcome, which is why he had allowed Shizune and Itachi to forego their visit today. You dare to evade? Tsunade shouted, her fists clenched tightly as she lunged forward once more. Explosions erupting in succession. In response, Xiao Tian remained silent, deftly dodging her attacks while the brilliance in his eyes intensified. Dodge all you want. Why don't you fight back? You scoundrel, where have you been all these years? Why did you vanish so suddenly? You are clearly alive. Why not return to me? Am I so detestable to you? Answer me. Please answer me. Chapter 52, a long-awaited promise. Tsunade, I have returned. Standing atop a pillar on the street, Xiao Tian gazed at the ruins that had once been his residence, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. It seems that now, even my place of shelter has been reduced to nothingness. It appears that for tonight, I must seek refuge at either Fuji or Chifeng's abode, making do for a night. With this thought in mind, Xiao Tian calmly addressed Tsunade, who emerged from the dust below, poised to strike again. Are you feeling vindicated? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's voice, Tsunade pouted, raising her clenched fist and huffing. Not at all. Xiao Tian sighed at her words. Your temper remains unchanged, not in the slightest. It's your fault that I'm like this, she retorted. In their past, when they traversed the gambling dens of the ninja world together, Tsunade was notorious for her losing streak, often the subject of ridicule. To this, Xiao Tian had once declared, continue. I will win back the money you lose. However, if you are mocked, do not hesitate to retaliate. If you cannot, I shall take your place. Have you lost again? Tsunade's expression darkened at his words. She was all too aware of her unfortunate luck in gambling, and Xiao Tian's persistent teasing was as irksome as ever. Yet, in the next moment, memories of their time spent together flooded her mind, and a faint smile graced her lips. Those days, when the most important person in her life was by her side, constituted her happiest moments. Wait, no. Suddenly, Tsunade recollected something, and the smile that had just graced her face vanished. Although Xiao Tian was a few years her senior, it did not diminish her affection for him. What frustrated her the most was that every time she prepared to confess her feelings, Xiao Tian always found a way to evade her, time and again, until that fateful night when she resolved to cling to him, demanding a definitive answer. only for him to vanish without a trace. Where on earth have you been all these years? Do you have any idea how many casinos I've scoured in search of you? For you, I have wandered for countless years. You scoundrel. Why do you hide from me? If you truly do not harbor feelings for me, you could simply say so. Xiao Tian could not help but wear a look of helplessness upon hearing Tsunade's barrage of questions. The beauty of this Konoha princess was universally acknowledged, and Jiraiya, her classmate, had been relentlessly pursuing her. Did he truly harbor no feelings for her? Was it really possible that he did not like her at all? This was, of course, impossible. However, as he reflected on his solitary experiences in another world over the years, he let out a deep sigh. Over the years, I have not intentionally avoided you. As he spoke, Xiao Tian leaped down from the pillar, landing gracefully before Tsunade, his gaze unwavering and tranquil. Having endured much and witnessed countless experiences, he exuded a profound sense of solitude and melancholy. Upon perceiving the desolation in Xiao Tian's eyes, Tsunade ceased her inquiries and lowered her gaze to the child in his arms. All right, let us momentarily set your matters aside. By the way, is this little fellow the child of Kushina? Indeed, he replied. This little one is rather adorable. I have heard about your endeavors in Konoha. You've done quite well, I presume? Xiao Tian chuckled softly. It has been rather passable. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, but in the next moment, she leaned closer to Xiao Tian, her eyes fixed intently upon him. By the way, this time, you will not leave again, will you? Upon hearing her words, an awkward smile crossed Xiao Tian's face. If he could, he would prefer not to leave. However, some things were beyond his control. I will do my utmost, he responded. What do you mean by do your utmost? Try saying that again. Tsunade's brow furrowed instantly, her fingers curling into a tight fist once more. Observing her reaction, Xiao Tian merely shrugged lightly, then stepped forward, enveloping Tsunade in his arms and kissing her softly. This is my answer. Tsunade, I have returned. Chapter 53. Returning to the familiar ground. The pact between men, shall we stay in that same room? Upon entering the once magnificent estate, a wave of nostalgia washed over Xiao Tian's face. What else could we do? He mused. Well, it's your house, you decide. This is ours. All right, ours. As he noticed Tsunade raising her fist once more, Xiao Tian could only acquiesce with resignation. He genuinely feared that she might take it upon herself to demolish this place as well. After all, this abode had once belonged to his mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and Tsunade's grandfather, Senju Hashirama, making it immensely significant to him. He would not entertain the thought of its destruction. Finding a random spot, he plopped down, simultaneously dispatching a shadow clone to procure some wine. As always, you cook while I fetch the drinks. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Tsunade, who was busy chopping vegetables, suddenly turned and flashed a peace sign. I'm in a celebratory mood today. I want 2 jars. All right. This fellow remained unchanged, but perhaps that was a good thing. Moments later, 3 jars of fine wine and a table laden with dishes appeared before Xiao Tian. Though not extravagant, it was sufficient for the 2 of them. Especially as they were seated across from one another, the most cherished individuals in their lives. Paired with the wine, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. After a simple meal, Tsunade took a hearty swig of wine and shouted, Cheers. Ah, refreshing. By the way, where have you been all these years? Why have you been out of touch since that night? At her question, Xiao Tian also gulped down a mouthful of wine and replied calmly, Nothing much. Just encountered some troubles and almost sought out my mentor. Tian, you. Tsunade fell silent, choosing not to press further. She had lost her younger brother, Nawaki, and her grandfather, yet it seemed Xiao Tian bore his own burdens. He had not only lost his brother, Uchiha Kagami, and his mentor, Senju Tobirama, but now he was also faced with the task of confronting his former comrade, Danzo, along with other unknown dangers. Since Xiao Tian was unwilling to share, she respected his silence, trusting that he would not harm her. Moreover, recalling the moment when Xiao Tian had forcefully kissed her, Tsunade felt her cheeks flush even redder, the warmth from the wine enhancing her charm. Never mind. What matters is that you are back. Now let us continue. Drink. Let us forget all our troubles and indulge in this fine wine. Clink. Speaking of which, are you getting old? Though you still look the same, your tolerance for alcohol has diminished significantly. You used to down 3 jars in one go, As he observed Tsunade, now sprawled on the table inebriated yet still playful, a gentle smile graced Xiao Tian's face. You continue to display that same stubbornness. If Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and those who once crossed blades with Xiao Tian were present. They would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded by the scene before them. The visage of the infamous Konoha Reaper, Xiao Tian, adorned with such a smile? It must be a deception. After draping a blanket over Tsunade and leaving behind the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique, Xiao Tian ascended to the pinnacle of the grand residence. This very place had once been visited by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and his mentor, Senju Tobirama, who had imparted invaluable advice to him. Little Xiao Tian, since Tsunade holds affection for you, and you reciprocate, embrace your love freely. This is the essence of youth. Ah. Brother, at this moment, Xiao Tian is in the prime of his growth, and should he squander this period, his achievements may forever be stunted. Is this what you desire? Alas. Let us make a pact. Little Xiao Tian, when you truly become formidable, you must protect Tsunade with utmost care. Remember, this is a vow among men. Never allow the woman you cherish to come to harm. Ah. The past, like wisps of smoke, continually materialized before Xiao Tian. At this juncture, he perceived the first Hokage extending his fist toward him, a radiant smile illuminating his face, while his mentor stood with arms crossed, gazing at him with a serious countenance. In response, Xiao Tian gradually clenched his fist and raised it to meet the others. Great first Hokage, I shall indeed protect Tsunade with diligence. And to you, my esteemed teacher, rest assured that when I reunite with you, I will do so with an air of immense pride. The current Konoha remains, just as in your era, the sovereign of the ninja world. Nay, it is the dominion of the ninja realm. Chapter 54, Fugaku's Request, A Father's Entreaty Creek. Teacher, you have finally emerged. As Xiao Tian stepped outside, the long-awaiting Fugaku Uchiha hastened forward, bowing respectfully. Observing this scene, Xiao Tian merely nodded slightly, devoid of any surprise. He had already perceived Fugaku's arrival while on the rooftop. However, curiosity tinged his thoughts. What purpose did Fugaku have in seeking him out at this moment? Fugaku, what brings you here? I wish to speak with you inside. Just behind the door will suffice. No need to enter the reception room. I will depart shortly after. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, accompanied by a near 90-degree bow, Xiao Tian's brow furrowed slightly. What could this man possibly wish to request of him? Presenting such a demeanor? It was midday, and while many were dining at home, there were certainly some wandering about. As the leader of his clan, Fugaku's current appearance would not bode well if seen by others. With this in mind, Xiao Tian turned towards the door. Teacher, do you not have something to discuss? Please hurry. Yes. Thank you, teacher. Thank you. Fugaku, as if rewarded, quickly followed suit after hearing Xiao Tian's words. Witnessing this, a faint smile crept upon Xiao Tian's lips, though it swiftly returned to normality. Fugaku, witnessing this, thought he must have been imagining things. Had he just glimpsed a semblance of his teacher before the battlefield? Surely, it must have been an illusion. No, with Tsunade returning today and his teacher present, coupled with that brief smile. Surely, his chances of succeeding in today's plea were significantly heightened. Tsunade is still resting. You may speak here. Very well, teacher. Seeing Xiao Tian's acquiescence, Fugaku straightened his attire before suddenly kneeling before him. What are you doing, Fugaku? Xiao Tian exclaimed, his brow tightening. Teacher, I have come to implore you to properly train Itachi. I beg of you. What do you mean? I have already stated that I would instruct him. It is not the same. At Xiao Tian's response, Fugaku gently shook his head before abruptly raising it. In that moment, his chakra began to flow in a unique pattern within him. Please, teacher, take a look at my eyes. What is the meaning of this? Empty. As Xiao Tian's words hung in the air, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan suddenly began to transform from its three-tomo state, ultimately evolving into the coveted Meijiki Sharingan. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Tian could not help but display a mixture of surprise and admiration. To think that after all these years, Fugaku had advanced his Sharingan to such heights. However, what truly astounded Xiao Tian was yet to unfold. In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku's right eye abruptly constricted, and the surroundings morphed from the grand estate into a blood-soaked battlefield. Xiao Tian recognized that he had fallen victim to Fugaku's genjutsu, yet his expression remained calm. For he had discerned the flaw within the illusion. The reason he had not dispelled it lay solely in the fact that the caster bore him no malice. Fugaku remained kneeling before him, yet he turned his gaze towards a particular spot in this hellish scene. In that familiar room, another Uchiha Fugaku lay motionless on the ground, alongside his wife. Fugaku, what do you wish to convey? Master, as you can see, the scene before us is a manifestation of the abilities granted by my Meijiki Sharingan. The blood mirror can, to a certain extent, Foresee the future and permanently retain that vision to share with another. Foreseeing the future? Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Xiao Tian began to survey the fallen members of the Uchiha clan surrounding them, a grave expression settling upon his face. If this was indeed a glimpse of the future, it implied that the Uchiha clan would likely face. Yet, this power carries significant limitations, as it can only be activated once every 6 years. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Tian spoke with solemnity. So, Fugaku, it is because you have witnessed this fate that you wish to entrust your clan's prodigy, your son Itachi, to me, ensuring that even in the face of catastrophe, your lineage does not face extinction. Am I correct? Truly, master, you understand? Fugaku affirmed. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment before responding calmly. But if memory serves, you seem to have another son. Are you referring to Sasuke? If he proves to be exceptional, I would naturally hope for him to accompany you as well. But if his talents are ordinary, then it would be best for him to remain by our side. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly bowed his head forcefully to the ground, earnestly imploring, Master, this is not merely a request from Uchiha Fugaku. This is a plea from a father. I beg of you, Master. Chapter 55, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Blood Mirror, restarting. Before him knelt a disciple, trembling with anxiety. Xiao Tian remained silent for a considerable time before finally turning to gaze at Uchiha Fugaku, who lay in a pool of blood, and let out a deep sigh. Very well, from this moment forth, I shall guide Itachi's growth. Should your younger son also possess commendable talent in the future, I will consider him as well. However, there is one condition. Neither of them must betray me, nor betray Konoha. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku, whose body had been quaking with tension, now trembled even more violently. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Such trifles, Xiao Tian replied. For you are my disciples, my progeny. As your teacher and mentor, it is inevitable that I endure some headaches. At this juncture, Xiao Tian once again directed his attention to the other Uchiha Fugaku, sprawled in his own blood. Moreover, I am quite curious about the individual capable of slaying you within your own home. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent, daunted by the thought of revealing the identity of his assailant. After all, if he had known who had attacked him, there would have been no need to seek his master's assistance. He could have resolved the threat himself. Yet, as Uchiha Fugaku pondered this, Xiao Tian abruptly spoke. By the way, Fugaku, when was the last time you utilized your blood mirror ability? About 6 years ago, Master. What do you mean by that? Xiao Tian's inquiry momentarily stunned Uchiha Fugaku, leaving him uncertain about the implications of his master's words. However, upon hearing his response, Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Fugaku, since this was a glimpse of the future from 6 years past, do not dwell too pessimistically. Perhaps the present future is indeed different. After all, you mentioned that your blood mirror ability merely allows for a limited foresight of what is to come. Given that this world had previously been devoid of Xiao Tian, it stands to reason that when Fugaku employed the blood mirror, the future he beheld did not factor in his return. In essence, his reappearance should instigate some alterations in the future, or perhaps even a complete transformation. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's remarks, Uchiha Fugaku quickly grasped the underlying meaning. However, he hesitated, torn over whether to once again invoke the blood mirror. For it entailed a 6-year cooldown period, a steep price indeed. As Uchiha Fugaku grappled with his dilemma, Xiao Tian remained unconcerned. He was confident that this disciple before him would ultimately make a choice that would not disappoint his mentor. Very well, Master, I shall utilize the blood mirror at once. After much deliberation, Uchiha Fugaku steeled himself. His right eye narrowed sharply, and blood began to flow from his eye socket. At this moment, the surrounding scenery began to blur. It was evident that Uchiha Fugaku had activated his Sharingan. Fugaku, it seems your ability is not merely bound by a 6-year cooldown. Are there other limitations as well? Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku, who was observing the shifting scenes around him, displayed a hint of helplessness on his face. Indeed, nothing could be concealed from the teacher. The side effects of Fugaku's Sharingan extended beyond the 6-year cooldown. From the second use onward, it would begin to damage the Sharingan itself. And even the Manjiki Sharingan would not be spared. I estimate that Fugaku could only utilize this ability 3 times in his lifetime. Thereafter, this Sharingan would be utterly deprived of its light. In simpler terms, Uchiha Fugaku would only be able to employ this power once more in 6 years. After that, his Sharingan would be completely rendered useless. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's statement, Xiao Tian silently nodded, feeling no great surprise. The use of such formidable abilities inevitably incurs some side effects. This is quite normal. As Xiao Tian pondered this, Uchiha Fugaku, standing beside him, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. How could this be possible? In contrast to Uchiha Fugaku's astonishment, a sense of calm and intrigue adorned Xiao Tian's expression. Is this the future after introducing my influence? How fascinating. Chapter 56. Your Sharingan represents the future before Uchiha Fugaku and Xiao Tian. The once gruesome battlefield strewn with the bodies of the Uchiha clan had transformed into a chaotic arena of conflict. However, from the unfolding battle, it appeared that the Uchiha were still aligned with Konoha, which was indeed a glimmer of hope. Yet, the methods employed by their adversaries seemed to transcend conventional ninjutsu, presenting capabilities that even Uchiha Fugaku had never encountered before. What on earth were these entities? Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the scene before him, his expression grave and filled with disbelief. In contrast to his shock, Xiao Tian remained remarkably composed, for he understood precisely what these strange beings were: entities from another world. It seemed that, in the near future, these otherworldly beings would descend upon their realm, ushering in a fierce and brutal conflict. I do not know, but one thing I believe you understand better than I do, Fugaku stated, his voice laced with curiosity. What is that, teacher? Uchiha Fugaku closed his Sharingan, anxiously looking at Xiao Tian. Unlike his own confusion and tension, his teacher appeared confident about the impending battle. Based on his understanding of Xiao Tian, if he spoke with such assurance, then there must be a solution to the looming challenges. In response to Uchiha Fugaku's inquiry, Xiao Tian merely extended his right hand, pointing directly at the Sharingan in Fugaku's right eye. Survive and diligently enhance your ocular prowess and chakra. This eye of yours is the key for us, the Uchiha clan, and Konoha to triumph over formidable foes in the future. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku instantly realized the true potential of his Sharingan's ability. The foresight of the future, no matter how distant, was an immensely powerful asset. Although he had previously contemplated this notion, his lack of strength had compelled him to conceal his Manjiki Sharingan, striving instead to quell internal conflicts within his clan and negotiate with the higher-ups of Konoha. After all, faced with such ambiguous futures, Uchiha Fugaku understood that knowledge alone could not avert disaster. Only those possessing decisive power could take appropriate measures upon recognizing such uncertain futures. Otherwise, if he carelessly revealed his Manjiki Sharingan, he would ultimately fall prey to Danzo's schemes, unjustly bearing the blame for the Nine-Tails incident, which would lead to devastating repercussions for the Uchiha clan. However, the situation had changed. His teacher, Xiao Tian, had returned. With his presence, Fugaku could now strive to enhance the power of his right eye. This ability was no longer a mere trinket. With these thoughts, Uchiha Fugaku bowed once more to Xiao Tian, his expression earnest as he spoke. Thank you, teacher, for illuminating my path. Rest assured, teacher, from this day forth, I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall diligently enhance my ocular prowess and shall not disappoint you. Indeed, Xiao Tian is currently quite pleased with his disciple before him. Excellent. By the way, Fugaku, what is the ability of your left eye? Teacher, the ability of my left eye is Amaterasu. When the Sharingan gazes upon a target, that target is engulfed by black flames, which will not extinguish until the target is consumed. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's inquiry, Uchiha Fugaku promptly responded, a target that cannot perish, nor be extinguished? Quite intriguing. It seems that during the years after I rescued Uchiha Fugaku and was unexpectedly transported to this alternate world, my disciple has awakened two commendable abilities. In truth, Xiao Tian holds a keen interest in the capability of Uchiha Fugaku's left eye and is eager to personally test it. Alas, time is not on his side today, as he must escort Tsunade to the Hokage's office for the transition of Hokage-related matters. Furthermore, this place was once the residence of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and his mentor, Senju Tobirama. He is reluctant to risk destruction of the premises merely to experiment with his disciple's Sharingan abilities. Thus, we shall leave it at that for today, Fugaku. I trust you understand what is expected of you. Xiao Tian turned, presenting his back to Uchiha Fugaku, and spoke slowly. Fugaku comprehended. This matter shall remain a secret, even from Itachi and my wife. Excellent. Xiao Tian nodded slightly, and proceeded toward the room where Tsunade was resting. In that case, let us return. Yes, teacher. After watching Xiao Tian depart and exiting the estate, Uchiha Fugaku retracted his Manjiki Sharingan. Although he had resolved to enhance his ocular power, it would be prudent to do so discreetly. Despite having wasted a usage of his Manjiki today, he at least garnered his teacher's esteem. Fortunately, he still possesses two more opportunities to use the Manjiki. Indeed, two opportunities remain. Uchiha Fugaku had deliberately withheld the full truth from Xiao Tian, omitting one usage to secure a contingency for himself. Little did he know that this concealment would have profound repercussions for the Uchiha clan and Konoha in the future. Everything lies shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 57. If you do not take control of the Umbu, I shall renounce my role as Hokage. Where's my sake? Xiao Tian, you are awake, and you appear to be in good spirits. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Tian, upon noticing Tsunade's awakening, could not help but call out his name, shaking his head in disbelief. Does this fellow truly believe he has fled once more? Tsunade, somewhat embarrassed, cleared her throat. It is merely a little alcohol. I can easily expel it using chakra. Besides, I must go to the Hokage's office to assume the responsibilities of the 5th Hokage. How could I possibly be inebriated? Oh, then who was it that was speaking in their sleep? At Xiao Tian's remark, Tsunade's expression turned stern, and she seized a plate from the table, hurling it toward him. Xiao Tian. Naturally, Xiao Tian would not allow it to shatter on the ground. He deftly sidestepped while simultaneously catching it, her temper still flaring. It seems she is truly awake. Then let us proceed together to the Hokage's office to transition the duties of the 5th Hokage with that rascal Sarutobi. Wait. Just as Xiao Tian moved forward to embrace her, preparing to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the Hokage's office, Tsunade abruptly interrupted his actions. This left Xiao Tian puzzled, uncertain of her intentions. What is it? Are you not feeling well? Do not fret. I am perfectly fine. Then you. Seeing Xiao Tian cover his forehead, Tsunade's complexion deepened in allure. Yet, despite the desire to relish this moment of happiness, Tsunade resolutely removed his hand. I may accept the position of Hokage, but you must agree to one condition. Should you refuse, then let anyone else take on this role. This phrase feels oddly familiar. Realizing that Tsunade had turned away after brushing his hand aside, Xiao Tian understood her temper had flared. If he did not acquiesce to her request, she might genuinely decline the Hokage position. In that case, it would likely result in Sarutobi Hiruzen reclaiming the Hokage title, an outcome he wished to avoid. Sarutobi's approach no longer radiated the brilliance it once did. He is ill-suited for the current burgeoning era of Konoha. Thus, for the future of the village and to swiftly implement his plans to strengthen it, Xiao Tian must ensure Sarutobi is removed from that position. The most suitable replacement, of course, would be Tsunade. Very well, speak. I want you to become the leader of the Umbu, including the root organization that should inherently belong to the Umbu. Wait, what did you just say? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. To make himself the leader of the entire Umbu would render Tsunade's position as Hokage nothing more than a facade. No, such a notion is utterly unacceptable. If that were the case, your role as Hokage would be entirely meaningless. In a remarkably short time, others with ulterior motives may also conspire against him. Regarding Xiao Tian's current response, Tsunade merely smiled, refraining from the firm rebuttal she had previously employed. Instead, she leaned into his embrace, her eyes brimming with anticipation and joy. If I were to entrust the entire Umbu to you, I would become a mere shell of a Hokage. I am fully aware of that. However, you are my man. Tsunade's chosen, the once designated Hokage of Konoha, now the most acclaimed figure among the villagers, and the true wielder of power in Konoha. Only under your command can the Umbu realize its utmost potential. As for those who resort to petty schemes, do you believe I would be intimidated by them? Moreover, if anything were to transpire, you would be there, wouldn't you? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Xiao Tian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to formulate a counterargument. Every statement she made reflected the current reality of Konoha. As for whether Hizashi and Kurenai would obstruct him after he assumed command of the Umbu, Xiao Tian harbored no concerns. After all, he possessed the confidence. He had strength, a formidable foundation, and considerable influence. What could Hizashi and Kurenai possibly compare with him? Nevertheless, even so, Xiao Tian reached out to caress Tsunade's soft hair and sighed. Must it truly be this way? Are you not afraid of me becoming the second Danzo, instilling fear and anxiety within Konoha, ultimately leading to your downfall? Others may fear, but I do not, Tsunade replied with undeniable confidence, prompting Xiao Tian to realize that he had no other choices left. Very well, I shall manage the Umbu for you. Whenever you wish to reclaim it, simply let me know. For a lifetime, I intend to bind you to Konoha with the Umbu, ensuring you do not slip away. As Tsunade embraced him sweetly, gazing at him, Xiao Tian could only shrug helplessly. You I have already declared that I will not run away again. What do you fear? TCH. Your current trustworthiness with me is at 0. You shall heed my words. Fine. Chapter 58. Unexpected Gains. The dust-covered eye after reaching a consensus. Xiao Tian extended his arms to embrace Tsunade, simultaneously locking onto the mark left in the Hokage's office. The Flying Thunder God technique activated. Bang. Is the matter resolved? Within the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together in front of him, smiling as he gazed upon his recently returned disciple and Xiao Tian. The matter? Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Tsunade momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing crimson. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tian could only shake his head in exasperation at Sarutobi. You ought to understand that we are here to discuss the Hokage's affairs with you. Let us conclude this promptly. Moreover, Sarutobi, considering your age, is it truly amusing to jest about your disciple's private life? Cough, cough, cough. At Xiao Tian's remark, Sarutobi's aged visage turned slightly pink as he cleared his throat. Very well, Tsunade, let us proceed with the handover regarding Hokage matters. Indeed, Sensei. While Sarutobi and Tsunade engaged in the transfer of Hokage duties, Xiao Tian sat nearby with his eyes closed, adopting a meditative posture. Neither of them paid him any mind. Assuming he was immersed in training. System, report my current point status. Ding. The host currently possesses 61,000 points. How can this be? Upon hearing the system's report, Xiao Tian was filled with incredulity. He had only earned 500 points for revealing the eyes of his two prodigious disciples, averaging just over 600 points per Sharingan. Even the masked man he had encountered upon returning to Konoha, who possessed a Manjiki Sharingan, had yielded merely 1,000 points. Yet now, he had presumed that his disciple Uchiha Fugaku, even after demonstrating both of his Manjiki Sharingan, would yield at most 2,000 points. To his astonishment, however, he had garnered a staggering 7,500 points. System, what is the meaning of this? In response, the system stated, according to the normal developmental trajectory of this world, Uchiha Fugaku should have concealed his Manjiki Sharingan until the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. In simpler terms, it is an eye that has been shrouded in dust. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's mind began to race with thoughts. So, the dust-covered eye has now been uncovered by me, resulting in my acquisition of points exceeding the norm. Is that correct? Precisely so. With the system's confirmation, Xiao Tian updated his assessment of its capabilities. Under typical circumstances, the discovery of a new advanced ability would yield 1,000 points, while other abilities fluctuated between a meager 10 to 1,000 points. Should one encounter a capacity that ought not to exist, yet survives due to the influence of a similarly superfluous factor, one would acquire an abundance of points. A capability that should not exist, indeed, is a rarity hard to find. It appears that shortly, I must embark on a journey to explore the current state of the ninja world once again. Furthermore, I could enlist the help of the Umbu members patrolling the borders to bring me some intelligence. Now that I am aware of this concealed information within the system and am soon to take command of the entire Umbu, it is only natural to maximize its benefits. Otherwise, would it not be a sheer waste? Xiao Tian, what are you murmuring to yourself about? At that moment, as Xiao Tian unconsciously spoke to himself, Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office turned their gazes upon him. In response to their scrutiny, Xiao Tian merely cleared his throat and maintained his usual calm demeanor. It's nothing, just a sudden thought about a suitable post for you, Sarutobi, after your retirement. Oh, my post. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face betrayed a flicker of curiosity upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. Truth be told, despite having lost much of his former vigor through numerous experiences, he still harbored a desire to contribute to Konoha in any way he could. The idea of simply retiring to a life of leisure was one he found quite unappealing. Or rather, he was reluctant to acknowledge his old age. In the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade's intense gazes, Xiao Tian casually revealed his suggestion. Principal, how would you feel about becoming the headmaster of the Ninja Academy? Does that not sound splendid? Xiao Tian had already contemplated Sarutobi Hiruzen's future. The old man wished to retire in peace. Not a chance. He should remain and continue to shine brightly for the future of Konoha alongside me. Chapter 59, Sarutobi. Times are changing, progress or regression principle. Indeed, that is possible. After hearing Xiao Tian's proposal, Sarutobi Hizashi pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing. However, to be candid, Xiao Tian was not particularly satisfied with his reaction. Sarutobi, it is merely a matter of becoming a principal. Must you deliberate for so long? You seem to be regressing with age, overthinking everything. In response to this, Sarutobi Hizashi merely remained silent, choosing not to elaborate further. Since Xiao Tian's return, this was not the first time he had been subjected to such remarks, yet changing his perspective was something he found utterly unattainable. The sacrifices during the Third Shinobi War and the loss of his own disciples during the Nine-Tails incident had dulled his edges, making him overly cautious and eager to maintain stability. Not paying further heed to the silent Sarutobi Hizashi, Xiao Tian casually leaned against the wall behind Tsunade and spoke languidly. A trivial matter of a principle has you so apprehensive. If you were to learn that I intend to take command of the entire Umbu, would you not leap from your seat in alarm? What? You intend to take over the entire Umbu? As expected, upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hizashi, who had been seated with a pipe in hand, now stood up abruptly, his expression darkening considerably. The notion of Xiao Tian commandeering the entire Umbu was preposterous. Such a thing could not be tolerated. According to his original plan, the utmost he envisioned was Xiao Tian becoming the leader of the root, complementing the fifth Hokage. This arrangement would ensure that the upper echelons of Konoha maintained a relatively balanced power dynamic, thereby preventing internal strife. Yet now, the individual before him, Xiao Tian, sought to seize control of the entire Umbu. Could it be that Xiao Tian too was succumbing to the allure of power? It was not entirely unreasonable for Sarutobi Hizashi to overthink this matter. If Xiao Tian were to gain dominion over the Umbu, Tsunade, as the fifth Hokage, would be rendered utterly inconsequential. Should Xiao Tian choose to delegate some authority, Tsunade might retain a semblance of actual power. However, if he refused to share, she would be powerless to intervene as Xiao Tian acted recklessly, unable to prevent any losses. As Sarutobi Hizashi regarded Xiao Tian with a grave expression, and Xiao Tian showed no inclination to dispute his claims, Tsunade finally interjected. Master, it was actually my suggestion to appoint Xiao Tian as the leader of the entire Umbu. What? Upon hearing his disciple's assertion, Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow tightly, utterly perplexed by her motivations. Master, the situation is as follows, I believe. Tsunade then proceeded to relay the persuasive arguments she had used to convince Xiao Tian, now passing them on to Sarutobi Hizashi. After hearing her explanation, Sarutobi Hizashi glanced between her and the wall-leaning Xiao Tian before finally exhaling a deep sigh. It seems I have truly aged to the point where my only role is to teach. Upon witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's despondent demeanor, Tsunade opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was not particularly adept at offering solace. Just as Tsunade grappled with her silence, Xiao Tian jestingly interjected. You are indeed correct to take on the teaching role, but should you convey such a dejected attitude, rest assured, I will be there in an instant to deliver a sound thrashing. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Tsunade covered her face with her hands. Is this how one comforts another? Ignoring her reaction, Xiao Tian continued to press Sarutobi Hiruzen further. If you wish to avoid embarrassment before your students, then teach diligently. Impart the indomitable spirit you once exhibited on the battlefield, fighting valiantly until the very end. With that, Xiao Tian executed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished, leaving his parting words echoing in the Hokage's office, resonating within Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Hiruzen, times are changing. Stagnation leads to regression. I believe you are more aware of what needs to be done than I am. The future of Konoha rests in your capable hands. As Xiao Tian departed, Tsunade quickly turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, eager to provide an explanation. However, he gently shook his head, exhaling a puff of smoke, his face etched with profound reflection. Indeed, where Konoha soars, the fire of life continues to burn. The failures and tragedies of our generation must not be passed on to the younger ones. What we must impart to them is the will of fire. Chapter 60. Tsunade assumes the role of the fifth Hokage and encounters the son of White Fang. Well, I'll take my leave now, he said. Teacher, would you like me to escort you? No need. You are busy. Go on with your tasks. Outside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently closed the door and absent-mindedly touched the bare patch atop his head. The weight that had burdened him momentarily lifted. He had once donned the distinctive Hokage hat, but now he found greater solace in his current state, unencumbered and lighthearted. Xiao Tian, from now on, the village of Konoha will be in your capable hands alongside Tsunade. I, this once formidable elder, am no longer suited for the Hokage's position. It's best for me to retire to the Ninja Academy. However, Xiao Tian, I fear that Mito Minyan and T Sh Rin will likely resent you for a lifetime. Mito Minyan and T Sh Rin had been poised to enjoy the esteemed status of elders within Konoha, reaping benefits from their high positions. Yet, with Xiao Tian's intervention, they had swiftly lost such privileges and were relegated to their respective homes for retirement. The stark contrast in their fortunes would undoubtedly cultivate deep-seated animosity toward Xiao Tian. Nevertheless, even if they harbored resentment, Mito Minyan and T Sh Rin had no choice but to endure, as Xiao Tian's standing in Konoha was truly unparalleled, unless they sought their own demise. Swallowing their pride and embracing a peaceful retirement was their wisest course of action. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and Xiao Tian departed from the Hokage office, Tsunade completed all formalities of her new role and later joined Xiao Tian and others for the celebratory banquet. That evening, the villagers rejoiced at the ascension of Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, to the position of Hokage, hoping she would usher in a new era for the village. Yet, during the festivities, Xiao Tian discreetly excused himself from the ceremonial proceedings, cradling little Naruto as he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the Hokage office, perusing the numerous files on the table concerning the Umbu members. Rather than squander time at the ceremony, he deemed it far more prudent to ascertain the current state of the Umbu. What is it? The commotion caused by Xiao Tian's arrival startled Kakashi, who was stationed at the door. His eyes widened, and he swiftly opened the door, prepared for confrontation, hands already forming hand seals. However, upon recognizing the visitor, Lord Xiao Tian? Thud. Kakashi immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing to Xiao Tian. At the moment Tsunade completed her inauguration, she had also issued a directive to all Umbu members. From this day forth, they would heed Xiao Tian's commands, including my personal guards. This unexpected decision from the newly appointed Hokage left all Umbu members perplexed, yet they could only acquiesce in silence. Members of the Umbu are solely tasked with 3 responsibilities: accepting missions, executing them, and reporting on their completion. The reasons behind their actions or the motivations for carrying them out are not for them to ponder. Umbu members are expected to be obedient, nothing more. You, young man. As he gazed upon Kakashi, who knelt before him on one knee, Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. In this young man, he discerned the faint silhouette of an old acquaintance. Are you the son of White Fang? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, a look of surprise suddenly crossed Kakashi's previously stooped face. Lord Xiao Tian, do you know my father? Chapter 61, Kakashi. You are unsuitable for the Umbu, I am certainly aware of that. As Kakashi gazed at Xiao Tian with eager anticipation, Xiao Tian nonchalantly waved his hand. In your eyes, the White Fang of Konoha was merely an insufferable brat chasing after me. An insufferable brat chasing after you? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Kakashi was rendered momentarily speechless. Observing Kakashi's reaction, Xiao Tian merely spoke with a knowing tone. Kakashi, what has become of the White Fang's blade? It has shattered. Shattered? This time. It was Xiao Tian who fell into silence, his eyes scrutinizing Kakashi, comparing him to the figure of the past. The name White Fang of Konoha resonated powerfully throughout the ninja world, his blade sharp and unmatched by any of his contemporaries. Yet, it must be noted that this was solely in terms of swordsmanship. If one were to assess overall combat prowess, the White Fang was no match for Xiao Tian. Otherwise, the name that echoed through the ninja world during that era would not have been Xiao Tian. However, what now preoccupied Xiao Tian was not the bygone glory of the White Fang. The departed should not be discussed excessively, they should merely reside in one's heart. So, you have forsaken the White Fang's techniques? I sense within you a chakra that does not belong to you, a chakra of the Uchiha clan. Truly, Elder Xiao Tian. Upon hearing this, Kakashi withdrew the forehead protector obscuring his left eye, revealing the crimson Sharingan beneath. He then recounted his past to Xiao Tian, including the origins of his Sharingan. He was acutely aware that even if he remained silent, Xiao Tian could easily glean this information from the third Hokage or others. In the current Konoha, this individual before him held considerable influence. Uchiha. Obito, then? Understanding that Kakashi's Sharingan was a gift from his dear friend, Uchiha Obito, Xiao Tian nodded slightly. Rising from the chair that belonged to the Hokage, turning his back to Kakashi. Kakashi, Lord Xiao Tian. Kakashi immediately bowed his head, assuming Xiao Tian was about to assign him a mission. However, you have chosen to abandon the techniques of the White Fang and focus your training around that Sharingan. This is your chosen path, and I shall not interfere. Yet, have you forgotten the regulations of the Umbu? In all matters, simply knowing how to execute is sufficient. You have just overstepped the boundaries. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Kakashi instinctively lowered his head further. Had he overstepped by inquiring about his father? Yet, this bore no relation to his mission. The Umbu's unspoken rule of not asking questions applied solely to missions. His inquiry was not. It seemed Xiao Tian was resolute in his decision. Kakashi, you are unsuitable for the Umbu. Tomorrow morning, submit your resignation papers to Tsunade. Indeed, Lord Xiao Tian, Kakashi replied. A hint of despondency in his voice, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. Had he not been a member of the Umbu, he would be obliged. According to the regulations of Konoha, to lead a team is a genin unless he held a special position. But could he truly undertake such a responsibility? Young man, I have a promising opportunity for you. Would you care to explore it? At that moment, as Kakashi grappled with his confusion, Xiao Tian, who had been facing away, slowly turned to face him. Come to me and join one of my elite Umbu squads. Here, you may uncover the answers you seek. Chapter 62. A major transformation in the Umbu, a chance for the Uchiha clan special Umbu? Xiao Tian's words momentarily startled Kakashi, yet he ultimately responded with a firm acknowledgement. Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. Although he was uncertain as to why he was being asked to leave the Umbu only to join this so-called special Umbu. Whether it was to become a trusted confidant or for some other reason remained a mystery to him. His agreement was solely driven by a singular motivation, the quest for answers. He eagerly anticipated uncovering the truths that resided deep within his heart. Excellent. Upon hearing Kakashi's agreement, Xiao Tian nodded slightly. Kakashi, after you resign tomorrow, come to find me at Tsunade's place. As Xiao Tian's final words echoed, his figure vanished from sight. Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. Ah, the son of White Fang. Alas, he has relinquished the swordsmanship. The brilliance of Konoha's White Fang will likely remain obscured. As for the Special Operations Unit of the Umbu, it has been meticulously prepared by Xiao Tian to confront the impending war. It shall become the sharpest sword of Konoha, poised to pierce the enemy's throat as the conflict unfolds. Within the territory of the Uchiha clan, Xiao Tian sat atop a rooftop, letting out a soft sigh before stealthily descending into the shadows. It seemed tonight would be a sleepless one. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been silently training in his room, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The ninja blade resting nearby was swiftly drawn, mercilessly thrust towards an unseen presence. Simultaneously, he completed a series of hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yet, just as Uchiha Fugaku unleashed his attack, a wall of water materialized within the room, effortlessly intercepting the blazing fireball. His blade, too, was halted by a pair of fingers, unable to advance even an inch. Young Fugaku, impressive reflexes. Master. Upon recognizing Xiao Tian, Uchiha Fugaku quickly bowed in respect. In response to his gesture, Xiao Tian merely waved his hand nonchalantly and tossed a stack of documents before him. Do you remember what I told you? Master, what did you say? Uchiha Fugaku looked utterly bewildered. First, take a look at those documents. Despite his confusion, Uchiha Fugaku complied and began to peruse the papers. As he continued reading, his expression transformed, growing increasingly animated, until he finally bowed his head and exclaimed, Fugaku, of the Uchiha clan, stands ready to serve your every command, Master. These documents were meant for the Hokage or the higher-ups of Root. Yet his teacher had entrusted them to him. At last, he comprehended the essence of what Xiao Tian had just articulated. The other party had once promised him that if the Uchiha clan could remain grounded and refrain from chaos, they would eventually be granted access to the inner sanctum of power in Konoha when the opportune moment arrived. Could it be that day has come so swiftly? Xiao Tian had long anticipated Uchiha Fugaku's reaction and spoke earnestly and calmly. You must already be aware that the once exclusive Umbu, which should belong solely to the Hokage, now comprises a mere 20 or so members, with the rest having been absorbed into Danzo's root and subsequently imprisoned. The Umbu had decayed to such a lamentable state. Therefore, I must instigate a transformation. Xiao Tian paused, then tossed several prepared letters to Uchiha Fugaku. Before noon tomorrow, deliver these letters to the heads of the various clans, informing them that those who were imprisoned due to their affiliation with Root will be released if there are no issues. However, I require each of them to select at least one clan member to join the Umbu. Naturally, I will arrange for a dedicated team to conduct their assessments. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku realized that the tranquil aftermath of the war in Konoha was poised to be engulfed in tumult once more. He quickly discerned that among the letters provided by his teacher, there seemed to be no mention of the Uchiha clan. As for your Uchiha clan, Let us proceed. For now, allow Shui and Itachi, those two young ones, to join. Are you agreeable to this? Xiao Tian regarded his disciple with an amused expression. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku promptly assented. Yes, Fugaku is willing. While other clans are permitted one member, the Uchiha clan shall have two. Furthermore, once Shui and Itachi join the Umbu, their status will surely transcend that of mere ordinary members. After all, their teacher and forebear is none other than Xiao Tian, the leader of the Umbu. Very well, if that is the case, let us expedite this matter. After uttering these words, Xiao Tian's figure vanished once more, leaving no trace behind. The teacher remains as decisive and efficient as ever. However, since the teacher has entrusted me with this task, I must not disappoint him. For this is also the key to the Uchiha clan's successful entry into the core of power in Konoha. Chapter 63, The Kaleidoscope Sharingan Awakens. A glimpse into the near-future system. I would like to spend 60,000 points to acquire the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sitting in the very room once occupied by the first Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Xiao Tian spoke calmly. Tonight, Tsunade, having just assumed the role of Hokage, would be preoccupied with formal greetings from various clans, and it was likely she would not return until the early hours of the morning. As for Uchiha Fugaku, he had chosen to focus on honing his own Kaleidoscope Sharingan after Xiao Tian had advised him to solidify his management of the clan rather than vie for power within Konoha, leading him to retreat shortly after exchanging pleasantries with Tsunade. In short, this evening, Xiao Tian could thoroughly explore the capabilities of the newly acquired Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ding. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan's abilities are determined by the host's desires, requiring 60,000 points. Do you wish to exchange and master it instantly? Yes, with his affirmation. A force entirely different from his chakra enveloped his eyes. Intense pain radiated from his eye sockets in all directions, causing cold sweat to cascade down his back. Yet, Xiao Tian's expression remained as serene as a still lake. For a being like the Konoha god of death, who had danced on the precipice of mortality countless times, such suffering was inconsequential. After a considerable duration, Xiao Tian exhaled a long, deep breath, then picked up a prepared mirror to gaze into his own strikingly crimson Kaleidoscope Sharingan. So this is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? He wondered what powers it possessed. However, Xiao Tian was confident it would not disappoint him. For the capabilities of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan stemmed from their deepest desires. If one seeks power, it grants the ability to enhance strength. If speed is desired, it bestows swiftness. Ding. Responding to the host, the left eye's ability is called Infernal Flame, akin to Uchiha Fugaku's Amaterasu, but its targets differ. While Amaterasu incinerates the physical body and objects, Infernal Flame consumes the enemy's soul. Burning souls? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian could not help but smile slightly. Such an ability could be deemed divine within the world of Naruto. Who could withstand the burning of their very soul? However, Xiao Tian was acutely aware that the powers of the Sharingan are not to be wielded without restraint. Thus, unless faced with formidable adversaries or in dire circumstances, the Infernal Flame should remain unused. After all, he had no desire to sacrifice his eyesight through reckless application of his Sharingan's powers. Of course, should Konoha's survival be at stake, or if his life were on the line, he would not hesitate to unleash its full potential, even if it cost him his vision. He would drag his enemy to the depths of hell. But what of the right eye? The ability of the host's right eye is known as mirror capture, which allows the host to foresee events that will transpire shortly, with the timing under the host's control, albeit requiring a certain distance from the present moment. Each utilization, however, significantly depletes the host's life force. The prospect of glimpsing the near future ignited a rare spark of excitement in Xiao Tian's eyes. This ability is splendid. While it bears a resemblance to the Sharingan of Uchiha Fugaku to some extent, Xiao Tian was acutely aware that, in contrast to the nebulous and distant future, the imminent events hold paramount importance for the present state of Konoha. Knowledge of the distant future merely equips him with strategies for response. Yet understanding events that will soon unfold allows him to devise concrete and viable solutions. Clearly, the investment of 60,000 points was not in vain. However, the limitation of this right eye's mirror capture lies not in its frequency of use, but in the substantial consumption of life force. Though excessive depletion can lead to demise, the welfare of Konoha is worth the sacrifice. Xiao Tian refrained from voicing the remainder of his thoughts. At this moment, the crimson Sharingan in his right eye had abruptly contracted. Manjiki Sharingan, activate mirror capture. Xiao Tian remained still, his body motionless, with only the rise and fall of his chest, alongside the chakra and life force surging from him, attesting to his continued existence. After an indeterminate span of time, the previously motionless Xiao Tian suddenly expelled a copious amount of blood. The sound echoed as he coughed it out, yet he paid it no mind, instead allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Cough, cough, cough. Is this what the near future holds? Quite intriguing. Chapter 64. Fearless of the Rugged Path. Accompanied by Beauty Uchiha Obito, Six Paths Pain Uchiha Madara, are these the adversaries I must confront in the times ahead? Through the utilization of the capturing ability of my right eye, Xiao Tian glimpsed into the near future. For both him and the Hidden Leaf Village, the most imminent threat is none other than Six Paths Pain and the Akatsuki organization. Contemplating this, Xiao Tian turned to gaze at the luminous moon outside the window, a playful expression gracing his face. Uchiha Obito, a youth who dares not confess his feelings to the girl he cherishes, yet is willing to wage war against the entire world for the sake of his clan? Nagato, driven to the depths of despair by the death of a dear friend, seeks to make the world experience suffering to instill an understanding of the value of peace? These two youngsters are rather intriguing, though their methods are somewhat extreme. It appears the days ahead shall not be devoid of excitement. Regarding the imminent actions of Six Paths Pain and Uchiha Obito, Xiao Tian harbored no murderous intent towards their frenzied endeavors. For, at their core, they are but pitiful souls. As for Uchiha Obito and Nagato, their treachery against their own mentors is a matter Xiao Tian possesses the means to resolve. The demise of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki at the hands of Obito can be rectified through the perfect Edo Tensei, though this necessitates a certain amount of points, making immediate action impossible. Moreover, according to the original trajectory of fate, the Six Paths Pain controlled by Nagato, responsible for the death of his mentor Jiraiya, can be circumvented through a method of recalling Jiraiya in advance, even if the opposition refuses to heed his warnings and insists on pushing forward. Xiao Tian retains the option to intervene and assist them. In summary, while these two future adversaries may bring troubles to the Hidden Leaf, they shall merely be inconveniences. With him, the god of death of the Hidden Leaf, safeguarding the village, those two youngsters will find it challenging to cause any significant disruption. The crux of the matter lies with his disciple Fugaku, whose Sharingan has glimpsed into distant futures, foreseeing foes from other realms. Bang! Just as Xiao Tian pondered the path ahead, the door to the room was rudely flung open by someone. Hey, what are you doing hiding in here? Back already? But you've had too much to drink. Seeing the inebriated Tsunade before him, Xiao Tian shook his head in resignation. This was one of the reasons he disliked assuming the role of Hokage: too many trivial matters and unnecessary social engagements. They offered no assistance in enhancing his strength, yet were indispensable for the upkeep of a ninja village. It's all for you. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Tsunade, with a disgruntled expression, shoved him aside, only to stagger and collapse to the ground, unceremoniously lying there with a flushed face. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tian fell into silence, uncertain of what words to offer. Indeed, these trivialities and mundane social engagements should ordinarily fall upon his shoulders, rather than those of Tsunade, who could otherwise revel in her freedom. However, he ultimately relinquished all responsibility to her. Perhaps sensing Xiao Tian's unease, a somewhat inebriated Tsunade unsteadily rose from the ground, casually waved her hand at him, and collapsed into his embrace, her voice a soft murmur. Why are you being so sentimental? It's merely a few social obligations, nothing of great consequence. I was only speaking lightly. I'm sorry, Xiao Tian said, wrapping his arms around Tsunade, his expression tinged with regret. It's all right. As long as you remain by my side, these trivial matters are inconsequential. Indeed, compared to the intricate affairs of Konoha, Tsunade feared far more the prospect of this man disappearing from her sight once again. The anguish of waiting for years was a bitterness she wished not to experience anew. I'm sorry, these burdens should have been mine to bear, but... Xiao Tian began, but Tsunade pressed her lips against his, silencing him. Do not utter apologies. If you truly feel remorse, then spend this night with me wholeheartedly. But you are quite inebriated. Will you be all right? It's merely a little alcohol. It's nothing to worry about. Besides, it has been years since we indulged in that, she reassured him. I will take my time. With the final words spoken, the room was filled with enchanting sounds. On this day, the two had endured much, their bodies weary. Yet, this night, they embraced one another, savoring the sweetness of their long-awaited reunion. Chapter 65. If they wish to fight, Let it be so. The following morning, a sense of unease lingered in the air. Is it truly acceptable not to visit the Hokage's office today? Gazing at Tsunade sprawled languidly across the bedsheets, seemingly indifferent to her appearance. Xiao Tian pressed a hand to his forehead, his expression rife with exasperation. Tsunade, seemingly amused by his current demeanor, languidly waved her hand. It's nothing to worry about. I am the Hokage, after all. Just yesterday, I confidently bested a multitude of challengers who would dare voice dissent against me. Furthermore, that concerned expression adorning your face is rather endearing. Endearing? You, of all people, are still using such words, even after all this time. Hearing Tsunade's remark, Xiao Tian sighed in resignation, bending down to adjust the covers for her. I've prepared breakfast for you. It's on the table. By the way, do you have any tasks left unfinished today? I could assist you at the Hokage's office. Although he had little desire to assume the Hokage's mantle, Tsunade's predicament from the previous night compelled him to act. Well then, let me experience this life for a day and serve as the acting Hokage. What else is there to attend to? It appears that there are no remaining matters. Ah, wait. There are still the root members in custody that need addressing. There are quite a few of them, and handling the situation could prove quite troublesome. However, it seems that this is, after all, the duty of you as the leader of the Umbu, she remarked with a mischievous smile. As if already envisioning Xiao Tian returning later that day, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities. Yet, as Tsunade pondered this, Xiao Tian shrugged nonchalantly. As for those individuals, I had Fuya run errands for me yesterday. Fuya? Observing the astonishment etched on Tsunade's face, Xiao Tian proceeded to elucidate how he had tasked Uchiha Fuya with handling the root members. After a brief moment, Tsunade's expression grew serious. You truly place your trust in Uchiha Fuya? Although they have stabilized significantly of late, there remain many within the clan who harbor radical inclinations towards conflict. You must advise Fuya to remain vigilant. Otherwise, should turmoil erupt, even as the clan leader, he cannot evade culpability. When dozens of clan members err and rebel, it is an undeniable responsibility, regardless of his direct involvement. As the clan leader, he must bear the weight of greater accountability. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Xiao Tian paused momentarily, before a playful smile graced his lips. If they yearn for battle, then I shall grant them their wish. Observing the smile upon Xiao Tian's face, Tsunade furrowed her brow, recalling the fate that befell Danzo. What are you planning? Do you intend to eradicate them all? I believe such actions would be ill-advised. No. If my instincts serve me right, conflict shall soon be upon us. Setting aside Uchiha Madara for a moment, the mere presence of the pain-inflicting 6 paths of pain and the world-destroying Uchiha Obito as adversaries is sufficient to grind down the edges of those individuals. If the Uchiha clan desires to engage in battle, let them prove their mettle on the battlefield, earn their accolades, and subsequently be inducted into the Umbu, where they may undergo my rigorous training. As for combat, although the source of Xiao Tian's confidence eludes me as his partner, Tsunade has always chosen to place her faith in him. The prospect of being honored and joining the Umbu while receiving training from Xiao Tian is indeed a tantalizing reward. For anyone who becomes a member of the Umbu, a host of privileges accompanies their new status, bringing them closer to the very heart of power within Konoha. It is precisely for this reason that Uchiha Fugaku expressed such concern when Xiao Tian decided to send his children, including Shursui, to the Umbu. However, Tsunade, who knows Xiao Tian well, understands that those radical individuals will face his relentless training upon joining the Umbu. After all, before her stands the iron-willed direct disciple of the Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, whose prowess and talent are unmatched. In terms of decisiveness and coldness, Xiao Tian exhibits qualities that rival even his esteemed mentor. If power is what you seek, then I shall bestow it upon you, provided that you can endure the intensive training I will impose. I find myself feeling a tinge of pity for those individuals. Your training is far beyond what an ordinary person can withstand. Say what you will, Xiao Tian shrugged in response to Tsunade's jest, then lifted the still slumbering Naruto and made his way toward the door. With matters concerning the Umbu settled, it is now time for you to rest well. I plan to take Naruto to visit Fugaku of the Uchiha clan and see how he has fared with the responsibilities I entrusted to him. I shall also take the opportunity to impart some ninjutsu to my 2 young disciples, as it has been a while since I last saw them, and I am curious to know if they have remained diligent in their training. Chapter 66, The Resurgence of the Uchiha Clan. Decentralization in the chamber of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku bowed respectfully to Xiao Tian, conveying the responses from various prominent families regarding the adjustments within the Umbu. Master, I have successfully accomplished the task you entrusted to me. Each clan has expressed their profound agreement with your approach and is willing to offer their support to varying extents. However, there is one matter I am uncertain whether I should disclose. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku's expression grew grave, his demeanor wavering with hesitation. Speak, Xiao Tian replied calmly, his countenance devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This matter pertains to Akimichi Chikaz, the individual who once followed you, Master. Chikaz? What has become of that young man? During my recent visit to the Akimichi clan, I did not encounter him. However, he left behind a directive expressing the Akimichi clan's full support for you. From the intelligence gathered by our operatives, it appears that Chikaz has resumed undertaking missions, and they are notably perilous reconnaissance assignments. It seems that young man is gradually emerging from his past. Given this development, I too must take some actions to respond to his endeavors upon completing his statement. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback as Xiao Tian abruptly hurled a shuriken, which embedded itself into a nearby tree. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Uchiha Fugaku was instantly ignited with fury, leaping to his feet. Chakra, surge forth. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of the Uchiha clan? From Xiao Tian's recent action, it was evident that someone had stealthily bypassed the outer guards and infiltrated their clan. This was the domain of Uchiha Fugaku, and if the matters discussed with his master were to be compromised due to his negligence, he feared his master would no longer involve him in significant affairs. Initially, he had dismissed the nearby guards to facilitate a more serene environment for discussing vital matters with his master. He had never anticipated that such a lapse would allow an opportunist to exploit the situation. Now, he felt compelled to rectify the error he had made. Yet, just as Uchiha Fugaku prepared to spring into action, Xiao Tian's next words left him momentarily dumbfounded. Kakashi, I see you are idle over there. Why not come and join us? With a swift motion, Kakashi emerged from the shadows of the courtyard, kneeling before Xiao Tian on one knee. Lord Xiao Tian, Master. This is upon witnessing Kakashi's arrival and Xiao Tian's reaction. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to grasp the implications, but refrained from voicing them directly. He wished for Xiao Tian to articulate the matter himself, allowing him to compare it with his own suspicions. This is Kakashi Hitaki, the son of the legendary White Fang. I trust you have some knowledge of him. Indeed, Master. Minato Namikaze, known as the White Fang of Konoha, was a figure of great renown. And Fugaku Uchiha is certainly aware of his legacy. At this, Xiao Tian merely nodded lightly in response to Fugaku Uchiha's words. Observing this scene, Fugaku instantly comprehended that Xiao Tian intended to involve the son of the White Fang in their forthcoming endeavors. It appears that I will soon have an additional competitor. While Fugaku pondered this, Xiao Tian unexpectedly flipped 2 shurikens before the trio, driving them firmly into the ground. This action, both Fugaku Uchiha and Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment, for they discerned that these shurikens were anything but ordinary. They bore the marks of the Flying Thunder God technique. Take these shurikens with you. Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. Yes, Master. Despite recognizing the uniqueness of the shurikens, Fugaku Uchiha and Kakashi complied without hesitation, accepting them readily. However, just as they had grasped the shurikens, Xiao Tian's subsequent words left them both momentarily stunned. From this day forth, I shall temporarily entrust certain affairs of the Umbu to the two of you. I hope that you will not disappoint me in the future. Chapter 67. Fugaku has grown up, capable of managing teachers' affairs. Is this a move to decentralize power to them? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, both Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi were filled with disbelief, particularly Fugaku, who trembled with excitement. The responsibilities entrusted to him by his master pertained to the affairs of the Umbu. Although it was merely a portion, he believed that if he handled all the tasks Xiao Tian assigned to him with utmost diligence, he would eventually assume a significant portion of the Umbu's power, restoring the Uchiha clan to the center of authority within Konoha. In contrast to the exhilaration on Fugaku's face, Kakashi's expression was one of confusion and gratitude. He could not fathom why Xiao Tian, the formidable Konoha god of death, was so considerate towards him. Could it be that he was doing so out of respect for Kakashi's father? With this thought in mind, Kakashi resolved to serve Xiao Tian diligently, ensuring that he would not disappoint his expectations. Regardless of the reasons behind Xiao Tian's regard for him, he could not let him down. The kindness he had received must be repaid with gratitude. Moreover, it was thanks to this remarkable individual that his teacher's child was spared from the scorn of the villagers, avoiding the fate of being labeled a fox demon. When little Naruto was isolated and defenseless, it was Xiao Tian who stepped in to restore Naruto's honor. Xiao Tian could somewhat discern the thoughts swirling in Fugaku's and Kakashi's minds. After taking a sip of tea, he spoke calmly. Fugaku, from this day forth, you will be responsible for investigating and consolidating all external affairs of the Umbu. Yes, master. I will not disappoint you, Fugaku vowed earnestly. Kakashi, your task will be to verify the intelligence collected by Fugaku and provide your insights on these matters, ultimately delivering the documents to me. Understood, Lord Xiao Tian. After assigning each individual their respective responsibilities, Xiao Tian proceeded to discuss several important considerations regarding the reform of the Umbu in Konoha. However, as the conversation progressed, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Fugaku. By the way, where are Shursui and Itachi? I distinctly told them they had a day off yesterday and that training would resume today. Yet, I have not seen either of them today, which perplexes me. Under normal circumstances, they would not defy my instructions, making this quite strange. Itachi and Shursui, Fugaku explained, noticing that you have been quite occupied lately. Decided to practice together in the forest behind the clan grounds for the next couple of days. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Xiao Tian's expression grew somewhat cold. At that moment, an unexpected dart began to spin incessantly in his hand. Fugaku, I never imagined you would dare to meddle in matters concerning the teacher. Quite impressive. Teacher. What Fugaku is doing is actually. Observing Xiao Tian's reaction, the smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face abruptly froze, as he realized that his well-intentioned assistance had inadvertently caused trouble. Noticing the expression on Fugaku's face, Xiao Tian merely shook his head gently and then flung the dart towards the forest behind the Uchiha clan. It was merely a jest. Witnessing this, Uchiha Fugaku could only manage an awkward smile. Xiao Tian chose to ignore him, instead turning to Kakashi, who had remained solemn and bowed since their arrival. Very well then, Kakashi, you shall accompany me as we go to check on those two youngsters. Yes, my lord Xiao Tian. Kakashi began to respond, but before he could finish, Xiao Tian placed a hand on his shoulder, and in an instant, both vanished, leaving Uchiha Fugaku alone in the empty room. Gazing at the vacant space before him and the shuriken he now held tightly, Uchiha Fugaku instinctively grasped it with resolve. This is the opportunity for the Uchiha clan to penetrate the heart of power in Konoha. I must ensure that I execute this matter with utmost precision. As long as he continues to follow his teacher, the revival of the Uchiha clan is within reach. Chapter 68, Uchiha Itachi vs. Hatake Kakashi in the forest behind the Uchiha clan, near a serene lake. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Itachi swiftly formed hand signs, unleashing a fireball that surged towards the target across the lake. Regrettably, no matter how fervently he tried, the fireball could not traverse the expanse of water to strike the intended mark. Panting heavily, Itachi sat down, his clothes drenched in sweat. He had attempted this numerous times today, yet regardless of his efforts, the outcome remained unchanged. The amount of chakra within him simply could not support the advancement of the fireball. No, even if my chakra reserves are insufficient, I am certain there must be alternative methods to propel my fireball further. Indeed, that must be it. I just have yet to conceive a solution. Suddenly, he sensed a presence. As he sat in contemplation, his eyes narrowed sharply. Who goes there? Almost instantaneously, Itachi sprang to his feet, launching 3 shurikens towards the source of the noise while still airborne. Despite the subtlety of the sound, his keen senses detected it with precision. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 shurikens, accompanied by the trailing fireball, hurtled toward the opposing area. However, to Itachi's astonishment, the figure he had detected was executing the same sequence of hand signs he had just performed. This sequence was fire style, fireball jutsu. Witnessing the adversary replicate his technique, Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. It was not merely the fact that the opponent wielded the same ninjutsu, rather, the fireball unleashed seemed to possess greater potency than his own. Yet, Itachi was perplexed. The chakra utilized by his opponent to perform this fireball jutsu appeared scarcely greater than his own. Nevertheless, the speed and destructive force of the opponent's fireball surpassed his own with alarming swiftness. What could possibly account for this disparity? Frustratingly, he had to concede that in the realm of fireball jutsu, he was indeed outmatched, as his shurikens and fireball were obliterated by the opposing fireball. Itachi swiftly employed the shadow clone technique, forcibly propelling himself away from the impending danger. Having just completed his training, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and he could not afford to engage directly. Evasion was his only recourse. Nonetheless, even in retreat, Itachi did not neglect the opportunity to counterattack. A shuriken slipped from his sleeve at that moment, hurtling towards the enigmatic adversary across from him. while his hands swiftly formed seals in unison. Shadow Clone Shuriken. Oh, what is this? As the shuriken soared towards him, it began to multiply, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, creating a multitude of afterimages, ultimately resulting in nearly 100 shurikens. A glimmer of astonishment crept into Kakashi's eyes. Was this truly the extent of what a mere 6-year-old child could achieve, even when nearly depleted of chakra? As expected of Lord Xiao Tian's disciple, the innate talent is indeed formidable. However, even so, I cannot allow you to gain the upper hand so easily. After all, it is my crucial mission assigned by Lord Xiao Tian to train and challenge you. With this thought, Kakashi's body retreated, and his hands began to replicate the sequence of seals that Uchiha Itachi had just executed. Shadow Clone Shuriken. Clang, clang, clang. As Kakashi's voice resonated, the clear sound of metal colliding echoed in succession. In this moment, the duel between the young prodigy of the Uchiha clan and Hatake Kakashi officially commenced. Chapter 69. The Genius and Enigmatic Uchiha Itachi Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. Shadow Clone Shuriken. Shadow Clone Shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated throughout the entire area. Amidst this chaos, Uchiha Itachi remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the figure opposite him, Kakashi, who was adeptly replicating his ninjutsu and combat style. Is it my esteemed ancestor who sent you to train me? What is his current state? Upon hearing Itachi's inquiry, a look of surprise crossed Kakashi's face. He had not anticipated that this young boy possessed such remarkable insight. Indeed, it was Lord Xiao Tian who instructed me to train you. However, even if you have guessed correctly, I shall not afford you any respite. As for Lord Xiao Tian's whereabouts, I can divulge that information, but only if your subsequent performance meets my expectations. No sooner had Kakashi's words resonated than he seized a shuriken, launching it directly at Uchiha Itachi with unyielding force. Through their previous exchanges, Kakashi had gleaned a fundamental understanding of Itachi's level of ninjutsu and the limits of his chakra. Thus, he aimed to gather further insights into Itachi's physical prowess and combat abilities, which were essential for formulating a training regimen tailored to his opponent. Just as Kakashi advanced toward Itachi, preparing to inflict a wound with a decisive strike, Itachi deftly evaded the incoming shuriken, narrowly escaping its trajectory. Regarding Kakashi's unexpected maneuver, Itachi paid it no heed. Instead, having sidestepped the attack, he thrust the shuriken in his hand toward Kakashi's back with precision. In battle, every moment is invaluable. Even the slightest lapse in focus is impermissible. Naturally, Kakashi would not remain idle in the face of Itachi's assault. As the shuriken drew perilously close, he swiftly countered, wielding his own weapon to block and retaliate. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously. As the confrontation persisted, Kakashi's expression grew increasingly grave. The young boy before him exhibited an alarming level of combat instinct and situational awareness, though he had not exerted his full strength. Itachi's capabilities at such a tender age hinted at a future brimming with formidable potential. Bang! Following another clash, both Kakashi and Itachi staggered back several paces, shaking out their right hands. Clearly, neither party had gained the upper hand in their recent exchange. Truly, as a disciple of Lord Xiao Tian, Itachi's astonishing reflexes and adaptability in combat marked him as a prodigious talent indeed. That is incorrect. This has already reached the level of monstrosity. I merely refuse to concede. Furthermore, you did not exert your full strength just now. In response to Kakashi's praise, Uchiha Itachi remained unfazed, calmly revealing the truth and assuming a stance prepared for combat once more. Observing this scene, Kakashi abruptly withdrew, casually waving his hand toward the Uchiha Itachi across from him. I have gleaned all the information I desire. This duel no longer necessitates continuation. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi's brow slightly arched, yet he refrained from making a move. The individual before him was, after all, sent by his own ancestor, and he could not afford to act recklessly. Moreover, he was keenly interested in discovering the whereabouts of his ancestor. However, as Itachi pondered this, Kakashi suddenly uttered a statement that made Itachi's eyes narrow. Would you like to know why, despite utilizing the same ninjutsu and an equal amount of chakra, your technique consistently lacks the potency of mine? Chapter 70. Instant Comprehension. The Genius of Uchiha. Why? Although he felt reluctant to inquire of the person before him, Uchiha Itachi ultimately mustered the courage to speak, driven by his desire to grow stronger. Observing his current demeanor, Kakashi subtly nodded, then raised his right hand, gripping a shuriken. and launched it straight towards the target across the lake. Bang! Anyone who successfully enrolls in the Ninja Academy receives the fundamental techniques for training in ninjutsu. However, as Kakashi continued, he raised another shuriken and similarly hurled it at the target. Bang! In stark contrast to the previous throw, this time Kakashi's shuriken pierced the target, splintering wood into fragments. The very first shuriken he had thrown was now sent flying. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly, for he seemed to have discerned something extraordinary. Then, under Kakashi's watchful gaze, Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment before swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Fire release. What is this? As he observed Uchiha Itachi's actions, Kakashi suddenly realized something, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This young lad's talent is undeniably monstrous. He is capable of mastering techniques with remarkable speed. Great fireball technique. At this moment, a fireball erupted from Uchiha Itachi's mouth, surging towards the target across the lake. Closer. Just 3 meters away. Only 2 meters remain. Seeing the fireball advance, Uchiha Itachi became increasingly convinced that his assumptions were correct. Ninjutsu is not immutable. It can be enhanced in power and speed by altering certain details. Just like now. Only 1 meter away. Half a meter. Just as both Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi believed the fireball was about to obliterate the target, it suddenly halted. Not only that, but Uchiha Itachi himself began to sway unsteadily. Ultimately, he begrudgingly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but shake his head. What a pity, it was just a hair's breadth away. Kakashi recognized that Uchiha Itachi's chakra was nearly depleted, as was his stamina. Yet, just as he contemplated offering words of encouragement, Uchiha Itachi stubbornly supported himself with his arms, striving to rise once more and attempt the great fireball technique again. I can do it, once more. However, before he could fully stand, a shadow abruptly appeared behind him. Itachi, your body has reached its limit. Do not exert yourself recklessly. The voice belonged to Grandmaster. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's voice, Uchiha Itachi wasted no time and respectfully responded. In response, Xiao Tian merely waved his hand dismissively, then hoisted himself up completely. I witnessed your duel with Kakashi. You performed admirably, truly living up to being my disciple, he remarked. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Itachi Uchiha replied, bowing respectfully, his face alight with excitement. However, do not be too quick to celebrate. You still have a considerable journey ahead before you achieve success. Xiao Tian continued, by the way, Itachi, what do you perceive as your current weaknesses? I trust you are well aware of them. At this point, Xiao Tian pondered briefly before determining the next focal point for Itachi Uchiha's training. It seems that during your forthcoming training, you will need to slightly increase the intensity of your physical conditioning. Understood, Master Ancestor. With a subtle nod to Itachi's current demeanor, Xiao Tian surveyed the surroundings. By the way, where is Shursui? Why isn't he training alongside you? I know where he is, Master Ancestor. I will take you to him right away. Very well. Chapter 71. The light of White Fang has yet to be extinguished. Bang. Bang. Bang bang bang. Deep within the forest, a shadow flitted about with an ethereal grace, racing around each tree at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of gashes. Is this truly the velocity achievable at such a tender age? Kakashi, who had arrived alongside Xiao Tian and Itachi Uchiha, could not help but wear a solemn expression upon witnessing Uchiha Shusui's current training. He reflected inwardly, acknowledging that he could not have accomplished such feats at that age. Is it swift? He mused. I find it rather lacking. In comparison to the adept Shursui, who had mastered the body flicker technique, this young lad's speed seemed insufficient. Of course, Xiao Tian refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud. After all, these were events that would unfold in the future. He could not risk altering their course by uttering such words now. Thus, the most prudent course was to keep these future insights to himself. Not swift? As soon as Xiao Tian's voice faded, Kakashi and Itachi exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that Master Xiao Tian had possessed an even more terrifying speed at Shursui's age? Yet, upon reflecting on the various legends surrounding Xiao Tian and Konoha, both quickly found solace in their thoughts. In the Second Shinobi War, a figure who single-handedly pierced through enemy lines and repelled an entire army could hardly be deemed ordinary in his youth. Seemingly aware of their scrutiny, Xiao Tian reached out and gently patted both of their heads. You two need not doubt, in the future, Shursui will astonish you with his speed. And you two will undoubtedly become the pillars of Konoha, according to the original sequence of events. Uchiha Shursui would have his eyes taken by Danzo and ultimately choose to take his own life to empower Itachi's Sharingan. Itachi would, in turn, massacre the entire Uchiha clan to ensure Sasuke's safety and Konoha's stability. Kakashi would eventually abandon the White Fang sword techniques. However, these were merely the established paths of fate. And with Xiao Tian's return, it was imperative to alter these outcomes. The tragic destiny of Uchiha Shursui had already been unraveled through the elimination of Danzo. As for Itachi, as long as he could secure the safety of the Uchiha clan, there would be no need for him to resort to the massacre of his own kin to safeguard his brother's life. Thus, the next change Xiao Tian aimed to implement was to prevent Kakashi from forsaking the White Fang's legacy. He intended to reignite the light of the White Fang within Konoha once more. Of course, this did not entail Kakashi relinquishing his Sharingan or the title of Copy Ninja. It merely meant fully harnessing all his strengths. In the original timeline, the third Hokage had sought to guide him out of darkness by removing him from the Umbu and assigning him to lead a team, which significantly stunted Kakashi's growth. However, now that Xiao Tian had returned, he would ensure that Kakashi could maintain his title as the Copy Ninja while simultaneously reviving the light of the White Fang. Understood, Master. Uchiha Itachi said, slightly resisting as he pushed away Xiao Tian's hand. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Ah, you young rascal. Suddenly, before Xiao Tian could finish his sentence, a vague shadow materialized before them. Impressive. You can perceive from such a distance. Kakashi, this time, you must refrain from using ninjutsu. And your chakra must be maintained at a level comparable to Shursui's. Refrain from using ninjutsu? Kakashi pondered Xiao Tian's words, yet he showed no hesitation. After agreeing, he dashed forward without delay. In an instant, the sharp clash of weapons erupted, reverberating through the air. Xiao Tian pulled Uchiha Itachi back, observing the duel from the sidelines. It appeared that Shursui's recent training was yielding substantial results. Before them, Uchiha Shursui was relentlessly pressuring Kakashi with his speed, preventing him from moving more than 2 meters from his original position. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Itachi turned to Xiao Tian. Master, is Shursui about to win? Win? It's still too early for that. Xiao Tian affectionately ruffled Uchiha Itachi's hair and then glanced down at Kakashi, who was temporarily suppressed by Uchiha Shursui. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that Kakashi, without the use of any ninjutsu, was indeed being overpowered by Uchiha Shursui. However, Itachi, do not forget who Kakashi's father was. Konoha's White Fang? Uchiha Itachi instinctively uttered the 4 words. Xiao Tian nodded, his gaze shifting back to Kakashi, who was repeatedly deflecting Shursui's assaults with his blade. Indeed, he is the son of the White Fang. Even if that ninja blade were to shatter, as long as the desire in his heart remains unbroken, the blade in his heart shall never falter. Kakashi, in a subconscious manner, has begun to employ the techniques once wielded by Konoha's White Fang. The Copy Ninja Kakashi? I prefer to hear it with a few more words added before that. The Copy Ninja of the White Fang clan, Kakashi. Chapter 72. Speed is not everything. The sharp clang of metal reverberated around Kakashi, a flurry of afterimages creating a dizzying spectacle. Yet, the expression of one among them was decidedly grim. Darn it, why can he thwart my every attack? I must not be swift enough. Indeed, that must be it. Speed. I require greater speed. As Uchiha Shursui wrestled with his thoughts, Xiao Tian remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. However, he was acutely aware of one thing. His disciple's growing impatience was palpable. Time slipped by, and Xiao Tian gently shook his head before suddenly appearing between Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi, his finger pressing against their weapons. That's enough. The outcome of this battle has been determined. Xiao Tian turned to Uchiha Shursui on his right and calmly declared, Shursui, you have lost. I lost? Teacher. I can still fight. I am not. Xiao Tian's words prompted Uchiha Shursui to protest vehemently, revealing a childlike eagerness to prove himself to his mentor. Observing this, Uchiha Itachi swiftly intervened, grasping his arm. Shursui, it is you who has lost. Upon hearing Itachi's assertion, Uchiha Shursui gradually regained his composure, lowering his gaze in a mix of embarrassment and realization. Indeed, how could his teacher deceive him? Despite his numerous ambushes, he had failed to breach his opponent's defenses. What was the use of speed if it yielded no victory? Teacher, I was too impulsive just now. It's all right. Recognizing one's mistakes is the hallmark of a good student. Xiao Tian affectionately ruffled Uchiha Shursui's hair and continued, in that last skirmish, you indeed possess the capability to continue fighting. However, if you persisted in that manner, Kakashi would have inevitably found a flaw to exploit. Xiao Tian's words were delivered with a calm demeanor, yet they struck a profound chord within Uchiha Shursui, perhaps out of dissatisfaction, even as he was being reprimanded. Uchiha Shursui stubbornly met Xiao Tian's gaze. Must one rely solely on unparalleled speed to attain true strength? Shursui, witnessing his dear friend, who held a brotherly status in his heart, confront Xiao Tian in such a manner, Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of urgency and instinctively reached out to intervene. Just as he prepared to act, Kakashi, standing nearby, restrained him and, perplexed, gestured toward Xiao Tian. What is the matter? Are you beginning to doubt your chosen path? Or perhaps questioning your teacher? Xiao Tian chuckled lightly. Teacher, I am not. Uchiha Shursui's eyes flickered with a hint of inner turmoil at Xiao Tian's playful remark. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tian couldn't help but sigh. Understanding the reasons behind the current state of his companion, Uchiha Shursui was not easily swayed in heart. Yet this time marked a significant moment for him, his first battle before Xiao Tian, his mentor, after rigorous training. Ultimately, he faced defeat, not in a splendid manner, but rather in loss. Furthermore, it was evident that Uchiha Shursui remained a malleable child. Despite his apparent maturity, he occasionally grappled with confusion within. This notion was not lost on Xiao Tian. In the next instant, Xiao Tian seized Uchiha Shursui's clothing, lifting him off the ground entirely. The action baffled Uchiha Shursui, who could not comprehend his teacher's intentions. Xiao Tian, however, offered no explanation, instead casting him into the air with silent resolve. Teacher, Shursui. The onlookers, 3 others present, were equally perplexed by Xiao Tian's gesture, yet he remained reticent, charging forth before their very eyes. Little Shursui, observe closely. Behold the true terror of ultimate speed. Teacher, I. Boom. Before Uchiha Shursui could utter his third word, Xiao Tian vanished from sight. In his wake, a terrifying crater erupted in the ground. Was this merely the result of a starting move? Uchiha Shursui was astounded by the destructive force unleashed by Xiao Tian's initiation, while the latter had already surged ahead. Thunderous sounds echoed as trees fell in rapid succession, their trunks cleaved with unnerving smoothness, eliciting a shiver down the spine. Most astonishingly, the path Xiao Tian carved was littered with the very marks Uchiha Shursui had left during his recent practice on those trees. Was this the speed of a teacher? How terrifying indeed. As Uchiha Shursui contemplated this, he found himself merely a meter from the ground. Just as he braced for impact, Xiao Tian reappeared, grasping him with precision. Quick, accurate, and fierce. If you remember these 3 words, what fear have you of any adversary? I understand, teacher. Chapter 73, The Direct Troops of the 4th Generation. Invitation to the Dark Division. By the way, I see that your speed has reached a level where you can begin to learn body flicker technique. Rest well today, and starting tomorrow, you shall learn alongside my shadow clone. If your talent is sufficient and you put in the effort, the Flying Thunder God technique may also be imparted to you. Body flicker technique? Flying Thunder God technique? Can I truly learn these? Uchiha Shursui, who had initially felt disheartened after losing to his teacher in a duel, now bore an expression of exhilaration. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was renowned. It was the very technique through which the 4th Hokage carved out an illustrious reputation in the ninja world, a shining beacon of yellow. Its might was unquestionable. Yet now, to think that his teacher was willing to entrust him with such knowledge, how could he not feel thrilled? You are my disciple, and teaching ninjutsu to my students is indeed the duty of a teacher. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's calm words, Uchiha Shursui's heart raced. In the next moment, he straightened his back, bowed solemnly to Xiao Tian, and declared, Rest assured, teacher, I will strive to learn diligently to surpass the 4th Hokage, and make the name Uchiha Shursui known throughout the ninja world. On that day, I shall proclaim to all that my teacher is named Xiao Tian. This boy, upon hearing Uchiha Shursui's fervent words, Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then he extended his hand and playfully shoved him towards Uchiha Itachi. You cheeky brat. Having such aspirations is commendable, but let us focus on mastering body flicker technique first. I will certainly do so, Uchiha Shursui replied with unwavering determination. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi seemed inspired as well and vowed, I too shall ensure I do not disappoint our teacher. Observing Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, along with Kakashi who stood nearby, Xiao Tian nodded in approval. Very well, if you encounter any difficulties, come directly to me and disregard that brat Fugaku. Yes, master. Yes, grandmaster. After addressing the 2 young men, Xiao Tian departed with Kakashi. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were his students, while Kakashi served as his current aide. However, upon their return to the Dark Division office, they encountered two ninjas leaning against the door, chewing on grass. Who are you? Seeing these individuals, Xiao Tian's brow furrowed slightly. After the Danzo incident, it was the first time anyone dared to block his office door in such a manner. Lord Xiao Tian, we are former members of the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God Guard. I am Nara Jinsuk, and he is Banzurito. There is also Iwa Sure. We have been ordered by the 3rd Hokage to report to you. He mentioned that you would assign us our duties. The old fellow. Upon hearing the words of Noara Jinkan, Xiao Tian nodded and then led Kakashi into the office. Where had Daiwashi gone? He had just completed a reconnaissance patrol along the borders and, reportedly, encountered a Kimichi Kufu there. Kufu? For some reason, upon receiving this news, an unsettling feeling persisted in Xiao Tian's heart. Furthermore, based on the intelligence he had gathered using his Mangeki Sharingan, it seemed that the ninja world would soon witness some stirring events. Lost in thought, Xiao Tian found himself in deep contemplation. However, such tranquility did not last long. Jinkan, RET, would you both be inclined to join the Umbu? Join my special Umbu. Join the Umbu? Special Umbu? Noara Jinkan appeared somewhat perplexed by Xiao Tian's current proposition. Anticipating this reaction, Xiao Tian gestured towards Kakashi beside him. This is Hitaki Kakashi, the sole official member of my special Umbu team. I believe you are acquainted with him. As for Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, those two young lads are indeed destined to be members of this special Umbu in the future. However, Xiao Tian was not yet prepared to allow them to participate in missions at such an early stage. After all, they were at a pivotal point in their development, and Xiao Tian was unwilling to jeopardize their potential for his own purposes. Acquainted? How could we not know the disciple of the 4th Hokage and the son of Konoha's White Fang? Noara Jinkan replied with a solemn nod. Upon hearing his response, Xiao Tian continued, once you enter the special Umbu, the three of you will be beholden solely to my commands. No one shall restrict or control your actions. Should anyone wish to bring harm upon you, come to me. As long as you have not committed any unforgivable acts such as betraying Konoha, I shall ensure your grievances are avenged. Those who belong to me, Xiao Tian, are not to be trifled with. So what say you? The Flying Thunder God Guardian Corps. Are you willing to join my special Umbu? Chapter 74. The Flying Thunder God Guard's allegiance and initial action upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. Both Noara Jinkan and Ando Rado were momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated that this newly appointed leader of the Dark Forces would extend such an olive branch to them. However, their hesitation lasted but an instant. In the next moment, without uttering a single word, Noara Jinkan and Ando Rado knelt before Xiao Tian on one knee. The Flying Thunder God Guard is entirely willing to join Lord Xiao Tian's special dark unit. Xiao Tian was not surprised by their reaction. After all, these two, along with the one currently on an external mission, Itachi Yagami, were previously members of the Flying Thunder God Guard under the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Given the significant debt of gratitude he owed to the 4th Hokage, Xiao Tian found it unsurprising that Noara Jinkan and Ando Rado would respond in such a manner. With this thought in mind, Xiao Tian looked down at the sleeping Naruto. This little fellow certainly loves his slumber. Your father's comrades are right before you. As this realization struck him, Xiao Tian raised his gaze to Noara Jinkan and Ando Rado, speaking calmly. How can you be so certain that Itachi Yagami is also willing to join my special dark unit? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's inquiry, Noara Jinkan and Ando Rado exchanged glances, then replied solemnly, we were once part of the 4th Hokage's guard. The Flying Thunder God technique we possess originates from the 4th Hokage himself. Without him, the three of us would never have reached this point. Thus, for us, the 4th Hokage is not merely a superior but a benefactor. As they spoke, Noara Jinkan and Ando Rado's bodies trembled slightly, clearly moved. Nevertheless, as members of the Flying Thunder God Guard, they maintained their composure. In less than a breath's time, they had readjusted their emotions, their expressions once again serious. Moreover, Lord Xiao Tian, upon your return to Konoha, you not only aided the 4th Hokage in subduing the Nine-Tails and protecting the village, but also honored the legacy of the 4th Hokage's orphan. Such immense kindness will never be forgotten by the entire Flying Thunder God Guard, even at the cost of our lives. Therefore, we can assure you that Itachi Yagami will undoubtedly be willing to join Lord Xiao Tian's special dark unit. At this juncture, Noara Jinkan and Ando Rado exclaimed in unison. If he is unwilling, we shall personally ensure the safety of the 4th Hokage's legacy. The Flying Thunder God Guard has never been cowardly nor ungrateful. Upon hearing their resolute assurance, Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction, then rose from his seat and handed the sleeping Naruto to Noera Jinkan. Jinkan, this is Watergate's child, my disciple. Please take good care of him. I believe that both of you are eager to see him and express your heartfelt sentiments. Boom. Unbeknownst to him, Jinnin fell to his knees after just embracing little Naruto, and beside him, Raiden did the same. Thank you, Lord Xiao Tian. No need for thanks. Why don't you both take a moment to rest over there? Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's command, Jinnin and Raiden hesitated not a moment and promptly stepped aside. It truly resembles the fourth Hokage. Indeed, the last time we saw this little one, he was still in Lady Kushina's womb. Who would have thought that so little time has passed, and now both lords? Jinnin and Raiden's conversation did not escape Xiao Yan's ears. Yet he paid it no heed and instead turned to depart. When he reappeared, he found himself atop the house, waiting for the return of the final member of the Flying Thunder God Guard, Awashi. The chaos at the borders had already commenced, indicating that the first war following the Nine-Tails turmoil loomed on the horizon. However, such idle waiting did not seem a practical solution. Konoha needed to take decisive action. Kakashi. Boom. As soon as Xiao Yan's words fell, Kakashi hastened to his side, kneeling on one knee. Lord Xiao Tian, go find Fugaku immediately and have him dispatch more Umbu members to patrol the borders. If necessary, they should infiltrate other nations, ensuring that accurate intelligence is relayed promptly. Kakashi hesitated upon hearing Xiao Yan's request, uncertain of how to respond. After all, sending Umbu members into foreign lands was a significant matter. Shouldn't the fifth Hokage be informed first? Yet, recalling the relationship between the fifth Hokage and Xiao Tian, Kakashi swiftly dismissed that thought and replied resolutely, Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. Boom. With Kakashi's voice echoing, he transformed into white smoke, hastening toward the Uchiha clan stronghold. The infiltration of Umbu into various nations was merely the initial step in Xiao Yan's strategy to confront the impending war. He had prepared extensively for this conflict. Shortly after Kakashi's departure, a glimmer of brilliance crossed Xiao Tian's eyes as he stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance at a shadow not far from Konoha. The figure wore garments adorned with the same patterns as Jinnin and Raiden. Awashi, the final member of the Flying Thunder God Guard, had finally returned. Chapter 75, Urgent Border Crisis, the turmoil in Misty Hidden Village, and have returned. You hold closely and recount everything to him. Ensure his safety. Yes, Lord, I would rather perish than allow any harm to befall this child. Upon hearing's command, wasted no time. A shadow flickered and he dashed away. We shall proceed shortly. Indeed, Lord, at words, who had been kneeling on one knee, gripped the shuakin that had mysteriously found its way into his hand. Should exhibit any signs of treachery, he would act swiftly. If refused to join Special Dark Unit, he would have no choice but to incapacitate him. However, should dare threaten, would ensure he faced the direst of consequences. The descendant of the fourth Hokage must not encounter any misfortune here. Otherwise, he would descend into the abyss without the courage to confront that esteemed figure. Yet, as an observed from the shadows, the recently returned, under their watchful gaze, bowed his head and knelt before them. Even turned to, offering a respectful bow. It was clear that was inclined to join Special Dark Unit. Excellent. Satisfied with his choice, nodded approvingly, and then patted on the shoulder. In the next moment, both vanished, only to reappear before it. What astonishing speed. This is akin to the true Flying Thunder God technique, just like the fourth Hokage. Although, and are collectively known as the Flying Thunder God Guard, they can only execute the technique in unison. Individually, they are utterly incapable. In summary, their version of the Flying Thunder God technique is merely a flawed imitation. While pondered this, S eyes narrowed slightly. It seems you were injured, Lord? Upon hearing this, and simultaneously turned their gaze toward. There was no concealment in his response. Truly, Lord is perceptive. Indeed, I have sustained some minor injuries, but they will not impede the execution of our plan. After stating this, began to report all the intelligence he had gathered during his recent excursion. On his way back, he encountered a number of refugees from the Land of Water, along with assassins attempting to infiltrate the Land of Fire under the guise of these refugees. Although he suffered some injuries, he ultimately repelled them with the assistance of his comrades from the Border's Dark Unit. Indeed, it appears that an incident has transpired in the village hidden in the mist, though the precise circumstances remain unclear. In any case, the situation there is exceedingly chaotic. Upon hearing this from Awashi, Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Refugees from the Land of Water? Assassins? and the Mist Village. The fact that someone intends to infiltrate the Land of Fire with assassins? Ha ha ha. Then we need not be cautious in our forthcoming endeavors. At this juncture, Xiao Tian abruptly turned to face Noara Kakashi and Bamatsu Raito, concurrently taking the small Naruto from Raito's arms. Kakashi, you and Raito must promptly seek out Kakashi and form a special Umbu team to investigate the root cause of this turmoil in the Mist Village. The fact that Yagura has only recently become a Jinchuriki and that the Mist Village has once again descended into internal strife undoubtedly signals something amiss. Understood, Lord Xiao Tian. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's directive, Noara Kakashi and Bamatsu Raito exchanged no further words, bowing respectfully before setting off to find Kakashi. As for Shiawashi, Awashi, do your injuries hinder your ability to execute the mission? Not at all. Very well, then prepare yourself briefly, for you shall accompany Kakashi and the others. Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. However, just as Shiawashi was about to depart, Xiao Tian suddenly interjected. By the way, I heard you encountered a Kimichi Choji on your way? Huh, indeed. I did run into him. Though unsure why Xiao Tian inquired so unexpectedly, Shiawashi promptly responded. How is he faring? He sustained some minor injuries like myself, but it seems he has no immediate plans to return to Konoha. He wishes to remain stationed at the border. That troublesome lad, truly a source of concern. Well then, prepare yourself as well, and you shall set off with Kakashi and the others shortly. Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. Chapter 76, a significant move by the Umbu to assist the Uzumaki clan after the departure of Noara Kakashi and his companions. Xiao Tian glanced down at the small Naruto cradled in his arms before vanishing from sight and appearing beside Uchiha Fugaku. The latter, having just seen Kakashi off and preparing to dispatch additional Umbu members to the borders for reconnaissance, was startled by Xiao Tian's sudden arrival. Master, what brings you here? Fugaku inquired, having already met with Xianjian. Indeed, you have encountered Xianjian, Xiao Tian replied coolly. Yes, master. Fugaku is already apprised of the situation and is prepared to send more Umbu members to infiltrate the various nations. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Xiao Tian nodded with satisfaction. Infiltrate the nations, rather than merely surveil the borders and penetrate only if something amiss is detected. It seems my disciple has not disappointed me. His comprehension is quite commendable. However, if this is all there is, it still appears somewhat insufficient. With this thought, Xiao Tian reached for the list of assignments that Fugaku had placed on the table and calmly recited its contents. Team 1. Infiltrate the Land of Wind. Team 2. Infiltrate the Land of Lightning. Team 3. Infiltrate the Land of Earth. Team 4. Infiltrate the Land of Rain. Special Umbu Unit for the Land of Water. Fugaku, is this the final arrangement you devised upon receiving my orders? Bang. The moment Fugaku heard Xiao Tian's words, he immediately grasped their implication. Master, I shall revise the arrangements. In addition to sending 2 teams to the Land of Water, we will deploy an additional team of Umbu members to each of the remaining countries for infiltration. Excellent. But you must also dispatch 2 more teams to the Land of Whirlpool to assist me with a particular task. The Land of Whirlpool? Fugaku found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the purpose behind Xiao Tian's directive. Although the Land of Whirlpool had once been an ally of Konoha, that was merely a relic of the past. The nation had been destroyed, and theoretically, few would venture to that place. Thus, why would his master still send 2 teams there? Such an action seemed utterly devoid of meaning and appeared to be a futile endeavor, yielding little reward for significant effort. Xiao Tian was acutely aware of Fugaku's bewilderment. After casting a glance at the small Naruto in his arms, he spoke coldly. Indeed, the Land of Whirlpool has been annihilated, but what of it? Since the Land of Whirlpool was our ally, our mutual agreements remain valid despite their current demise. You are to send 2 teams of Umbu members to locate the remnants of the Uzumaki clan still within the Land of Whirlpool. I am unaware of how Sarutobi handled matters during his tenure as Hokage, but now that the Umbu is under my command, I shall not allow their plight to be neglected. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Fugaku understood that his master had firmly resolved to act. In the next moment, he uttered no superfluous words, directly hurling several shurikens out of the window, commanding them to depart immediately. Currently, all the captains of Konoha's Umbu teams awaited outside, fully prepared to receive their orders. This, of course, was the personal directive of Uchiha Fugaku. However, Xiao Tian bore no resentment towards this decision. For such an approach indeed enhanced operational efficiency significantly. Contemplating this, Xiao Tian turned to face the 2 team captains outside and spoke with a calm demeanor. The remaining two teams were tasked with safeguarding Konoha. Although the village was relatively tranquil at present, one could never be certain when adversaries might infiltrate, thus necessitating that you remain vigilant, more so than those who venture out on missions. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the remaining Umbu teams exhibited no hesitation, promptly departing to execute his command. After fulfilling these duties, Xiao Tian turned his gaze back to Uchiha Fugaku, a profound glimmer flickering in his eyes. Fugaku, I have heard that certain factions within your clan are rather radical, persistently yearning to engage in battle. Am I correct? Chapter 77. The formation of a temporary Umbu team. Sending them to the battlefield. Is there someone from the Uchiha clan wishing to go to the battlefield? Damn it, who on earth leaked this information? Bang. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku ceased his speculation and knelt before Xiao Tian, bowing his head in earnest assurance. Master, within 2 days at the latest, if you grant me this time, I shall suppress all dissenting voices and ensure that no grievances arise. Although Uchiha Fugaku was unaware of how Xiao Tian had acquired this information, he was acutely aware of his paramount task at this moment to put his teacher's mind at ease. After all, he had only recently gained access to the power core of Konoha through Xiao Tian. If this matter were to result in his expulsion from the Umbu, it would spell eternal exclusion for the Uchiha clan from the inner sanctum of Konoha. Such a cost was utterly unacceptable to him. However, as Uchiha Fugaku fervently assured Xiao Tian that he would handle those with ill intentions, the profound look in Xiao Tian's eyes sent chills down his spine. Master, what do you mean by this? Do not be afraid. In a family so vast, there will always be individuals harboring their own unique thoughts. You agree with me, do you not, Fugaku? Though Uchiha Fugaku was unsure of Xiao Tian's intentions, he nevertheless nodded vigorously, compelled by the necessity to secure his position within the Umbu. Thus, let them form several temporary Umbu teams to head to the borders and intercept any enemies attempting to breach the Land of Fire. If they perform admirably, I shall facilitate their official induction into the Umbu after the war. What? Xiao Tian's words caused Uchiha Fugaku to lift his gaze in astonishment, his eyes brimming with incredulity. His teacher was willing to grant the Uchiha clan such a significant opportunity? Rest assured, I will have those individuals prepare for departure at once. We will protect the borders of the Land of Fire at all costs. Very well, then proceed with your task. Xiao Tian had faith in Uchiha Fugaku's promise. After all, if the Uchiha clan sought to draw nearer to the power core of Konoha, they would need to rely on their own efforts. Yes, master. As soon as Xiao Tian's words fell, Uchiha Fugaku promptly exited the room to address the matter. Though he recognized the perilous nature of the mission assigned to these temporary Umbu teams, he felt no hesitation. If those individuals remained within the clan, they would undoubtedly pose a risk to the Uchiha. Therefore, rather than allowing them to linger, it was far more prudent to send them on a mission. If they were to perish, so be it. It would serve to eliminate these threats from the Uchiha clan. If those individuals were to return alive, it would indeed be splendid. The standing of the Uchiha clan within the Umbu would experience a significant elevation. In essence, sending those individuals on missions would undeniably be advantageous for the Uchiha clan. It is precisely for this reason that Uchiha Fugaku departed in such haste. Xiao Tian was fully aware of this, yet he chose not to vocalize his understanding. Instead, he turned his gaze towards a certain direction. In this war, these radical members of the Uchiha clan would serve as a remarkably effective sword. At this juncture, Xiao Tian suddenly employed the Flying Thunder God technique. Arriving atop a tree outside the Uchiha clan's territory, with a calm demeanor, he observed below, where an individual had long since arrived yet remained inactive. That individual was someone Xiao Tian had not seen for many years. Wouldn't you agree? Orochimaru. Chapter 78. The Legendary Three of Konoha. Reunited once more as the final words spoken by Xiao Tian lingered in the air, he gently caressed the small head of young Naruto, seemingly oblivious to the silence that enveloped the area after his utterance. It was as if his perception had misled him. However, after a few breaths had passed, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the trees. Truly impressive, Lord Xiao Tian, your perception is indeed formidable. It seems you are already aware of my presence. Orochimaru remarked. Xiao Tian did not refute this statement. He merely regarded Orochimaru with a calm demeanor, as though awaiting something. This tranquility, however, was clearly not destined to endure for long. Orochimaru. As Xiao Tian and Orochimaru locked eyes, another figure hurriedly approached from a distance, launching a direct assault with a fist. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted between Orochimaru and Xiao Tian, sending dust swirling into the air. Why didn't you evade? Tsunade, who had just arrived, glared coldly at Orochimaru, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Orochimaru offered no response to her inquiry. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Xiao Tian. Lord Xiao Tian, what does this mean? Nothing significant. I merely thought it was time for the three of you to reunite after such a long interval, so I orchestrated this encounter, Xiao Tian replied. Upon hearing these words, both Orochimaru and Tsunade seemed to grasp the underlying implications simultaneously, turning their attention toward the direction of Konoha's gates, where a figure materialized. It was a man with a shock of white hair, moving with a carefree swagger, yet at that moment, he was sprinting with fervor. Orochimaru, how dare you return? Ah. Tsunade, step aside. Watch me send him flying. Jiraiya, the last of the legendary three, possessed commendable battle prowess, although his intellect outside of combat often left much to be desired. Witnessing Jiraiya's current antics, Tsunade instinctively covered her forehead with her hand, overwhelmed by a sense of exasperation. That fool. Orochimaru remains a declared rogue ninja of Konoha. Such outbursts in the streets will surely incite chaos. Yet, as these thoughts crossed Tsunade's mind, Xiao Tian suddenly raised his head, conjuring a wall of water to intercept Jiraiya's charge, and then turned to the street with a commanding voice. Umbu, initiate emergency protocols. All villagers of Konoha, return to your homes immediately. Umbu members, maintain order. Yes, my lord. Responding to Xiao Tian's command, the two squads of Umbu stationed in Konoha surged from the shadows, swiftly calming the villagers who were poised to confront Orochimaru. As the dark faction commenced its actions, Xiao Tian bestowed a slight smile upon Tsunade. Very well, the matter shall be temporarily subdued. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Tsunade gently nodded and entwined her arm with his. With him by her side, her heart felt at ease, free from worry. Observing this scene, Jiraiya, who had initially intended to confront Orochimaru, was now rendered utterly petrified. Who are you? How can you have Tsunade holding your arm? Jiraiya's mind was in disarray, his face etched with sorrow. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Wait, why does this seem so familiar? Truly foolish, to not even recognize Lord Xiao Tian. Orochimaru, witnessing Jiraiya's bewilderment, seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. In response to Orochimaru's taunts, Jiraiya tossed his long white hair aside and began to retort. You are the foolish one, Orochimaru. Where have you been all these years? Moreover, why? Wait, did you just say he is Lord Xiao Tian? Is that not so? No, Lord Xiao Tian. I merely. Faced with Jiraiya's incredulous gaze, Xiao Tian smiled faintly. The more he smiled, the more Jiraiya felt embarrassed, scratching his head awkwardly. So, the one who had been missing for years has returned. If that is the case, my chances of pursuing Tsunade have all but vanished. Seeing the expression on Jiraiya's face, both Orochimaru and Tsunade simultaneously shook their heads, feeling profoundly embarrassed by his current demeanor. Particularly Orochimaru. Even I, a rogue ninja, am aware of Lord Xiao Tian's return. Yet you, a so-called good ninja of Konoha, remain oblivious. How laughable. Humph. Who says I didn't know? I was merely preparing a special surprise for Lord Xiao Tian. And where is that surprise? You, I, Orochimaru, you remain as insufferable as ever. And you as well. Witnessing these two adversaries engage in a verbal spar upon their reunion, Xiao Tian shook his head. In the next moment, he swiftly marked Jiraiya and Orochimaru with the Flying Thunder God technique and promptly departed with the three of them. Having returned after such a long absence, let us not linger here in conversation. Any discussions can be held in the office. Chapter 79. I can no longer return. Orochimaru's ambition, is this the Hokage's office? Even after all these years, Lord Xiao Tian remains as formidable and enigmatic as ever. In contrast to Jiraiya's astonishment, Orochimaru's gaze was suffused with a weighty seriousness. Under normal circumstances, so many years having passed, Xiao Tian's return to Konoha should not have left him appearing so youthful. After all, his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has aged considerably, suggesting that Xiao Tian should have as well. Could it be that Xiao Tian possesses some means to preserve his youth or prolong his lifespan? With this thought, the spark in Orochimaru's eyes ignited with fervor. Yet, such an alteration was fleeting, unnoticed by Jiraiya and Tsunade. His return was solely to verify the authenticity of the intelligence provided by that organization. Now that he has witnessed Xiao Tian in person, he is convinced of its veracity. It seems he must seek opportunities to exert more effort in his interactions with Lord Xiao Tian, for the latter appears to possess something he desires. However, No matter how adeptly Orochimaru concealed his emotional fluctuations, he could not evade Xiao Tian's keen perception. Orochimaru, is there nothing you wish to discuss with me? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Orochimaru faltered and fell into silence. From a young age, he had sought out Xiao Tian to learn forbidden techniques. And Xiao Tian had been pleasantly surprised by his talent in this area, generously imparting his knowledge. Thus, for Orochimaru, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is considered a teacher, then Xiao Tian is akin to a mentor as well. With this in mind, Orochimaru spoke with a tinge of complexity. Teacher Xiao Tian, I must admit, it is quite unexpected to see you after so many years. Moreover, I have many questions I wish to pose to you. However, as he spoke, he glanced at Jiraiya beside him. Yet, I believe it would be best to keep certain individuals out of this discussion. What do you mean by that? Jiraiya exclaimed, ready to take action. Were it not for Tsunade restraining him, he might have already launched a fireball at Orochimaru. Regarding the reactions of the three before him, Xiao Tian merely smiled gently, enveloped in a pale blue chakra. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure emerged, causing both Orochimaru and Jiraiya to break into a cold sweat. I do not care what you have endured during my absence. What matters now is that I have returned. You must set aside your mutual animosities and work together for the future of Konoha. Truly, the pressure exerted by teacher Xiao Tian remains as fearsome as ever. In stark contrast to the grave expression etched upon Jiraiya's face, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and met Xiao Tian's gaze, calmly articulating his stance. Teacher Xiao Tian, the Konoha of today is no longer the Konoha of yore, and I am no longer the Orochimaru who once scurried around you. I am now a rogue ninja of Konoha, harboring my own aspirations. I apologize, Teacher Xiao Tian, but I cannot return. A faint smile unexpectedly graced Xiao Tian's face upon hearing Orochimaru's words. Witnessing this, Jiraiya, under the impression that Xiao Tian was about to take action, hastily interjected. Lord Xiao Tian, allow me to handle Orochimaru. There is no need for you to intervene personally. Then let us make a wager. Huh? Originally intending to interrupt their conversation, Jiraiya found himself utterly perplexed by Xiao Tian's remark. Lord Xiao Tian, what precisely do you intend to achieve? Paying little heed to Jiraiya's bewilderment, Xiao Tian instead turned his attention back to Orochimaru. What say you, Orochimaru? Shall we strike a bet? Chapter 80, Orochimaru. I possess what you desire. Do I require any further options? In stark contrast to the tension exhibited by Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru's demeanor remained remarkably composed. He was acutely aware that if it were his own mentor's intentions at play, no force within the shinobi world could thwart it. Just as he had once single-handedly charged into enemy lines to rescue Uchiha Fugaku, even the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had been powerless to stop him. How much less could he be deterred now? Do not speak so lightly. Wagering with me is not necessarily detrimental, Xiao Tian remarked. Narrowing his eyes as he calmly regarded the once esteemed, now rogue ninja, Orochimaru. His posture exuded an air of confidence, as though he had already secured victory over Orochimaru. Entirely unfazed by the possibility of rejection. Is it not so? Orochimaru found himself utterly perplexed by Xiao Tian's current endeavors, yet he felt unable to decline. After all, Xiao Tian's words had never deceived him. Each wager they engaged in, regardless of victory or defeat, ultimately yielded for him that which he most ardently sought. This occasion, it seemed, would likely follow suit. Nonetheless, Orochimaru was deeply intrigued by the fact that his present ambitions, those aspirations that he yearned to fulfill, were not easily attainable for the denizens of this world. Indeed, one could argue that they were near impossible. That ambition, of course, was immortality. Yet at this very moment, his mentor had presented yet another wager. Could it be that he truly had discovered the secret to eternal life? Had his mentor succeeded where he himself had not? Though uncertainty clouded his mind. In pursuit of knowledge regarding immortality, Orochimaru ultimately acquiesced, nodding with a smile. Since my mentor is so enthusiastic today, I am indeed willing to engage in a wager. One must venture into the tiger's den if they wish to seize the cub. This principle was not lost on Orochimaru. Xiao Tian, unperturbed by Orochimaru's decision, gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Orochimaru, I once conveyed to you that power is the essence of altering one's fate. In my quest for strength, I fortuitously encountered what you seek. Simply put, as long as you remain by my side from this moment forth, assisting me and avoiding premature demise, I assure you that in the near future, you shall attain precisely what you desire. While others may remain oblivious and Orochimaru might be uncertain, Xiao Tian was acutely aware that soon enough, Orochimaru would achieve it independently, requiring no assistance. His words served merely to ensure Orochimaru's presence in Konoha, working alongside him to protect the village. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's declaration, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet he managed to restrain his excitement remarkably well. He is acutely aware that Xiao Tian's intention in making such a statement is to tether him to Konoha, compelling him to contribute to the village. What he truly desires, however, is the potentially invaluable intelligence regarding immortality that resides in the hands of his counterpart. This encapsulates the essence of their current negotiations, encompassing both purpose and leverage. I understand that my sensei aims for me to remain and safeguard Konoha. Yet, sensei, let us not forget that I am a rogue ninja, and my capacity to assist you is rather limited. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, both Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded in agreement. Recognizing that his status indeed constrains Orochimaru's ability to operate alongside Xiao Tian effectively. Moreover, should Orochimaru distance himself from Xiao Tian, both Tsunade and Jiraiya harbor concerns that he may act unpredictably. Thus, his identity as a rogue ninja poses a significant dilemma. To be candid, they are currently rather skeptical of Orochimaru's intentions. Indeed, entrusting this individual with the duty of protecting Konoha seems an improbable endeavor. In response to Jiraiya's remark, Tsunade, though silent, subtly inclined her head in accord with his perspective. However, regarding this matter, Orochimaru retorted with a hint of sarcasm, suggesting that Jiraiya harbors considerable disdain for Xiao Tian. I merely hold reservations about you. He chuckled softly. Observing the exchange between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Xiao Tian leaned back in his chair, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. A rogue ninja? Haha. Do you perceive me as that inflexible old man Sarutobi? Shedding this identity is a simple task. Chapter 81. Jiraiya's heart. Orochimaru, respond to me. Is it that simple? At these words from Xiao Tian, both Jiraiya and Tsunade displayed expressions of confusion, uncertain of his true intentions. However, the typically composed Orochimaru seemed to have grasped something and calmly uttered two words, Danzo. Indeed, among the few disciples he had once mentored, Xiao Tian found Orochimaru to be the most perceptive. In the next moment, Xiao Tian turned to Jiraiya and Tsunade. While Orochimaru understood his meaning, the two of them remained perplexed. You are aware that Danzo is dead, correct? Since he has met his demise, let him make his final contribution to Konoha by shifting all the accusations of treachery against Orochimaru onto him. Upon hearing this, Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly. Yet she found herself lacking a counterargument. Indeed, this plan could lead to Orochimaru gradually gaining acceptance from the villagers of Konoha. After all, even in death, Danzo remained the most reviled figure in the hearts of the villagers. Nevertheless, Jiraiya's expression continuously fluctuated, revealing his reluctance to allow Orochimaru to return to the village. The reason for his hesitance was likely known only to him. However, capturing his heart was not an insurmountable challenge. Xiao Tian was confident he could achieve it. Jiraiya, speak your mind. There are no outsiders here. This statement dispelled the last trace of doubt in Jiraiya's heart, prompting him to abruptly turn and face Orochimaru. Tell me, why did you leave Konoha without a word? Why did you vanish so quietly? Upon learning of Orochimaru's departure as a rogue ninja, Jiraiya had not hesitated for a moment. He continued his journey while searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Yet, despite his relentless pursuit, it was as if Orochimaru had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. The loss of a friend, one who had journeyed alongside him since childhood, plunged him into despair. This only solidified his resolve to find the prophesied child. For only by locating this child could peace truly be restored to Konoha and the world. Now, upon hearing of Xiao Tian's return to Konoha and hastening back, he found himself face to face with his old friend Orochimaru once more. How could he not feel a surge of emotion? The initial kick he had delivered had stemmed not only from anger over betrayal but also from the frustration of years lost and the excitement of their reunion. There is nothing we cannot face together. After all, we are the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. At Jiraiya's words, Tsunade gently nodded, her gaze becoming gravely serious. Though Jiraiya may be impulsive, his words ring true. They are the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure. What matters could not be shared with them, compelling one to depart in silence. Yet, facing the intense gaze of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru refrained from revealing the reasons behind his retreat, instead donning a sardonic smile. The legendary Sannin? To confront them together? That notion is merely a figment of your imagination. Jiraiya, Tsunade, we are not as formidable as you perceive. We are, in reality, merely what we appear to be. Chapter 82. Stop deceiving yourself. We are, In truth, quite weak. Orochimaru's words left both Jiraiya and Tsunade momentarily stunned, their mouths opening as if to engage in a debate. Particularly Jiraiya, who had already taken a step forward. Orochimaru, what are you truly evading? What transpired back then that made you prefer to depart rather than defend yourself? Defend? Haha. Upon hearing Jiraiya's remark, Orochimaru appeared to find it utterly ludicrous. He covered his face with his hand and raised his head to emit a cold chuckle. It seems you have been living in a sheltered environment, naively and pitifully oblivious. What do you mean by that? Jiraiya furrowed his brows, yet refrained from arguing, as he awaited Orochimaru's subsequent words. What do I mean? Do you truly remain unaware? At this juncture, Orochimaru slowly lowered his hand from his face, his expression returning to a calm demeanor. Each word he spoke resonated like nails driven into the hearts of the two. Are we truly strong? If we were genuinely strong, why then did we need to be graciously spared by Hanzo instead of defeating him? If we are indeed strong, then Tsunade, why did your brother Nawaki perish before our very eyes? Why did we not shield him from the enemy's assault and save him? Are we strong? Let us not deceive ourselves. Life is exceedingly fragile, and we are but minuscule beings, akin to ants and dust. We are all weak. Orochimaru, enough. Just as Orochimaru was about to utter the final word of weakness, Xiao Tian intervened. He was acutely aware that Orochimaru's assertions were grounded in reality. However, should Jiraiya and Tsunade, two of Konoha's legendary three shinobi, allow such words to cast a shadow over their spirits, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for Konoha. Tsunade, though her overall strength may not be formidable, possesses exceptional healing capabilities enhanced by her Byakugan technique, making her a significant asset to Konoha. As for Jiraiya, there is no need to elaborate. He has now mastered sage techniques, transforming his combat prowess from a mere underdog into a true powerhouse. If he were to unleash his full potential in battle, he would undoubtedly become one of Konoha's foremost combatants. Thus, Xiao Tian could not permit Orochimaru to utter that final word, which would undermine the beliefs of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Moreover, following Orochimaru's mention of those two words, Tsunade's emotions seemed to falter. Nawaki, Tsunade's only brother, whose death had always been the deepest wound in her heart. Xiao Tian was acutely aware of this. It appeared he would need to take some action for her after returning today, even if such actions were not currently condoned by Konoha. Since Master Xiao Tian has spoken, I shall refrain from further comment, lest I provoke undue agitation in you delicate flowers sheltered from the harshness of the world. With Xiao Tian's words lingering in the air, Orochimaru wisely chose to remain silent, for he did not deem his abilities to surpass those of Xiao Tian. At that moment, however, Xiao Tian unexpectedly extended his hand, presenting young Naruto to Tsunade. Please take Naruto back for now. As for the matter concerning Moku, I will address it upon my return this evening. Do not dwell on it. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Tsunade, though reluctant to burden him with her concerns, ultimately acquiesced when she met his unwavering gaze filled with incredulous determination. She nodded, embracing young Naruto before turning to depart. Once she had exited the Hokage's office, Xiao Tian then turned his attention to Orochimaru and Jiraiya. It seems that both of you harbor some discontent with each other's perspectives. Xiao Tian's statement rendered both Jiraiya and Orochimaru silent, for they understood that his choice to speak at this juncture was laden with purpose. Observing their silence, Xiao Tian had no intention of engaging in trivial discourse. Instead, he promptly proposed a resolution to their discord. Since neither of you can concede, why not settle it with a duel? Chapter 83, The Seed of Determination. Cultivating Jiraiya. Lord Xiao Tian, what do you mean? You want me to fight Orochimaru? Are you afraid? In stark contrast to Jiraiya's indecision, Orochimaru spoke coldly, seemingly dismissing the matter entirely. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly, as if suppressing something within. What do I have to fear as Jiraiya? It's just. Honestly, Xiao Tian felt a twinge of disappointment in Jiraiya's current demeanor. Jiraiya, in terms of resolve, you lack the decisiveness that Orochimaru possesses. This is something you must learn from him. Although, if the trajectory of this world follows its natural course, the future Jiraiya would undoubtedly emerge as a man capable of confronting the 6 paths of pain single-handedly, and even turning the tables on several of them. Were it not for the unique nature of the 6 paths, Jiraiya would likely return alive with crucial intelligence. However, it was evident that Jiraiya was still too hesitant in his actions, particularly regarding those he trusted. Recognizing this flaw, Xiao Tian decided to have Tsunade take young Naruto away from here and allow the two to engage in combat. Even if Xiao Tian could not completely alter Jiraiya's indecisive heart today, He aimed to plant a seed within it. The most fertile nourishment for this seed to sprout, naturally, would be combat. Although Jiraiya was reluctant to acknowledge his inferiority to Orochimaru, he ultimately grimaced and replied, "Yes, Lord Xiao Tian." Despite still being unclear about Xiao Tian's reasoning for pitting him against Orochimaru, given the developments thus far, he had no choice but to fight. Moreover, after years without seeing this former friend, Jiraiya felt a sense of curiosity about how far Orochimaru had progressed. "Fool, are you finally willing to make a move?" Orochimaru stood calmly, leaving Jiraiya perplexed about his true intentions. "You are the fool. Let me see if, after all these years, this genius of yours has regressed." As Jiraiya prepared for the battle, ready to strike his signature poses, the scene before them suddenly shifted. When they reappeared, they found themselves within the territory of the Uchiha clan, amidst the forest behind it. Clearly, Xiao Tian had forcibly transported them using the Flying Thunder God technique. "Huh? What is this? Where are we?" Jiraiya questioned, bewildered. "In the forest of the Uchiha clan's territory," Xiao Tian calmly replied, revealing their location. In the next moment, Xiao Tian chose to disregard Jiraiya and Orochimaru's thoughts and gestured towards the distance, where Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were diligently training. "Shursui, Itachi, come here. Teacher, grandmaster." Upon seeing the image of Xiao Tian, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi ceased their training and hurried over, observing the two little ones, panting for breath. Xiao Tian affectionately ruffled their small heads before turning his attention to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "What do you think? Do these two little rascals remind you of how you both were as children? Two inseparable little brats." Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, a fleeting, complex glimmer passed through Orochimaru's eyes. However, it was Jiraiya who turned his head away, blushing, adamantly refusing to acknowledge it. For it was he who had once dragged Orochimaru around in their youth. "Ahem, Lord Xiao Tian, the arena is ready now. It seems the duel can commence. Does it not? Haraha, what are you laughing at? I am not blushing. It is merely the fire of battle igniting my spirit. Indeed, that is precisely it." Ahahaha. Chapter 84, Jiraiya vs. Orochimaru, a clash of ninjutsu. Orochimaru appeared somewhat embarrassed by Jiraiya's usual demeanor, turning away from him. "You fool. Don't mention that you know me when you go out. You, humph, the grandeur of my being is something a mere mortal like you cannot comprehend." In response to Jiraiya's self-absorption, Orochimaru retorted with a sharp fool. After hearing Orochimaru call him a fool time and again, Jiraiya lost his temper, glaring fiercely at Orochimaru, ready to strike at any moment. Observing this scene, Xiao Tian affectionately ruffled the hair of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. "You two little ones. Didn't I tell you to go rest? Yet here you are, secretly training. Master, we were wrong. We're sorry, ancestor. We want to do it again." Xiao Tian lightly tapped their heads, then turned his gaze towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "This level of combat is a rare opportunity for you two. Pay close attention." "Yes, master. Yes, ancestor." After admonishing his two young disciples, Xiao Tian finally addressed Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "You may begin." Whoosh. As soon as Xiao Tian's voice faded, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru swiftly began forming hand seals. Intriguingly, their sequence of seals was identical. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Clang, clang, clang. Countless shurikens collided between them, scattering across the ground. The speed of their movements was so swift that even the awakened Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi could barely catch the trajectory of the shurikens. Particularly, Uchiha Shursui's eyes sparkled with excitement. His pursuit of speed made him exhilarated, even though the current rapidity stemmed from their dexterous execution rather than sheer speed. Such astonishing speed. Are you surprised? You too. Keep your eyes glued to the spectacle. This duel has only just begun. Bang. No sooner had Xiao Tian's voice resonated than Orochimaru made the first move, unleashing a torrent of small snakes towards Jiraiya. Serpent's pursuit formation. Upon witnessing this, Jiraiya snorted disdainfully. Although he was retreating, he did not neglect to form seals, simultaneously tossing his flowing white hair. "Behold my technique, the wild lion's mane." The small snakes that were about to close in on Jiraiya were swept away by his suddenly elongated hair, unable to approach him. Seizing this opportunity, Jiraiya clapped his wooden sandals together, striking a rather peculiar pose while forming seals. Fire style, fireball. A colossal fireball erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, instantly engulfing the area where Orochimaru had been standing. The ground trembled with a resounding boom, and upon landing, Jiraiya's brow furrowed with concern. Despite Orochimaru having been injured during his expulsion, leading to a decline in strength. Many years had passed, even if he bore internal wounds. One would expect him to have largely recovered by now, not to be unable to withstand even a single fireball. Just as Jiraiya hesitated, a charred wooden stake appeared in the very spot where Orochimaru had once stood. Alarmed, he swiftly utilized the shadow clone technique, propelling himself away, while simultaneously gathering a significant amount of wind chakra in his right hand. Shadow clone technique. Wind release. Resurgence, he declared. Orochimaru, attempting to ambush me will not be so simple. Upon witnessing the Resurgence's formidable power emanating from Jiraiya's hand, Orochimaru, who had already activated the body flicker technique to approach Jiraiya and seize the opportunity to strike with the Kusanagi sword, was compelled to retreat once more. He conjured a fierce tempest before him to hinder Jiraiya's advance. Ninjutsu, great breakthrough. Clearly, Orochimaru aimed to exploit his extensive repertoire of ninjutsu to widen the gap between them. After all, if he were to be struck directly by the Resurgence, he would likely find himself relentlessly pressured in the ensuing confrontation. Even if he would not be defeated outright, he would certainly find himself in a most precarious position. Should his mentor, Xiao Tian, witness such a scene, it would not be long before he declared the duel concluded. In summary, if he were to be hit, he would lose. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru clenched his teeth and executed the body flicker technique once more. However, it was evident that despite Jiraiya being a prodigy, he had not expended excessive effort on his own movement technique. Thus, he ultimately could not escape the range of Jiraiya's Resurgence. Orochimaru, fully aware of this, swiftly began forming hand seals once again. He could accept defeat at the hands of others, but he absolutely could not allow himself to be bested by that fool, Jiraiya. He could be vanquished at other times, but he must not fail in front of his mentor, Xiao Tian. Edo Tensei. Chapter 85. A Moment S-Break. The duel's outcome, this individual. Bang. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's intent to employ the reanimation jutsu right here, Xiao Tian shook his head and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was between Orochimaru and Jiraiya, swiftly raising his hands to form seals. The afterimages lingered. He completed the hand seals with a mere gesture. Orochimaru, retreat. Before Orochimaru could fully comprehend Xiao Tian's movements, he was thwarted in the execution of his forbidden technique, his body sent flying out of the explosive range of the Resurgence. After being propelled away, Orochimaru refrained from expressing gratitude, instead fixating his gaze intently on the man before him, teacher Xiao Tian. At that moment, the Resurgence that had been cast away was now hurtling toward Xiao Tian, Jiraiya trailing just a few meters behind, particularly the Resurgence. Due to Xiao Tian's timely intervention in disrupting Orochimaru's forbidden technique, was now mere inches from his back, almost brushing against his clothing. In stark contrast, Jiraiya's expression darkened considerably. He yearned to alter the trajectory of the Resurgence, yet found it a daunting task. The Resurgence now resembled spilled water, impossible to retrieve. However, just as Jiraiya feared that Xiao Tian would soon be injured by the explosion, Xiao Tian smiled. Subsequently, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Itachi beheld the Resurgence, which should have engulfed Xiao Tian, instead hovering above them at that precise moment, as Xiao Tian's smile illuminated his face. The next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. Boom! The shockwave violently battered against everyone's faces, particularly Xiao Tian, whose dark hair danced wildly in the wind, enveloped by a faint blue chakra, exuding an aura of invincibility. Witnessing this scene, all were momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered as to what had transpired just moments ago. Amidst their confusion, Orochimaru astutely observed the tiny fragments cascading from above. What is this? The remnants of shurikens. Gazing at the debris in his hand, Orochimaru lifted his eyes to the water barrier standing before them, a grave expression adorning his face. Almost instantaneously upon breaking his forbidden technique, he had marked and discarded shurikens to send the Resurgence skyward, erecting the water barrier while employing immense strength to prevent Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi from being swept away by the explosive aftermath. Such prowess. Orochimaru, have you discerned something? Xiao Tian turned to Orochimaru, retracting his immense strength, calmly meeting his gaze. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Orochimaru merely smiled. Others might presume that Xiao Tian referred to the shuriken fragments, yet Orochimaru understood the deeper implications of Xiao Tian's words. Indeed, the teacher remains formidable. Even after all these years, his prowess undiminished. Orochimaru waved his hand and rose once more from the ground, as the last vestiges of hope within him evaporated. Xiao Tian had just demonstrated through his actions, both to himself and to Jiraiya, that he was no mere facade of strength. A hollow shell boasting only of imposing presence in the Flying Thunder God technique, setting aside other ninjutsu. It was evident from the mere instant of power he had unleashed that Orochimaru comprehended the truth. If Xiao Tian truly wished to eliminate him, it would require but a fleeting moment. Yet, the seemingly unrelated exchange between Xiao Tian and Orochimaru left Jiraiya utterly perplexed. Wait, what are you two discussing? Lord Xiao Tian, my duel with that fellow is not yet concluded. Jiraiya was genuinely baffled as to why Xiao Tian, the initiator of the duel, would intervene to halt their clash. In response to his inquiry, Xiao Tian did not immediately speak. Rather, it was Orochimaru who coldly remarked, "Fool. The teacher never intended for us to engage in a genuine fight from the outset. Otherwise, even with our mutual restraint, the one who would end up in a pitiful state would undoubtedly be you." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya was instantly incensed and prepared to retort. However, at that moment, Xiao Tian's calm voice resonated. "Jiraiya, this duel is over. You cannot triumph over Orochimaru, despite the fact that he cannot truly claim victory over you either." Chapter 86, The Strength of Two, Jiraiya, shall we make a wager? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Jiraiya instinctively sought to argue. Yet he found himself momentarily stunned by the gesture Xiao Tian made towards his abdomen. There, 3 distinct scars from sword wounds marred his flesh. It was evident that if Orochimaru had truly intended to harm him, he would have struck earlier. In contrast, Orochimaru remained silent, seemingly having discerned the reason behind Xiao Tian's statement. Could it be that he had indeed lost? Jiraiya, do not overthink it. I have said that you cannot defeat Orochimaru. Yet he cannot claim a genuine victory over you either. With this, Xiao Tian turned to Jiraiya and continued, Orochimaru has shown restraint. Have you not done the same? You could have unleashed a more powerful jutsu, such as Sage Technique, so the presence of those 3 sword marks does not signify your defeat. Xiao Tian's words rendered Jiraiya mute, for he fully understood the truth in what was being said. Reflecting on the past, Xiao Tian recalled the duo's earlier days. Orochimaru, a prodigy in his youth, had shifted his focus during his development towards the study of forbidden arts and the pursuit of immortality, which ultimately diminished his combat prowess. However, this did not imply weakness. After all, Orochimaru had spent years away from Konoha, akin to a bird released from its cage, soaring freely. No one could ascertain the extent of his army resurrected through the reanimation jutsu. Should he summon them all in battle, it would undoubtedly constitute a formidable force, one that even Xiao Tian would find time-consuming to confront. Conversely, Jiraiya's trajectory was quite the opposite. In his youth, he languished at the bottom of the ranks. Yet during his growth, he fortuitously mastered the potent Sage Technique, significantly enhancing his innate combat capabilities. Thus, if Jiraiya and Orochimaru were to engage in a full-fledged battle, it would be exceedingly difficult for Jiraiya to break through the ranks of the reanimated army to confront its controller, Orochimaru. Likewise, Orochimaru would struggle to contain Jiraiya with his undead forces. If the latter wished to depart, he would simply not be able to prevent it. This is precisely why Xiao Tian asserted that Jiraiya could not triumph over Orochimaru, nor could Orochimaru achieve a true victory over Jiraiya. Anticipating Jiraiya's silence, Xiao Tian turned his gaze towards Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha, then spoke in a measured tone. Jiraiya, how about you join me in a wager? A wager? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's proposition, Jiraiya's expression grew serious, bracing himself to hear what Xiao Tian would say next. The nature of a wager with Xiao Tian, especially considering his insistence on having Orochimaru remain to contribute to the protection of Konoha, left Jiraiya pondering what Xiao Tian might require of him. After all, safeguarding Konoha was a duty Jiraiya would undoubtedly uphold. Jiraiya now finds himself in a state of utter perplexity, questioning what he can possibly offer in return. This sentiment of bewilderment is not exclusive to him. Orochimaru shares the same confusion, pondering why his mentor would engage in a wager with that fool. Wait a moment. That fool seems to be in that direction. And just now, the teacher glanced at those 2 young members of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that? Upon contemplating this possibility, Orochimaru shrugged and chose not to observe further. It appeared that what Xiao Tian was about to articulate had little relevance to him. At this moment, he merely needed to remain quietly by the side, awaiting the conclusion of the wager between Xiao Tian and Jiraiya, after which he would receive the arrangements for his lodging. Indeed, it is merely a bet. I assure you, in the future, the prophesied child will undoubtedly emerge in Konoha, and it will occur within these few years. As he spoke, Xiao Tian turned to Jiraiya, a faint smile gracing his features. As for you, I only require one item from you. What item? The summoning scroll. The one from Mount Maiboku. Chapter 87. The bet is established. The Rinnegan is not that impressive, the spirit summoning book of Maibokuzen? Indeed. Having recently accepted 2 disciples, I wish to procure a summoning beast for them. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently upon the man before him, attempting to discern his true intentions. Yet, no matter how deeply he scrutinized, the outcome remained unchanged. He could not fathom the man's thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya glanced over at Orochimaru, who, under Xiao Tian's signal, had retreated a certain distance alongside Itachi and Shursui Uchiha, now leaning against a tree with no intention of fleeing. With a resigned sigh, Jiraiya inquired, "The disciples you have taken in are those 2 young Uchihas?" "Indeed," Xiao Tian affirmed with a nod. "Very well." Jiraiya, acknowledging Xiao Tian's candid admission, finally provided his response. However, this did not stem from a lack of prudence in casually bestowing the Maibokuzen summoning book upon him. His rationale was twofold. Firstly, even if the summoning book were to be genuinely utilized by Xiao Tian, it would not pose a significant issue, for not just anyone could successfully summon a spirit. Those with malevolent dispositions would undoubtedly fail. As for those 2 youths from the Uchiha clan, the eventual outcome was already predetermined. The second reason, which weighed heavily on Jiraiya's mind, revolved around the figure Xiao Tian spoke of, the prophesied child. Did he truly possess the capability to identify the legendary child of prophecy? Could it be that Nagato was not the prophesied one? That seemed implausible, for he wielded the Rinnegan, a power unique in the world. Surely, someone with the Rinnegan must be the prophesied child, right? In summary, driven by this second reason, Jiraiya resolved to place his trust in Xiao Tian. With this thought, he tossed the Maibokuzen summoning book to Xiao Tian, his voice steady. "From this moment forth, I shall keep a vigilant eye on you, hoping that the true child of prophecy will indeed emerge by your side." "Oh, as you wish," Xiao Tian replied calmly, accepting the summoning book with an air of indifference. "By the way, since you seem so agreeable, allow me to offer a piece of advice. You are mistaken in your direction. The child possessing the Rinnegan is not the prophesied one." "What?" Jiraiya's heart tightened at Xiao Tian's revelation, his eyes widening in disbelief as his emotions became visibly unstable. How could this man possibly know about Nagato? Chuckling softly, Xiao Tian had anticipated Jiraiya's reaction. While collecting the contract, he spoke with composure. "It is merely the Rinnegan. Though it wields great power, it is not singular. Is it truly worthy of such concern?" "What? Not singular?" This time, even Jiraiya's efforts to suppress his emotions faltered as he exclaimed. After all, this news was utterly astonishing to him. Yet, in the face of Jiraiya's anxious demeanor, Xiao Tian showed no inclination to provide any explanation. With a casual wave of his hand, he turned and strode towards the location of Orochimaru and the 2 young ones. "Over the years, you have indeed witnessed much beyond the ordinary, but allow me to convey this. The world is far more intricate than it appears. Young Jiraiya, your journey of destiny is still long ahead." Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, a flicker of light danced in Jiraiya's eyes, as if he were weighing the veracity of the information conveyed. Ultimately, however, he chose to silently turn away from the matter at hand. Nagato, is he not the child of prophecy? And the Rinnegan? Unexpectedly, there seems to be more than one pair? No, I must verify the authenticity of this information. Chapter 88. The teaching of the shadow clone technique and the promise given by Xiao Tian. Has that fool departed? Indeed. Xiao Tian calmly nodded, then turned to a nearby tree, speaking softly. "Fugaku, please escort Shursui and Itachi away." "Yes, master." Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Fugaku, who had been waiting in the shadows, emerged from behind the tree and performed a respectful bow. He did not inquire about the peculiar sight of his master conversing amiably with the rogue ninja Orochimaru, for he understood that the survival of the Uchiha clan hinged entirely on Xiao Tian's influence. In essence, Xiao Tian possessed the power to either preserve or extinguish the Uchiha clan with a mere word. In contrast to Fugaku's reverence, a hint of reluctance was evident on Shursui's face. "Master, is this how it ends today?" "Shursui, the ancestor likely has other matters to attend to. We should take our leave." "Very well." Clearly, Shursui, raised within the Uchiha clan, lacked the subtlety exhibited by Itachi, who had been more astute in reading the room. However, Xiao Tian found Shursui's straightforwardness endearing. "Shursui, you and Itachi should return and rest for the day. Oh, and take this for your training. As for the method of practice, I believe Fugaku is well aware. As he spoke, Xiao Tian retrieved a scroll from his robe and handed it to Shui. Shadow clone technique? The name of the scroll ignited excitement not only in Shui, but also in Itachi's countenance. Master, can we truly learn such an advanced ninjutsu? Indeed, ancestor. Are we genuinely permitted to learn it? Of course. Observing the gleam of excitement in their eyes, Xiao Tian shook his head and playfully tapped each of their heads. You are my disciples. There is nothing you cannot learn. Moreover, it is merely the shadow clone technique, not the forbidden multi-shadow clone technique. Why the fuss? As long as your talents and dispositions meet the standards, not only this ninjutsu, but even forbidden techniques are within my capacity to teach you. Do you understand? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, both Shui and Itachi expressed their eagerness with deep bows. Yes, master. Yes, ancestor. In truth, it was not just Shui and Itachi who were exhilarated. Fugaku, standing nearby, shared in their excitement. Itachi was his most cherished child, while Shui was the clan's greatest prodigy. If both were to receive Xiao Tian's full guidance, the future of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be exceedingly bright. Uchiha Fugaku's slightly trembling figure did not escape Xiao Tian's notice, yet he chose not to address it directly, nonchalantly waving his hand. Fugaku, I have other matters to attend to. You may take them away. Yes, master. Upon receiving Xiao Tian's command, Uchiha Fugaku promptly escorted Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi from the premises. Once the trio departed, Orochimaru slowly began to speak. The child of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is at risk of being targeted by various nations for his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Uchiha clan, potentially on the verge of rebellion, harbors two of the greatest geniuses of this generation. As he spoke, a sly grin crept across Orochimaru's lips. And here I am, a rogue ninja from Konoha. Truly, master, you have found yourself in possession of a rather hot potato. In response to Orochimaru's remarks, Xiao Tian merely shrugged, his demeanor calm as he replied, a hot potato? Is that something I have ever concerned myself with? Indeed, after all, you are the god of shinobi. In this current ninja world, there is likely no one stronger than you, Master Xiao Tian. Perhaps. However, speaking of which, Orochimaru, have you had any dealings with the Akatsuki organization? Chapter 89, this Orochimaru, it seems, was not in seclusion due to injuries over the years. Rather, he had concealed himself to conduct extensive investigations. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. Extensive investigations? Certainly not. These matters had all been observed through his own kaleidoscopic Sharingan. However, Xiao Tian naturally chose not to disclose this to Orochimaru. Xiao Tian was acutely aware that had Orochimaru engaged in a normal battle with Jiraiya, he would not have been so swiftly subdued. The rapid defeat was entirely attributable to the return of his teacher. Jiraiya, that rascal, was reluctant to engage in a straightforward clash with him. Instead, he sought to showcase the formidable power of the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, to achieve a resplendent victory. Otherwise, Jiraiya would not have needed to employ Edo Tensei at all. He could have easily evaded Jiraiya's Rasengan using other methods. Not to mention, Orochimaru possessed the triple Rashomon, a technique capable of withstanding Jiraiya's more potent attacks. Nevertheless, despite this, Xiao Tian could not fully place his trust in him. After all, Orochimaru was a double-edged sword for Konoha. If wielded wisely, he could serve as a significant ally. But conversely, he could just as easily bring ruin. After a brief silence, Xiao Tian spoke calmly. You must have encountered the Rinnegan that Akatsuki prevented. What are your thoughts? Not bad, Orochimaru replied. Do you wish to acquire it? Why not? At this juncture, Orochimaru, with a composed demeanor, fixed his gaze on Xiao Tian and added, moreover, I trust that my teacher is not advising me to relinquish this pursuit. I merely wish to inform you that it originally belonged to Madara. As for whether you succeed or not, you have grown. Such matters require your own judgment, and my teacher will not impede you any longer. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Orochimaru fell silent. Once, Xiao Tian had expressed similar sentiments to him, but now, everything had irrevocably changed. The root of it all lay in the fragility of human life. Thus, he must find the gateway to immortality. However, if his teacher's words held any truth, then the likelihood of successfully seizing those eyes would diminish significantly. Contemplating this, Orochimaru began to weigh his various strengths and weaknesses, attempting to devise a solution. As he pondered this, Xiao Tian had formed some judgments based on Orochimaru's initial reactions up to the present. The current Orochimaru could be trusted without reservation. With this thought, Xiao Tian finally revealed his trump card. During these years of covert investigation, I have uncovered not just the Rinnegan, but also what you desire most. What say you? Do you wish to learn more? What do you mean by that? The words of Xiao Tian caused Orochimaru's eyes to narrow into slits. Although he had grasped the rhythm of Xiao Tian's speech and was aware of what the other intended to convey, the nature of the information was so astonishing that Orochimaru still wished for Xiao Tian to articulate it himself. What do I mean? It is merely some information regarding immortality. Immortality. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's heart began to race wildly, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Were it not for the consideration of Xiao Tian's formidable strength, he might have lunged forward to demand answers. Teacher, have you truly obtained news of immortality? Orochimaru, have I ever deceived you? Desire filled Orochimaru's gaze, his hands trembling in a struggle between yearning to reach out and the fear of doing so. Immortality. It was the very essence of eternal life. It was unimaginable that his teacher, after so many years apart, had managed to grasp it before him. No, he must acquire it. He would go to any lengths, sacrificing everything, disregarding all costs, to attain immortality. Chapter 90. The impotence of impure world reincarnation and the elusiveness of eternal life. Teacher, then you. As Xiao Tian's unwavering response echoed, Orochimaru became increasingly flustered. His earlier composure in the face of Jiraiya, now a distant memory. His mind was a tempest of confusion, struggling to find the words to solicit information regarding eternal life from Xiao Tian. After all, such knowledge pertained to immortality, and he found himself lacking anything of equivalent value to exchange. Yet, the path to the immortality he had fervently sought lay tantalizingly before him, and yet he found himself unable to grasp it. This left Orochimaru tormented, as if besieged by a swarm of insects gnawing at his very soul. After a tumultuous internal struggle, a morbid smile crept across Orochimaru's face, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Teacher, you have completely triumphed. Please, just tell me what I must do to receive the information on eternal life. Witnessing Orochimaru's almost distorted demeanor, Xiao Tian felt a complex mixture of emotions. It seemed that over the years, both he and Orochimaru had traversed tumultuous paths. Otherwise, how could that once proud disciple have fallen to such a state? Very well, but first, you must disclose the extent of your research into the impure world reincarnation technique. Impure world reincarnation? Upon hearing Xiao Tian pivot the conversation to this forbidden jutsu, Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise. Teacher, could it be that the knowledge of eternal life is linked to the impure world reincarnation technique? This technique, one of Konoha's forbidden arts, allows for the summoning of deceased souls, albeit at the cost of sacrificing a living being. Given Orochimaru's reputation as a genius, it was only natural that his studies would extend beyond mere resurrection. Perhaps, he mused. With Xiao Tian's remark, Orochimaru quickly grasped what was required of him, to reveal the current state of his research on impure world reincarnation. Perhaps, after his disclosure, his teacher would assist him in achieving true immortality. The impure world reincarnation technique is a ninjutsu that summons the souls of the deceased. Thus, I pondered, if it is possible to transfer the souls of the departed into other bodies, why could I not transfer my own soul into another's body? This way, I could attain genuine immortality. As he spoke, Orochimaru became animated, though a tinge of embarrassment washed over him as he continued. However, my progress seems to be rather inadequate at present. Teacher, might you aid me in furthering my breakthrough? In that moment, Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with a fervent desire and madness. In response, Xiao Tian merely spoke, dousing him with a cold dose of reality. Do not claim that you have yet to attain success. Even if you have, true immortality remains an unattainable ideal. To be precise, the notion of everlasting life is fundamentally illusory in this world. Your pursuits are utterly futile. With a hesitant retreat, Orochimaru stumbled backward a few paces, his head shaking vehemently. Impossible. You must be deceiving me. It cannot be true. You are certainly lying, aren't you? The words that Xiao Tian cast forth struck Orochimaru with a far greater anguish than the act of slaying him would have. It felt as if he had been exalted to the pinnacle of triumph, only to be cruelly cast into the abyss at the very moment he was poised to revel in his joy. Despair, genuine despair, a sense of hopelessness that defies articulation. Orochimaru's visage contorted in agony as he unleashed a frenzied roar at Xiao Tian. The turmoil within his heart had vanquished his fear, emboldening him to commit such an impudent act. Once I achieve my goal, I shall attain true immortality at that moment. Not even you shall be able to contend with me. I am the victor. I am the ultimate champion. Haha. Chapter 91. The True Method of Immortality. Another world. Orochimaru, calm down. Faced with his frenzied disciple, Xiao Tian issued a sharp reprimand, simultaneously unleashing his formidable strength to subdue him. Yet, despite this, Orochimaru continued to struggle, desperately wanting to roar in response. It was evident that the revelation of immortality's non-existence was an unbearable blow to Orochimaru, who had relentlessly pursued eternal life. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to such a state. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tian realized that he was now ready to reveal the truth about immortality to his disciple. Unlike Danzo, who had become irredeemable, Orochimaru still harbored a flicker of will and a semblance of affection. As long as the bond of teacher and student remained, Xiao Tian would not completely abandon him. After all, he was his disciple. The reanimation jutsu, if studied to its utmost limit, could indeed, through the method you just mentioned, achieve a form of immortality. However, I possess a far superior approach. Xiao Tian quickly presented this reality, causing the grotesquely contorted Orochimaru to shudder. As he struggled to contain his breathing, he wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke. Though he was in immense pain, a morbid joy and excitement gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes. Master, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. By the way, you mentioned that success with the reanimation jutsu could, in a certain sense, equate to immortality. Does this imply that it harbors some drawbacks? And you stated that true immortality does not exist in this world. Does that mean you have ventured to other realms in search of the secret to eternal life? Clever. Xiao Tian's satisfaction deepened as he noted Orochimaru's ability to swiftly rein in his emotions and grasp the key elements of his words. He had never disliked conversing with intelligent individuals, as it conserved much of his energy. However, Orochimaru's ability to surmise that he had journeyed to another world surprised him. You are correct. If you were to refine the reanimation jutsu to its pinnacle, it might allow you to extend your life for a few more years in the short term. Yet, in the long run, your soul would grow increasingly frail until it ultimately crumbled. The crumbling of the soul. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru finally comprehended that his master was not referring to genuine immortality. Yet, in the absence of alternatives and faced with an inevitable demise, he felt compelled to pursue this path. However, it appeared that he still had other, more promising options. Upon contemplating this, Orochimaru lifted his gaze towards Xiao Tian, feeling somewhat awkward in his demeanor. He found himself deeply conflicted about the means by which he could procure information regarding immortality from his mentor, particularly concerning the secrets of that otherworldly realm. Orochimaru held an unwavering confidence that if granted access to that world, he would ultimately attain everlasting life. This conviction stemmed from the assurance of a genius. Master, might you? Perhaps. As Orochimaru revealed this long-lost expression, a subtle smile graced Xiao Tian's face. How many years had it been since he last witnessed such a look on Orochimaru? Time truly does fly. With this thought, Xiao Tian placed his hand gently on Orochimaru's shoulder and smiled softly. Orochimaru, as long as you remain by my side, you will gradually encounter the perfected method of Edo Tensei, the secrets of immortality, and the ways of that world. What do you say? Let us return to the master-student bond, allowing Konoha and the shinobi world to truly feel the strength of our partnership. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's calm yet commanding words, the embarrassment on Orochimaru's face vanished in an instant as he looked up at his mentor. Master, I find that quite agreeable. Chapter 92. The Return of Orochimaru and his two talented disciples. Since you are willing to stay, take this. Xiao Tian said as he handed Orochimaru a shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing the shuriken, Orochimaru was flooded with memories of the time Xiao Tian had entrusted him with a similar weapon. However, after becoming a rogue ninja, he felt unworthy to carry such a shuriken and buried it in the earth beyond the borders of Konoha. Little did he anticipate that he would one day be reunited with his mentor and receive a shuriken once more. With this thought, Orochimaru lifted his gaze to Xiao Tian, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Master, you still enjoy giving such gifts. Alas, as one ages, certain habits are hard to change. Xiao Tian replied with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, I find it rather delightful. Is that so? I share the same sentiment. As their conversation meandered leisurely, Xiao Tian presented Orochimaru with the scroll upon their parting. Without question, Orochimaru accepted it, tucking it into his garments. He understood that this was a task his mentor wished him to undertake. Orochimaru, let us meet again when time allows. With Xiao Tian's words echoing, his figure vanished. Orochimaru recognized that Xiao Tian must have utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to a location within Konoha or perhaps to Tsunade's residence, the Umbu headquarters, or the Uchiha clan's territory. Yet, those matters were not his immediate concern. What he needed to focus on was fulfilling the task within the scroll. Shaking his head, Orochimaru turned and walked away with a light laugh, feeling a sense of contentment he had not anticipated. Although he walked alone down this path, he could not shake the feeling that his current situation was quite favorable. It seemed that the return of his mentor was not a misfortune after all. What thoughts occupied Orochimaru's mind remained unknown to Xiao Tian. However, he was aware of one thing. His disciple, Orochimaru, had returned. That knowledge alone was sufficient. With this in mind, Xiao Tian reclined lazily atop the Uchiha clan's roof, serenely observing the two disciples below him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Wow! Is this the shadow clone technique? How impressive! Uchiha Shursui exclaimed as he watched Uchiha Itachi's shadow clone, eagerly tugging at its face. Stop pulling, it hurts. Itachi's shadow clone protested with a wave of its hand. I really wish I could see the real you. This is so much fun. Shursui's face radiated excitement as he scrutinized the two Uchiha Itachis before him. Compared to Itachi, Shursui could easily be described as a curious and cheerful boy. Even when Uchiha Shursui held his child's face, Uchiha Fugaku, who was teaching the two about the shadow clone technique, refrained from uttering any further words. He was not the type of father who would recklessly charge in upon witnessing his child being bullied. For Uchiha Fugaku, as long as the lives of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke were not in jeopardy, he would first and foremost act as the clan leader, and only secondly as a father. As for whether he would sacrifice the entire clan for the sake of these two children in a life-threatening situation, Uchiha Fugaku himself remained uncertain. After all, what he could perceive was merely a distant and obscure vision of his son's future. He had no means to grasp the immediate future. While Uchiha Fugaku pondered, Uchiha Itachi gazed expectantly at Uchiha Shursui before him. Shursui, do give it a try. I managed to succeed on my first attempt. I believe you can too. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui nodded earnestly and began to form hand seals with great care. Though his speed was not swift, his movements were remarkably steady. Even Xiao Tian, who had just arrived, displayed a look of surprise. For it seemed that the state of hand seals being executed by Uchiha Shursui suggested that something extraordinary might occur. Bang! 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 Just as Xiao Tian's expression shifted, Uchiha Shursui successfully performed the shadow clone technique, and behind him stood not one, but 6 clones. It appeared that I had indeed acquired 2 little geniuses this time. Chapter 93. Encouragement among peers, the bond of 2 young souls. 1, 2, 3, 6. Oh my goodness, Shursui. You have not only successfully utilized the shadow clone technique, but have conjured 6 clones, surpassing my own by a remarkable 6. Upon witnessing the shadow clones behind Uchiha Shursui, Itachi Uchiha's eyes widened in astonishment, losing the calm demeanor he typically maintained during combat. This observation did not escape Xiao Tian's notice. Yet he chose to refrain from commenting further. According to the original storyline, Itachi truly became cold-hearted only after the demise of Uchiha Shursui. Thus, one might conclude that as long as Uchiha Shursui remains alive and the Uchiha clan persists, even if Itachi were to become ruthless in future battles, the presence of someone like Shursui, akin to an elder brother, would allow him to retain a semblance of warmth in his heart, preventing him from straying down a dark path. Moreover, Itachi currently has 3 family members by his side, which alleviates concerns significantly. Upon reflecting on this, Xiao Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Let it be. I shall not dwell on such matters. A path will surely reveal itself when the time comes. It is best not to overthink the bonds of these young souls. Though Uchiha Shursui, who was originally meant to perish on Itachi's path of growth, will undoubtedly influence their relationship in unforeseen ways, I find myself curious about how their connection will evolve. However, more than that, Xiao Tian is eager to witness what steps Uchiha Shursui and Itachi will take after mastering the shadow clone technique. As anticipated, upon seeing their newfound skill, Uchiha Fugaku eagerly elaborated on the formidable nature of the shadow clone technique. The reason the shadow clone technique is classified as a high-level ninjutsu is primarily due to the fact that the training experiences gained by the clones are transferred back to the original body upon their dispersal. However, aspects such as total chakra capacity cannot be enhanced. In simpler terms, it serves to expedite your training process. What? That's incredible! Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's explanation, Both Shursui and Itachi's eyes widened in excitement as they rushed to his side, even if their total chakra wouldn't increase. The mere amplification of experience is undeniably a powerful tool for their training. In response to their eager expressions, Uchiha Fugaku merely cleared his throat and turned towards his room. Indeed. Now, focus on your training and do not disappoint those who have faith in you. By the way, while the shadow clone technique can accelerate your training, it also accumulates fatigue upon the dispersal of the clones. If used recklessly, you may find yourselves utterly exhausted once your clones vanish, and at that point, no one will be able to save you. Though Uchiha Fugaku spoke with an air of calmness, his words weighed heavily upon Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Could excessive use of shadow clones lead to unforeseen consequences? Upon contemplating this, Uchiha Itachi hurriedly tugged at Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, why are you dazed? Hurry up. Hurry up with what? Uchiha Shursui inquired, scratching his head, bewildered by his brother's intentions. Of course, the number of clones. Are you willing to risk your life? Indeed. How could I have overlooked such a matter? However, Itachi, with sevenfold training speed, I believe I might be able to test it cautiously. Be quick. All right. Uchiha Shursui waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly leaned closer to Uchiha Itachi, scrutinizing him intently. Itachi, don't you think you resembled someone just now? Resemble whom? Under Uchiha Shursui's intense gaze, Uchiha Itachi turned red and averted his eyes, adopting a demeanor of disinterest. Observing this, Uchiha Shursui chuckled and promptly pushed Uchiha Itachi over. Hey, what are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Just watch. Ahahaha, stop tickling. No way. Do you realize that just now? Your expression was strikingly similar to those stoic teachers at the Ninja Academy? That look is rather displeasing. Ha ha ha. I want to do it again. I was wrong. These two little rascals. Witnessing the playful scuffle between the two, Xiao Tian shook his head with a gentle smile before vanishing once more. Having confirmed that these youngsters would not succumb to reckless greed with their shadow clones, he saw no reason to linger any longer. After all, someone awaited him back home. Tsunade, I have arrived. Chapter 94, A Night Stroll, Encountering an Old Friend Bang. Why is she standing outside? Upon returning to the rooftop of the estate, Xiao Tian was met with the sight of Tsunade, already dressed for bed, standing at the entrance. A look of confusion crossed his face. However, he dismissed it quickly and, in an instant, appeared before Tsunade, who was cradling little Naruto. What is she doing out here with a child at this late hour? What if he catches a cold? I'm the 5th Hokage. How could I possibly catch a cold? Tsunade nudged Xiao Tian with her elbow, smiling lightly. Seeing Tsunade's youthful appearance, coupled with her attire, Xiao Tian instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Tsunade. Caught off guard by his sudden embrace, Tsunade's body quivered slightly, and she blushed. Sinking into his embrace. The child is watching. Don't act mischievously. At Tsunade's words, Xiao Tian realized that little Naruto was wide-eyed, observing the two of them. This little rascal, all right then, perhaps later. Noting Xiao Tian's reluctance to cease his advances tonight, Tsunade shot him a playful glare and wriggled free from his grasp. You are such a rogue. I never claimed to be a good person, Xiao Tian shrugged. TCH, so, this rogue. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll tonight to enjoy the night view? Delighted, my little princess. You're quite the charmer. Isn't this precisely what you enjoy? As they walked along, the two, the esteemed Hokage and the notorious Konoha Slayer, could stir considerable reactions in Konoha simply by their presence, were now engaged in light-hearted banter. Meanwhile, as they progressed, two teams of Umbu members, who had been lurking in the shadows, were taken aback upon witnessing the smiles adorning the faces of Xiao Tian and Tsunade. Is this truly the irritable Hokage and the cold, lethal Xiao Tian we know? Who would have thought they could display such warmth? Wait. Having seen this rare side of our leaders, how should we respond? In an instant, the Umbu members felt an awkwardness settle in, unsure of how to proceed. Hokage-sama. Xiao Tian-sama, will you don't be nervous. Haven't you seen enough? Continue your patrol. Yes, Hokage-sama. In contrast to Xiao Tian's calm demeanor, Tsunade boldly addressed the Umbu, effectively dismissing them. However, just as Tsunade spoke, Xiao Tian's previously tranquil gaze sharpened suddenly, and he swiftly hurled several shurikens. Who goes there? Clang, clang, clang. The shurikens flew forth, but instead of the sound of blood spilling, they were met with the sight of a hunched figure emerging from the darkness, gripping a shuriken. The only individual capable of eliciting such a childlike demeanor from Lady Tsunade in the entirety of Konoha is undoubtedly you. Upon witnessing the true countenance of the other, Xiao Tian's previously stoic expression began to soften considerably. Uchiha, it appears you have not met your demise after all. The person who has arrived is none other than Konoha's Marahoshi Uchiha, a fellow who, like Xiao Tian, remains an eternal low-ranking ninja. Haha. How could I possibly leave before you, Brother Tian, have returned? After giving Uchiha a reassuring pat on the shoulder and confirming his well-being, Xiao Tian glanced into the surrounding darkness, a hint of curiosity prompting him to inquire, by the way, Uchiha, what has become of old Chun? This question plunged Uchiha, who had initially been elated by his arrival, into a deep silence. Old Chun, a mutual friend of Xiao Tian and Uchiha, is a man who eschews ninjutsu in favor of physical techniques, possessing the formidable leaf dragon god technique. However, observing Uchiha's current reaction, Xiao Tian's brow furrowed with concern, as if sensing that some unfortunate event was imminent. Old Shin, alas, Brother Tian, you should come with me. Chapter 95. Farewell to the Konoha Dragon God. The Dragon God is dead in a secluded courtyard within Konoha Village, Uchiha exclaimed, Old Chun. I have come to see you. He pushed open the dilapidated door and, accompanied by Xiao Tian and Tsunade, ventured deeper into the courtyard. Beneath the moonlight, a dark figure knelt motionless before a gravestone. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha intended to approach and assist his old friend to his feet, but was halted by Xiao Tian's hand. Wait, Uchiha had not yet completed his sentence when Tsunade, standing beside Xiao Tian, shook her head, signaling him to remain silent. Meanwhile, the kneeling figure of Teacher Chin, with a voice hoarse and devoid of strength, spoke. Uchiha, why have you brought others with you today? I have said I shall not take on any more disciples. Please have them leave. Those who only practice physical techniques are truly unworthy of being ninjas. As soon as Teacher Chin's words fell, hurried footsteps echoed from behind him. Yet, Teacher Chin remained calm, continuing to kneel before the gravestone without any intention of rising. Young man, such impatience, and yet only capable of physical techniques, you are unfit to be a ninja, he remarked, seemingly addressing the person rushing from behind. However, Uchiha understood that these words were directed at the individual resting within the gravestone, his disciple. During the Third Ninja War, Teacher Chin had fought alongside his disciple, only to be cruelly slain by their adversaries due to their lack of ninjutsu and inability to counter genjutsu. Since that day, the once mighty Konoha Dragon God had fallen into despair, reduced to a disheveled old man who only knelt before his disciple's grave. Even when Uchiha sought to rekindle his spirit by bringing forth young individuals with talent in physical techniques, Teacher Chin would sorrowfully persuade them to abandon the path of a ninja. Though he survived the Third Great Ninja War, his heart had perished alongside the conclusion of that conflict. The Konoha Dragon God was no more. Yet, despite having heard of this from Uchiha, Xiao Tian was not inclined to offer any words of comfort. He approached with a forceful demeanor, lifting Teacher Chun without hesitation. Chin Baojun, how dare you call me young man? To claim that one who only practices physical techniques is unworthy of being a ninja? You dare to lecture me? Indeed, it was Chin Baojun, the formidable practitioner of physical techniques, the true name of the Konoha Dragon God, Teacher Chin. After years apart, this young man now dared to confront him. Who do you think you are? Chin Baojun turned his head indifferently, casting his gaze toward the gravestone behind him, seemingly uninterested in Xiao Tian. Do you see? Merely mastering physical techniques leads to such disgrace. In your next life, do not pursue physical techniques, he retorted. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Tian swung his fist, sending Chin Baojun crashing against the gravestone. Xiao Tian, Brother Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian act so irrationally, immediately attacking Chin Baojun, both Tsunade and Uchiha grew anxious. After all, the current Chin Baojun was not the same as before. His physical condition had deteriorated significantly. If Xiao Tian were to misjudge his strength, a single punch could potentially lead to Chin Baojun's demise. However, amidst their tension, Chin Baojun, leaning against the gravestone, raised his head with a sorrowful smile. Apologies, Brother Tian. You have returned after such a long time, and I should have welcomed you with joy, yet instead, you find me in this wretched state. It was evident that Chin Baojun had long been aware of Xiao Tian's arrival, but had been reluctant to confront it. Nonsense. Upon hearing Chin Baojun's words, Xiao Tian exclaimed vehemently, I couldn't care less about your state of being. If you wish to lead a life of leisure, I won't stop you. However, to claim that your physical prowess is lacking when speaking to the youth, that I cannot abide. Seeing Xiao Tian's anger stem from this matter, Chin Baojun could only shake his head in bitter resignation. But Brother Tian, my physical skills truly are inadequate. They cannot possibly contend with the agility of ninjutsu or the unpredictability of jinjutsu. Otherwise, I would not. As he trailed off, Qin Baojun fell into silence once more. The three of them understood that the he Qin Baojun referred to was the very individual resting within the gravestone, the Leaf Village's dragon god, Qin Baojun's disciple. Chapter 96. The Art of Taijutsu, What Nonsense? A single kick shattering the heavens not formidable? This evening, for the second time, the words emerged from the lips of the once mighty taijutsu master, the Konoha dragon god, Qin Baojun. In that moment, a fierce blaze ignited within Xiao Tian's heart. With resolute steps, he silently turned and made his way towards the entrance of the courtyard, before the eyes of all present. Witnessing this scene, the flicker of hope that had briefly illuminated Qin Baojun's face was extinguished once more as he turned back to kneel before the gravestone. Simultaneously, a thought resonated within him. I am sorry, Brother Tian. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I can never return. The reactions of the two men left Tsunade and Gu Jie somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Gu Jie had hoped that a reunion with Xiao Tian could reignite the flicker of spirit within his old friend. However, he never anticipated that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. How could Xiao Tian so swiftly abandon old Qin? Not only Gu Jie thought this way. Even Tsunade felt a sense of disbelief, struggling to comprehend Xiao Tian's actions. In her memory, Xiao Tian was a man who would risk his very life to save his comrades. Yet today, he had so quickly relinquished hope of awakening his old friend, which perplexed her greatly. Just as the two were at a loss for how to act, Xiao Tian, now standing in the center of the courtyard, suddenly came to a halt. Little Qin, you just remarked that taijutsu is not strong, correct? If that is the case, then behold this move of mine. Boom. As Xiao Tian's voice reverberated in the air, the earth beneath his right foot buckled, sinking over a meter. This sudden upheaval caused the Konoha dragon god, Qin Baojun, who had always held taijutsu in the highest regard, to instinctively turn his gaze. From that moment on, his eyes could not be drawn elsewhere. This was not solely his reaction. Tsunade and Gu Jie were equally captivated. Crack, crack, crack. Under the watchful eyes of the three, the ground of the entire courtyard, centered around Xiao Tian's right foot, began to fracture, riddled with countless fissures. Simultaneously, Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened, and he let out a low growl. You three, retreat 50 meters immediately. Retreat 50 meters? Upon hearing this, Qin Baojun hesitated, wanting to witness firsthand what Xiao Tian intended to do. Observing this, Gu Jie hurriedly grasped his arm, forcibly pulling him away as they retreated alongside Tsunade. Just as the three had barely moved 50 meters back, the ground surrounding Xiao Tian's right foot collapsed into a deep pit, a terrifying display of explosive power. Old Qin. Look there, Brother Tian seems to. Before Gu Jie could finish his sentence, Xiao Tian utilized the force of his stomp, propelling himself skyward in a spiraling ascent. Boom. In an instant, a ferocious tornado materialized, sweeping through the surrounding area with tremendous force, relentlessly pushing back Tsunade and her companions, who had already retreated 50 meters away. Their eyes filled with horror. It was difficult to fathom that despite such a distance, they were still caught in its tumult. One could scarcely imagine the dire consequences had they not retreated in time. They would likely have been rendered breathless by the violent gusts. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Tian, who had ascended into the air, suddenly paused mid-flight. With a surge of determination, he lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick towards the clouds above. In that moment, the heavens were split apart, and a terrifying force surged upwards, revealing the moon, obscured by dark clouds, to all present once more. Bathed in the silvery light, the figure descending from the sky appeared resplendent and magnificent. Is your physical prowess lacking? Xiao Qin, it seems you have become quite muddled. Perhaps it is time to awaken. Chapter 97. The Awakening of the Mischievous Child and a New Beginning. Witnessing the descent of Xiao Tian from the heavens, the expressions of the three individuals present were filled with incredulity. With a single kick shattering the air, accompanied by sonic booms and whirlwinds, one could only imagine the catastrophic consequences had that kick made contact with a person rather than merely the atmosphere. Is it truly feasible for such feats to stem solely from physical prowess? Moreover, they were acutely aware that Xiao Tian was no mere practitioner of physical techniques. If he were to infuse that kick with his own chakra, the resulting power would be staggering. The mere thought of it left the three unable to fathom the sheer magnitude. However, in stark contrast to the astonishment of Tsunade and Gu Jie, an unusual gleam sparkled in Qin Baojun's eyes. He found himself grappling with the question of the potency of physical techniques. Little Qin, even at this juncture? Do you still cling to the notion that physical prowess is insufficient? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Chen Baojun lowered his head and nodded. Then, with gritted teeth, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Brother Tian, your physical skills are indeed formidable, yet even the mightiest of physical techniques, devoid of ninjutsu, can lead to a cruel demise. Not to mention, pure practitioners of physical techniques are utterly vulnerable to jinjutsu. Crushed by cruelty? Constrained by illusions? I say, little Chun, have you misconstrued something? In response to Chen Baojun's heartfelt expression, Xiao Tian merely shrugged, dismissing it entirely. This left the other man in a state of confusion. What do you mean, Brother Tian? Are you truly unaware of your implications? Xiao Tian fixed his gaze intently upon Chen Baojun. You claim physical techniques lack strength, but that merely reflects your and your disciples' lack of mastery. Tell me, who among you could replicate the kick I just delivered? We cannot. Chen Baojun lowered his head in shame, for Xiao Tian's words rang true. You assert that pure practitioners of physical techniques are wholly vulnerable to jinjutsu? Indeed. Then I must inquire, have you trained your disciples in resisting jinjutsu? No. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian shook his head in disbelief, then pointed emphatically at the ground beneath him. And yet you claim physical techniques are countered by illusions? Little Chun, what is amiss with you all? You've merely endured the third great ninja war, and yet each of you seems to have lost your edge. Do you not feel a sense of shame toward Master Tobirama, who once guided you? Indeed. It was Tobirama Senju's teachings that had influenced these veteran leaf ninjas to varying degrees, and Chen Baojun was no exception. Tobirama had advised him to strengthen his resistance to jinjutsu. Yet, Chen Baojun firmly believes that if one were to cultivate resistance to illusions, it would no longer be a pure practice of physical techniques, it would be an affront to the very essence of those 5 characters. He, Chen Baojun, is determined to prove to the world that physical techniques possess formidable strength. Ultimately, he succeeded in forging the reputation of the Konoha Dragon God within the ninja realm. Alas, it came at the cost of a disciple. Could it truly be that I was in the wrong? Has my obstinacy led to the demise of my disciple? Chen Baojun murmured repeatedly, then turned to gaze upon the shattered gravestone, sinking to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with a thud. Drip, drop. Tear after tear cascaded down his aged visage, saturating the dark earth beneath the night sky. Observing this, Xiao Tian and others opted for silence, refraining from uttering a single word. After a considerable time, Chen Baojun finally lifted his head, wiped away the tears from his face, and bowed deeply to Xiao Tian. Brother Tian, I understand now. It appears that this old fool must return to the Ninja Academy to study illusion resistance once more. Chen Baojun resolved to recommence his training in physical techniques, undeterred by his years of stagnation and decline. For he bore not only his own life, but also the memory of his disciple, now resting in the earth. Chen Baojun vowed to utilize the coming years to demonstrate to all that physical techniques are indeed powerful, and that his disciple fell honorably on the battlefield, not as a victim of cruel assassination. Like himself, the Konoha Dragon God, his disciple is a hero of Konoha. Chapter 98. Breaking Free from Inner Turmoil. The passionate ninja, Might Guy returning to the Ninja Academy? I believe that is unnecessary. What? But didn't you just say? Xiao Tian's contradictory remarks left Chen Baojun momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Observing the bewilderment etched upon his old friend's face, he continued, What I mean is, you're an old fellow on the verge of losing all your teeth. Do you not find it embarrassing to mingle with those youngsters at the academy? But though Xiao Tian's words rang true, Chen Baojun felt compelled to continue the legacy of his disciple's will. At this moment, he had to press on. Realizing that the esteemed Konoha Dragon God had yet to grasp his intent, Xiao Tian gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Little Chen, you may not be aware, but Sarutobi has now become the principal of the Ninja Academy, so you understand. With that, Xiao Tian turned away from Chen Baojun, leisurely making his way toward the courtyard's entrance. You need not re-enroll, simply spend some time chatting with Sarutobi. After all, it is merely a matter of learning to resist illusions, and as your ninjutsu instructor, I am more than capable of guiding you through that. Thank you, Brother Tian. I understand. Chen Baojun suddenly bowed deeply to Xiao Tian, his face flushing with excitement. It was not embarrassment but rather exhilaration, for his chosen path had finally received validation, and the doubts that had lingered for years were now resolved. Witnessing this scene, Gu Jia let out a deep sigh. He had known the key to unraveling his old friend's inner turmoil for many years. However, knowing and doing are two entirely different matters. It would likely take someone like Xiao Tian, the Konoha killing god, to truly liberate the heart of the Konoha dragon god. Xiao Tian held a revered status akin to a faith in the hearts of all the elder ninjas, a position whose power was measurable. Here comes the whirlwind, the impact. The Konoha dragon god. Konoha dragon god. That is my idol, Teacher Chun. Ah, Teacher Chun, I'm coming. What was happening? The previously solemn atmosphere was abruptly shattered by an excited voice from afar, leaving everyone with expressions of astonishment. In the dead of night, in such a remote area. How could there possibly be anyone else around? Yet, as they pondered this, an exuberant voice surged forth, propelled by a fierce wind, heading straight toward Teacher Chun. Yo-yo, the azure beast of Konoha is here. Teacher Chun, I have arrived. Witness my Konoha whirlwind. This young lad. Initially taken aback by the unexpected appearance of this spirited child, Teacher Chun suddenly brightened. He could sense the formidable power behind this newcomer's Konoha whirlwind. This impetuous youth, much like the old man himself, was also a practitioner of taijutsu. Upon this realization, Teacher Chun's right foot struck the ground with fervor, his eyes widening dramatically as his arm shot forward, transforming into a powerful elbow strike. Young man, such mistreatment of the elderly is unacceptable. Witnessing this scene, Gu Jie and Xiao Tian exchanged subtle smiles, fully aware that the revered dragon god of Konoha, Teacher Chun, had returned in this moment of glory. With a resounding thud, the impetuous figure that had barged in was forcefully pushed back several paces. Such strength was formidable. Yet, despite this setback, the individual rushed forward with uncontainable excitement, ultimately dropping to his knees a mere 10 meters from Teacher Chun and sliding 3 meters closer. In an awe-inspiring display, he bowed fervently before Teacher Chun. Teacher Chun, are you truly the dragon god of Konoha, the hero of the Third Great Ninja War? Do you realize that you are my idol? I aspire to be like you every single day. As the exuberant Might Guy continued his enthusiastic dialogue, Teacher Chun felt a mix of embarrassment and endearment. Thus, under Might Guy's eager gaze, he finally nodded in affirmation. It is I. Oh my goodness, it really is you. The one and only. When Kakashi returns, I must tell him that I met Teacher Chun. Ha ha ha. I met Teacher Chun. Chapter 99. The Council of Gu Jie and the Sealing Technique. Teacher Chun. What do you think of my recent leaf whirlwind? Was my posture correct? Was my strength sufficient? Teacher Chun, that kick just now was indeed your doing, wasn't it? You are truly my ultimate idol. I kicked. Upon hearing this from Might Guy, Teacher Chun instinctively turned his gaze aside, intending to clarify that the remarkable kick was executed by Xiao Tian and not himself. However, as he glanced over, he noticed that Xiao Tian and his companions had already traversed a considerable distance. Moreover, Xiao Tian waved back at him with his hand turned away. Little Chun, we shall take our leave now. You should have a good chat with that young man. We will gather again another day. Witnessing this scene, Teacher Chun's eyes brimmed with emotion. Thank you, Tian Gu. By the way, here is another thing. Teacher Chun, I have named this technique leaf. Wait, Teacher Chun, where are you looking? Oh, it turns out to be Lord Xiao Tian and Lady Tsunade. Teacher Chun, were you perhaps engaged in a duel with Lord Xiao Tian just now? At this, my guy immediately pressed his forehead to the ground, his face a mask of regret. I cannot believe I missed the duel of my idol. That was a battle between the strongest in taijutsu and the strongest in ninjutsu. I. Observing Might Guy's fervent and straightforward demeanor, Teacher Chun was reminded of his own youthful zeal from years past. With this thought, Teacher Chun lifted his gaze to the bright moon above, filled with nostalgia. In the next moment, he placed a reassuring hand on Might Guy's shoulder. Young man, taijutsu is indeed formidable. I know. Huh. Taijutsu is the strongest. Might Guy leapt up, eagerly demonstrating various taijutsu techniques before Teacher Chun. Haha, you have a spark. Come find me here at this time every day. What? Teacher Chun, are you going to guide me in my taijutsu training? Oh yeah. The azure beast of Konoha is about to evolve. Huh. Burn my youth. Youth. It appears that Teacher Chun and that young lad have quite a rapport. Indeed. In contrast to Gu Jie, who wore a contemplative expression, Xiao Tian remained remarkably composed. Observing this moment, Gu Jie and Tsunade exchanged slight smiles, fully aware that the man beside them was a quintessential blend of external coldness and internal warmth. Fiercely protective and nostalgically sentimental. Though he spoke little, his actions consistently demonstrated his commitment to safeguarding those around him. Wait, as Gu Jie reminisced, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the already slumbering Naruto nestled in Tsunade's arms. Tian Gu, there is something I am uncertain whether to speak of. Speak. Xiao Tian's tone remained as calm as ever. I believe that regardless of the method you intend to employ to subdue the Nine-Tails within this little one, there exists a more effective approach to suppression. You speak. This time, a look of surprise appeared on Xiao Tian's face as he turned to Gujie. He had not anticipated that Gujie's proposition would pertain to little Naruto. I contend that rather than utilizing alternative methods of suppression or control over the Nine-Tails, it would be far more prudent to employ a sealing technique to completely confine the beast's power. Wouldn't such an approach render this child utterly incapacitated? Tsunade remarked with a frown. Although the presence of the Nine-Tails within this child often caused her and Xiao Tian considerable discomfort during their rest, she could not condone the idea of jeopardizing a child's future for such a reason. However, as Tsunade contemplated this, Xiao Tian, after a moment of reflection, smiled faintly at Gujie. You clever lad. How astutely you have conceived such a solution. Witnessing this exchange, Tsunade realized that Xiao Tian had indeed acquiesced to Gujie's suggestion. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why Xiao Tian would agree, considering that this sealing technique held no advantages for little Naruto. Wait a moment, what is the current situation? Can someone elucidate this for me? In response to Tsunade's inquiry, Xiao Tian merely offered a mysterious smile. Guess. Chapter 100. The confidence of Xiao Tian in the limitations of the Nine-Tails' power. Will you speak or not? Take a guess. Speak up. Bang. After multiple attempts to elicit a response yielded no results, Tsunade's frustration boiled over, and with widened eyes, she unleashed a punch. Observing the escalating situation, Gujie swiftly decided to withdraw. As for Xiao Tian, could you refrain from being so aggressive? You might inadvertently set a poor example for the children. Xiao Tian caught Tsunade's fist with one hand, a playful smile gracing his face. Since he's a boy, learning from me will prevent him from being bullied in the future. Isn't that splendid? Upon hearing Tsunade's remark, Xiao Tian merely shrugged nonchalantly before revealing the truth. He had never intended to conceal anything from her. Although he had placed a sealing technique on young Naruto, which could potentially condemn him to a life of mediocrity, he thought, so what? Have you found a solution? In response to Tsunade's inquiry, Xiao Tian nodded lightly and directly articulated the source of his confidence. Tsunade, do you truly believe that my personal guidance pales in comparison to the mere power of the Nine-Tails? At his confident assertion, Tsunade's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, a faint smile gracing her features. Indeed, with Xiao Tian, the most formidable shinobi of Konoha, renowned for his mastery in ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and taijutsu, at the helm, could they truly be overshadowed by the power of the Nine-Tails? Furthermore, the sealing technique was not insurmountable. As long as Xiao Tian and she nurtured Naruto from a young age, they could unleash the power of the Nine-Tails when the time was ripe. By then, Naruto's achievements would not be lacking. Xiao Tian, having anticipated Tsunade's thoughts, turned to Gujie and nodded. Gujie, in that case, Tsunade and I shall take our leave to address the issues concerning this little one. Having convinced Tsunade, it was time to prepare for the sealing. Tian-gu, I know you're busy, so hurry along. We shall dine on ramen together another day. Ramen? Gujie's words momentarily cast a shadow of nostalgia in Xiao Tian's eyes, though it quickly faded. He understood that this was not a time for reminiscing. Konoha was in a state of decline, and as the direct disciple of the Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the leader of Konoha Zumbu, he bore the responsibility to uplift and strengthen the village. Ramen indeed had been a long-forgotten pleasure. Let us go. With Xiao Tian's final words, he and Tsunade vanished in an instant. Witnessing this, Gujie shrugged and began his solitary walk back to his residence. Though his silhouette remained as solitary as it had been for the past decade, today, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, within the vast estate, be cautious. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to halt. We can contemplate alternative solutions, Tsunade cautioned gravely, standing at the door. Despite her unwavering confidence in Xiao Tian's abilities, the sealing technique was no ordinary confinement. Its complexity was not to be trifled with. Moreover, Xiao Tian was, at this moment, the most significant person in her life. Thus, she was determined to ensure that he encountered no difficulties whatsoever. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, a subtle smile graced Xiao Tian's lips as he rose from the ground and embraced her, pinning her against the wall with an assertive demeanor. What are you doing? Tsunade averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten who I am? I am the god of shinobi from Konoha. This mere sealing technique is but a simple jutsu that I can execute with ease. Instead of wasting time here fretting, you might as well cleanse yourself and await my good news. Make sure to perform splendidly tonight, he teased, a mischievous grin dancing across his face. Seeing the playful smile on Xiao Tian's face, Tsunade playfully tapped his cheek before hurrying out of the room in a fluster. You have the sharpest tongue. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 101. The Nine-Tails succumbs to the fear of the eyes after Tsunade shyly departed. The mischievous expression on Xiao Tian's face evaporated, replaced by a solemn gaze directed at the small Naruto on the ground as he exhaled a deep breath. It was time to attend to serious matters. With this thought, Xiao Tian's eyes widened dramatically, and his hands swiftly formed intricate seals, ultimately culminating in a perfect convergence. At the very moment he completed the seals, a myriad of mysterious patterns began to spread from his palms. After a brief pause, Xiao Tian, without any hesitation, pressed his palm against Naruto's abdomen. Sealing technique. Seal. Immediately, the dense patterns that enveloped his palm wrapped around Naruto's body. Simultaneously, these patterns began to emit a terrifying gravitational force, relentlessly drawing the chakra from within him. The perilous nature of the sealing technique lies not only in the need for precise control over chakra, but also necessitates an immense reservoir of chakra itself. Otherwise, before successfully sealing the target, one might exhaust themselves to the brink of death due to the depletion of their chakra. However, Xiao Tian was fortunate enough to disregard this limitation. You wish to absorb? Then I shall grant you ample opportunity. As a colossal surge of chakra flowed in, the intricate patterns radiated a faint crimson glow. Clearly, the sealing technique was now in motion. In a darkened realm, the Nine-Tails abruptly lifted its head towards the cage that confined it. It felt as if, at that very moment, the chakra it had painstakingly dispersed was being forcefully retracted by an unknown power. The faint red glow emanating from the cage only intensified its discomfort. No. Roar. Who dares? Who dares to make a move against me? Realizing that its power was being compressed back into the cage, unable to escape even a trace, the Nine-Tails seethed with rage, raising its head and unleashing a furious roar. This display of defiance caused the infant Naruto to wail loudly, clearly distressed by the Nine-Tails' turmoil. Awawawa. It was evident that the Nine-Tails' resistance was causing Naruto considerable unease. Was the Nine-Tails preparing to fight back? However, I regret to inform you that today, no matter what, you must accept the fate of being sealed. As the final word left Xiao Tian's lips, his black eyes suddenly constricted sharply. In an instant, a pair of crimson eyes emerged, coldly fixated on the small Naruto before him. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. An unusual wave of power surged into Naruto's body, into the dark realm imprisoning the Nine-Tails. Concurrently, the crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared before the Nine-Tails at that very moment. These eyes are. Roar. Could it be that person has returned? Impossible. It cannot be. He should be dead. Absolutely not him. Roar. I am unwilling. I am unwilling. Gazing into those eyes before me, the Nine-Tails began to replay the haunting memories of the days dominated by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and terrifying chakra. In response to the Nine-Tails' furious roar, those crimson eyes merely observed the scene with cold indifference. Once the power of the Nine-Tails was completely sealed back within its cage, an emotionless voice resonated throughout the dark realm. I am not Uchiha Madara, but I shall become your new nightmare. Remain here, Nine-Tails. It is not yet your time to emerge. Upon hearing this unfamiliar yet imposing voice, the Nine-Tails suppressed its trembling body, issuing a defiant roar towards the eyes that confronted it. No. I refuse. I refuse. Roar. Remember my name. I, the god of death from Konoha, Xiao Tian. Chapter 102. For the sake of a fair lady, endure any hardship with a smile in the room, with a deep breath. Xiao Tian closed his eyes to sense the chakra expended within him, a playful smile gracing his lips. Truly, the Nine-Tails was formidable. The complete sealing had consumed an unexpected amount of chakra. However, it seemed merely a minor inconvenience. Although the chakra required for this sealing technique was somewhat surprising, it was merely a shift from a trivial amount to a slightly larger one, incapable of truly burdening him. After all, he was the god of shinobi, the direct disciple of the Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. If a single sealing technique could leave him exhausted, it would indeed be quite pitiful. The outcome ultimately aligned with his initial expectations. At this juncture, Xiao Tian gazed at the peacefully slumbering Naruto, who had been entirely sealed due to the Nine-Tails. He gently stroked the young boy's head, murmuring, "Little one, trust your teacher. I will nurture you into the strongest ninja of Konoha. And when you truly succeed, I shall present you with a most extraordinary gift. Perhaps I shall bring back Minato and Kushina from the Pure Land, allowing them to be resurrected." Just as Xiao Tian's words faded, delicate arms encircled his neck from behind. I wonder if my gift is included? She teased. I desire something. But it seems I have not received it. Humph. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's apparent lack of romantic understanding, Tsunade retreated slightly, pouting in silence. Yet, recalling all that Xiao Tian had done for Konoha and for her, she gently leaned against him, her earlier displeasure softening into warmth. By the way, how are you feeling now? Do you need to rest? Tsunade inquired, concern etched on her face. The sealing technique Xiao Tian had just performed was no trivial matter. It was a formidable sealing jutsu that could drain a ninja's chakra alarmingly. Tsunade genuinely worried for Xiao Tian's well-being, even though she knew he was likely fine. However, witnessing his tireless efforts for the peace of Konoha stirred her heart with concern. Understanding Tsunade's feelings, Xiao Tian reached for her small hand, gently toying with it. You needn't fret about such matters. Do not forget, I am the god of shinobi. Others fear me, and I pursue them relentlessly. No one can harm me. Even the mightiest of tailed beasts, the Nine-Tails, is a trivial matter for me to seal. As he recounted his illustrious achievements, Tsunade simply held him tightly, cherishing the man she adored, choosing silence over words. This atmosphere lingered for a considerable time until, at last, Xiao Tian suddenly broke free from Tsunade's embrace, turning to lock her arms and advancing upon her with that familiar, mischievous grin. Indeed, if you are genuinely concerned about my well-being, then tonight, I hope you will perform admirably and refrain from leaving me to fend for myself. Hehehe. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Tsunade's tender expression momentarily froze, followed by a resigned sigh. This rascal remains unchanged. It truly baffles me how I ever found myself drawn to someone like you. Perhaps it is because of my strength. After all, I am remarkably formidable in every aspect. Yes, I understand. You are the strongest, unparalleled in all regards. Is that sufficient? As Tsunade's exasperated voice faded away, the room's illumination was extinguished by a shuriken hurled by Xiao Tian, leaving only a faintly glowing lamp. Subsequently, enchanting melodies flowed from Tsunade's lips, filling the entire room. After a considerable time, Tsunade, blushing, nestled against Xiao Tian's arm, embodying a delicate and endearing demeanor. Xiao Tian, will you leave again this time? I am truly frightened. Terrified that when I awaken the next day, you do not entertain such thoughts. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Xiao Tian assertively silenced her, showing no hesitation. In response, Tsunade quietly closed her eyes, her face radiating bliss. Chapter 103. If war cannot be waged, then create friction. As Xiao Tian and Tsunade simultaneously entered their dreams. In another dim cavern, the Deva Path of Pain gazed impassively at the returning Zetsu. Is Kisame willing to join? He inquired. Yes, Zetsu nodded, his mouth opening slightly before he ultimately bowed his head, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Deva Path observed this scene with keen interest. Speak, he commanded. Hearing this, Zetsu hesitated but ultimately responded. Madara mentioned that the 7 ninja swordsmen have dwindled to 3, with only 2 remaining. With Kisame's willingness to join, it can be summarized that the Hidden Mist Village is now a hollow shell, existing in name only. Such a pawn is no longer suitable for instigating war. Unsuitable? Zetsu's words caused Deva Path's eyes to narrow, emanating an ominous pressure. His belief was that war would purify the entire shinobi world, and through unending slaughter and sacrifice, people would experience suffering, yearn for peace, and comprehend its significance. Yet now, his partner Madara was suggesting that it was not the right time for war? Deva Path now understood that Zetsu's hesitation stemmed from the awareness that Madara's current resolution diverged from his own philosophy. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of theatrics. Nevertheless, these nuances would evidently not impede his plans. In his eyes, Zetsu posed little threat, for he was the god of this world. Making the world experience suffering was essential. Only through pain could all understand the value of peace. And the most effective means of creating suffering was through war. This world needed war. The Hidden Mist Village required war. Every individual craved war. It was during the darkest hour after the death of his dear friend Yihiko that Madara had revealed to him that all of this was the consequence of war. The wars of this world were all instigated by ninjas, thus if ninjas vanished, war would cease, and suffering would no longer exist. As for how to eradicate ninjas, the answer lay in war. Only through conflict could people endure hardship and grasp the essence of peace, thereby fostering a genuine love for it. Of course, this war, intended to end all wars, was merely a temporary measure, as were the sacrifices involved. It was this shared ideology that led Nagato to collaborate with Madara, exchanging intelligence and resources. Yet now, The other party had the audacity to declare that the hidden mist village was not suitable for waging war? Absurd. Seemingly aware of Deva Path's inevitable choice, Zetsu tentatively ventured, given the current strength of the hidden mist village, it seems we truly cannot instigate war. The name Bloody Mist may indeed be a relic of the past. If we are to wage war, what must we do? Create friction. In response to Ju's inquiry, Tendo spoke in a measured tone. As the hidden mist village has lost its fangs and is incapable of waging war, let them become the instigators of conflict, provoking friction. The name Blood Mist was not earned without cause. The hidden mist village still holds some value for exploitation. Friction, you say? I comprehend. I shall relay this to Obito. Upon hearing Tendo's final response, Ju nodded and departed from the cavern. However, after his exit, Konan, standing beside Tendo, gazed in the direction of Ju's departure, her brow furrowing with concern. Which ninja village do you think would be best to incite conflict with the hidden mist? Konoha. Konoha? But Master Jiraiya and... Upon hearing those two words from Tendo, Konan's expression shifted, and she hurriedly attempted to dissuade him. Yet Tendo merely shook his head, his voice cold and resolute. Konan, all that lies before us is but an illusion. Do not allow personal emotions to cloud your judgment. To attain true peace, certain sacrifices are essential. A notion I trust you understand well. Chapter 104. Scheming against each other, exploiting one another. Naturally, Xiaonan comprehended the essence of Tiandao's words. Their dear friend had long ago become one of the sacrifices. Yet, even though Konoha had just endured the turmoil of the Nine-Tails and the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, leaving them severely weakened, should a conflict arise between Kirigakure and Konoha, it seemed improbable that Kirigakure would emerge victorious. Victory was unnecessary for Kirigakure. They merely needed to unleash their full potential. Tiandao spoke with a calm demeanor. To him, Kirigakure was simply a pawn in his grand design, dispensable and replaceable. His current objective was to illuminate and utilize them for his ambitions. After all, every fragment of this world is interconnected, and none can escape this truth. Upon hearing Tiandao's assertion, Xiaonan appeared to grasp something profound, responding in a solemn tone. Are you suggesting that other great nations might seize this opportunity to intervene? Not possibly, but certainly, Tiandao asserted. Konoha, freshly recovering from the Nine-Tails incident, would undoubtedly seek to recuperate. Therefore, even if Kirigakure instigated provocations, genuine warfare was unlikely to ensue. At this juncture, Tiandao paused momentarily, gazing towards the sky outside the cave. The mutual concessions and minor skirmishes would not quell the looming conflict. Rather, they would incite those who had long been lurking with predatory intent. When that moment arrives, war will truly commence, and anguish will descend upon the entire shinobi world. No one shall escape. Suffering will permeate the entire realm of ninjas. Listening to Tiandao's words, Xiaonan recognized that no matter how she argued, the opposing side would remain resolute in their stance. The sole course of action left for her was to lend her unwavering support. With this thought in mind, she began to meticulously organize various intelligence reports in her mind, attempting to identify factors that might undermine their plan. Ultimately, she successfully pinpointed two, Uchiha Madara and Xiao Tian. Uchiha Madara required no elaboration. Since her collaboration with Nagato, Xiaonan had been preparing explosive tags, as she perceived Madara as the most formidable obstacle to Nagato's ambitions. The two would inevitably find themselves on opposing sides. As for the once legendary Konoha's god of shinobi, Tobirama Senju's direct disciple, Xiao Tian. By the way, should I intervene to detain this Xiao Tian mentioned in the reports? Unnecessary, Tiandao replied, shaking his head at Xiaonan's proactive offer. Even if the god of shinobi, Xiao Tian, were to return, he would merely be a fading hero, posing no threat to our plans. No one can impede the progress of the Akatsuki and the divine will. The entire shinobi world is destined to face war and suffering. However, if the friction proves insufficient at that time, let us stoke the flames further. As Tiandao and Xiaonan deliberated on the course of action regarding the hidden mist village, Uchiha Obito, on the other hand, had just learned from Ju about Nagato and Xiaonan's plans to control the 6 paths of pain. They were indeed quite naive to believe they could pit the hidden mist village against the hidden leaf village and create conflict. It was utterly laughable. Nonetheless, it was clear that now was not the time to sever ties with them, as they still held some value. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Obito turned to gaze at the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, whom he had already ensnared in his control, his eyes glinting with amusement. The light within his Sharingan began to flicker subtly at that moment. I am truly eager to know how Xiao Tian will ultimately respond upon discovering their current actions. It is quite exhilarating indeed. Hehe. Chapter 105. Now, let us commence our actions against Konoha. By the way, I have additional news that may pique your interest. Speak. Zetsu has returned with further intelligence, and Uchiha Obito's eyes gleamed with intrigue. For him, the desire to obliterate the world, to annihilate Konoha, and to create turmoil for that fellow, Xiao Tian, was overwhelming. The latest intelligence indicates that an old figure has seemingly joined the protective forces at the borders of Konoha. Who is it? It is none other than Akimichi Torif, a former member of the Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama's guard, and an old acquaintance of Xiao Tian. Hehehe. Akimichi Torif? Although he is merely an inconsequential old man, if he has ties to Xiao Tian. Upon hearing Zetsu's words, Uchiha Obito grasped the implications behind them. With a cold smirk, he declared, in that case, let us dispatch someone to eliminate Akimichi Torif. He is an old friend of our Konoha's god of death, and we must extend him a proper welcome. Furthermore, let us also deal with the 2 squads of ninjas dispatched from Konoha. Hehehe. If this does not incite Xiao Tian's wrath, then we shall unleash those mercenaries turned refugees upon the various villages within the land of fire. Remember, act swiftly and show no mercy. Understood. Zetsu nodded in compliance without any rebuttal before departing the cave. Once Zetsu had left, Uchiha Obito turned his gaze towards the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. As the perfect Jinchuriki, do not disappoint me. After all, I am eager to learn more about our Konoha's god of death. The last encounter, where Xiao Tian suppressed him with a flying thunder god technique, left Uchiha Obito feeling quite unsettled. He harbored a profound sense that if Xiao Tian were not dealt with, his plans would struggle to come to fruition. In short, this Konoha's god of death, Xiao Tian, must perish. Ideally, he should meet his end in the village hidden in the mist. The following noon, within the Umbu office. Bang. Lord Xiao Tian, we have an urgent situation. An Umbu member responsible for intelligence delivery knelt before him. Speak. Xiao Tian calmly uttered a single word before resuming his organization of the recently received intelligence. He paid little heed to the reaction of the Umbu member who had just returned, nor did Tsunade, who sat upon his lap, take much notice. Having chosen to trust Xiao Tian, she would unconditionally support him and not impede his actions. Lord Xiao Tian, the 2 squads we dispatched to the land of water have come under attack by unknown assailants. Unknown assailants? At this, Xiao Tian gently set down his documents and lifted his gaze to the Umbu member before him. Continue. The individual did not don the distinctive forehead protector of a ninja, and upon their initial encounter, they resorted to violence. Were it not for the presence of companions like Akimichi Choji stationed at the border to provide cover, even a retreat to the border would likely prove futile. A retreat to the border? This implies that the 2 subsequent Umbu teams dispatched have yet to infiltrate the hidden mist village. Were they ambushed at the border? Or did the incident occur within the village itself? Near the border. How intriguing, how captivating. Chapter 106. Do not be anxious. I merely intend to brew tea and engage in conversation. Gurgle, gurgle. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's cold chuckle, the Umbu member kneeling on the ground, tasked with conveying messages, felt a chilling sweat trickle down his back. Had his strength not paled in comparison to Xiao Tian's, he would have fled long ago. The invisible pressure emanating from the latter was utterly terrifying. Xiao Tian, what do you perceive this situation to be? What situation? Clearly, we have been infiltrated, and by several great nations simultaneously. From morning until now, other teams have been sending back intelligence in succession. What are they truly attempting to achieve? As Xiao Tian spoke, Tsunade, seated upon his lap, furrowed her brow in contemplation. Though a possibility crossed her mind, she fervently wished it were not the case. If it were true, matters would spiral beyond control. In stark contrast to Tsunade's apprehension, Xiao Tian appeared decidedly more resolute, coldly asserting, these individuals, under various pretexts, have infiltrated merely to ascertain our strengths and weaknesses. Since morning, they have gradually encroached upon the borders of various ninja villages. Should they discover our strength remains formidable, they would undoubtedly retreat. However, if they ascertain our power has diminished to a concerning degree, do you believe a rabid dog would show courtesy upon discovering unguarded food? It would surely take a bite, unwilling to relinquish a morsel. Xiao Tian's words rendered Tsunade's expression grim. Her fists clenched tightly, producing crackling sounds. Have they lost their minds? Do they not fear escalating the situation? Such a development would benefit no one. They wear no headbands, and even if captured, they could deny their identity. What recourse would we have? Escalate? You possess no justification. Although Xiao Tian's remarks were rather harsh, Tsunade comprehended that he was merely articulating the stark reality. If the infiltration were minimal and confined to the borders, it could be excused, as certain special missions indeed necessitate such proximity. However, if multiple countries are simultaneously involved, the implications become rather intriguing. Xiao Tian, noticing Tsunade's change in demeanor, lightly patted her shoulder with a cold smirk. Do not worry, since they are so eager to visit us. It is only fitting that we extend our hospitality. Indeed, Tsunade instinctively nodded. Wait, what do you intend to do? Could it be? Do not be agitated. This is merely a minor skirmish, a trivial matter. I simply need to bring a few individuals to converse with them over tea. Converse over tea? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Tsunade's eyes began to reflect a long-buried memory. The last time Xiao Tian made such a statement, it seemed that an entire ninja village was nearly obliterated. Had it not been for the intervention of the Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, that village might have faded into the annals of history, becoming merely a speck of dust in the river of time. Alas, time has passed too swiftly, and the details have escaped my memory. Yet, after many years, Xiao Tian is poised to take action once more. Most significantly, it appears that within the walls of Konoha, there is no one capable of thwarting Xiao Tian this time. It seems that matters are truly on the brink of escalating. Chapter 107. The mere mist-hidden village? I alone am sufficient. Should I report this to the daimyo? Tsunade inquired with a hint of exasperation. Before any ninja village can initiate a large-scale conflict or war, it is imperative to inform the daimyo. Only upon receiving their consent can one secure the necessary funding and resources. Without such approval, one risks engaging in a futile battle that could lead to mutual destruction. Although Tsunade was reluctant to commence hostilities, she recognized that if the enemy had already encroached upon their territory and she remained passive, it would be a grave disservice to the villagers who revered and supported her. However, Tsunade was taken aback when Xiao Tian ultimately disregarded her counsel. There's no need, he asserted confidently. However, without the daimyo's consent, we may not be able to sustain ourselves in terms of resources. Why bother with mere ants? I only need to take a small contingent to sweep them aside. At this point, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Xiao Tian's eyes, his expression radiating unparalleled confidence. Tsunade had contemplated the issues surrounding the daimyo and funding, but Xiao Tian, too, had considered them before ultimately dismissing them. They are but a handful of intruders at the border. Dealing with them is hardly a challenge. Dispatching a few small squads will suffice. The only true difficulty lies with the mist-hidden village. As he spoke, Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a terrifying glint. The name Blood Mist? And the so-called perfect Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage? He chuckled softly. Let us wait and see how well your Blood Mist can endure my assaults. Yet, despite the lackluster strength of the invading forces, the mist-hidden village bore the notorious title of a formidable ninja village. Even though their power had waned, much like their own, it was still. Do not fret. The mere mist-hidden village is nothing to fear. I shall personally lead the charge to eliminate them. You intend to go yourself? Tsunade, seated upon his lap, instinctively tugged at his clothing. It was evident that she harbored concerns for Xiao Tian. While she was acutely aware of his prowess, the prospect of him venturing deep into enemy territory with only a handful of allies was fraught with peril. Should anything befall him, she would be left alone once more. Sensing Tsunade's suppressed emotions, Xiao Tian sighed and gently tousled her hair. In the current state of Konoha, where everything lay in disarray, failing to achieve a resounding victory to uplift morale could result in the extinguishing of the fervent spirit that had surged during the Nine-Tails incident. Such an outcome would prove disastrous, both in the present circumstances and in the uncertain future. Thus, it has become imperative for me to personally lead a small contingent to the hidden mist village for the purpose of suppression. At this juncture, Xiao Tian shrugged and added, had it not been for the concern that some remnants from the hidden mist village might slip away while I initiate my actions, I could have single-handedly eradicated them without the need for assistance. Let us not forget, this is not my first undertaking of such a nature. Indeed, I once obliterated half of a ninja village. The only reason I cannot recall its name is due to the passage of time. Recognizing that there was no way to alter Xiao Tian's resolve, Tsunade ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, she had no alternatives left. Presently, she could only place her trust in Xiao Tian. Very well. Chapter 108. Companions in Travel, Tsunade's Concerns Bang. Lord Xiao Tian. An urgent report from the border. Just as Lord Xiao Tian had resolved to personally journey to the hidden mist village, a member of the Umbu hurriedly rushed into the office. Observing this scene, Tsunade furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous portent looming. What has transpired? She inquired. The Umbu member glanced at Lord Xiao Tian, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, this was a matter concerning the Umbu, and the Hokage had entrusted all affairs to Lord Xiao Tian. Thus, under normal circumstances, he could only relay the information to Lord Xiao Tian alone. However, as the Umbu member pondered this, Lord Xiao Tian offered him a slight nod. To him, Tsunade was someone who would never betray him, requiring no caution. Upon receiving this silent mandate, the Umbu member retrieved a scroll from his attire. Hokage-sama, please take a look at this. Tsunade silently accepted the scroll, but upon reading its contents, her demeanor shifted dramatically. In a fit of rage, she struck the table. What are they thinking? How could they launch an attack on innocent villages near the border and resort to murder? In stark contrast to Tsunade's fury, Lord Xiao Tian calmly took the scroll, casually tossed it onto the table, and spoke with composure. Clearly, this is a meticulously orchestrated ambush. Several villages along the border were attacked simultaneously, without mercy and with ruthless intent. With those words, Lord Xiao Tian gradually rose from his chair, his gaze shifting towards the Umbu member who had conveyed the report. Return immediately to assist and deliver this scroll to the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha. Inform him that the day he has awaited has finally arrived. Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. The Umbu member complied, though he was unaware of the deeper implications behind Lord Xiao Tian's words. Nevertheless, he bowed in acknowledgement and departed the Umbu office. Umbu members seldom question the reasons behind their tasks. They simply execute orders with unwavering diligence, regardless of right or wrong. Xiao Tian, you previously mentioned taking a contingent to the Hidden Mist Village. That group, it wouldn't happen to be the Uchiha clan, would it? Once the Umbu member had left, Tsunade turned to face Lord Xiao Tian, her expression laden with gravity. If Lord Xiao Tian were to lead a team of other jonin from Konoha, she could reluctantly accept her concerns. However, if the accompanying team included the nefarious Uchiha clan, that was something she could not endure. No one knows whether the Uchiha clan might suddenly turn against Xiao Tian on the battlefield. They're akin to a pack of ambitious wolves. Should Xiao Tian sustain injuries in the Hidden Mist Village, the opposing side would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. Meanwhile, as Tsunade pondered this, Xiao Tian suddenly smiled lightly and embraced her. Trust me, I never engage in battles without preparation. Since I dare to confront the Uchiha clan, I have already devised a contingency plan. In my hands, the Uchiha clan cannot possibly rise again. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's resolute words, Tsunade fell silent. She understood that she could no longer alter the decision of the man before her. Nevertheless, even so, Tsunade lifted her head to cradle Xiao Tian's face, gazing at him with deep affection. Promise me, do not die. You must return alive. Of course, especially since there is such a beautiful wife waiting for me at home. Who is your wife? You have yet to qualify. Having eaten, you still wish to flee? Not a chance. With these words, a mischievous smile spread across Xiao Tian's face. Hey, this is an office. Fear not, at this moment, no one will come. Chapter 109. Journey to the Ninja Academy. In the Hokage's office at the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, reflecting on the tumultuous autumn. If only. Never mind, I have already retired. This matter should be left to Xiao Tian and Tsunade to resolve. He gazed at the documents on his desk, troubled by the reports from his clan members stationed at the border of the Land of Fire. Were he still in office as Hokage, he would undoubtedly choose to conserve strength and avoid conflict. After all, the Hidden Mist Village is notorious for its blood mist, and its current leader, the fourth Mizukage, is none other than the formidable perfect Jinchuriki, Yagura. Their combined combat prowess is not to be underestimated. While Konoha could achieve victory through sheer force, the costs would be substantial. Therefore, engaging in battle is certainly not a prudent choice. Now, however, the position of Hokage has been assumed by Tsunade, and the leader of the Umbu has become Xiao Tian. With this change, the methods of addressing the situation will likely differ significantly. Hiruzen could only hope that Xiao Tian would adeptly resolve this issue without any complications. Otherwise, the retired third Hokage might find himself compelled to step back into the fray to assist the two. With a weary shake of his head, Hiruzen lightly tapped his forehead, a wry smile gracing his lips. Those two truly give me a headache. At that moment, a voice laced with amusement interrupted his thoughts. I think you are quite the headache yourself. Xiao Tian had unexpectedly appeared beside the window of the office, catching Hiruzen off guard. The depth of Xiao Tian's strength had become unfathomably terrifying. Hiruzen's surprise was short-lived. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he calmly inquired, "Why are you here instead of addressing the situation at the border and the hidden mist village? You should be preparing for battle." Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, a subtle smirk appeared on Xiao Tian's otherwise stoic face. He understood that Hiruzen was already aware of his intentions regarding the border and the hidden mist village. They both knew each other well. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Tian had come to seek Hiruzen's assistance on behalf of Konoha. "Sarutobi, since you are already informed, I will be leading a contingent to the hidden mist village. I can share additional details with you. This time, I will be accompanied by dozens of Uchiha clan members." With a resounding crack, Hiruzen crushed his pipe in disbelief. "Xiao Tian, have you lost your mind?" "I have not lost my mind." Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction, Xiao Tian had long anticipated it, thus he was not taken by surprise. Conversely, he remained quite composed. This battle, if the Uchiha clan were once again excluded from participation, would inevitably lead to a schism within the Uchiha clan, resulting in perpetual unrest within Konoha. In summary, this situation is not only a troublesome affair, but also a pivotal opportunity to alleviate the internal strife of Konoha. Chapter 110, Sarutobi. Guard Konoha for me, is it to wage war to sustain war? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just risen, found himself seated once more. He remained silent for several minutes, mulling over the implications. "So, what exactly do you seek from me, my friend?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was not foolish. With Xiao Tian preparing for battle, Konoha's protective forces would inevitably face a void. At the very least, the Umbu, Konoha's hidden blade, would lapse into a state of ungoverned chaos once again. Xiao Tian's purpose for coming here was evidently to safeguard Konoha, protect your disciples, and preserve the village. This much was understood without further elaboration. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to gaze at Xiao Tian by the window, gently shaking his head. "But truly, you remain as you always were, decisive and domineering, permitting no dissent to your resolutions. Age has its ways, I suppose. Yet you appear as though time has scarcely touched you over the years." "You've digressed," Xiao Tian interjected abruptly. Keenly aware of what Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to inquire, merely the whereabouts of his years and the secret to his youthful vitality, should circumstances allow in the future. And if Sarutobi Hiruzen could revert to his former self, Xiao Tian would not hesitate to assist in extending his lifespan. But for now, it was imperative to address the situation with the Mist Village. With measured steps, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Xiao Tian, unperturbed by the interruption. "The Uchiha clan is a double-edged sword. Exercise caution in your dealings, lest you suffer backlash." Xiao Tian merely shrugged at Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Had the former patriarch been present, I might have hesitated to confront the Uchiha clan. However, now, should they dare to cause turmoil within Konoha and challenge my limits, I can dismantle the Uchiha clan at any moment. This individual retained his fiery temperament, reminiscent of his days charging across the battlefield, while he himself had lost his original fervor. Very well, very well. Since you exude such confidence, I shall refrain from further explanation. Return swiftly. Upon your return, let us indulge in some ramen together. There is a new ramen shop in Konoha that has garnered much acclaim. Once this matter is settled, we shall go. Indeed. Xiao Tian accepted Sarutobi Hiruzen's invitation. After all, aside from his subservience that irked him, Sarutobi Hiruzen retained his status as his junior. With this thought, Xiao Tian activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. By the way, during my absence, the Umbu will heed Tsunade's commands. You, Rin, and Minion are advised against stirring trouble in my stead. The man merely shook his head at Xiao Tian's final remarks, showing little regard for them. He understood that Xiao Tian was speaking idly. After all, if he wished, Tsunade would still entrust the Umbu to him temporarily. Xiao Tian's words were merely a reminder that he could call upon the Umbu's power when necessary. As for Rin and Mito Minin, he needed to impose some restrictions on them. After all, those two seemed far more obstinate than this old man. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his reflection in the window, where an aged visage stared back, and his fist instinctively tightened. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. However, Xiao Tian, you were not mistaken in one regard. Konoha has indeed remained silent for far too long. Thus, this time, I hope you can once again make the name of Konoha resonate throughout the entire shinobi world. I implore you, Tian-gu. Chapter 111, the entire village on alert. Uchiha clan's reaction. The Hokage has issued a decree. The entire village must immediately enter a state of heightened vigilance. All ninjas are to form squads of 4, led by a jonin, tirelessly patrolling day and night. The village is on high alert, ready to repel any external threats. Has it truly been so many years since the Third Shinobi War, and now are we witnessing the ominous signs of a new conflict? Regardless of the truth. As ninjas of the Leaf Village, we must pledge to defend our homeland with our lives. Indeed, this is our home, and we shall protect it. After Xiao Tian resolved to take action against the borders and the Hidden Mist Village, it took less than a day for the entire Konoha Village to enter a state of readiness. Clearly, this was the handiwork of Tsunade. Frequently in Xiao Tian's company, Tsunade had adopted a decisive and vigorous approach, reflecting his influence. As the village's guarding ninjas received the news, the prominent clans within the village also sprang into action, each beginning their own preparations. Particularly within the Uchiha clan, there was an eruption of fervor as the spirit of battle surged among them. For this time, their clan was included in the list of those called to arms. During such times of mobilization, had it been the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in charge, the Uchiha clan would likely have been forced to retreat into the shadows, only to face the scorn of villagers after the war. They are the proud Uchiha, a clan that once stood at the pinnacle of power, rivaling the now-fallen Senju clan. How could they possibly resign themselves to perpetual despair? Especially among the younger members of the Uchiha clan, the desire to join the battlefield was palpable. Accompanying Lord Xiao Tian to eradicate the Hidden Mist Village? Who would have thought the Uchiha clan would see this day? To participate in battle, to take the field. How long have we waited for this moment? Indeed, if we can achieve victory and prove our worth on the battlefield, who in the village would dare to speak ill of the Uchiha? Truly, Lord Xiao Tian is the finest ally of the Uchiha clan. This has been the case in the past and remains so today. In this moment, the hearts of these warriors were ablaze with enthusiasm. However, amidst the fervent cries of the battle-ready members, an elder of the Uchiha clan, also preparing for the impending conflict, wore a countenance marred by worry. To accompany Lord Xiao Tian to the Hidden Mist Village and serve as the main force against the enemy? With this thought, the aged Uchiha Tsukuho could not suppress a deep sigh. Though he often advocated for the Uchiha clan to rise from their despondency and seize power within the village, this did not mean he truly wished for them to become the vanguard in a deadly struggle. Indeed, it felt like a march towards certain doom. Although the Uchiha clan is a naturally gifted race for combat, the infamous blood mist of the Hidden Mist Village is not to be trifled with. Moreover, this time they have only a handful of warriors, at most nearly 100, heading to engage in battle. In stark contrast, the number of shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village exceeds several hundred. While their individual prowess may surpass that of their adversaries, the disparity in numbers is staggering. It is even possible that only they will take action, while other Konoha ninjas remain in the rear to supervise. This is indeed a deadlock. Contemplating this, Uchiha Tsuki's aged eyes quietly swept over the faces of those clan members poised to enter the fray. Alas, how many of these good souls will return? 20? 10? Or perhaps just a few? Power, oh power, our yearning for it has consumed us entirely. Chapter 112, Rebirth from the Flames. This is Uchiha. The sigh of Uchiha Tsuki was clearly heard by Uchiha Fugaku, who remained expressionless, his crimson eyes fixed upon the list of warriors before him. Would the Uchiha clan ultimately be consumed by power? Perhaps. Yet, even so, he could not intervene at this moment to halt those Uchiha clansmen preparing for battle. Uchiha Fugaku understood all too well that this impending conflict with the Hidden Mist Village might very well be the last opportunity for the Uchiha clan to rise. If he failed to seize this chance, he would betray the goodwill of his mentor. From that point onward, the Uchiha clan would find it increasingly difficult to hold their heads high within Konoha, ultimately succumbing to rebellion amid the discord of their own kin. In a rebellion against Konoha, where Xiao Tian resided, the outcome could only lead to their annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku was acutely aware that his mentor possessed such formidable strength. After all, he was the infamous god of death from Konoha, Xiao Tian. Father, Uchiha Itachi, sensing his father's unease, exhibited a look of confusion. The Uchiha clan had long been scorned, yet now they had the chance to fight and contribute to Konoha. This should be a cause for celebration. Why then? Did he perceive a deeper sense of resignation and bitterness in his father's gaze? Regarding the son he felt immense pride for, Uchiha Fugaku forced a smile. Despite his inner turmoil, Itachi, go to your mother and Sasuke. I wish to be alone for a while. Please take care of yourself, father, Itachi replied before departing. Yes, go on. As the door creaked shut, Uchiha Fugaku's countenance shifted to one of profound sorrow. He sighed deeply, pondering the words of his mentor. questioning how many of the Uchiha clansmen venturing to the hidden mist village would return alive. Do you regret it? The voice of Xiao Tian, who had quietly entered the room but remained unseen, broke the silence. His expression was eerily calm, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Noticing the expression on Xiao Tian's face, Uchiha Fugaku spoke again, his tone low yet resolute. Master, Fugaku does not regret it. Fugaku understands that the Uchiha clan must follow in your footsteps to ensure their survival. Only through bloodshed and valor in this battle against the hidden mist can they truly establish themselves within Konoha. Although the price is steep, paid in the blood and lives of our kin, there is no sustenance without sacrifice in this world. That is the harsh reality. With those words, Uchiha Fugaku lifted the list before him and held it to the flames, watching as it was consumed by fire, reduced to ashes. If one does not rise anew from the flames, one is destined to perish in obscurity, such as the fate of the Uchiha clan. Thus, no matter the circumstances, Fugaku, I shall not harbor regrets. Upon hearing these words from Uchiha Fugaku, Xiao Tian gazed calmly at the smoldering remnants illuminated by the flickering light and spoke softly. Your father possesses keen insight. Fugaku, you may not be perceived as an exemplary clan leader by the rest of Konoha. Yet you are undeniably a commendable leader for the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, Xiao Tian turned his gaze towards the window, where Uchiha clan members were preparing to embark on their journey to the Mist Village. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. Under your guidance, the Uchiha clan is poised to venture further. Order all participants to ready their ninja tools and scrolls, prepared to depart at a moment's notice. Yes, master. As Uchiha Fugaku bowed in affirmation, Xiao Tian lifted his gaze to the luminous moon in the night sky. From this very night onward, the Uchiha clan shall commence its authentic transformation. Chapter 113. Preparations before the war, sustaining life through combat. The streets of Konoha are bustling with urgency. Hurry, you lot. Move swiftly. The voice echoes, addressing those sluggishly moving about. Haven't you eaten? Get a move on. The sound of hurried footsteps reverberates throughout the village. At this moment, Konoha has entered a state of full-scale mobilization for war. Ordinary villagers are scarcely seen, replaced by vigilant ninjas, their faces set with grim determination. Among the remaining 6 members of the Umbu, they are strategically positioned in the shadows of the village, coldly observing the unfolding chaos from 6 different directions. Though they are stationed behind the front lines, theoretically safe from immediate danger, the outcome remains uncertain. The stakes involve their own lives and the survival of the village. Thus, no one dares to relax or take risks. Xiao Tian stands atop the expansive estate, gazing down at the swift movements of the ninjas below. He speaks with a calm demeanor. Have you brought the items? Yes, I have, replies Orochimaru, clad in Umbu attire. His voice icy as he hands Xiao Tian 3 summoning scrolls, 1 his own and 2 entrusted to him by Tsunade. This, of course, aligns with Xiao Tian's intentions. If the aim is to eliminate the infamous Kirigakure, Xiao Tian alone suffices. However, to leverage this conflict to refine the Uchiha clan's potential and bolster the reputation of Konoha, he must undertake additional preparations. Merely relying on a few dozen Uchiha, supplemented by 30 elite jonin and a few Umbu already stationed on the battlefield, would be insufficient to withstand Kirigakure's might. Thus, Xiao Tian recognizes the necessity to enhance their overall combat prowess before embarking, ensuring that the forces remain in a state of suppression yet not entirely devoid of hope. While this may involve certain sacrifices, those who survive this war will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. In essence, Xiao Tian seeks to cultivate strength through conflict, selecting the pillars of Konoha future from the battlefield. By the way, teacher, are you truly not going to prevent Shursui from participating in the battle? Given his current strength, engaging in this level of conflict may prove perilous. Oh, are you concerned for him? Xiao Tian inquires with interest. To this, Orochimaru merely waves his hand dismissively. I am simply intrigued by his physique. Although I cannot seize his body due to his status as your disciple, I can still acquire valuable data from him. Perhaps? Xiao Tian replies with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over the assembled combatants for this mission. Among the Uchiha forces, a figure stands resolute, eyes filled with determination, his disciple. The future powerhouse of Konoha, known for his instantaneous movement, Uchiha Shursui. Within the regular ninja ranks, another figure stands tall, radiating unyielding fighting spirit. They are the future heroes of Konoha, the illustrious Might Guy, renowned for his formidable prowess, and the esteemed copy ninja Kakashi. alongside the formidable 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God bodyguards. Each of these young individuals serves as a pillar of Konoha's future, already possessing considerable strength. This time, Xiao Tian has chosen to send them into the battlefield. After all, true strength cannot be nurtured in a greenhouse. Only through the crucible of combat can the flames of their willpower blaze brightly. However, Orochimaru, take heed. The achievements these young ones will attain in the future will undoubtedly astonish you. Indeed, I shall await alongside my mentor to witness the remarkable feats these young individuals will accomplish. Let us anticipate their unfolding journey together. Chapter 114. Those who offend Konoha shall be punished. Without mercy in the dead of night, Xiao Tian stood at the heart of the cemetery. Before him lay the entirety of Konoha's current combat strength. Excluding the ninjas dispatched on missions, every ninja from Konoha was present here. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the rooftops of the Hokage's office and the Ninja Academy, respectively. They understood that Xiao Tian and the others were set to embark on their journey tonight, since they were preparing to overcome a greater number with a lesser force. It was imperative that they acted swiftly, without allowing the enemy to trace their movements. Xiao Tian calmly surveyed the dark mass before him, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. The Jounin appeared solemn, the Chunin oscillated between hesitation and excitement, while the Jinin radiated anxiety. This was the present state of Konoha, steeped in despondency. Yet this was merely a fleeting moment, as he, Xiao Tian, would soon demonstrate to all through the victory of this battle what the ninjas of Konoha ought to embody. It was well known that the ninjas of the hidden mist village in the land of water had disguised themselves as refugees, crossing the border and infiltrating the village to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of unsuspecting villagers. This incident was not a mere coincidence. As the ninjas of the hidden mist struck, several other great nations simultaneously took action. Their sinister ambitions were all too evident. At this juncture, Xiao Tian's expression darkened ominously. You may think that such a situation had not occurred before, and Konoha had never proactively engaged in battle in the face of such adversity. But now, a surge of pale blue chakra erupted from within Xiao Tian, emanating a formidable pressure that enveloped all present ninjas. Such overwhelming force. In that moment, all gazes converged upon Xiao Tian, their previous hesitation, doubt, and fear transforming into solemnity and respect. Behold the cold gravestones behind me. Among them lie your comrades, your kin, your predecessors. Why do they rest here? Why did they willingly sacrifice their lives beneath these icy stones? They did so to protect you, to safeguard the peace of Konoha, to defend the land upon which we stand. This is for the will of fire. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the fists of all present ninjas tightened resolutely. Particularly those whose comrades or relatives lay beneath the gravestones, their eyes sharpened with newfound determination. The despondent atmosphere was instantaneously dispelled. Yet, Xiao Tian remained unsatisfied, stepping forward. His heavy footsteps echoed throughout the cemetery. Since the inception of the ninja village by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Konoha had entered a golden age. Who among the ninja world dared to offend? Who would dare utter a word of dissent? But now what had become of it? What has become of our beloved Konoha? Foreign invaders trample upon our sacred land, slaughtering our innocent villagers, and yet you remain complacent, maintaining the status quo? Xiao Tian's words pierced the hearts of all present like a dagger, rendering them silent and introspective. Boom. Recognizing that the moment of awakening and admonition had nearly culminated, Xiao Tian unleashed his prodigious strength, his voice resonating throughout the entirety of Konoha. I am uncertain how others have conducted themselves under the leadership of the Hokage and the heads of the Umbu, but now that I, Xiao Tian, have returned, I bear a message for you all. From this moment forth, engrave this message upon your very souls, etch it into your bones, and infuse it into your lifeblood. Those who dare to offend Konoha shall face inevitable retribution. No mercy shall be shown. Chapter 115. The long-dormant Konoha must awaken. Those who offend Konoha shall be punished, no matter how distant. No mercy shall be shown. Upon hearing these words from Lord Xiao Tian, the bodies of all the ninjas before him began to tremble uncontrollably. Such a declaration could only be uttered by someone of Xiaotian's stature. Once upon a time, Konoha stood unassailable within the ninja world, yet as time has passed, these successors have failed to uphold its former glory. Instead, they have remained indifferent to the invasions from foreign lands, opting for compromise over conflict. Are they truly so feeble? No. Lord Xiao Tian is correct. Those who offend Konoha, regardless of distance, shall face punishment. No mercy shall be shown. As the first ninja voiced their resolve, One after another echoed the sentiment with fervent shouts. They are the inheritors of the will of fire, the descendants of Konoha's heroic ancestors. For the sake of that will, for the sake of that honor, they cannot retreat or evade battle at this moment. All combatants, according to the established plan, move out immediately. The rest prepare for battle. Should any invaders threaten our borders or intrude upon our village, there will be no mercy. In that moment, the battle cries resounded through the air, and Konoha, having languished for years, embraced its rebirth. Action! With those words, all ninjas sprang into motion, each assuming their designated roles. Observing this scene from the rooftop of the ninja school, Sarutobi Hizashi couldn't help but sigh deeply. Xiao Tian, it appears you are correct. Only under your leadership can Konoha truly be revitalized. It is time for us old-timers to step aside. With this, Sarutobi Hizashi gestured to the members of the Sarutobi clan kneeling behind him. You too shall head to the border. Yes, my lord. My lord, if we encounter invaders, should we drive them back or capture them? Did you not hear Lord Xiao Tian's words? Sarutobi Hizashi's tone suddenly turned cold. What, my lord, do you mean? No mercy shall be shown. As the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan departed, the Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan, and other families within Konoha dispatched their forces to the borders. Even those who had faded from public view, such as Master Chin and Uchiha, quietly took their positions outside the village, each guarding a respective entrance. Though aged, they knew that a dying camel is larger than a horse. Should any invaders dare to approach, they could still take a few down with them. For they all understood clearly that this time, they could no longer remain spectators. At the very least, they must secure the borders of the land of fire and guard the gates of Konoha. Witnessing the bustling activity of the village before him, Orochimaru, perched upon a tree outside the village, let out a cold smirk. After years of languishing, Konoha was finally on the brink of awakening. In the next moment, he flicked his black cloak and vanished, merging into the passing battle teams below, ultimately disappearing into the night. However, this bore no relevance to me. I shall proceed to fulfill the tasks assigned by my teacher. The outcome of this conflict does not concern Orochimaru. His true focus lies solely on Xiao Tian, and the intelligence that will be bestowed upon him once the latter is satisfied. Immortality. Chapter 116. The Shinobi World in Shock. What madness is this? The following afternoon, facing the invasion of the Hidden Mist Village, the ninjas of Konoha relentlessly reinforced the borders to quell the assault. They pursued the invaders all the way back to the land of water, demonstrating an unwavering resolve and unyielding pursuit to the bitter end. Have the ninjas of Konoha truly lost their sanity? Capturing one enemy only to execute them, even invading their homes. Rumor has it that a formidable force from Konoha is advancing towards the Hidden Mist Village, proclaiming, those who offend Konoha shall be pursued relentlessly, with no mercy. Is Konoha completely deranged? Have they not always advocated for negotiation over conflict? What has prompted this sudden shift? Unbeknownst to you, the god of death has returned, and chaos is poised to reignite within the shinobi world. What? That madman has returned. As the actions of Konoha's ninjas plunged the shinobi world into disarray, even the feudal lords of various nations were left in disbelief. In the land of lightning, at the hidden cloud village, the Reikage slammed his hand down on the table, shattering it, as he coldly surveyed the kneeling members of his Anbu. What are you all doing? That madman, who vanished over 20 years ago, has returned. Why was I not informed sooner? Investigate. Find out how many of his men have been dispatched to the Hidden Mist Village, and report their every movement. In the land of wind, at the Hidden Sand Village, the Kazekage's face was filled with astonishment, yet he refrained from further commentary. Instead, gazing out at the swirling sands. What is that madman truly after? In the land of earth, at the Hidden Stone Village, the Tsuchikage regarded the solemn elders before him with a disdainful snort. It seems that madman has indeed returned. Only he could orchestrate such reckless actions. However, the shinobi world has changed, and we are no longer the Hidden Stone Village we once were. Disseminate orders to search for the whereabouts of Xiao Tian and his entourage. Bring back any findings immediately. As the Reikage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage mobilized their forces within the land of water, Uchiha Obito laughed maniacally. Oh, the god of death of Konoha truly lives up to his reputation. Such madness, such methods of resolution, as always. He covered his face with his hand, his laughter echoing with delight. Clearly, he was pleased with Xiao Tian's current course of action, for it would surely plunge the shinobi world into chaos once more. In contrast, Zetsu, who stood before him, remained calm and composed, patiently awaiting Obito's next command. After a moment of wild laughter, Obito settled back into his seat and gestured toward Zetsu. Since our Lord of Death seeks to instigate war and confront the hidden mist village, let us facilitate his desires. However, even though Konoha has weakened considerably, with a madman like Xiao Tian at their helm, the hidden mist village may not endure for long. The chaos that has just emerged is likely to be quelled swiftly. By that time, other ninja villages will think twice before harboring any malicious intentions towards Konoha. Upon hearing Zetsu's warning, Uchiha Obito pondered momentarily, and in the next instant, his crimson Manjiki Sharingan radiated an ominous brilliance. The turmoil that has only just begun cannot be allowed to subside easily. Since the current strength of the Mist Village is insufficient to withstand Konoha and Xiao Tian, we shall lend them a hand from behind. Xiao Tian, the game between us has only just commenced. Hee. Chapter 117. Where has that madman disappeared? Here, there, and even in that direction, we ought to investigate thoroughly. Understood. I will ensure that every corner is meticulously searched. Let us proceed. As Uchiha Obito resolved to assist the hidden mist village, he instructed Zetsu to relay the information to Pain. Pain did not decline Obito's suggestion to take action. He promptly dispatched all members of the Akatsuki organization to search for the whereabouts of Xiao Tian and the group from Konoha. However, as time progressed day by day, the Akatsuki members were unable to uncover any trace of Xiao Tian or the Konoha entourage. Ultimately, Pain could only provide Uchiha Obito with the disheartening news: none. On the path leading into the Land of Water and the route toward the hidden mist village, no signs of any teams had been detected. Bang! Uchiha Obito's right hand slammed onto the table, his crimson Sharingan shimmering with a terrifying light. What on earth is Xiao Tian up to? He could not comprehend it. Given the original character of the God of Death from Konoha, in the face of such an invasion from the hidden mist, this madman would undoubtedly have led a large force to retaliate. Yet, the current situation was a stark contrast, delivering a resounding slap across his face, leaving him utterly perplexed. Where has this individual vanished to? Zetsu, aware of Obito's fury, continued to report the final intelligence he had gathered. Furthermore, we have received word that the ninjas dispatched to eliminate Akimichi Chocho, along with those sent to gather intelligence and create disturbances in the Land of Fire, have all been completely neutralized. The assailants appeared to be led by the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Sarutobi clan, with support from other Konoha families. It is said that Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi are currently stationed at the border of the Land of Fire. These two ancient beings. Upon hearing this information from Zetsu, a wry smile crept upon Uchiha Obito's face. With Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi now in the fray, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade must surely be holding down the fort in Konoha. These individuals are indeed quite tenacious. If I were to maneuver around with Nagato at this moment, we could undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to Konoha. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Wait, something seems amiss. Indeed, there must be something wrong. I simply had not considered it. What is troubling you? Zetsu was taken aback by Obito's reaction, although they had yet to locate the group led by Xiao Tian. There seemed to be no reason for such anxiety. Moreover, aside from a few areas that Nagato may have overlooked, there was also the possibility that their adversaries had not even arrived at all. You might believe that the madman has not arrived, or perhaps that Nagato and the others have not searched diligently, but if you truly hold such thoughts, then peril awaits. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito abruptly rose, dramatically tossing aside his garments as he made his way toward the cave. Are you preparing to depart? Ju inquired, filled with uncertainty. Yet, the response to his query was merely the manifestation of Obito's Manjiki Sharingan, transporting himself into the Kamui dimension. You do not comprehend that madman. He will undoubtedly head to the hidden mist village and create chaos. As for his absence thus far, it is likely he is awaiting the opportune moment, one that will allow him to obliterate all his foes in one fell swoop. With Obito's final words echoing, his figure vanished completely. Witnessing this scene, Ju felt a deep sense of helplessness but could do little more than depart. What on earth is Xiao Tian contemplating? This is not how battles are fought. Sigh. Very well, I shall also take my leave. The hidden mist village shall be left to the likes of Pain and the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 118. Delivering a message to the three shadows to keep them in line. In a dense forest, 100 meters outside the hidden mist village, Xiao Tian gazed down at the map, speaking with a calm demeanor. Have all reconnaissance operations been completed? Kakashi and the 4 members of the Nara clan, who had arrived earlier, nodded gravely, reporting their findings. They had just concluded their investigation of the hidden mist village and relayed the intelligence back. However, Xiao Tian, upon receiving this information, had immediately dispatched a message indicating his intention to eradicate the village entirely. Such an audacious pace of attack was hard to believe without prior planning for an assault on the hidden mist village. Nonetheless, this was not the time to delve into the reasons behind Xiao Tian's impending assault, as the battle was about to commence. Just as Kakashi and his companions anticipated orders to prepare for the battlefield, Xiao Tian unexpectedly spoke again. Kakashi, I am assigning you and Gunma a special mission. What is the mission, Lord Xiao Tian? Please, command us. At your swiftest speed, cross the borders of the land of water and proceed to the lands of earth, lightning, and wind. Deliver these 3 letters to the shadows of the 3 ninja villages. With the Flying Thunder God bodyguards in place, it would not be overly challenging to dispatch the letters swiftly. As for the letters themselves, they had been prepared in advance by him and Tsunade, essentially instructing the leaders of the 3 major ninja villages to keep their subordinates in check and refrain from causing chaos. Otherwise, the fate of the hidden mist village would serve as a cautionary tale. Annihilate the village. 3 letters? To be delivered to the shadows of the 3 major ninja villages? Although the 4 were somewhat perplexed upon seeing the envelopes presented by Xiao Tian, they ultimately accepted them and departed. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. With a decisive thud, the 4 vanished from the scene. After their departure, Xiao Tian spoke again, his tone unyielding. You should go as well. Be cautious. Do not let anything happen to them. Understood. Although the individual felt a sense of helplessness regarding Xiao Tian's command, he could do nothing but comply, as he found himself in need of the others' assistance. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Tian added, as for any others who might attempt to take action, feel free to engage them, as you also need to replenish your experimental materials, do you not? Indeed, you are right, Master. Hearing this, Orochimaru sneered softly before vanishing, stealthily following behind Kakashi and the others. Kakashi was a crucial asset for the future of Konoha, and the strategic significance of the Flying Thunder God bodyguards was immense. Xiao Tian would not permit the loss of any of the 4 in the ninja villages of other nations. Thus, having Orochimaru accompany them was the most prudent assurance. As for the main force attacking the hidden mist village, with this thought, Xiao Tian turned his gaze toward a particular direction, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Swoosh! In the next moment, 4 figures emerged from the depths of the dense forest, kneeling before him on one knee. Lord Xiao Tian, the Uchiha First Squad, is fully assembled. The Uchiha First Squad primarily consisted of the elder members of the Uchiha clan who advocated for the pursuit of power, namely Uchiha Tsukefang, Uchiha Chung, and Uchiha Tsukefang's son, Uchiha Uewa. These 3 individuals were indeed the most troublesome for Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, in this battle, they might be eternally bound to this place. Following the arrival of the Uchiha First Squad, over 20 additional squads soon made their appearance. Lord Xiao Tian, the Uchiha Second Squad is fully assembled. Lord Xiao Tian, the Uchiha Third Squad is fully assembled. Lord Xiao Tian, the Uchiha Fourth Squad is fully assembled. Lord Xiao Tian, the Uchiha, is fully assembled. Behind them trailed over 30 elite Jonin and a dozen Umbu members. In an instant, dozens of Crimson Sharingan gazed intently at Xiao Tian, creating an eerie atmosphere in the night. All the members of the Uchiha clan present were acutely aware that the great battle was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 119. In this battle, the Uchiha have no retreat. Listen well, everyone. Your task this evening is straightforward. Eradicate the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, along with every ninja from the hidden mist village. In a word, annihilate them completely. Hiss. Annihilate them? Can a mere 130 individuals hope to extinguish the lives of the hundreds of ninjas that the infamous hidden mist village harbors? Is such a feat truly achievable? The weight of this daunting reality was palpable on the faces of the Uchiha clan members, and Xiao Tian keenly observed their unease. What is the matter? Lacking confidence? Or perhaps fear has gripped you? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the majority of the Uchiha clan members bowed their heads slightly in response. Yet, one among them, Uchiha Uefang, mustered the courage to speak. Lord Xiao Tian, do you have a plan? What a jest! While the Uchiha clan is indeed a race forged for battle, and they have come to engage in this conflict, it does not imply that they are willing to perish without reason. The Uchiha present here are prepared to bleed and even lay down their lives, but they shall not fall victim to senseless death. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow at Uchiha Uefang's audacity to speak at such a moment. A plan? Certainly, there is one. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Uefeng and the dozens of Uchiha clan members behind him breathed a collective sigh of relief. As long as there is a plan, their sacrifices should not be too great. However, just as Uchiha Uefeng and the others began to feel reassured, Xiao Tian unveiled a shocking arrangement that struck them like a bolt from the blue. In a moment, I will act to tear apart the hidden mist village from within, delivering them a devastating blow. Your task is to seal off all exits of the hidden mist village, intercepting every ninja attempting to flee, leaving none alive. The Uchiha clan members serve as the first vanguard, engaging the enemy at the forefront. The Umbu act as the second wave, prepared to intercept and eliminate foes, while the regular Jonin comprise the third line, responsible for covering, killing, and rescuing. Having laid out the plan, Xiao Tian remained unfazed by the grim expressions of Uchiha Uefeng and the others, his demeanor calm as he concluded, "Is that clear?" "Understood," came the immediate reply from the Umbu and the regular Jonin, without any hesitation. In contrast, the faces of the Uchiha clan members grew exceedingly grave, for they understood all too well that Xiao Tian's arrangement would require them to sacrifice their lives to block all exits of the hidden mist village. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Uchiha clan would be utterly decimated. In essence, all who had come here today would meet their demise. Particularly, the elder among the Uchiha team, Uefeng, alongside his companions, were filled with profound sorrow in their eyes. Initially, he believed that even if the members of the Uchiha clan suffered severe casualties in this battle, a few would ultimately survive to return. However, judging by the plans laid out by Xiao Tian, it was evident that the opposing side had no intention of allowing any of them to make it back alive. Observing the shifts in the expressions of the Uchiha clan, Xiao Tian merely continued speaking with an air of indifference, betraying no emotional response. If the Uchiha clan desired power, they must fulfill their roles in this operation. Complaining and yearning for fortune to fall from the sky would never allow the Uchiha to truly hold their heads high in Konoha. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, even though Uchiha Suki had deep reservations, he ultimately had no choice but to nod in reluctant agreement. Having arrived at this juncture, what other options did they possess? "Lord Xiao Tian, we understand. Every member of the Uchiha clan will participate in the battle according to your arrangements." As he observed Xiao Tian silently turn away, Uchiha Suki's face was etched with sorrow and indignation. He realized that today, along with dozens of fellow clan members, they were all destined to perish here. As for the second division that followed, they were likely only there to monitor their actions, with no intention of providing assistance. In fact, they might even strike at them during their retreat, and the third division would presumably be tasked with burying their corpses. In short, all members of the Uchiha clan participating in this battle had no choice but to fight to the last breath against their enemies. Uchiha Fugaku had summoned them here to shed their blood as proof of the Uchiha clan's reliability, to demonstrate that they were trustworthy allies of Konoha. They had already exhausted all avenues of retreat. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Suki spoke once more, his face resolute with the conviction of impending death. "Lord Xiao Tian, the Uchiha clan will, through this battle, prove to everyone that we are Konoha's most dependable allies and strength. You are an astute individual. I eagerly anticipate your performance." Chapter 120. Teacher, Disciple requests to fight. No regrets even in death. All personnel, stand by and proceed according to the original plan. Yes, with Xiao Tian's command, the members of the Uchiha clan began to disperse, blocking all exits of the hidden mist village. Behind them, both the Umbu and regular Jonin commenced their movements, closely following suit. However, just as a seemingly frail member of the Uchiha clan was about to pass by Xiao Tian, he unexpectedly spoke up. "You thought that by merely donning a cloak, I wouldn't recognize you?" Xiao Tian's words caused the Uchiha participant to freeze momentarily, realizing that his identity had been uncovered. With this thought, Uchiha Shursui removed his hat, his face betraying a mix of anxiety and trepidation. "Teacher, clearly." Uchiha Shursui was genuinely frightened at being discovered by Xiao Tian, for this was the first time he had defied his teacher's wishes. "Were you not instructed to diligently practice your shadow clones in the village? Why have you come here?" At Xiao Tian's inquiry, Uchiha Shursui opened his mouth to respond but ultimately lowered his head, too fearful to say much more. He knew that Xiao Tian was right. His actions this time had indeed been reckless. Observing Uchiha Shursui's current demeanor, Xiao Tian regarded him for a long moment before speaking calmly. "Do you truly wish to go?" "What?" "Yes, I want to go. I want to join my family on the battlefield." Though uncertain why his teacher did not firmly dissuade him, Uchiha Shursui was unwilling to abandon even the slightest opportunity to participate in the fight. However, unlike the other Uchiha clan members driven by a thirst for power and combat, Uchiha Shursui stood there solely because he could not bear to witness his kin bleed while he lived comfortably in the rear. As a member of the Uchiha clan, why should he hide behind when he could fight on the battlefield? He, Uchiha Shursui, too, would assist his comrades. He, too, would battle for his family. Gazing at Uchiha Shursui, who was now looking directly at him, Xiao Tian's expression remained tranquil, concealing his thoughts. Do you truly wish to go, no matter the cost? Yes. Teacher, Shursui will go no matter what. Even if it means you might die there. Even if you witness your comrades fall one after another. Are you still willing to go? Shursui, no regrets even in death. Faced with Xiao Tian's relentless questioning, Uchiha Shursui responded affirmatively each time. Xiao Tian silently turned away, choosing not to speak further. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shursui's youthful face dimmed. Indeed, it seemed that his teacher would ultimately not allow him to go. It is only natural to ponder, for this is indeed a battlefield. Which teacher would willingly allow their disciples to venture into such peril? Alas, I have come in vain this time, unable to join the esteemed Uchiha clan on the front lines. Just as Uchiha Shursui believed he was about to be sent back, Xiao Tian unexpectedly uttered words he had never anticipated. If that is the case, then you shall go. Wow, what? Teacher, you truly wish for me to go? Excitement illuminated Uchiha Shursui's face. However, in stark contrast, Xiao Tian spoke with a chilling demeanor. If someone desires to seek their own demise, I shall not stand in their way. Upon hearing this, the exhilaration on Uchiha Shursui's face instantly froze, his teeth biting down on his lower lip in contemplation. Yet, despite this, Uchiha Shursui resolutely pressed on, step by step, moving forward. He brushed past Xiao Tian and entered the first division of the Uchiha clan. Teacher, I am an unfilial disciple. I am sorry. Observing that stubborn yet steadfast figure, Xiao Tian couldn't help but gaze up at the luminous moon, feeling a surge of pride. This young man indeed bears a resemblance to my former self, does he not, Kagami? Through Uchiha Shursui, Xiao Tian saw the reflection of his past, that of Uchiha Kagami, who had disregarded all to fight alongside him. That dear friend, now departed. However, it seems I shall have to divert my attention to look after him. Sigh. Having a troublesome disciple truly is a source of exasperation. Chapter 121, The Arrival of the Apocalypse. The true divine punishment at the forefront of the first division stood Xiao Tian, exuding an air of confidence. Listen closely. Once I initiate the assault on the mist-hidden village, you must act without delay. Do you understand? Understood. Good. After the Uchiha clan solemnly acknowledged his command, Xiao Tian leaped into the air. Immediately, before the eyes of all, he utilized the shuriken he had previously thrown to achieve a second ascent, soaring directly above the mist-hidden village. Witnessing this spectacle, the hearts of all Uchiha clan members participating in the battle grew tense. Do you think it's wise for Lord Xiao Tian to go alone? Could this lead to trouble? Are you jesting? That is Lord Xiao Tian, the god of death from Konoha. His power is undeniably formidable. Indeed, once Lord Xiao Tian makes his move, the remaining ninjas of the mist-hidden village will stand no chance against our Uchiha clan. In that moment, the members of the Uchiha clan in the first division were fixated on the figure above the mist-hidden village. Under the watchful gaze of all, Xiao Tian swiftly formed hand seals. At the precise moment his hands came together, hundreds of shadow clones enveloped the sky above the mist-hidden village. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After executing the multiple shadow clone technique, Xiao Tian joined his hands once more. Water release, water dragon wave. A series of high-speed, high-pressure water columns were unleashed like blades, sweeping down upon the mist-hidden village. Boom. Many ninjas who had just raised their heads to assess the situation were instantly rendered unconscious, unable to react in time. The ensuing explosions shattered homes, the earth cracked, and the mist-hidden village was transformed into a wasteland in an instant. Countless deep, black scars marred the landscape, spreading fear throughout the village. What is happening? Is this the apocalypse? Cough, cough. What on earth is going on? How has the village vanished so suddenly? This is divine punishment. It must be divine punishment. No, I must escape. No one shall stop me. Get away. Get away. In an instant, chaos engulfed the entire mist-hidden village, as a throng of people sought to flee. However, as they prepared to rush towards the three exits, Xiao Tian simultaneously hurled 3 scrolls in those directions. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. As his voice echoed, white smoke dissipated, revealing 3 colossal summoning beasts, each crashing down to destroy a main thoroughfare. Summoning Beast, Tuntan. Summoning Beast, Manda. Summoning Beast, Slug. Here I am. Is this the battlefield that Jiraiya mentioned needed my assistance? Hiss, so many delectable dishes. Orochimaru truly did not deceive me. It appears that this time I shall indulge in a hearty feast. Lady Tsunade has already given her orders. Without uttering a word, Fukasaku took a puff from his pipe, then reached for the blade at his waist and leapt forth with determination. I am coming. The gleaming edge of the sword flashed, instantly engulfing the several ninjas from the hidden mist village before me. The serpents, with their bloodthirsty eyes, advanced from the side, their tails sweeping away numerous foes. Culinary delights. I am on my way. As for the slugs, they have now dispersed into hundreds of small slugs, clinging to all combatants. Witnessing this scene, the eyes of the Uchiha clan sparkled with fervor. Is this the prowess of Lord Xiao Tian? Such terrifying destructive power. Uchiha Suki's expression darkened as he unsheathed his ninja blade, shouting with fervor, Uchiha warriors, it is time for us to take action. For the glory of the Uchiha clan. Everyone, charge with me. Slaughter. At this moment, the battle cries resounded like thunder. Chapter 122. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, such methods. Truly, the god of death from Konoha. Xiao Tian has demonstrated prowess that likely surpasses even the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, standing shoulder to shoulder with the god of shinobi. It is no wonder that Obito chose to withdraw early. Had he been discovered, he would surely have been left here forever. Observing the chaos among the Mist Village ninjas, Ju shook his head and gradually retreated, creating some distance from the battlefield, showing no intent to intervene. Having witnessed the devastating power of Xiao Tian's water-severing wave, he understood that the Mist Village was destined for defeat. Furthermore, the arrangement of the Uchiha clan and the 2 summoned beasts indicated that Xiao Tian had no intention of allowing any Mist Village ninja to escape alive. This madman intended to erase a ninja village from history entirely. In simple terms, even if they sent more reinforcements to the battlefield, there would be no chance for the Mist Village to survive. Today, victory belonged to Konoha. However, our Lord of Death, while you have triumphed, achieving such a victory effortlessly seems implausible. For within the depths of the Mist Village, we have prepared a little surprise for you. Ha ha ha. As Ju's voice faded, a figure cloaked in deep crimson surged forth from the depths of the Mist Village, resembling a specter as it lunged toward him, claws slashing through the air. It was evident that this was Yagura, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, and the 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village. At last, you have arrived? Faced with Yagura's assault, Xiao Tian displayed no sign of emotional disturbance. As the creature's claws drew near, an imposing wall of water materialized before him. The wall, laced with fragments of rock, pierced through Yagura's arm, lifting him off the ground. Roar. Frustrated by his thwarted attack and the injury to his arm, the controlled Yagura emitted a furious roar, forcibly ripping his arm free and lunging at Xiao Tian once more. Moreover, as he attacked again, the shattered portion of his arm began to visibly regenerate at an astonishing pace. Ha ha ha, quite the remarkable recovery ability. A cold smile graced Xiao Tian's lips. Bang! In the next instant, Xiao Tian's right foot slammed into the ground, and with a resounding explosion, his figure vanished, reappearing before Yagura. The spot where he once stood had transformed into a terrifying, bottomless pit. But can your recovery speed truly keep pace? As Xiao Tian closed in on Yagura, he unleashed a water dragon bullet, sending Yagura soaring into the sky. Following this, countless streams of water, as fine as silver needles, erupted from his mouth, cascading down upon Yagura with relentless ferocity. Water release, heavenly cry? One after another, gaping wounds appeared on Yagura's body, quickly covering him in a multitude of bloodied holes. Such injuries, even for one who bears the power of the 3 tails, cannot be swiftly mended, and if he is unable to recover in time, he is doomed. Whoosh! The flying thunder god slash! As Xiao Tian's voice resonated, a brilliant golden flash pierced through Yitsong's body. His grotesque visage now froze in horror. Moments later, Xiao Tian descended from the heavens, effortlessly flicking the blood from his ninja blade before sheathing it, his expression cold and detached. The 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure, Yitsong, has fallen. Boom. The tremendous explosion enveloped the entire village of mist, capturing the attention of all within. In the instant that Yitsong was pierced, Xiao Tian had affixed explosive tags upon him. Now, those very tags began to ignite. How is this possible? The 4th Mizukage has been defeated by this man? A monster. He is nothing short of a monster. I must flee. I need to escape this place, immediately. Run, quickly. Chapter 123. The Uchiha clan begins to face the enemy as the surrounding ninjas, agitated by the death of the fourth Hokage, Yagura, sought to flee from the hidden mist village. Xiao Tian exhibited no intention of hindering their escape. For today, it was not he who would claim the lives of these individuals, but rather, the Uchiha clan. Boom. The once tranquil hidden mist village was now engulfed by a series of explosive sounds. It was evident that the chaos was the handiwork of Fugaku and the Great Serpent. Blood stained the earth, and countless cold corpses lay eternally upon the ground. The remaining ninjas and villagers of the hidden mist finally comprehended the gravity of their situation. With the fall of their fourth Hokage, they realized that they could no longer withstand the onslaught of these unexpected foes. The last flicker of hope had now completely extinguished. It was futile. Remaining here would mean death. They could not hold them back. Get out of my way. Die. Are you mad? Attacking your own kind. As long as I can survive, I care not for the fate of others. The exit is right ahead. I can live. Ha ha. Roars, shouts, and curses echoed as they surged towards the exit. The frantic actions of these hidden mist ninjas did not go unnoticed by the Uchiha clan members who had joined the battle outside the village. Is this truly the adversary they would face? In stark contrast to the anxiety and uncertainty of the other Uchiha, Uchiha Tsukiyo, who had long recognized his own circumstances, stepped forward at this critical moment. He exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration, instinctively tightening his grip on his ninja blade. Lord Tsukiyo? The expressions of the gathered Uchiha were filled with confusion at his actions. Yet, in the next instant, the first hidden mist ninja to charge forth was unexpectedly cleaved in two. Splatter. Blood erupted at the exit of the hidden mist village, staining the vision of all Uchiha, igniting their hearts with a fervor for battle. Everyone, we must understand why we are here and what our foremost duty is. With this declaration, Uchiha Tsukiyo began to form hand seals. Our mission is to intercept all fleeing hidden mist ninjas. Show no mercy to any who attempt to escape. As the final three words left his lips, he unleashed a massive fireball that surged towards the exit of the hidden mist village. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With Tsukiyo's fiery projectile unleashed, the other Uchiha warriors around him nodded heavily in agreement. Lord Yuefeng is absolutely correct. Our mission as the Uchiha clan is to thwart them. Let us all join forces and allow them to truly experience the might of our lineage. For the glory of the Uchiha clan, everyone advance. Indeed, together we strike. At this moment, hundreds of hands simultaneously formed identical seals, culminating in a synchronized incantation. As they unleashed a barrage of colossal fireballs towards the ninjas who had just emerged from the hidden mist village. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Chapter 124. The true battlefield. The roar of flames engulfed the surroundings of the hidden mist village, consuming a vast expanse in a torrid inferno. Is it over? Certainly, for we belong to the noble Uchiha clan, a lineage born for battle. How could the remnants of the hidden mist village possibly withstand our fireballs? Indeed, it is surprising how effortlessly we accomplished our mission. Gazing upon the sea of flames, the majority of the Uchiha warriors stood tall, their chests puffed with pride. Yet, in stark contrast, Uchiha Shursui, alongside Uchiha Suki, furrowed their brows in deep concern. Something felt amiss. How dare you thwart our advance? You shall perish alongside us. Explode. Those wretched foes, you released those two monsters, did you not? Everyone, attack together. Eliminate them and break through. Die. In an instant, the hidden mist ninjas, who should have been engulfed by the flames, unleashed their respective techniques, trampling over their comrades' bodies in a desperate bid to escape the inferno. Some even resorted to self-detonation, showing no mercy whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Suki clenched his teeth and stepped forward once more. Under the current circumstances, if he did not take action, their side would suffer devastating losses at the very first encounter. Suki, join me. We must drive these foes back. He commanded. To everyone else, if you wish to survive, unleash all your abilities, hold nothing back. Given their numerical disadvantage, they had to seize this moment while the hidden mist ninjas struggled to break free, maximizing their chances of inflicting casualties. If they delayed, they would soon face certain doom. Yes, Lord Suki. Yes, Father. At Suki's orders, both Uchiha Sho and Uchiha Suki stepped forward, their expressions grave. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Phoenix fire. One after another, ninjutsu and shurikens rained down upon the hidden mist ninjas attempting to escape, without even a moment's hesitation for precision. After all, with a single exit and such a crowded throng, aiming was hardly necessary. Thud, thud, thud. Blood erupted at the village's exit as hidden mist ninjas fell one after another. The entire hidden mist village transformed into a hellish battlefield in an instant. Observing this, the sword-wielding Froshwinta in the village inhaled deeply, then solemnly remarked, "This is war. Eternally so, and ever so sinful. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The toads of Mount Mayaboku, cease your pretense of sanctity. Your blade has not spared the hidden mist ninjas either," retorted the nearby snake. One snake, coldly, yet showed no intention of engaging in combat. Initially, he paid little heed to what Orochimaru had said regarding the formidable Xiao Tian, whom one must never provoke. However, just moments ago, witnessing Xiao Tian effortlessly annihilate the fourth Mizukage and the three-tailed Jinchuriki, Yagura, he became remarkably earnest. Humph. In response to the derision from the serpent, Gamabunta unsheathed his blade and leaped forth to confront the ninjas within the village. Observing this scene, the serpent, Wanshi, gazed hungrily at Gamabunta for a prolonged moment before ultimately redirecting his attention to the ninjas of the hidden mist village. This spectacle did not escape the notice of Xiao Tian, who stood vigil at the very heart of the hidden mist village, surveying the battlefield. Yet he remained unfazed, for he understood that as long as he was present, Wanshi would not dare to act recklessly against Gamabunta. However, as though struck by a sudden thought, Xiao Tian turned his gaze towards the outskirts of the hidden mist village, whispering something under his breath. The slaughter was poised to commence. No sooner had Xiao Tian uttered those words than a shadow clone sprang forth behind him, racing towards the outskirts of the village. "Shirzue, since you insist on coming, then open your eyes wide and behold. This is the true battlefield." Chapter 125, The Resolve of the Moon Tribe, Everything for Uchiha Outside the Village. With a swift and proud speed, Uchiha Shirzue darted among his foes, inflicting wounds upon them. Indeed, he merely inflicted injuries, for despite his notable enhancement in speed, his overall strength remained woefully inadequate. Even those ninjas escaping from the hidden mist village, burdened with their own severe injuries, were beyond the reach of a mere 9-year-old child like him. Damn it, the disparity in power is insurmountable. Should I truly have come here? After employing the body flicker technique to hurl yet another ninja from the hidden mist village away, Uchiha Shirzue gazed with a grim expression upon the blood-soaked battlefield before him. "Watch out behind you, you little brat. Fire style, great fireball technique." What? Uchiha Tsukiyo's shout left Uchiha Shirzue momentarily stunned, unsure of the situation unfolding. However, upon turning once more, he beheld the ninja from the hidden mist village engulfed by the fireball. "Ah, thank you, Grandfather Tsukiyo." Uchiha Tsukiyo simply acknowledged Shirzue's gratitude with a soft response before forcefully pushing him backward. "This is not a place for you. Go back and inform those behind you who your teacher is, Grandfather Tsukiyo." As Uchiha Shirzue attempted to resist the push, he found himself unable to halt his momentum, and an Umbu member swiftly approached to escort him away. Clearly, the Umbu members were well aware of Shirzue's status as Xiao Tian's disciple. "Stay alive." Upon witnessing Shirzue being successfully taken away, Uchiha Tsukiyo murmured softly. In the next moment, his Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, widened dramatically, blood oozing from his eyes and staining his visage. "A pack of damned scoundrels, do not think you can breach this place. This battle, the victory of the Uchiha clan reclaiming its glory, shall not be desecrated by you." Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire. In this battle, he must, without fail, secure Xiao Tian's approval, no matter the cost, even at the price of his own life. As time inexorably passed, the brutal clash continued unabated. Bang! An Uchiha fell. Bang bang! 2 Uchihas fell. Bang bang bang! Watching his clansmen collapse one after another before him, Uchiha Tsukiyo's vision grew increasingly blurred. In his desperate attempt to safeguard his kin, he had expended far too much ocular power. The throbbing pain in his head caused his body to stagger, nearly toppling him to the ground. At this moment, he was on the brink of collapse. Cough, cough, cough. I can still fight. Upon witnessing the scene, the nearby members of the Uchiha clan hurriedly rushed to support him, emitting cries of despair. "Lord Moon, we cannot hold on any longer. We cannot withstand this." "Yes, Lord Moon. If this continues, we shall all perish here. We must retreat and allow those behind us." Smack. The Uchiha who suggested retreating had yet to finish his words when he was sent flying by Lord Uchiha Moon's swift counterattack. "Retreat? Where shall we retreat to? Do you not understand the reason we are here? If it were not for our incessant quest for power and dominance, How did we find ourselves in this perilous place? How did we arrive at this certain doom? To retreat would brand the Uchiha as cowards, a label from which we could never recover. Our only choice now is to press forward, to die valiantly in this place. With our blood and lives, we shall proclaim to all within Konoha that we are the Uchiha clan. We, the Uchiha, are worthy of continued trust. At this juncture, Lord Uchiha Moon's Sharingan widened dramatically as he waved away all surrounding Uchiha clan members, charging directly towards the nearly 100 ninjas from the hidden mist village. In the next moment, raging flames engulfed him and his adversaries entirely. Only the echoes of laughter resounded across the battlefield, deeply embedding themselves in the hearts of every participating Uchiha clan member. The glory of the Uchiha shall not be desecrated to the hidden mist. Come with me to the depths of hell. Haha. Chapter 126. The Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the Wrathful Susanoo Father. No. Lord Sukafang, please return swiftly. My lord. The flames dissipated, and the figure of Uchiha Sukafang vanished without a trace. Only a piece of flame-tinged fabric fluttered in the wind, drifting across the charred remains of countless bodies, gradually receding into the distance. This sight filled the remaining 30-odd members of the Uchiha clan with profound sorrow. Yet, even amidst their grief, they resolutely wielded their kunai, dragging more of the Mist Village ninjas down to their doom. Particularly, Uchiha Tsukihua's son, Uchiha Tsukihua, trembled violently, fervently employing his ocular powers to claim the lives of one Mist Village ninja after another. His Sharingan had evolved into the three-tomo form, unbeknownst to him. In mere moments, the ground before Uchiha Tsukuo was strewn with the corpses of Mist Village ninjas. Die. All of you deserve to perish. Father, rest assured, Tsukihua will soon join you. After dispatching 3 more Mist Village ninjas with his ocular technique, Uchiha Tsukihua raised his bloody longsword high and let out a furious roar. Warriors of the Uchiha, do not fear death. Fight these rascals from the Mist Village for the vengeance of our fallen brothers. Tsukihua is right. We are all destined for death. So let us clash with them. Kill, for the glory of the Uchiha. In that moment, Uchiha Tsukihua and all participating members of the Uchiha clan comprehended the absurdity of the power they had relentlessly pursued. Had they not sought that power? Had they not so foolishly desired it? How could they have descended into such dire straits? Yet, these thoughts were rendered inconsequential. Today, they would all perish here, fighting valiantly for the honor of the Uchiha clan. After eliminating a few more Mist Village ninjas, Uchiha Tsukihua's crimson eyes began to slowly close, his vision growing increasingly blurred. At last, has it come to an end? At this moment, the entirety of the Uchiha clan lay sprawled in pools of blood, no one to support him, no one to aid him. Only a few blades were poised to strike at his head. Yet, a serene smile graced Uchiha Tsukihua's face in response. Father, I come to join you. Tsukihua survived. Suddenly, just as Uchiha Tsukihua prepared to embrace his demise, a large hand thrust him aside, leaving him to lie helplessly on the ground. Strange, why am I not dead? Wait, that voice just now. Seemingly struck by a revelation, Uchiha Tsukihua's eyes, which were about to close, suddenly widened. The three-tomo Sharingan, which should have long since exhausted itself, now spiraled into frenzied motion once more. Before him stood his last remaining kin in this world, his uncle Uchiha Chung, who unexpectedly shielded him from the blades thrust forth by the ninjas of the mist-hidden village. Uehua, do not relinquish hope. Live well alongside Uchiha. Forget the lust for power, and let existence continue in tranquility. Uncle. Upon seeing his uncle's face turn towards him, adorned with a faint smile, Uchiha Uehua's heart felt as if it were being cleaved, and he raised his head in a frenzy, roaring in anguish. Meanwhile, the ninjas from the mist-hidden village who had slain Uchiha Chung were filled with fury. Damn it, old man, release our blades at once. What do we do? The blades are stuck. Cursed old fool, still so tenacious in death. Abandon the blades and break through. Indeed, escaping this place took precedence. As they kicked aside Uchiha Cheng's lifeless body to continue their escape, a chilling voice suddenly echoed before them. The source of the voice was none other than the figure that should have collapsed, but was now unsteadily rising to obstruct Uehua. It was you who killed my father. It was you who murdered my uncle. It was you. It was you. Is this fellow deranged? Stop wasting time with him. Swiftly end his life and continue the escape. All right, I will. What in the world is that? The mist-hidden village ninja, who had been poised to strike, instinctively swallowed hard and began to retreat. Before them loomed a massive, grotesque silhouette, rising slowly to envelop Uchiha Uehua in its protection. It was you, it was you. Oh, with a thunderous crash, The colossal hand of Susanoo descended rapidly, obliterating the ninjas from the mist-hidden village before Wewa into mere remnants. Those other ninjas nearby were also caught in the onslaught, with some unfortunate souls being outright annihilated. Yet, after delivering this blow, Uchiha Yuehua collapsed from the exhaustion of his chakra. However, his visage bore a liberated smile. "Father, uncle, Yuehua has come to be with you." This sudden turn of events compelled Xiao Tian, stationed within the mist-hidden village, to glance over, his brow furrowing deeply. Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Susanoo? In the next moment, Xiao Tian casually dispatched a ninja attempting to ambush him, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. That brat Jishui activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. This is an unexpected gain in his plan. As for Uchiha Yuehua, who has awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and even summoned Susanoo. What a remarkable young man. You have earned my respect for the Uchiha clan, and your salvation. Indeed, it is salvation. Chapter 127, The Uchiha Clan. You may withdraw slugs, relay the message. Those surviving members of the Uchiha clan may retreat. Xiao Tian believed that through this battle, the surviving Uchihas would come to cherish peace more than anyone else, and would no longer blindly demand as they had in the past. Meanwhile, outside the hidden mist village, a series of Umbu members, having received orders, emerged from the forest, indiscriminately harvesting the remaining ninjas of the hidden mist. The regular J-Nin of the 3rd unit had also arrived at the battlefield, providing urgent medical treatment and emergency bandaging to the surviving members of the Uchiha clan. While assisting the Umbu in dealing with the remaining ninjas of the hidden mist. What is this feeling? There is still pain. Why am I not dead yet? Carried on a stretcher by 2 J-Nin, Uchiha Yuehua exerted all his strength to raise his hand in a futile attempt at self-destruction. Ultimately, he could only struggle to part his lips. Upon hearing his words, the small slug perched on his shoulder responded. Lord Xiao Tian has commanded that the warriors of the Uchiha clan valiantly fought to the death against the enemy, successfully completing their mission as heroes of Konoha. The battlefield is now under the control of the Umbu. The remaining 12 members of the Uchiha clan are to withdraw and recover from their injuries. Withdraw? Where can I go? In response to the slug's words, Uchiha Yuehua bitterly echoed his father's earlier sentiments. The crimson of his double Manjiki Sharingan was now clouded with despair and sorrow. My father, uncle, brothers, comrades, everyone lies buried here. Where can I go? Of nearly 100 Uchiha who went into battle, only 12 remained alive. Is this what war truly is? If given the chance to relive it, he would undoubtedly choose to live peacefully alongside his father, uncle, and brothers, rather than strive for power. Yet, Uchiha Yuehua knew that this was merely a fantasy. Those who had perished could never return. Uchiha Yuehua's grief was understood by the slug, yet it refrained from saying more, for its task was simply to convey the message. Other matters were beyond its responsibility. As Uchiha Yuehua and the other 10 surviving members of the Uchiha clan were being carried away, a roar of unwillingness suddenly erupted from the rear of the battlefield. Boom. In an instant, everyone noticed a fleeting shadow vanish. When it reappeared, it stood before a ninja from the hidden mist. The gleaming silver blade swept across the adversary's neck, mercilessly claiming their life. However, this was merely the beginning. As the first hidden mist ninja fell, the figure that had struck suddenly multiplied into 7, darting off in different directions. At nearly the same moment, a dozen ninjas from the hidden mist village were seen clutching their necks in a state of utter disbelief, ultimately collapsing to the ground in terror. Such speed. Upon witnessing the figure responsible for this swift demise, the newly arrived members of the Umbu were filled with incredulity. They were well aware of the identity of the individual who had so effortlessly dispatched those ninjas, Lord Xiao Tian's disciple, Uchiha Shursui. Yet, he was merely 9 years old. A child of such tender age possessing such extraordinary speed and explosive power foretold an unfathomable future ahead of him. However, as these thoughts raced through their minds, Uchiha Shursui suddenly turned to the Umbu members and the regular Jonin, his voice rising in desperation. Why did you not act sooner? If you had intervened earlier. With that, Uchiha Shursui knelt upon the ground, hands pressed against the earth, tears cascading down his cheeks. They would not have perished if they had acted in time. In response to Shursui's poignant inquiry, all the ninjas of Konoha present fell into a heavy silence, none daring to answer him. They were Umbu, bound by their duty to execute missions without regard to personal feelings. Their sole obligation was to fulfill the task at hand. If Lord Xiao Tian commanded them not to engage, they would not act, no matter the circumstances. Yet, amidst this silence, a figure suddenly appeared before Uchiha Shursui. A gentle voice resonated in that moment. But if that were the case, they would continue to be looked down upon, perpetually branded as cowards. In the future, not only they but the entire Uchiha clan would face annihilation. Chapter 128, The Ambitions of Uchiha Shursui. Some surrendered. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Shursui's entire body stiffened, and his previously restless emotions gradually settled. Teacher, is this what the war ignited by the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, with the invasion of the Mist Village as a catalyst, has culminated in? Xiao Tian nodded gently. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction seeing his disciple regain composure so swiftly. He understood that Shursui's sudden maturity and calmness were largely due to his first-hand experience of the war, witnessing the fall of his clansmen one after another. The impact on Shursui's heart was profound. Yet, despite the agonizing process, Uchiha Shursui had gained much. His Sharingan had awakened to the third tumult, and his demeanor had matured significantly. This could be regarded as a beneficial development for his growth. After receiving Xiao Tian's response, Uchiha Shursui gradually rose from the ground. Looking up at Xiao Tian, his eyes radiating an unprecedented determination. Teacher, if that is the case, then I shall be the one to prevent the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. This path is fraught with challenges, regardless of how arduous it may be. I shall persevere, even if it costs me my life. Upon hearing Shursui's declaration, Xiao Tian slowly nodded, then reached out to pat his head. In that case, strive to grow stronger and pass on this resolve. Only by becoming powerful can one protect all that they cherish. Only through the continuation of this spirit can the Uchiha clan truly endure. Xiao Tian's words ignited a spark in Uchiha Shursui's eyes, as if he had discovered his purpose. The next moment, Uchiha Shursui resolutely exclaimed, "Yes, teacher. I will diligently train to become capable of standing on my own." Excellent. Are you still able to fight? Xiao Tian's calm gaze swept across the battlefield as he spoke. The battlefield was now largely under the control of the Umbu, with only a few stragglers remaining. Over 90% of the Mist Village's ninjas had been decisively dealt with. The escapees would also serve as significant intelligence for Xiao Tian and Konoha. The victory of this battle, along with the fearsome reputation of the Konoha killing god and the initial triumph of the Land of Fire's Konoha Village, needed to be disseminated. Absolutely. Uchiha Shursui nodded firmly. Then proceed to collect the remnants of the battlefield alongside the Umbu members. Should you encounter any Mist Village ninjas, spare none. Yes, teacher. After receiving Xiao Tian's command, Uchiha Shursui nodded earnestly, then utilized the shadow clone technique to dispatch his main body towards the battlefield, simultaneously forming hand seals. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. Fire style, great fireball technique. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Tian nodded with satisfaction before turning his gaze to another direction. There, a dozen or so ninjas from the hidden Mist Village were slowly approaching, hands raised high, escorted by the Leaf Village's elite shinobi. The sound of footsteps echoed. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the ninjas from the hidden Mist Village, upon reaching Xiao Tian, were swiftly kicked down by the Leaf shinobi, all kneeling before him. Observing this, Xiao Tian's brow slightly arched. Had he not commanded that all ninjas from the hidden mist be executed without mercy? Yet, how had they been brought before him? Speak, he commanded. My lord Xiao Tian. It is as follows. We are not like that brutal Yagura. We are peace-loving ninjas from the hidden Mist Village. Before the Leaf Shinobi could report the situation, one of the ninjas from the hidden mist took the initiative to explain, his face brimming with fervor. He even attempted to rise again to grasp at Xiao Tian's clothing. So please, spare us. We are all innocent. But before his words could fully escape his lips, his body was cleaved in two by a flash of white steel. A chilling voice, laced with blood, resonated through the air, staining the garments of the remaining ninjas from the hidden Mist Village, echoing in their minds. Did I permit you to speak? Chapter 129, An Interesting Girl. What is your name? Hiss. Witnessing Xiao Tian's current demeanor, not only did the ninjas of the Mist Hidden Village gasp in astonishment, but even the elite jonin from the Leaf Village shared their trepidation. Should I have refrained from bringing these individuals here? However, since Lord Xiao Tian offered no further commands after his initial statement, they had no choice but to proceed with their report. My lord, these ninjas from the Mist Hidden Village claim to be unaffiliated with each song, and despite witnessing the deaths of over 20 comrades, they chose to surrender without retaliation. Their behavior is rather peculiar. Thus, we have brought them for your judgment. Thud, thud, thud. At this juncture, the Leaf Jonin hastily knelt on one knee, sweat pouring from their foreheads and backs. They were genuinely fearful, apprehensive that Xiao Tian might turn his wrath upon them. After all, he was a figure who instilled dread across the ninja world, a legacy of the Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Being from a different era, none could ascertain the temperament of this legendary killer from the leaf. Hence, a palpable anxiety enveloped them all. As for the reaction of the leaf jonin before him, Xiao Tian merely cast a disinterested glance and then turned his attention away. You have not seen battle in far too long, and have forgotten that the commands of a commander are absolute. This time, I shall not pursue the matter. But let it be a lesson for the future. Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. Relieved that he did not hold them accountable, the jonin's faces gleamed with excitement. You may withdraw. Understood. This time, the leaf jonin moved with remarkable agility, promptly exiting the premises. Once they departed, Xiao Tian finally turned his gaze towards the so-called ninjas who claimed to be unaffiliated with Itsang. Oh, how intriguing. Casually surveying the group before him, Xiao Tian's gaze ultimately settled upon the sole female ninja among them. Compared to the other ninjas from the mist-hidden village, the light in this young woman's eyes was distinctly different. Though the others harbored deep resentment for the war he had instigated, their eyes were filled with palpable fear. It was the trepidation of the weak in the presence of the strong. Yet this girl, despite her youthful appearance, maintained a clear gaze fixed upon him. This little one, remarkably, showed no fear whatsoever. You are not afraid of me? Xiao Tian stepped forward, lifting Terumi Mei's chin with his hand. How absurd. The nearby mist ninjas instinctively rose to push him away. However, the outcome was crack. Among the 4 ninjas who attempted to stand, 2 were swiftly restrained by Terumi Mei, while the remaining 2 were not so fortunate. They fell victim to Xiao Tian's shadow clone, their necks snapped with ease. Carelessly discarded into the surrounding inferno like refuse. I inquired of her, advising that those unrelated should refrain from meddling. Consequently, none dared to speak or act recklessly any longer. Those who contradicted him were swiftly silenced, deprived of any opportunity to voice their thoughts. This Konoha's god of death truly lived up to his formidable reputation. Observing that her comrades had finally ceased their disruptions, Terumi Mei mustered the courage to speak. Do not fear. The reason is this. Since Yakura ascended as the 4th Mizukage, the hidden mist village has transformed into a hellish realm, with death manifesting daily. Therefore, I harbor no resentment towards you for his demise. As for the destruction of my homeland and the slaughter of my comrades and villagers, I also bear no hatred, for even had you not appeared today, we would have ultimately fallen one day in the face of the unknown. Upon hearing Terumi Mei's words, Xiao Tian realized that these individuals were likely unaware that Yakura was under the control of Uchiha Obito. However, it mattered little. He was not a saint and had no obligation to defend a deceased individual. His current objective was to deal with the young woman before him. Clap, clap, clap. As Terumi Mei spoke, Xiao Tian gently applauded, then casually gestured to the ninjas behind her. In an instant, a dozen Umbu members emerged, their kunai poised at their throats. I find you somewhat intriguing. What is your name? You may call me Terumi Mei, she replied, trembling. Thank you, Lord Xiao Tian, for your mercy. Your great kindness will forever be etched in my memory. Xiao Tian nodded slightly, then slowly accepted the kunai from his shadow clone, drawing forth a white cloth to delicately wipe the blood from its blade. Terumi Mei, is it? However, dear Terumi Mei, I believe I mentioned that my interest lies solely with you, not with these other minor figures. Bang. Without hesitation, Terumi Mei knelt, her smooth, pale forehead striking the ground amidst the shattered stones. We are truly different from Yakura. We are ninjas who yearn for peace. I beseech you, grant them a chance at life. Chapter 130. Terumi Mei, the new 3 Jinchuriki, I remarked. Terumi Mei, have you perhaps lost your way? A playful expression adorned Xiao Tian's visage as he regarded Terumi Mei, who was kneeling before him in a state of disgrace, having forsaken her dignity. Just moments prior, they had laid hands on my companions. We were, indeed, adversaries. In the face of enemies, one must eradicate the roots, mustn't one? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Terumi Mei understood all too well that to assuage this harbinger of death from Konoha, she must relinquish everything, including her freedom. I understand. If you are willing to spare them, I, along with them, am ready to join Konoha and accept all your commands, she declared. Terumi Mei, you have lost your mind. At her declaration, her comrades, such as Ao, attempted to rise once more. Witnessing this, Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and withdrew a shuriken, driving it into Ao's shoulder. If you dare to move again, I shall end my life right here. The hidden mist village has been utterly obliterated. Do you not perceive this reality? Once the hidden mist village ceases to exist, we shall inevitably be preyed upon by other ninja villages. Thus, rather than feigning resilience here, surrendering to Konoha is the wisest choice. Upon hearing her words, Ao and the others clenched their teeth, trembling with trepidation. They understood Terumi Mei's character. If they acted recklessly, she would indeed take her own life. Moreover, her assertions held a ring of truth. The once mighty Hidden Mist village, known for its blood mist, was now truly finished. As Xiao Tian observed this scene unfold, his interest in Terumi Mei deepened. Truly, she was destined to become the fifth Mizukage. Exhibiting such resolute determination at such a tender age. Impressive, indeed. Having finally calmed her companions, Terumi Mei, stifling the pain from her wound, continued, Lord Xiao Tian, I apologize for the spectacle. You were correct. From our current standings, we are indeed enemies. Yet, in this world, absolute enmity does not exist. With sufficient incentives, foes can transform into allies. Hence, I believe we and Lord Xiao Tian cannot, Xiao Tian interjected, fully aware of her intentions. Should she continue, the initiative would shift slightly in her favor, a prospect Xiao Tian was unwilling to entertain. You are not yet in a position to negotiate terms with me. Your group holds little value to me. Your strength is insufficient, rendering any notion of alliance pointless. Your sole option now is to remove the headbands of the Hidden Mist village and escort these 4 individuals back to Konoha, Xiao Tian declared, casting a scroll towards Ao and the others while pulling Terumi Mei closer to his side. As for her, she was to become a hostage. Should anything happen to those 4, all of you, including Natsume Mei, would perish. Do not attempt to play any tricks or hide. In this world, anyone I have set my sights on cannot escape alive. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Natsume Mei felt a sense of relief. For this meant that her companions had a glimmer of hope for survival. However, upon hearing that Xiao Tian intended to make Natsume Mei the hostage, Qing was the first to raise an objection. What nonsense! He would never allow such a perilous situation for Natsume Mei. Absolutely not. If a hostage is needed, then let it be me. Swish. A sharp blade whizzed past Qing, leaving a narrow crimson mark across his neck. Gulp. I slipped. Xiao Tian nonchalantly continued to wipe his blade, entirely indifferent to Qing, whose face was drenched in sweat and filled with terror. Following this encounter with death, Qing now found himself completely composed. Before this man, no rationale could be presented. One could only acquiesce to his demands, lest they meet their end. Indeed, he was a perilous fiend. So now, what is your answer? We will complete the mission. Then hurry along. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's urging, Qing cast a glance at Natsume Mei beside him, gritted his teeth, and led the surviving companions towards the border of the Land of Fire. Natsume Mei, you must wait for our return. Chapter 131. The preparations for Konoha's future combat power. Defeating the 3 tails well. Now that the irrelevant individuals have departed, Koizumi Mei, please tend to your wounds. After seeing the departure of Ao and the others, Xiao Tian nonchalantly waved his hand at Koizumi Mei and began to leisurely stroll towards the now desolate Watanabe village. Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. Although she was uncertain about what exactly Xiao Tian intended for Ao and the others to protect, at the very least, they now possessed a chance to survive. Meanwhile, as Koizumi Mei pondered this, Xiao Tian, with his back turned to her, subtly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. The task assigned to Ao and the others, which outwardly appeared perilous, was merely a facade. In truth, there was no real danger at all. From the personnel standpoint, not only was Ao present, but the remaining individuals were all his absolute confidants, seen through the lens of his Manjiki Sharingan, alongside Koizumi Mei. In simpler terms, these individuals would never abandon Koizumi Mei to flee on their own. They would undoubtedly strive to fulfill their mission. As for those whom Xiao Tian had previously eliminated, they were merely ordinary ninjas of Watanabe Village, whose loyalty posed a potential threat, hence their immediate eradication. If we consider the difficulty of the mission, he had already dispatched Orochimaru to escort Kakashi and his companions, coupled with the presence of the Flying Thunder God Guard beside Kakashi. As long as the leaders of the 3 ninja villages did not suddenly lose their wits, they would not resort to lethal measures right away. At most, they would opt for imprisonment. Should they dare to imprison someone under Xiao Tian's command, the fate that awaited Watanabe Village would be dire indeed. The people of Xiao Tian were not to be trifled with. In essence, the mission assigned to Ao and the others was merely a formality, a means for them to integrate into Konoha. After all, while these individuals may not possess remarkable personal combat abilities, strategically, they were still considered a decent force, capable of supplementing Konoha's current deficiency in mid-tier combat power. As Xiao Tian pondered, a colossal surge of chakra began to emanate from the depths of Watanabe Village. This sensation was the tailed beast bomb. Indeed, it seemed I had momentarily forgotten about that. Boom. With Xiao Tian's declaration, his figure instantaneously appeared within Watanabe Village. Before him stood the Three Tails, having just materialized through the manifestation of chakra. Now gathering energy for a tailed beast bomb aimed at the gathering of Konoha ninjas outside the village. I ask you, does being large make you formidable? Boom. As Xiao Tian spoke, the Three Tails unleashed the tailed beast bomb directly towards him, seemingly provoked. However, Xiao Tian merely extended a hand, casting a shuriken forward, and astonishingly, the tailed beast bomb expelled by the Three Tails vanished into thin air before the eyes of onlookers. In the next instant, a terrifying explosion erupted from a mountain peak outside Watanabe Village. Boom. The tailed beast ball was unexpectedly resolved with such ease. Koyoki Mei was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though she were in a dream. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the truly astonishing events were only just beginning. Whoosh. After shattering the three-tailed beast ball, Xiao Tian instantly executed a body flicker technique, appearing atop the back of the Three Tails, enveloping his fist in a soft azure chakra. In the next moment, he struck down fiercely upon the colossal shell before him. You, my friend, ought to behave yourself a bit more. Roar. At that moment, a chilling, beastly roar echoed, reverberating through the hidden mist village, instilling a profound sense of dread in the hearts of all the ninjas. Is it truly within the capacity of a mere human to shatter the shell of the Three Tails with bare hands? Chapter 132. The Fate of the Three Tails Power. Shut up. Your cries are futile. Despite the anguished wails emanating from the Three Tails, Xiao Tian remained unfazed, resolutely grasping it with one hand. The host of the Three Tails, Izong, had already perished. If he did not swiftly seal it away, it would not be long before this entity fully materialized. At that point, dealing with it would indeed become a considerable challenge. Among those present, who would be most suitable to become the new host of the Three Tails? Xiao Tian's calm gaze swept across the battlefield, ultimately settling on three individuals. The first was his disciple, Uchiha Shisui. However, it would not do. Shisui's future lay in the path of instantaneous explosive power, and becoming the host of the Three Tails might impede his potential. Upon returning to the village, he would utilize the summoning scroll from Mayaboku Mountain to test his abilities. Xiao Tian was not an ordinary ninja. He believed that the most formidable strategic force in this world was the tailed beasts. Some summoning beasts possessed strengths that rivaled, if not surpassed, those of the tailed beasts. Xiao Tian hoped that in the future, Shisui could leverage his own abilities, complemented by the support of a summoning beast, to become a figure forever remembered in the ninja world. The second candidate was none other than Uchiha, who had just succumbed to unconsciousness. Although he was now in his 30s, Xiao Tian had meticulously observed his performance during the battle. He exhibited considerable talent, albeit lacking in technical guidance, a gap that Xiao Tian could readily address. Moreover, having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, his future achievements were undoubtedly elevated. However, the current state of Uchiha Tsukuha's body, coupled with his loyalty issues, presented concerns. With that thought, Xiao Tian's gaze shifted to a young girl. It appeared that the new host of the Three Tails could only be this little one. With a decisive thud, Xiao Tian's voice resonated as he approached the girl, who was seated on the ground, recovering her chakra. Lord Xiao Tian, what brings you here? I have a magnificent gift for you. What magnificent gift? The girl, Terumi Mei, looked bewildered. In her current state, she felt more like a mere pawn. Yet, here he was, offering her a present at such a time. What could this mean? Unperturbed by Terumi Mei's confusion, Xiao Tian swiftly formed hand seals and pressed his hands against her abdomen, sealing the power of the Three Tails within her. 8 trigram seal. Be sealed. With the unwilling roar of the Three Tails echoing through the air, it was ultimately confined. Oh, it feels so full. My body. Terumi Mei clutched her stomach and chest tightly, feeling as though she were being engulfed by flames. Do not be anxious. This sensation shall soon pass. After uttering these words, Xiao Tian stood once more and extended his right hand towards Hiruzen Mei. From this day forth, you shall be the new Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Welcome to Konoha. What? The Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's declaration, Hiruzen Mei opened her mouth in astonishment. After a brief moment of overcoming her discomfort, she gradually extended her hand, allowing Xiao Tian to pull her up from the ground. To become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails signifies that she is now a member of Konoha. It turns out that this individual before her had no intention of harming them. Thus, it appears that the task assigned to Qing and his companions by this Konoha killing god should not be insurmountable. They too could survive as she had. However, just as Hiruzen Mei was rising, her body, still not fully recovered, caused her to stumble backwards. Witnessing this, Xiao Tian did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly caught her in his embrace. Be careful. Being held so closely by Xiao Tian filled Hiruzen Mei with trepidation. This was her first experience being held so intimately by the opposite sex. Understood, Lord Xiao Tian. Do not misunderstand. I am not interested in you at this moment. Yours are quite small. Hiruzen Mei glanced down at her assets, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation. It is just a temporary state. I will grow. You know. Chapter 133. If looked down upon, then strike back. As everyone prepared to depart, we were ready to return. Yes, Lord Xiao Tian. With Xiao Tian's voice echoing. A dozen members of the Umbu and over 30 regular Jonin supported the Uchiha clan, embarking on their journey home. Behind them lay the desolate ruins of the village hidden in the mist, a place erased from history. Once known for its blood fog and the formidable power of its Jinchuriki, Yagura, along with the 7 ninja swordsmen, the village now lay in complete and utter oblivion. Only the deep craters scattered across the ruins bore witness to the fierce battles that had once transpired there. As Xiao Tian and his group slowly retreated, on the other side, Kakashi and his companions had also arrived at their destination, the village hidden in the sand. You 4 come inside. Lord Kazekage and the esteemed elders are waiting for you in the reception room. A Sand Village ninja cast a disdainful glance at Kakashi and his team, his eyes brimming with impatience. If it weren't for Lord Kazekage's orders to escort you, I would have dealt with you myself. Just a bunch of kids. What right do you have to meet the esteemed ones? You scoundrel. In response to the ninja's derision, Tai Iwashi gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. Were it not for Kakashi and Nara Shikamaru advising restraint beforehand, he might have already shown this arrogant individual the extent of his prowess. As a member of the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God bodyguard team, he would never tolerate being belittled by anyone. Hurry up and get inside. The Sand Village ninja, aware of Tai Iwashi's anger, paid him no mind. To them, these 4 were mere children, unworthy of his attention. Is it true that all the talented individuals from Konoha perished due to the Nine-Tails incident? To meet a village leader, they send only these 4 kids? One elder remarked. No, look, isn't that the Flying Thunder God bodyguard team of Minato Namikaze? Another added. Indeed, but it appears to be a guard that couldn't even protect its master. As Kakashi and his team entered the reception room, they overheard the incredulous voices of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and the 2 elders, Chiyo and Hai Laozong. The words of the 3 individuals caused the brows of all members of the Flying Thunder God Guard to furrow. Even Kakashi felt the weight of disdain. Being looked down upon repeatedly was not something one could endure indefinitely. However, before addressing their grievances, they needed to fulfill the mission entrusted to them by Xiao Tian. With that thought in mind, Kakashi produced the letter given to him by Xiao Tian. We have come to the village hidden in the sand for. You need not continue. Before Kakashi could finish, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, interrupted him. A mere group of youngsters, yet they dare to stand here and converse with me in such a manner. The village of Konoha has truly grown more formidable. In response to the words of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, both Kaiza and Chiyo remained silent. Their expressions revealing intrigue as they observed the 4 individuals before them, eager to witness how Kakashi and his comrades would react to Raza's statement. However, just as they anticipated a rebuttal from Kakashi and his companions, Kakashi unexpectedly flicked his wrist towards the 4th Kazekage, Raza. With a swift motion, he transformed the sealing scroll into a shuriken, propelling it directly toward Raza. Upon witnessing this, Raza's eyes narrowed, a powerful aura of pressure emanating from him, bearing down on Kakashi and the others. You little brats, you dare to. Yet, just as Raza was about to unleash his chakra, Kakashi coolly interjected. Lord Xiao Tian instructs us to remind you to examine the contents of the envelope before taking any action, lest the events of that fateful day repeat themselves. Do not attempt to intimidate. Kazekage, remain calm. Chapter 134. Negotiation shattered. Crisis emerges. Elder Chiyo. What is the meaning of this? The 4th Kazekage, Raza, wore a look of confusion as he felt his attempt to release chakra thwarted. He never anticipated that his opponent would intervene at such a critical moment. Just then, Hai Laozong beside Chiyo exchanged a knowing glance with him. Observing this exchange, Raza was compelled to temporarily relent and open the envelope to peruse its contents. At that moment, Chiyo stepped forward, her murky old eyes scrutinizing Kakashi before she coldly remarked, "Your hair and manner of speaking remind me of someone. Is your father not the White Fang? Father?" Kakashi's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing Chiyo's words, uncertain of the connection between her and his father. However, it was clear that they were currently adversaries, making any pleasantries utterly impossible. Furthermore, he remained oblivious to the exact nature of their relationship. "He killed my son." Upon hearing Chiyo's declaration, the previously puzzled Kakashi felt his muscles tense in response. He sensed a hint of murderous intent in her gaze, accompanied by an inexplicable aura of pressure emanating from her. This individual is perilous. Just then, as Kakashi and Chiyo locked eyes, Raza, having finished reading the letter, slammed the envelope down onto the table, his expression icy. What audacity from Xiao Tian! Does he truly think we of Sunagakure are mere soft persimmons? He ought to conduct himself with integrity and not follow in the footsteps of Kirigakure. Could it be that he believes he can simply eradicate them? Not without possibility. Kakashi calmly interjected. Witnessing this exchange, Raza's agitation escalated, leading him to exclaim, "Not without possibility? How audacious! Is Konoha preparing to annihilate Sunagakure before turning their attention to us? Konoha acted against Kirigakure only because they invaded our borders and wantonly slaughtered our villagers, which prompted our response. Our presence here is merely a gesture of respect towards Sunagakure." As Kakashi concluded his statement, the stoic Oishi echoed Raza's earlier sentiment with a disdainful snort. "Indeed, should you fail to comply, you may very well be the next Kirigakure." Upon hearing Oishi's words, Kakashi, Nara Shikamaru, and Inuzuka Kiba regarded him as having crossed a line. Yet, given that the words had already been uttered, there was no recourse but to leverage this moment to bolster their own standing and intimidate the trio before them. Arrogant. As soon as the words of Durawashi fell, Raza discarded Xiao Tian's letter to the ground as if it were mere refuse. "Ha. Konoha is truly becoming increasingly audacious. Very well. Sunagakure will maintain its integrity and refrain from interfering in this matter. However, do not feign innocence, Konoha. Be pragmatic and offer some recompense, such as delivering the intelligence we seek, as well as a tenth of your internal maps of the borders. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves unable to return today." Upon hearing this threat from the fourth Kazekage Raza, the eyes of Nara Shikaku and his companions sharpened, ready to unite and employ the Flying Thunder God technique to ensure Kakashi's escape. Although Raza's words were harsh, there was truth in them. As the elite guard of the fourth Hokage, they had failed to protect him, a grave sin indeed. Therefore, regardless of their own peril, they were determined to ensure the safe passage of Hatake Kakashi, the disciple of the fourth Hokage. At the very moment this resolution took shape in Nara Shikaku's mind, Kakashi decisively interjected, "That is impossible." Chapter 135, The Wind Shadow Shock, the village hidden in the mist has disappeared. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the faces of the fourth Wind Shadow, Raza, and Chiyo, as well as the elder, Zuki, simultaneously contorted with anger. How dare a mere brat from Konoha openly defy them? Did he truly believe they would not take action? As these thoughts coursed through their minds, a ninja from Sunagakure, standing by the door, unsheathed his kunai and charged at Kakashi. "You insolent brat!" However, before he could even bring his weapon down, Kakashi, with his formidable perceptive abilities, swiftly incapacitated him with a kick. Although his primary focus was not on taijutsu, his training alongside the fervent might guy had honed his skills to a commendable level. It was more than sufficient to subdue the Sunagakure ninja, who had looked down upon them since his entrance. Yet, as Kakashi concluded the altercation, Chiyo's expression darkened further. Indeed, he was the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, exhibiting such clean and precise movements. In response to Chiyo's praise, Kakashi merely regarded her with a calm demeanor, devoid of any trepidation. The atmosphere in the reception room became increasingly tense. Just as a conflict seemed imminent, a member of Sunagakure's Umbu leaped through the window, respectfully presenting a scroll to the fourth Wind Shadow, Raza. "Lord Wind Shadow, urgent news from the village hidden in the mist." "Oh, from the Mist Village." Upon hearing the Umbu's words, Raza's gaze toward Kakashi and his companions brimmed with intrigue. "Did you not claim that if we do not cooperate, we would follow in the footsteps of the Mist Village? Let me see what fate awaits those who have offended him." Xiao Tian. Under the scrutiny of all present, Raza abruptly unfurled the scroll, his eyes scanning its contents. As time passed, the expression on Raza's face grew increasingly grave. Eventually, the body that had just risen sank back into its seat. The scroll was carelessly discarded onto the table, his eyes lost in contemplation. "Lord Windshadow? Observing Raza's despondent demeanor, Chio and Zuki immediately sensed that something was amiss. However, upon reading the scroll themselves, a chill ran down their spines. The village hidden in the mist is gone. It truly is gone. The entire ninja village had been reduced to ruins, with the body of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, lying in a pool of blood, while the corpses of other ninjas littered the ground. Not a single living ninja remained amidst the desolation of the Mist Village. The Mist Village is no more. And according to Kakashi's earlier remarks, should Sunagakure refuse to heed Xiao Tian's counsel, they too would meet the same fate as the Mist Village. Annihilation. The Mist Village has vanished? Such matters, such matters. Indeed, if that madman were truly alive, it would not be surprising at all. Chio could not cease her incessant chatter. As for Ebizo, his head was bowed, and beads of cold sweat began to pour forth. Images of Xiao Tian's frenzied demeanor on the battlefield flooded his mind. Only those who had lived through that era could comprehend the terror encapsulated in the phrase Konoha's god of death, Xiao Tian. Even if the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was unaware, he had grown up hearing tales of Xiao Tian's exploits. Moreover, how could he possibly be oblivious to the combat prowess of the hidden Mist Village? Yet, this Xiao Tian managed to uproot it entirely without a trace. Truly a monster. Reflecting on this, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, turned to Kakashi and his companions across the way, and with a hint of resignation, he conceded, regarding the matters mentioned by Tsunade and Xiao Tian in the letter. Our Sunagakure agrees. On behalf of Konoha and Lord Xiao Tian, as well as Lady Tsunade, I extend my gratitude to you, Kazekage. No need. Chapter 136. A sudden reversal in reactions now that the message has been delivered and the intentions of Lord Xiao Tian have been conveyed. You may take your leave. Rest assured, the denizens of Sunagakure will escort you to the border. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, spoke with a bitter expression. Just moments ago, he had exhibited an unwavering demeanor, determined to retain Kakashi and his companions. Yet now, he found himself compelled to send protectors to ensure their safe passage out of the land of wind. The irony was not lost on him. However, as Raza contemplated this, Kakashi shook his head in refusal of the offer. We can manage on our own. There is no need for your assistance, Lord Kazekage. With that, Kakashi chose not to engage in further dialogue with Raza, nor did he acknowledge Chio and Chito's elder, directly leading Shiranui Gunma and the others away from the Kazekage's office. Farewell. Kakashi was resolute in avoiding an unnecessary debt to Sunagakure, which Raza might leverage in future discussions. Moreover, having arrived safely at Sunagakure, they were equally capable of departing unscathed. As Raza watched Kakashi's retreating figure, he let out a resigned sigh. I was rather impulsive just now. I nearly attempted to detain them all. The Kazekage of Sunagakure contemplating aggression against envoys. What a reckless notion. Had I acted, it is likely that even if Sunagakure were spared destruction, I would have lost my own life. Chio, sensing Raza's unspoken frustration, sighed softly and added, You cannot grasp the true extent of his destructive prowess on the battlefield, having not lived through that era. Raza remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Despite the diminished state of Kirigakure, he knew he could not swiftly dispatch a small contingent to neutralize it. In this regard, he recognized that he fell short of Xiao Tian's capabilities. Meanwhile, in Awagakure, Inoki gazed at the intelligence recently placed in his hands, sighing gently before turning to the distant horizon outside his window, where Konohagakure lay. The god of shinobi, Xiao Tian? It seems you have ascended to the level of the legendary Senju Hashirama. It appears the ninja world is on the brink of chaos once more. That troublesome threat has returned. With a shift in tone, Inoki commanded, Kodo, dispatch a few astute individuals to Konohagakure at once to demonstrate our goodwill. Should they encounter Kakashi and his party, they are to remain concealed and provide support. Understood, father. As Demon Oki issued his command, the Reikage from the hidden cloud village dispatched his own messenger. The annihilation of the Mist Village was a matter of great concern. Thus, before ascertaining the true condition of Xiao Tian, they were decidedly unwilling to provoke one another, as such actions would yield no advantage for the hidden cloud village. In stark contrast to the helplessness and dissatisfaction experienced by the wind, earth, and lightning shadows, Tsunade, seated in the Hokage's office, smashed her fist down, shattering the desk before her. She then swiftly turned to Shizune, who was cradling the young Naruto, and exclaimed, Shizune, hurry to the Ninja Academy and inform the teachers that Xiao Tian and his companions have succeeded. And while you're at it, change your clothes. We shall prepare to depart at once. Depart? Where are we headed? Shizen inquired. With a spirited expression, Tsunade flung open the door and stepped out boldly, declaring, "Where are we going?" "Of course, to welcome our heroes." Chapter 137, ambushed by 50 wandering ninjas at the border of the Land of Sand. Kakashi and his companions were sprinting desperately, their bodies stained with blood, the origin of which was uncertain, whether it belonged to them or their foes. "Damn it. These wretched souls are relentless." Dayawashi cursed under his breath, frustration etched across his features. A long, narrow wound marred his shoulder. Had their adversaries not outnumbered them, and had they not been in enemy territory, he would have undoubtedly retaliated by now. They had contemplated utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet it required a moment of cooperation, a luxury their pursuers were unwilling to grant. Kakashi, while Dayawashi vented his ire, remained silent, his mind racing to assess their current predicament. Behind them, a dozen wandering ninjas, devoid of headbands, were closing in, weapons drawn. They were exposed, and if this continued, the outcome would be dire. Suddenly, Kakashi skidded to a halt, hands clasped together, turning to face the approaching ninjas. "You three, use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. I will hold them off." Dayawashi was right. "Kakashi, what jest is this? We cannot abandon you. Indeed, we will not leave. If we flee, we shall do so together. If we perish, we shall do so as one. We will not abandon you." Hearing the resolute declarations from Noera and the others, Kakashi hesitated for a moment, only to be engulfed by a sense of resignation. "Prepare for battle. We cannot escape now." Just as Kakashi's words fell, a horde of over 30 wandering ninjas surged forth from the dunes, their faces twisted in murderous intent. Clearly, they had come to eliminate them. "Fight your way out." Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi commanded, charging forward, shuriken whirling in his hands, engaging the 3 ninjas in fierce combat. With over 50 adversaries, the optimal strategy was to neutralize the dozen behind them first, thereby minimizing their numbers and enhancing their chances of survival. After swiftly dispatching 3 of the wandering ninjas, Kakashi positioned himself behind Noera, blocking the path of the oncoming 30 ninjas, and slammed his hands to the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. With a resounding crash, a massive stone barrier erupted before the advancing ninjas. Completing his maneuver, Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan. "Eliminate them swiftly." "Understood." With a determined nod, Noera Kakashi, having successfully dealt with 3 rogue ninjas, brandished his shuriken and charged forth once more. As for his companions, Raijin and Iwashiai, one excelled in the art of assassination rather than direct confrontations, while the other was more suited for one-on-one duels. For the moment, they could only manage to eliminate an enemy here and there while striving to maintain their own safety. However, this mattered little, given a bit more time. Both Kakashi and Noera would undoubtedly be able to eradicate all the rogue ninjas in the vicinity. Once that was accomplished, the trio from the Flying Thunder God Guard would unleash their technique without hindrance. Yet, the ninjas lurking behind the earthen wall were evidently reluctant to grant them that opportunity. Boom. The earthen barrier was forcefully shattered by an array of ninjutsu, and over 30 rogue ninjas surged forth. The leaf ninjas were indeed amusing. Merely 3 individuals dared to breach our sand country. There is no need for further dialogue. Let us resolve this swiftly. The son of White Fang, Hatake Kakashi, and the Flying Thunder God Guard of the 4th Hokage are highly sought-after figures in the black market. Indeed, let us hasten to sever their heads. Otherwise, the commotion may attract unwanted attention, leading to a greater division of spoils. In that instant, more than 30 rogue ninjas charged forth simultaneously. Chapter 138, just retreated from the hound, only to encounter a pack of wolves. Alas. With the arrival of over 30 rogue ninjas onto the battlefield, chilling screams accompanied by blood painted the air in a grotesque display. Even Kakashi, now injured, remained undeterred. However, the situation left them with no option for retreat. They could only fight back to back. It was imperative to carve a path to safety. Lightning release, Chidori. Chakra of the lightning nature surged violently within Kakashi's palm, coalescing into a potent current that enveloped his hand. With this preparation complete, Kakashi propelled himself forward at high speed towards the rogue ninja directly before him. "Charge with me." "Understood." Seeing Kakashi's determination to break through, the rogue ninja in his path raised his ninja blade defensively, bracing for impact. If he could merely stall Kakashi for a moment, his comrades would swiftly overwhelm him with their combined assault. Yet, reality unfolded differently. Crack. Splat. What? The rogue ninja gasped as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. His three companions behind him, caught unawares, followed suit and fell alongside him. Behind this quartet knelt a man with a single crimson eye, his hand flickering with lightning as he gasped for breath. Is this Chidori? Witnessing Kakashi carve a path for them, the expressions of Noera and his companions shifted to one of astonishment. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi's palm, sharp as a blade, pierced through the four rogue ninjas. The sound akin to 1,000 birds' cries commanding the remaining rogues into a state of trepidation. However, Noera understood that Kakashi had expended a significant amount of chakra. Quickly, let's take Kakashi with us. Right. Agreed. Boom. As Nohara's voice echoed, both Noera and his companion swiftly grasped Kakashi, each taking him by one arm and whisking him away. Observing this scene, Tsumuji Iwashi couldn't help but reflect. If Aoyama hadn't been dispatched to the border patrol, perhaps Raito could have achieved the same. Upon hearing Tsumuji's words, Raito merely acknowledged with a solemn silence. Aoyama, like them, had once served as a member of the 4th Hokage's guard, alongside the late Kage of the Moonlight Gale. Tsumuji's remarks stemmed from the fact that, despite Aoyama's timidity and his talent for reading memories and summoning crows, often serving in a supportive role when united with Raito's Black Blade, they could form a lethal duo, renowned for their ability to strike without allowing any to escape. Together, they could indeed dispatch 4 foes with a single stroke. As the 4 individuals raced forward, an unexpected sound of applause reverberated from just a few dozen meters ahead. Truly, the copy ninja Kakashi and the 4th Hokage of Konoha, known as the Yellow Flash, commanded a certain level of prowess. A wandering ninja, bearing a grotesque scar upon his face, stood before them with arms crossed and a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Behind him loomed a formidable assembly of 70 to 80 rogue ninjas, their eyes fixed menacingly upon the 4. Merely 4 individuals had the audacity to create such a commotion. Their bravery was commendable, yet it would soon come to an end. Onward, send them on their way. At this sight, the expressions of Kakashi and his companions darkened considerably. They had indeed found themselves in a dire predicament. Damn it! They would fight with all their might. With no other options left, they were left with no choice but to engage in a desperate battle for survival. Chapter 139. If you do not act, then depart swiftly. As Kakashi's voice resonated, the 4 immediately positioned themselves back to back, prepared to fight to the death against the surrounding rogue ninjas. Observing this scene, the middle-aged rogue ninja with a scar merely regarded them with a cold stare. A futile struggle. The 4 sought to contend against 100 adversaries, each possessing the average strength of a chunin, if not greater. Such an endeavor was nothing short of a fantastical dream, utterly destined for failure. In essence, Kakashi and his companions were merely trapped beasts fighting for survival, devoid of any meaningful hope. However, as he pondered this, Kakashi, engaged in battle with another ninja, suddenly turned his gaze toward him. Kemui, you scoundrel? The scarred middle-aged man had never anticipated that Kakashi, amidst combat, would choose to launch a surprise attack against him. Was he intent on eliminating their leader to incite chaos among them? Clever, indeed, but futile. They were rogue ninjas, their interest reigned supreme. The so-called leader could easily be replaced upon death. No one could compare to the allure of substantial rewards. In summation, Kakashi and his trio were undoubtedly doomed today. Indeed. Even with the leader's demise, the remaining rogue ninjas continued their relentless assault. After merely a few charges, the 4 were already covered in wounds, their bodies drenched in blood. Yet, despite their grievous state, they gritted their teeth, unwilling to concede, persistently dragging their weary bodies into battle. For although they were on the fringes of the Sand Country, they were not far from the borders of the Fire Country. In short, if they could endure a little longer, they might just await their reinforcements. As they harbored this hope, on a nearby sand dune, 3 teams of ninjas observed the skirmish from a distance, showing no inclination to intervene. These 4 truly possess resilience. We shall merely watch for now and lend our support when they are on the brink of collapse. After all, I believe everyone here harbors a certain displeasure toward those esteemed ninjas from Konoha. Upon hearing the words of the squad leader from Sunagakure, the leaders from Iwagakure and Kumogakure silently nodded in agreement. After all, no one relished having commands issued to them by someone of higher status. However, just as they contemplated this, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. Who dares? Before the squad leader from Sunagakure could finish his statement, the 20 or so team members behind him were instantly struck down by a massive serpent's tail that had emerged from the shadows. Not only his team, but the members from the other 3 ninja villages met the same fate. The operational style of the three great ninja villages is indeed one of mere spectatorship. I understand now and shall convey this to Lord Xiao Tian upon my return. Withdraw without engaging, you bunch of inept fools, cackling with disdain. Before them stood a member of the Umbu, exuding a terrifying aura of oppression as he towered atop a colossal white serpent, causing a grave expression to manifest on the faces of the three. Who, precisely, is this Umbu member? Yet, the gravity of their demeanor did not seem to concern the Umbu operative, who commanded the giant serpent to plunge directly into the battlefield below. A cold smile graced his lips. The teacher has stated that should anyone seek their own demise, I am permitted to act without restraint. Thus let it be. You shall all perish. Cackling. Chapter 140. The most powerful reinforcements. The mysterious white serpent. What on earth is this? Ah, run. Quickly flee. Damn beast. And that guy up there. Who is he? As the colossal white serpent entered the battlefield, piercing screams echoed through the area. Simultaneously, Orochimaru, who had been atop the serpent, vanished without a trace and reappeared before a wandering ninja. You? With a swift thrust of the Kusanagi sword. The wandering ninja was severed in two before he could even react. Observing this, another wandering ninja stealthily approached Orochimaru from behind, intending to launch a surprise attack. It was evident that the massive white serpent was the summoned beast of this masked member of Konoha Zumbu. In simple terms, if he could eliminate this individual, everything would. Kamui. However, just as the ninja was about to strike, Kakashi, whose chakra was already severely depleted, activated Kamui once more. A distorted space manifested around the neck of the wandering ninja, strangling him instantly. Ah, the Mangeki Sharingan? Is this the copy ninja Kakashi? Quite intriguing. Noticing Kakashi's assistance, a faint smile crept across Orochimaru's face beneath his mask as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, another gigantic white serpent emerged from the distance, accompanied by a dozen unadorned ninjas, re-entering the fray with an aura of menacing intent. Though their numbers were few, their blood-stained garments and resolute demeanor suggested they were formidable foes. My lord. Upon encountering Orochimaru, Ao and his companions bowed solemnly and knelt on one knee. They had deduced his identity, controlling the white serpent, wielding the Kusanagi sword, and exhibiting distinct physical traits. Was this not the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha? Although they were uncertain why he had become a member of the Umbu, they understood the necessity of showing respect, given their current precarious position. Since Lord Xiao Tian has tasked you with escorting them, I shall refrain from contesting your claim to them. Henceforth, you shall escort these four away. As for these individuals, seemingly contemplating, Orochimaru turned his gaze to the surrounding wandering ninjas. Leave them to me. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Orochimaru's command, Ao and the others wasted no time and swiftly positioned themselves around Kakashi and his companions. Observing this, Kakashi nodded to Ao and his team before turning his attention back to Orochimaru. Thank you. Kakashi recognized Orochimaru's identity. Though he was unaware of why Xiao Tian placed such trust in him, he resolved to respect Xiao Tian's decision wholeheartedly. After the return of that esteemed individual, the despondency in Konoha has been gradually ameliorating, a sentiment unanimously acknowledged by all. There was no need for gratitude. Orochimaru merely waved his hand dismissively at Kakashi's thanks, subsequently gesturing for them to depart. Once Kakashi and his companions had safely exited under the escort of Chin and the cover of the White Snake, Orochimaru slowly removed his mask and coldly issued commands to the White Snake. Eliminate them all, leave no one behind. Hiss. Ah. As for the individuals from the three major ninja villages who had fled in terror, Orochimaru paid them no mind, for he required them to return and relay the information. However, those who had just been exterminated would not be spared. Thus, I now have an abundance of experimental materials. Indeed, Master Xiao Tian has always been the most benevolent toward me. Chapter 141. From now on, you shall follow me. At the border of the land of water, the ground lay strewn with corpses, the wounded and deceased of the Uchiha clan being escorted slowly towards the borders of the land of fire by members of the Umbu and regular Jonin. Xiao Tian cast a fleeting glance at the patrolling ninjas of the land of water, who had been obliterated by his jutsu, before turning his attention to Uchiha Yuehua, who leaned heavily on a cane, his body swathed in bandages. Yuehua, do you harbor hatred towards me? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuehua nodded silently. Yes, I do. Then why do you not strike at me? Are you merely awaiting the opportune moment? Xiao Tian spoke in a calm tone, revealing no trace of emotion. Uchiha Yuehua, upon hearing his words, let out a self-deprecating smile. The one who harbors hatred is the Uchiha Uehwa who fought for power within the clan, not the Uchiha Uehwa who stands before you as a Konoha ninja. The former has long perished alongside his father, uncle, and brothers on that battlefield. Xiao Tian nodded gently at Uehwa's words. It seems that after this ordeal, you have matured considerably, and I find solace in that. By the way, Uehwa, do you have any plans for the future? May I follow you? Uchiha Uehwa spoke nervously, though they had just proven themselves in battle. Demonstrating their willingness to shed blood for Konoha, the acknowledgement from Xiao Tian remained uncertain and irrelevant to their cause. Certainly. Really? Is it true? The swift affirmation from Xiao Tian left Uchiha Uehwa in disbelief. After all, he hailed from the Uchiha clan, often regarded as a malevolent lineage. Yet, astonishingly, Xiao Tian had acquiesced so readily. In stark contrast to Uchiha Uehwa's trembling excitement, Xiao Tian's demeanor remained remarkably composed. I am not Danzo. You have bled and sacrificed for Konoha. You are its true heroes. Why would I exclude you? My lord. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Uehwa cast aside his cane and knelt before him, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. I miss my father, my uncle, and everyone. Xiao Tian gently assisted Uchiha Uehwa to his feet. They have not perished. Everyone will remember them. Like you, they are heroes of Konoha. They shall continue to protect Konoha from their resting place, receiving the villagers' eternal homage and respect. Now, since you wish to accompany me, you shall henceforth become a member of my Special Umbu team. Special Umbu team? Uchiha Uehwa's face reflected a look of bewilderment at this unfamiliar designation. Why had he never heard of this team before? Consider it my personal guard, my trusted confidant. I am grateful for your trust, my lord. Xiao Tian's words dispelled all doubts that Uchiha Uehwa had, and he solemnly bowed to Xiao Tian once more. Uchiha Uehwa will undoubtedly live up to your expectations. Excellent. Xiao Tian nodded gently, then turned his gaze toward the direction of Konoha Village, where the prominent leaf symbol stood. What was the purpose of his battles, if not for that symbol? For Konoha, for the will of fire. I wonder how Tsunade is faring now. Konoha Village. We are nearly there. Yes, my lord Xiao Tian, do you think everyone will accept us? After all, we once. Uehwa, have confidence. You are now the heroes of Konoha. Indeed, my lord Xiao Tian. Chapter 142. The heroes return. The village mourns and welcomes. Xiao Tian felt immense satisfaction with Uchiha Uehwa's reaction and prepared to entrust the 11 surviving members of the Uchiha clan to him as their leader. Indeed, it was not just Uchiha Uehwa who was to join the Umbu. Xiao Tian intended for the remaining members to be incorporated as well. However, as these thoughts lingered in his mind, he suddenly commanded in a solemn tone, "Lift your heads, stand tall, and step forward." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Tian propelled Uchiha Uehwa forward. What is the meaning of this, Lord Xiao Tian? Uchiha Uehwa's face was filled with confusion at Xiao Tian's actions, wondering why he was being thrust into the spotlight. Yet, when he beheld the scene before him, his expression quickly darkened. At the entrance of Konoha Village, a sea of villagers had gathered. Everywhere he looked, there were black cloths. Upon seeing the fallen members of the Uchiha clan lying motionless on their stretchers, the heads of the villagers instinctively bowed in reverence. They understood that the Uchiha clan had demonstrated their loyalty through their blood and lives. Not only the villagers, but also Uchiha Fugaku, who was stationed at the border, as well as Hinata Hizashi, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, and the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, had all appeared at the village entrance. In this moment, Uchiha Uehwa finally comprehended why Xiao Tian had urged him to step forward. For at this moment, they were all heroes of Konoha. They were deserving of the respect of all. This was the moment of heroes. This was their glory, the glory of the Uchiha clan. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan would officially merge with Konoha. Should anyone dare to utter a single disparaging word against them, they would surely face the scorn of the masses. The Uchiha clan had valiantly protected Konoha with their blood and lives. Would you dare to do the same? Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clansmen behind him were equally filled with excitement. They were well aware that all those Uchiha who had perished in this mission would be laid to rest in Konoha's cemetery, receiving the veneration and respect of future generations. The significance of this was incomparable to being interred in their ancestral burial grounds. Uchiha Fugaku understood this all too well. As Xiao Tian returned, Tsunade stepped forward. Raising her voice, "Everyone, welcome the heroes back." With Tsunade's words, all the villagers bowed their heads in unison, stepping back to clear the central path, silently mourning the fallen members of the Uchiha clan. In this moment, in the eyes of all Konoha villagers, they were no longer the malevolent Uchiha clan. They were the heroes of Konoha, true ninjas. Witnessing this scene, the 12 surviving Uchiha led by Uchiha Uehua began to tremble violently. In a fleeting moment, their emotions surged. Tears welled in their eyes, and a solemn transformation took place. They comprehended that they were no longer merely members of the Uchiha clan. They had ascended to the status of heroes of Konoha. Henceforth, the burdens they bore upon their shoulders would grow ever heavier. Yet, even so, Uchiha Tsukiya, with a grave countenance, led the group behind him step by step along the pathway cleared by the crowd, making their way to the Konoha cemetery. The deceased were gone, and these 12 individuals were destined to inherit the will of those who had passed, continuing to safeguard Konoha. Chapter 143, Mere Renown. I do not hold it in esteem within the village of Konohagakure. The survivors of the Uchiha clan make their solemn procession towards the cemetery. Although the atmosphere is heavy, their eyes brim with pride and fervor. How many years have they awaited this moment? Yet today, at this very instant, they have finally triumphed. The sound of footsteps echoes. Alas, it appears we have erred. Observing the current state of the Uchihas and the villagers of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhales deeply, contemplating the profound mistake that has persisted throughout time, both in the past and present. To obstruct is less effective than to allow. For this embodies the true will of fire. Your interpretation of it is far too narrow. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighs once more, choosing to remain silent. The reality before him is undeniable. Any further arguments on his part would be futile. However, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly speaks beside him. There have been reports made concerning the land of fire. He chuckles softly, revealing that he had already anticipated such a situation. Anticipated it? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart races, sensing an ominous turn of events. What then shall you decide to do? What shall I do? In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Xiao Tian merely scoffs, choosing silence thereafter. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that Xiao Tian intended to maintain peace, a cold voice unexpectedly pierces the air, sending an uncomfortable shiver down his spine. Make time to visit the daimyo, and simultaneously address those who should have never existed. Those who should have never existed? Xiao Tian, could it be that you intend to? Xiao Tian, I implore you, do not act rashly. That is the daimyo's estate, incomparable to the 3 great ninja villages. The daimyo is their nominal superior. Should Xiao Tian venture there recklessly, it may bring forth catastrophic consequences for both himself and Konoha. Such an outcome is one Sarutobi Hiruzen is determined to avert. Yet, in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's caution, Xiao Tian gently shakes his head, seemingly dismissive of the warning. Hiruzen, you remain too weak. It appears you must undertake more missions or perhaps duel with an old friend. Only through combat can you reclaim your former resolve. To this, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely bows his head slightly, refraining from further debate. Clearly, the loss of vigor, the dulling of edges, the abandonment of one's original aspirations. This is an eternal sorrow for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence, Xiao Tian continues, saying, Hiruzen, have you all along misunderstood a fundamental reality? What? Xiao Tian turned to gaze in the direction of the daimyo's residence, his eyes icy and resolute. The relationship between us, the Hidden Leaf Village, and the daimyo's estate is not one of hierarchy, but rather a partnership. Their ability to sit there in tranquility is largely due to our vigilant protection. Otherwise, they would likely struggle to find peace even in slumber. With this thought, Xiao Tian pivoted, sweeping his cloak dramatically before joining the Uchiha clan as they made their way towards the cemetery. In essence, we are prepared to defend their borders. Yet they must remain perceptive to our needs. Should they provoke our ire, the consequences would undoubtedly exceed their capacity to endure. Observing Xiao Tian's gradually receding figure, Sarutobi Izashi could not help but let out a deep, wistful sigh. Alas, it seems that turmoil is not confined to the ninja world. Even the daimyo's realm is on the brink of chaos. Chapter 144. The next step for Uchiha, locking down the security department under the leadership of Tsunade and Xiao Tian. The fallen members of the Uchiha clan have been laid to rest in the Konoha cemetery. As for Uchiha Tsukuha and others, they have been escorted back to Konoha by Kakashi to complete the necessary procedures for entering the Umbu. In Uchiha Fugaku's chamber, Xiao Tian sat on the floor, gazing at the demure and respectful Kami Mei, who bowed her head beside him, while a throbbing pain surged through his head, an excruciating sensation. He could not forget the fierce glare Tsunade cast at him when she saw Koyami-Mei following closely behind. It seemed that the night ahead would be arduous. Master, on behalf of the entire Uchiha clan, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your immense kindness and support. As Xiao Tian pondered, Uchiha Fugaku bowed deeply before him, prostrating himself in reverence. Uchiha Tsukiya, who had also followed Xiao Tian, mirrored the gesture. Their clan leader's words resonated with truth. Had it not been for Xiao Tian's timely intervention and assistance, the Uchiha clan would have remained mired in turmoil, at risk of rebellion. However, thanks to Xiao Tian's aid, the Uchiha clan not only avoided the path of treachery but emerged as heroes in the eyes of the Konoha villagers, a notion they had never dared to dream of in the past. No need for such formalities. These triumphs are the fruits of your own endeavors. I merely provided you with an opportunity. Xiao Tian gently shook his head and took a sip from the tea before him. Koyami-Mei, witnessing this, was filled with disbelief. Here was the current leader of the Uchiha clan, kneeling before Xiao Tian, who was known as the god of death in Konoha. Such a revelation was unheard of in their village of mist. Master, what path should we, the Uchiha clan, take moving forward? Uchiha Fugaku inquired respectfully. Yet, his crimson Sharingan subtly glanced at Koyami-Mei beside Xiao Tian. Among the four present, she was the only outsider, and he felt an urge to have her depart. Despite the Uchiha clan's newfound hope, it did not guarantee perpetual security. Fugaku wished to eliminate any potential threats. Do not worry. Koyami-Mei is no longer affiliated with the Mist Village. She is considered my attendant. Yes, master. With that affirmation from his teacher, Uchiha Fugaku refrained from pressing further. He maintained his respectful bow, awaiting Xiao Tian's words. The security department is nearly ready. What? The security department? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's statement, Uchiha Fugaku's head shot up, revealing a struggle etched upon his face. The security department represents the last vestige of power held by the Uchiha clan within Konoha. Should this department be abolished, the Uchiha clan would likely descend into the ranks of a third-rate family, stripped of any voice or influence. Truth be told, Fugaku Uchiha is reluctant to allow such a fate to transpire. With this thought weighing on him, Fugaku awkwardly ventured to inquire, Sensei, could the security department possibly remain intact? After all, it is the last remnant of the Uchiha clan. No. Chapter 145. I hope that the Uchiha clan will produce a Hokage in the future. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's resolute declaration, Uchiha Fugaku's face was etched with inner turmoil. If this statement had been made when Xiao Tian first returned, he might have sought alternative reasons to refuse. However, after experiencing the events involving Danzo and the battle with the Hidden Mist Village, he had come to a profound understanding. Only by aligning themselves with others could the Uchiha clan truly rise. Yet, to relinquish control of the police force was an exceedingly arduous task. Fugaku, you truly ought to learn from Izashi. Do you believe that the current police force represents power for the Uchiha clan? Do not forget the blood that has been shed, the lives that have been lost. If you cannot relinquish your lust for power, then the Uchiha clan shall once again face a frigid fate. At this point, Xiao Tian chose to remain silent, observing Uchiha Fugaku with an unwavering gaze. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Fugaku opened his mouth, seemingly wavering. Master, is there truly no other way? Xiao Tian let out a gentle sigh. His disciple's struggles with family governance and future choices were indeed exasperating. Fugaku, your clan has long been estranged from the power core of Konoha. Perhaps there are higher-ups obstructing your path, but can you genuinely claim that you bear no responsibility? The ice does not freeze in a day. If the Uchiha clan sincerely wishes to ascend, do not allow a fleeting grasp of power to blind you, providing others the chance to encase you in ice once more. Now is the true time for thawing. With that, Xiao Tian turned his gaze toward the direction of Itachi's room. Fugaku, how I long for the Uchiha clan to produce a Hokage. Hokage? At this pronouncement, Uchiha Fugaku's body trembled, his expression one of incredulity. Not only he, but Uchiha Tsukuha beside him shared this sentiment. If the Uchiha clan could indeed produce a Hokage, why cling to the police force? The central power of Konoha, regardless of its nature, would undoubtedly surpass that of the police force. Yet, the likelihood of a Hokage emerging from their clan appeared exceedingly slim. Do not doubt it. The future hope of your clan rests with Shursui and Itachi. Shursui and Itachi? Indeed, do not question it. As long as I am in Konoha and you do not act recklessly, what is the difficulty in attaining the position of Hokage? Could it be that you wish to cultivate these two into Konoha's future Hokage and leader of the Umbu? Upon contemplating this, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his teeth and bowed deeply to Xiao Tian once more. I will heed the teacher's arrangements and ensure that this matter is executed with the utmost urgency. In no more than 2 days, the authority of the security department shall be entirely relinquished by the Uchiha clan. Since his mentor has expressed such sentiments, he has resolved to commit fully to this course of action. However, just as Uchiha Fugaku was determined to transfer the powers of the security department, Xiao Tian interjected unexpectedly. When did I say you should relinquish the authority of the security department? But, teacher, did your previous statement not imply? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. What should he do now? I merely suggested that we take action within the security department. I never stated that you must surrender all power. Although the security department could be likened to a hot potato, if half of your positions were relinquished, who in the entirety of Konoha could possibly challenge you in this regard? In due time. As long as those 2 young lads do not let us down in their future accomplishments, it should pose no difficulty for the Uchiha clan to produce a Hokage. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's resolute words, Uchiha Fugaku's body began to tremble. A Hokage, you say? How difficult can that be? Such a statement could only be uttered by his mentor in the whole of Konoha, it seemed. Initially, relinquishing the entire security department made Fugaku feel as though he might incur a loss. But now, what did he have to fear? The authority of half the security department in exchange for the Uchiha clan potentially producing a Hokage in the future. While also ensuring that his mentor remained steadfastly on their side, such a gamble was indeed worth it. Yes, teacher. Fugaku will never disappoint you. Chapter 146, The Choice of Fugaku and the Circumstances of the Uchiha branch family soon. You shall find yourself grateful for the decision you have made today. Xiao Tian nodded gently, then added, by the way, after you relinquish half of the authority of the security department, I shall endeavor to secure for you the right to reside within the village, as well as the privilege of joining the patrol team. Reside within the village? Join the patrol team? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Uchiha Fugaku, who knelt before him, began to tremble violently. Not only he, but Uchiha Tsukuha, standing behind, felt the same. The legends were not mere tales. Lord Xiao Tian, much like the first Hokage, harbored no grievances against their Uchiha clan. In fact, one could say he showed them exceptional care. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku had finally made his final decision, Xiao Tian nodded slightly, then rose to his feet. Casting a glance at Koharu and Uchiha Tsukuha, realizing that Xiao Tian was about to depart, both Koharu and Tsukuha silently stood up, understanding the gravity of the moment. Fugaku, I have presented you with an opportunity. If you fail to seize it and remain entrenched in your meager authority, then the choices made by Danzo and your mentor will, in my eyes, pose no issue. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku hastily reiterated his commitment. Rest assured, master. Fugaku and the entire Uchiha clan shall steadfastly follow in your footsteps, never to betray you. Let us hope so. With those final words, Xiao Tian, along with Koharu and Uchiha Tsukuha, vanished from sight. However, Xiao Tian did not immediately depart from the Uchiha clan's territory. Instead, he made his way to the residence of the Uchiha branch family. The memorial service in the cemetery should be concluding, and little Shursui would likely have returned to his dwelling by now. Yet, as Xiao Tian led the two to the residence of the Uchiha branch family, his brow furrowed slightly. Uchiha Tsukuha, sensing the tension, quickly offered an explanation. My lord, there exists a certain disparity between the branch and the main family. Yet the clan leader does not show undue favoritism towards any member of the same clan. Undue favoritism? Xiao Tian's tone was cold. This, Uchiha Tsukuha, upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, ultimately chose silence, recognizing that further discussion would be futile. He understood all too well that the true power of decision rested squarely in the hands of the man before him. Xiao Tian casually surveyed the dilapidated branch accommodations, now worn and cracked with age, his eyes reflecting a chill. Given Fugaku's treatment of the branch family, it was likely that even their silence was a struggle. Tsukuha, where do you reside? Though I am but a distant relative, my esteemed father once earned glory on the battlefield, which grants me the privilege of residing close to the direct line. Xiao Tian did not allow him to continue, instead stepping directly through the dilapidated doorway before him. Come, let us venture inside and glimpse the life of the Uchiha clan's branch family, which cannot be too different, he urged. This could end poorly. Although he no longer belonged to the Uchiha clan, now serving as a member of Xiao Tian's special Umbu, the blood that coursed through his veins and the eternal Manjiki Sharingan that remained ever present were constant reminders of his heritage. He hailed from the Uchiha. Yet, Despite his foreknowledge of what was to unfold, Uchiha Uehua steeled himself and followed Xiao Tian and Conan into the room, refraining from uttering another word. Now, all he could do was hope that Xiao Tian would not become too angered. Yes, sir. Chapter 147. The Dilapidated Corridor. Repair the entire building. Is this the esteemed Lord Uehua? And you? Are you that distinguished individual? Everyone, the revered one has arrived. What are you shrieking for? Aren't you planning to retire for the night? Or, wait, it truly is that esteemed individual. The revered one has come. Upon entering, several members of the Uchiha branch clan, who were gathering clothes, were visibly overwhelmed with excitement. However, amidst this fervor, Xiao Tian noticed something else. The garments worn by these branch clan members appeared to be tattered and worn. The only attire that seemed clean and tidy was perhaps the clan uniform clutched in their hands, the worn-out building, the shabby corridor. And every room seemed to host 7 or 8 individuals crammed together. It was difficult to fathom what their daily existence must be like. Observing the chaotic corridor before him, Uchiha Uehua barked an order. Stand at attention. All the members of the Uchiha branch clan fell silent, standing respectfully in front of him. By the way, in which room does Shui reside? Lord Uehua, it is the independent room at the end of this corridor. Uchiha Uehua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the sight of the clan member trembling in fear before him. Go about your business. Meanwhile, beside him, Koizumi Mei began to scrutinize the scene. Xiao Tian naturally took notice of this. What is it? Nothing. Just seeing this place reminds me of where I used to live. Xiao Tian fell silent and turned to walk towards the end of the corridor. Upon reaching the room where Uchiha Shui resided, Xiao Tian spoke softly. You need not live like this anymore. That young man need not either. Thank you. The implication behind Xiao Tian's words was clear to Koizumi Mei. He intended to extend special care to her and the one named Uchiha Shui. Initially, Koizumi Mei had thought that even if she and Qing were taken in by Konoha, they would merely exist like puppets, controlled and manipulated. However, based on her observations thus far, this so-called Konoha killing god did not seem as cold-blooded as the rumors suggested. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Koizumi Mei contemplated this, her expression froze, mirrored by Uchiha Uehua beside her. The rusty iron door before them had developed several holes from Xiao Tian's gentle knocks. My lord, this door, it actually. Have someone repair it. Ah, yes. The entire building. Understood. The entire building? How much would that cost? It seemed necessary to find a moment to discuss this with the clan leader, otherwise, managing it alone would be quite challenging. Tomorrow, go directly to the Umbu office and seek Kakashi. Inform him it is my directive. Ah, thank you, my lord. Ignoring the gratitude evident on Uchiha's face, Xiao Tian silently gazed at the door, patiently awaiting what was to come. Within the confines of the room, Uchiha Shui appeared to sense something amiss. After all, the lock on his door had long been in a state of disrepair, a fact well known to everyone in the building. Yet today, there seemed to be an unusual tension in the air. Uchiha Shui carefully folded the only clean clan robe he possessed, donned his patched clothing, and concealed a shuriken within his sleeve before making his way directly towards the door. They are coming. They are coming. Just a moment. Creak. However, when the door swung open, Chapter 148, Shui, returning home with the teacher? Upon seeing the figure of Xiao Tian before him, Uchiha Shui's face was filled with disbelief, uncertain as to why his mentor had appeared at this moment. Teacher, please wait a moment. I'll tidy up right away, just give me a moment. Noticing Xiao Tian's impassive expression, Shui immediately realized the gravity of the situation and began hurriedly organizing the cramped and disheveled room. The small, dilapidated space bore cracks in the ceiling through which the sky was visible. The walls were stained with dark, unsightly marks, while the floor was littered with refuse. Observing this, Xiao Tian silently turned his gaze toward the table, cluttered with various items. A cracked cup containing milk sat atop it, alongside an expired milk carton that had long surpassed its date of consumption. The fruit displayed signs of age, some even beginning to rot. Was this boy subsisting on such things while enduring his grueling daily training? The fluctuations of emotion on Xiao Tian's face did not go unnoticed by Uchiha Tsuharu, whose own expression grew somber in response. After a brief pause, Shui, embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, his face adorned with his characteristic sunny smile. Teacher, I'm ready. Hihi, I apologize for making you wait. Yet, Xiao Tian's attention was drawn to Shui's other hand, which clutched the hem of his garment, a clear indication that he was suppressing his emotions. For Shisui, born into the collateral branch of the Uchiha clan, presenting his best self to the mentor who had guided him was of utmost importance. However, due to this unexpected visit, Shisui was acutely aware that his image in his teacher's eyes had likely been tarnished. With a silent resolve, Xiao Tian discreetly discarded the cracked cup into a nearly overflowing trash bin. Teacher, this is expired. You should refrain from consuming such things. They are detrimental to your health, he remarked coolly. Sukaharu, you and Koizumi should step outside and close the door behind you. Yes, sir. They complied, though unaware of Xiao Tian's intentions. They would not dare to oppose him. At that moment, Uchiha Tsukaharu resolved to do everything within his power to assist his collateral relatives. In the past, while the collateral family had lived in worn-down homes, they had never been reduced to having a ceiling in disrepair or subsisting on spoiled food. Once Tsukaharu and Koizumi had departed, Shisui stood with his head bowed, anxiety coursing through him as he grappled with what to say. After all, since meeting Itachi, he had always dined and lived alone. He had never encountered a situation akin to this home visit. As Shisui pondered, Xiao Tian gently guided him toward the bed. Upon witnessing this scene, Shisui hastily retrieved a somewhat clean garment, one he had always hesitated to wear, and placed it upon the bed. More than his attachment to the garment, he was reluctant to allow his esteemed teacher, Shisui. Ah, teacher? Xiao Tian suddenly grasped his hand, leaving Shisui momentarily taken aback, uncertain of his intentions. In the next moment, Xiao Tian gently caressed the head of this little one, strikingly reminiscent of Uchiha Kagami. A flicker of emotional turbulence appeared in his eyes. Since he was unable to save Kagami when he needed it most, he resolved to take good care of this child in his stead. Shisui, you no longer need to reside here. Come with your teacher. From now on, your teacher will guide you. We are going home. Chapter 149. The Oath of Shisui, never forgetting the teacher's grace home? Indeed, we are returning home. Upon hearing those long-forgotten words, Uchiha Shisui threw himself into Xiao Tian's embrace, overwhelmed with tears. In that moment, he was no longer the stubborn boy who gritted his teeth through relentless training. Nor was he the earnest young man who dared to voice his feelings on the battlefield for the sake of his kin. He was simply a 9-year-old child in desperate need of care. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shisui finally extricated himself from Xiao Tian's arms. A hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Teacher, The realization that he had exposed such vulnerability before his mentor left him feeling utterly ashamed. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Tian spoke softly. Do you remember the words you shared with me on the battlefield? Shisui froze, his expression instantly growing somber. I remember. That is my life's pursuit. That is all I ask. You have chosen an exceedingly arduous path, one that may be fraught with thorns and peril. However, I hope you will remain steadfast in your original intentions, untainted by external influences. As he spoke, Xiao Tian rose slowly from the bed and surveyed the dilapidated room. With a snap of his fingers, a flame ignited. Never relinquish your faith. Do not forget those who fell on the battlefield, their final expressions. For the Uchiha clan, you must become a beacon of light in the darkness, forging ahead against the current. Strive onward. Yes, teacher. Then, listen to me closely. Time passed, and Xiao Tian recounted to Shisui all the mistakes he had made during battle. These lessons would serve as the guiding principles for Shisui's forthcoming training. After an undetermined duration, Xiao Tian finally took Shisui's small hand and stepped outside. Sir? Observing this scene, Uchiha Suki felt an involuntary sigh of relief escape him. Judging by the expression on Xiao Tian's face, things were not as dire as they could have been. In other areas, if the little ones in the room consent, have someone assist with repairs. As for this room, do not touch it. Yes, sir. Although Suki was uncertain of Xiao Tian's intentions, he felt no inclination to question the wishes of this esteemed figure and would certainly comply. However, it was not only Suki who found the decision perplexing. Uchiha Shisui felt similarly. Teacher, why must I? I wish for its existence to serve as a constant reminder for you. A reminder not to forget your original self. Perhaps one day, when your wings have grown strong and the teacher has aged to the point of being unable to contend with you, I may still deceive you into returning here, allowing you to reminisce and find your way back. Bang! Just as Xiao Tian jestingly finished his statement, Uchiha Shisui suddenly knelt before him. Not only that, but he resolutely bowed his head 3 times to Xiao Tian, proclaiming his unwavering determination aloud. The teacher's immense kindness will forever be etched in my heart. If there ever comes a day when I dare to lay a hand on my only elder in this world, then I implore you, dear teacher, to allow me to confront my own judgment here. I, Uchiha Shursui, would rather perish than ever raise a hand against my teacher. Chapter 150, The Gift of the Kusanagi Sword, returning together very well. I hope you do not disappoint me. Xiao Tian gently nodded, then retrieved 3 scrolls from his bosom, tossing them directly to the 3 individuals before him. What is this? As they gazed at the scrolls in their hands, a look of confusion crossed Uchiha Shursui's face, mirrored by Uchiha Yuhua and Terumi Mei beside him. Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly, "These are special Kusanagi swords, crafted by Orochimaru at my behest. From this moment forth, they shall serve as your weapons." Kusanagi sword? Having grown accustomed to his broken blade, Uchiha Shursui wondered if he could truly adapt to wielding the Kusanagi. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, he unfurled the scroll, forming hand seals to summon the blade. Is this the Kusanagi sword? The sword's blade was but a few inches long, its edge appearing as slender as a willow leaf, adorned with cloud-like patterns. Under the moonlight's reflection, it emanated a terrifying brilliance. Initially, Uchiha Shursui had expected the Kusanagi to measure 7 or 8 inches, but to his surprise, this one was notably shorter. Consequently, his previous apprehensions dissipated entirely. As for Terumi Mei and Uchiha Yuhua, their experiences were not significantly different. After all, unlike Uchiha Shursui, who pursued unparalleled speed and assassination, Uchiha Yuhua and Terumi Mei, being direct combatants, faced far fewer restrictions. By the way, Yuhua, do you have anyone left at home? No. Uchiha Yuhua calmly shook his head, devoid of any sorrow on his face. This was not cold-heartedness. Rather, all his tears had been shed on the battlefield. In their lineage, only he and his father, along with his uncle, remained, and now, he was the sole survivor. Regarding the fates of Uchiha Yuhua and Uchiha Narihiko, he chose not to elaborate, even though he understood that had it not been for Xiao Tian's insistence on sending them to battle, they would not have perished. In that case, you and Shursui, as well as Mei, shall all reside with me from now on. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of Uchiha Yuhua and Terumi Mei. To Uchiha Yuhua, Xiao Tian was an exalted deity, a figure he could only revere from afar. As for Terumi Mei, she had anticipated being placed under surveillance within the Umbu's quarters, even though Xiao Tian had previously made her some promises. She had not given them much thought. After all, she was acutely aware that his regard for her stemmed primarily from her status as the new Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, with the remaining fraction of interest likely arising from his sudden curiosity about her. Yet now, this esteemed individual had truly spoken again, intending to take her along. What are you two expressing? Is it a burden for you to live with me? Xiao Tian reached out, ruffling Shursui's hair, speaking calmly. Upon hearing his words, the 2 individuals, momentarily taken aback, hastened to clarify. One, in a state of panic, waved his hands frantically, while the other bowed solemnly, expressing his respect. No. My lord, I did not intend that at all. It is a privilege for me to be by your side. Enough, there's no need for such formality. Let us proceed. In response to their demeanor, Xiao Tian merely spoke in a composed manner, then lightly tapped the shoulders of the 3, bestowing upon them the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. With a sudden puff of white smoke, the 4 of them materialized in front of an immense estate. However, just as they arrived, a figure leaning against the grand entrance, who had been waiting for an extended period, suddenly brightened with excitement. You, at last, have chosen to return. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, leaving a crater with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters on the ground. Thunderous echoes resonated. Chapter 151. A bustling home. The nanny has arrived. Are there guests today? Gazing at the dusty pit before her, Tsunade furrowed her brow and turned to look at Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Izumi, and Terumi Mei beside her, her anger momentarily stalling. Good evening, Hokage-sama. Good evening, Hokage-sama. In contrast to the respectful greetings of Uchiha Izumi and Terumi Mei, Uchiha Shursui appeared somewhat startled. Hokage-sama, you've come so late. I hope I'm not intruding. Noticing this, Tsunade shifted her gaze to the figure emerging from the dust, her eyes narrowing slightly. This fellow didn't even bother to inform me about guests arriving. It's quite late for visitors, and you didn't mention whether I should prepare a few dishes. Cough, cough, no need for that. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, then glanced at Uchiha Shursui and the others, shrugging as he added, moreover, they are not merely guests. Starting today, they will be living with us. Inside the room, where Xiao Tian and Tsunade usually resided. Bang! Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Tian, scrutiny evident in her eyes. However, Xiao Tian, cradling his teacup, sipped leisurely, displaying no signs of tension whatsoever. Seeing this, Tsunade realized that this fellow had once again become oblivious, hastily arranging for so many people to stay. This transformation of their hard-won romantic sanctuary into a communal space was rather disheartening. With this thought, Tsunade turned her attention to the trio beside her. Uchiha Shursui, despite being a member of the potentially perilous Uchiha clan, was Xiao Tian's disciple, and it seemed reasonable for a disciple to reside with his master. Uchiha Izumi, well, it appeared they needed a doorman. He could serve in that capacity, albeit reluctantly. As for Terumi Mei, despite being the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, she was still a woman. With this realization, Tsunade suddenly pivoted, her right hand crashing down on the table beside Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian. Huh. Indifferently, Xiao Tian passed his cup to Terumi Mei. Little Mei, could you brew some tea for me? Shursui, lend a hand. And Izumi, you may find a room on the left. Yes, sir. Yes, sensei. Yes, sir. As the three departed, Xiao Tian retrieved a scroll and conjured a new table. For him, the destruction of furniture was hardly a concern, after all. He had a wife who tended to dismantle their home when intoxicated. All right, you may speak now. At his words, Tsunade propped her elbows on the table. Covering her face with her hands, her expression won a displeasure as she began to voice her frustrations. The presence of Shursui and Tsukihime does not concern me. After all, one is your disciple, and the other can serve as a gatekeeper. However, the matter of Koizumi Mei must be addressed. Why? Furthermore, your endearing manner of addressing her raises suspicion. Tsunade spoke with evident displeasure. Observing this, Xiao Tian let out a resigned sigh. You are well aware that Koizumi Mei is the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. I insist that she resides close by for my peace of mind. Moreover, as the Hokage and the head of the Umbu, our responsibilities are overwhelming. Yet Naruto also requires companionship, does he not? It would be ideal for Koizumi Mei to act as a caretaker for our household. Such tasks could easily be assigned to Shizen as well. You would not wish for her to be overburdened, would you? She is your disciple too. Do you not care for her well-being? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Tsunade fell silent. Recognizing this, Xiao Tian understood that the matter could be settled. As for why he referred to her as Koizumi Mei, does it even need to be stated? Compared to you, who could truly be deemed the greater one? Greater? You are indeed quite poor in this regard. I do not hold such a belief. After all, I am constantly in motion, and the distinction between great and small is evident. Silence. Bang. The table shattered. Chapter 152, The Azure Beast of Konoha begins its mission under Xiao Tian's thorough explanation. Koizumi Mei became the elder sister and caretaker of young Naruto, residing with him. As for Uchiha Tsukuha, he took up residence alongside Uchiha Shursui, positioned adjacent to the two Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, within the room occupied by Xiao Tian and Tsunade. After such a prolonged separation, I wonder if my dear Tsunade has missed me? I knew she would resort to mischief at this moment. Where has her earlier composure vanished? Yet, I find it delightful. That night, both Tsunade and Xiao Tian fully surrendered to the pleasures of the moment, as enchanting melodies enveloped the entire room. The phrase absence makes the heart grow fonder undoubtedly holds true. On the following morning, Xiao Tian and Tsunade, accompanied by Uchiha Tsukuha, proceeded to their office to commence work. At home, Xiao Tian left a shadow clone behind, tasked with bringing Uchiha Itachi to train with Uchiha Shursui, ensuring the safety of both young Naruto and Koizumi Mei. The notion of two Jinchuriki residing in the same vicinity would undoubtedly astound other ninja villages and feudal lords if they were to discover it. As Konoha embraced a new day, Kakashi, having completed the tasks entrusted to him by Xiao Tian, swiftly embarked on a new mission. Accompanying him was Might Guy. Hey. The Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy, has arrived in Sunagakure. We are on a covert mission, so keep it down to avoid exposure. Kakashi replied with an air of resignation. Upon hearing this, Might Guy's face contorted with indignation as he knelt and clung to Kakashi's leg, shedding tears. Kakashi. Even you have begun to disdain me. Ah, you fool. Witnessing Might Guy in such a state, Kakashi covered his forehead with his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. He could not fathom why Xiao Tian had chosen to assign this fervent individual to accompany him on the mission. With him around, every secret operation would inevitably turn into an ostentatious visit. Just as Kakashi was contemplating this, an unsettling sound reverberated from behind them, accompanied by the imposing figure of a colossal white serpent. What is this? Kakashi, is this our adversary? At this, Might Guy spread his arms and legs, assuming a battle stance. Come, accept the challenge of the Azure Beast of Konoha. I am ready. Konoha Whirlwind. Seeing Might Guy rush into action and self-introduce. Kakashi's expression of exasperation deepened, and he followed suit. Guy, you. Sigh, forget it. He truly could not comprehend why Xiao Tian insisted on bringing Guy along for the mission. The intentions of Lord Xiao Tian were indeed perplexing. The Azure Beast? Is this the individual the teacher spoke of? How intriguing. Wanshi, simply strike him down, Orochimaru remarked with a chilling smile. Although Wanshi felt a twinge of displeasure at the command, a glance at the kunai adorned with the flying thunder god seal at Orochimaru's waist compelled him to comply. He might disdain Orochimaru, yet that teacher of his, an entity capable of obliterating the three-tailed shell, commanded a significant measure of respect. Behold, the leaf hurricane. Ah, smack. Might Guy was sent flying. Cough, cough, cough. Indeed, the target of a covert mission possesses formidable strength. Now, what if I were to? At this juncture, Might Guy's eyes widened in determination, his hands clenched tightly. 8 gates. However, Kakashi, rushing in, swiftly delivered an elbow strike, interrupting Might Guy's activation of the 8 gates. Hey, Kakashi, what are you doing? Might Guy exclaimed with a look of indignation as he covered his face. Kakashi, face-palming, responded with exasperation, please observe carefully. He is a member of the Umbu and our ally. Chapter 153. The Concerns of the Fourth Hokage, Raza that lunatic. He is a companion? A hearty laugh erupted from Might Guy, his face a portrait of embarrassment upon hearing Kakashi's words. Kakashi, observing this reaction, shook his head and chose not to engage further with Guy, instead directing his gaze towards Orochimaru, who stood atop the colossal snake, Manda. Thank you for your assistance last time. I must trouble you once more, Kakashi remarked. I am merely following orders, Orochimaru replied quietly. In the next moment, at his signal, Manda coiled its tail around the two men, swiftly tossing them behind Orochimaru. We are departing. Our destination is Sunagakure. Understood. You are quite bothersome, Manda grumbled, its body beginning to move rapidly through the sands, heading towards the village of the sand. In stark contrast to Manda's impatience, Orochimaru felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Ever since Manda had witnessed the prowess of his teacher, this once proud creature had become considerably more obedient. Even when Orochimaru ceased to provide sustenance, Manda would grumble, yet still dutifully carry out his commands. It seemed that the teacher had utilized his summoning scroll not only to engage Orochimaru in battle, thereby conserving Konoha's resources, but also to instill a sense of discipline in this creature. Truly commendable, the teacher's every move was undoubtedly strategic, achieving multiple objectives with a single action. With these thoughts, Orochimaru lifted his gaze toward their intended destination, the land of wind, Sunagakure. In the Kazekage's office, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, sat at his desk, his fingers incessantly tapping the surface as his expression darkened with each passing moment. Since last night, detailed intelligence regarding the village of the mist had been streaming in relentlessly, rendering him increasingly restless. Once notorious for its blood mist, the village now showed no trace of fog. Instead, the air was thick with the scent of blood, attracting circling black crows overhead. The entire village had transformed into a desolate wasteland strewn with corpses. Among the survivors, aside from the 12 individuals taken by Konoha, no more than a handful remained alive. In a fit of exasperation, Raza's right hand slammed down on the desk, his face a mask of despair. Bang!